Chapter 1, I'm surprisingly married. Yanjing, western suburb, luxury manor. In the center of this luxurious manor covering an area of 100 acres, there is an indestructible steel house. The house body is full of high-quality steel. Even the doors, windows and beams are made of steel casting. It stands in this elegant manner, is so different. At noon, Lu Qingcheng, who is known as the first female richest man in the country, slowly approached the iron room with rice in her hand and fine steps on her feet. Just as she arrived at the iron door, a deep male voice came out from inside the iron room. Just put the meal at the door. Lu Qingcheng fixed her feet outside the door and said, "Let me go in and have a seat." "No way." The man inside cut through the crowd. Lu Qingcheng didn't give up and continued, "I just want to see you. You let me in, I'll leave in a while. There are too many organs in my room. You will get hurt if you come in." A cold voice came out leisurely from the iron room. Lu Qingcheng was speechless and said, "Son, our manor. There are surveillance everywhere. The guards are tight. You are even practicing martial arts since you were a child. You have long possessed transcendent abilities. Is it still necessary for you to be so cautious?" "That's right. The person in the iron room is Lu Qingcheng's precious son, and the heir of the first family in the country, the Wu family, Wu Baiyu." Hearing his mother's words, Wu Baisho slowly voiced out, "It's easy to hide from open fire, but it's hard to guard against secret arrows. It's always right to be careful." Lu Qingcheng helplessly said, "Being careful is right, but since you became the family heir, you have been staying in this house and not coming out. Your mom hasn't seen you for 4 years. Aren't you being a little too cautious?" Wu Baisher said in disbelief. "Mom, do you know that as the heir of the Wu family, how many people outside are envious and jealous and even hate me? And how many of the family's children are jealous of me? I am now in the middle of internal and external troubles. Do you think I can't be more cautious?" What Wu Baiyu cared most about was his life. Since he was a child, he had been motivated to live a long life, so he changed his name to Baiyu. Lu Qingcheng is Wu Baiyu's mother. Of course she understood Wu Baiyu the most. This son, extremely smart, superb in everything he learns. By now, he is already an all-around talent in both literature and martial arts. It is precisely because he is too good that he was appointed as the successor of the Wu family when he just reached adulthood. But he also had one bad point, which was that he was too cautious. Lu Qingcheng really couldn't do anything about this son. Seeing her son's lack of oil and salt, she could only sigh and gently put the meal down before turning to leave, until Lu Qingcheng completely disappeared. Wu Baiti took the meal outside the door in and buried his head to eat. After a few mouthfuls, Wu Baisher's face suddenly changed drastically. Poison. Realizing that something was wrong, Wu Baisho immediately put his hand down his throat and tried to spit out the rice. Put. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out from Wu Baisui's mouth. His person planted on the ground. His expression fixed in shock. 3 years later, West Plains City Psychiatric Hospital. Wu Baiti on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes. He stared at the ceiling above his head, motionless. In the midst of a silence, Wu Baiti's fists abruptly clenched, and within his body, there was a mountainous force that flowed swiftly. His pair of eyes shot out a vicious essence light. He, Wu Baiti, had been cautious all his life, but he never thought that he would end up planting himself in a bowl of poison. The more he thought about it, the more hostile Wu Baiti became. "Dead or not? If you're not dead, change your clothes and leave the hospital with me." Just as Wu Baiti was immersed in the past, a female voice suddenly rang out, followed by a tall woman with a big stride, walking into the hospital room. This woman, named Xia Mohan, was a notorious big beauty in West Plains City. Wu Baiyu immediately loosened his fists and looked towards Xia Mohan. After looking at her for a few seconds, Wu Baiyu couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Who are you?" Xia Mohan indignantly yelled at Wu Baiyu, "Are you so stupid now that you don't even recognize your own wife?" Wife? Wu Baisho was instantly struck dumb by this word. When did he have an extra wife? He tried to recall, but the memory seemed miserable. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. He painfully stretched out his hand and covered his forehead that was bandaged with gauze. Xia Mohan looked at Wu Baiyu in this silly manner. Her anger increased even more. She frowned deeply and complained, "I really don't know what Grandpa was thinking. He had to make me marry this little cutie like you." 3 years ago, Xia Mohan's grandfather, Xia Guangyao, married his favorite granddaughter, Xia Mohan, to Wu Baiti. Later, Xia Guangyao died, and his dying words were to urge Xia Mohan not to get a divorce. Xia Mohan didn't understand her grandfather's thoughts, but she abided by the old man's last words. She didn't get divorced, she just lived a painful life. "I actually got married." Wu Baiyu suddenly sat up from the bed and muttered. Fragmented memory fragments combined, allowing Wu Baisher to slowly recall that after he woke up from poisoning back then, he was in this strange city in the Western Plains, and at the same time, he lost his former memories, as well as his intellect and force, as if overnight. he was reduced from the genius heir of the hallowed first family, to a little cutie without any identity or background. And Xia Mohan, with him such a little cute, got married and the two lived together for 3 years. Up to this point, Wu Baiyu recovered all of his memories. Get up and follow me. Xia Mohan was really speechless towards Wu Baishu. She was too lazy to talk any more nonsense. Dropping this sentence, she walked out of the hospital room. Wu Baishu looked at Xia Mohan's departing back. His eyes were complicated. He paused for a moment, then only took off his hospital gown, changed into his own clothes, and followed him out. On the road, Xia Mohan was cold-faced, driving her Audi Q3 at speed. Wu Baiyu sat in the back seat of the car, silent. In these 3 years, Wu Baiti had done a lot of unbelievably stupid things, and had become a far-famed cutie in West Plains City. Flunky, suffering all kinds of ridicule and humiliation every day. Because of himself, Xia Mohan had all become a joke in Shiyuan City. It was no wonder that she had a poor attitude towards herself. Wu Baiyu understood her and was ashamed of her. No matter who you meet later, don't say a word. Count on me to beg you. Don't embarrass me anymore. Xia Mohan, who had been driving, suddenly opened her mouth coldly. Wu Baiyu pursed his lips and returned. Oh, at 6 o'clock in the evening, Xia Mohan drove to the Xia family's big villa. As soon as the car was parked, Xia Mohan's mom, Huang Guilan, came over and said anxiously to Xia Mohan, "Little Foam, why are you just coming? The banquet is about to start." Xia Mohan stepped out of the car and explained, "I went to pick up the next 100 years. As he spoke, Wu Baiyu had already gotten out of the car from the back seat. As soon as she saw Wu Baiyu, the top of Huang Guilan's head went up in smoke, and she exclaimed furiously, "Little Foam, why did you pick up this little cutie again? Gave picked up out. Are you trying to piss me off?" To say that in this world, who hates Wu Baiyu the most, it is none other than Huang Guilan. Since Wu Baiyu joined the Xia family, Huang Guilan has never had a day of peace of mind. She is almost angry by Wu Baiyu alive. The whole person has been tossed 10 years old. During the 3 years, Huang Guilan often sent Wu Baiti to the mental hospital. But every time Xia Mohan would pick him back. This time, Wu Baiti onset, with his head against the wall. The walls of the house are cracked. Huang Guilan thought, this time Wu Baiti can always stay in the mental hospital for a while. But who knows? Xia Mohan picked him out again, which really makes Huang Guilan angry. Xia Mohan made a stern face and said seriously, "After all, he is my husband. The Xia family banquet, he deserves to attend." After saying that, she took Wu Baiyu and walked into the villa. The Xia family was a second-rate family in West Plains City. The family was prosperous, and for this family banquet, everyone in the Xia family gathered in the large villa. As soon as Xia Mohan and Wu Baishu entered the door, someone immediately exclaimed, "Everyone, look, our Xia family's cutie pie, the son-in-law is here." Immediately afterward, mocking sounds came pouring in. "100 years old. I heard that you treat your home as a garbage dump and often pick up garbage and bring it back. Is this true? Ha ha, that's nothing. I've heard he washes his face with water from the toilet. You guys don't know. I even saw him grabbing a bone with a dog once. This time, it is said to be even more outrageous, directly hitting his head against the wall. What do you think he will do next time he is sick?" All sorts of voices, endless. Xia Mohan had known, these relatives of their own family, most happy to take Wu Baishu as a joke. She originally thought, she can turn a deaf ear to these voices, but the fact is, she still can hardly bear. There is such a little cute hubby, she would never be able to raise her head in front of others. Unconsciously, Xia Mohan lowered her head and quickly walked towards the table with empty seats. Wu Baiyu looked at Xia Mohan, who was almost fleeing, and silently followed. At this time, Xia Mohan's cousin Xia Zishuan suddenly stopped Wu Baishu and said sternly to Xia Mohan, "Wu Baishu can't eat at the table." Xia Zishuan was young and talented, favored and valued by the Xia family's old lady. Because of this, Xia Zishuan was emboldened and arrogant in the Xia family. He often took the lead in bullying Wu Baiti. In his eyes, Wu Baiti was just an animal for him to play and entertain. He had never looked at Wu Baiti as a human being. Xia Mohan already had a sullen face. After hearing Xia Zishuan's words, her complexion became even more ugly. She retorted unhappily, "He's my husband, why can't he be on the table?" Xia Zishuan justified, "A little cutie who snatches food from a dog wouldn't deserve to eat with us." These words, which were unanimously recognized by the rest of the Xia family, everyone screamed, forbidding Wu Baiyu to come to the table. Although Xia Mohan did not like Wu Baishu either, she could not tolerate these people bullying Wu Baishu so blatantly, so she turned up the volume and insisted, "Wu Baishu and I were married by grandfather himself. He is the son-in-law of our Xia family. He is qualified to participate in the family banquet." Xia Zishuan smiled disdainfully and teased, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite protective of this little cutie. Hubbies, it's fine if he wants to eat here." There. After saying that, Xia Zishuan reached out and pointed to the corner of the hall. In the corner, there was a samoyed that was gorging on the meal in the dog bowl. Obviously, Xia Zishuan was asking Wu Baiyu to eat the dog's food. This kind of thing, Wu Baiyu did do it. But this was the ultimate shame for Xia Emohan. Xia Emohan was so angry that her eyes were red. She rushed at Xia Zishuan and angrily rebuked. Xia Zishuan, don't go too far. Xia Zishuan was unimpressed and said, how did I go too far? You little cutie. It's not like hubby hasn't eaten dog food before. Our Xia family's dogs eat a lot of fish and meat. After saying that, Xia Zishuan called out to Wu Baisho. Baisho, hurry over to eat. Later on when the dog eats everything, you won't have anything to eat. In the past, Wu Baiti was most afraid of Xia Zishuan. What Xia Zishuan told him to do, Wu Baiti would do. But at this moment, Wu Baiti was completely unmoved, as if he didn't hear Xia Zishuan's words. Xia Zishuan instantly felt that his face was being flicked. He raised his hand angrily and threatened Wu Baiti. I told you to go over and eat. Did you hear me? Believe it or not, I will beat you to death. Wu Baisher, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke out, coldly drinking. Scram. Chapter 2, You're blessed. Against all odds, little cutie, Wu Baiyu, suddenly went berserk. The entire room, stunned, all of them, as if the pause button was pressed. The large living room, completely silenced. You told me to get lost? Xia Zishuan was the first to react, his eyes widening as he roared at Wu Baisher. The others also began to whisper. Everyone knew that Xia Zishuan was completely enraged. This time, Wu Baiti was going to suffer. Xia Emohan knew that Xia Zishuan's hand was never light. She was afraid that Xia Zishuan's hand would beat Wu Baiti out of his life. Immediately, she pulled away from Wu Baiti, and explained to Xia Zishuan, Baiti's head was bumped. Don't talk to him in a normal way. Where was Xia Zishuan willing to listen to Xia Mohan's explanation? He roared aggressively, get out of the way. Xia Mohan was dissatisfied. Do you have the need to fight with a little cutie? Compete? Xia Zishuan said fiercely. Little cutie, what's wrong? I have to clean him up today. With that, he swept past Xia Mohan and rushed towards Wu Baiyu. Had enough of this farce? Just as this farce was getting out of hand, the Xia family's old lady suddenly walked out from the inner room, letting out a majestic drink. Xia old lady, in the Xia family, that is the absolute leader. The Xia family old man died. The entire Xia family are honored by her. She does have the ability and wrist. No one dares to disobey. The crowd in the hall, as soon as they saw the old lady appear, immediately silenced. Even the arrogant and domineering Xia Zishuan, all quickly returned to their seats. Xia Mohan also hurriedly brought Wu Baiyu to sit on the empty seat. Wu Baisher had been hungry all day. Seeing the table filled with a sumptuous dinner, he was not polite at all. Picking up his chopsticks, he took a big bite to eat, as if nothing had happened just now. When the old lady was not on the table, no one would move their chopsticks. Only Wu Baiti, who had no qualms about it, was there alone, feasting on the food. Many people threw contemptuous and disgusting gazes at Wu Baisher. Some even hated to whip him. However, the old lady did not notice Wu Baisher at all. After she sat on the main seat, she voiced out, all right, everyone, don't be formal, eat, right away. The scene became lively, and everyone began to eat and drink, talking and laughing. Huang Guilan, who was at the same table with Wu Baisher, her face swelled red, and with a belly full of resentment, she chided Xia Mohan. Xiao Mo, tell me about you. Why did you bring him here? Disgraceful, not to mention offending Zi Xian. Xia Mohan said in annoyance. Mom, stop it. By now. Xia Mohan also regretted bringing Wu Baisher over, but the people had come, so it was useless to say anything. Your mom is right. Why bring a little cutie? Come over, ah? Yeah, with this little cutie, sitting together, who has the appetite to eat? Aren't you influencing us? What bad luck. A few relatives at the same table have counted Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan was very aggrieved. Halfway through the family banquet, the old lady suddenly got up and said loudly, now, let me announce a good news. The old lady was over 70 years old, but she was old and strong. Her vigor did not diminish, and her voice, when she spoke, was all very loud. Every time there was a family banquet, the old lady always had something important to announce. So as soon as they heard this, except for Wu Baiti, all the others put down their chopsticks, perked up their ears, and listened quietly to the old lady's speech. The old lady paused and continued. This morning, the Wang group came to our Xia family to propose marriage. Their Wang family's youngest master, Wang Shihao, wants to marry our Xia family's girl. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The old lady's words caused the scene to instantly explode. Everyone was shocked. It must be known that the Wang group, in the Western Plains city, is a well-known big group. The Wang family is the undoubted first-class family in the Western Plains city. If you marry into the Wang family, it can be considered as marrying into a rich family. Those single girls in the Xia family were so excited that they were about to jump up and down. The others were also excitedly discussing who was so lucky to be chosen by the Wang family. Obviously, the one with the highest voice was Xia Ziren. The Xia family had many children and grandchildren, and there were quite a few young and beautiful girls, but the most famous ones, there were 3 of them, and they were called the Xia family's 3,000 golds. They were not only beautiful, but they also had talent, and they were Xia Chuxue, Xia Mohan, and Xia Ziren. Only Xia Mohan and Xia Chuxue are married. Xia family 3,000 gold, only left Xia Ziren single. Therefore, everyone guessed that the person who was going to marry into the Wang family this time would be Xia Ziren. Xia Ziren herself was also victorious. Her face was glowing into a flower, her excitement overflowing. In the midst of a discussion, Xia Ziren stood up, very confidently asked the old lady, "Grandma, is it me?" The old lady shook her head. Surprisingly, it was not Xia Ziren. There was another outcry at the scene, and this time, everyone was puzzled. Just as you were guessing her and he was guessing her, the old lady suddenly snapped, "Don't even guess, it's Mohan." After saying that, the old lady looked at Xia Mohan and said with a smile, "Mohan, you are blessed." The noisy scene instantly stilled. Everyone was stunned. The Wang family even proposed marriage to a married woman? Are they out of their minds? Even Xia Mohan herself was confused. After freezing for 2 seconds, she hurriedly stood up and said to the old lady, "Grandma, I'm already married." The old lady put away her smile and said with a serious face, "Of course I know you're married. 3 years ago, the old man got confused and disregarded persuasion, insisting on marrying you to a cutie. You also know how much ridicule and criticism our Xia family has suffered since you married Wu Baiyu, and the family business has been greatly impacted. Facts have proven that Wu Baishi is the calamity of our Xia family. Today, I solemnly declare that the marriage contract between you and Wu Bastard is null and void. Tomorrow you will take Wu Bastard to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get divorced." Divorce? Xia Mohan's heart suddenly jutted twice. For 3 years, Xia Mohan had endured too much. Many times, she wanted to divorce, wanted to get rid of Wu Baitu, wanted to live a normal life. However, she always kept in mind her grandfather's dying words. Without hesitation, Xia Mohan immediately said back to the old lady, "I don't want to go against my grandfather's dying wish." The old lady knew that Xia Mohan would say this. She patiently, slowly explained, "This matter is related to the future fate of the Xia family. The old man knows, he will certainly understand. This marriage, you may divorce. When my wife dies one day, I will go down there and explain to your grandfather." The old lady's words, through the ground. Xia Mohan's heart also seems to have been smashed a bit. According to reason, the old lady has put words to this point. Xia Mohan can completely agree. She can also take this opportunity to completely get rid of Wu Baitao. However, when it comes to divorce, Xia Mohan feels reluctant. 3 years of living with each other, she cannot do so desperate. Xia Mohan looked down at Wu Baitu, who was still just eating, sighed deeply and said, "I don't want a divorce." Upon hearing this answer, the people present, all of them, were shocked. The West Plains rich young man, Wang Shihao, and the little cutie, Wu Baiyu, is simply a heaven and a earth. Xia Mohan can directly from hell to heaven. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she actually do not want? Huang Guilan was the first one who couldn't stand it. She screamed at Xia Mohan, "Xiaomo, are you crazy?" Xia Mohan said loudly, "I'm not crazy, I don't want to divorce. I don't want to marry Wang Shihao." Xia Mohan's tone, very determined. For Wang Shihao, Xia Mohan was not a stranger. This person had pursued her when she was single, but at that time she had refused, because Wang Shihao was just a idle playboy young master. She didn't like this kind of person, and now she wanted to divorce herself and marry another person she didn't like. She couldn't do it. Xia Mohan's behavior was really puzzling, and everyone made questioning noises. Bang! The old lady heavily slapped the table and said sternly, "Xia Mohan, are you hardening your wings, not even listening to grandma's words?" Although the old lady was usually majestic, she rarely got angry. This time, she was very angry. The old lady was angry. The whole atmosphere of the villa was suppressed. The whole scene, silent. Xia Mohan was so yelled by the old lady. People are shivering. She is very aggrieved, very painful, very difficult. 3 years ago, Grandpa forced himself to marry a cutie. Now, Grandma was forcing herself to divorce and marry a foppish young master. She is a pawn in the family at the mercy of others, without any freedom and rights. Xia Mohan's heart, completely desperate, her eyes, full of tears, the tears of despair, quietly slipped down and flowed into Wu Baishi's heart. Wu Baidu has been eating. On the surface, it seems that he does not care about all this, but in fact, he listened to all the words. If Xia Mohan agreed to divorce him, he will not oppose. After all, he has been dragged Xia Mohan for 3 years. Xia Mohan is qualified to pursue their own happiness. However, Xia Mohan did not agree. And, Wu Baidu can also feel. Xia Mohan on their own is not completely desperate. She defends herself in every way. Do not allow themselves to be bullied. It can be said that the entire city of the West Plains, Xia Mohan is the only one to see him as a person. This woman, worthy of his protection. When the whole place was silent, Wu Baisho put down his chopsticks, stood up, faced the crowd, and said forcefully, "No one is qualified to force her to divorce." As he spoke, Wu Baisho's eyes erupted with a stern light. He proudly looked at the whole scene. Chapter 3, 3:30 in the morning. Wu Baiyu opened his mouth once again, and he was astonishing when he didn't make a sound. The silent hall was suddenly abuzz again. This little cutie, what's going on today? Why does it feel like he's getting sicker and sicker? Is it a brain crash that's making him more careless? Yes, Grandma is in a rage. This little cutie. Surprisingly, he still contradicts Grandma like this. He's really stupid to the point of no return. Just discharged from the hospital and committing a crime. This kind of little cutie should be locked up in a mental hospital for the rest of her life. Sarcastic voices constantly resounded. Xia Mohan was also shocked. Wu Baiyu was really abnormal today. In the past he would do all kinds of stupid things when he was sick, but when he was not sick, he was quite normal. But this time when he hit his head, his speech is getting more and more outrageous. Xia Mohan can't let Wu Baiyu commit stupidity, so she hurriedly patted Wu Bai's shoulder, and snapped, "Didn't I tell you to stop talking? Sit down for me." Anyone here can't get into Wu Baisu's eyes, only Xia Mohan. He doesn't want to disobey. Since Xia Mohan doesn't want to interfere himself, Wu Baisu can only sit down silently. The old lady's face has now chilled into ice. She pointed at Wu Baisu. To Xia Mohan said in a deep voice, "Mohan, look at this little cutie who is not big and small. What are you keeping it for if you don't divorce it?" Xia Mohan also knew that Wu Baita's situation was becoming more and more unstable, and might cause something else in the future, so staying around would only cause trouble. However, to make a decision to divorce immediately, she still can't make this cruel heart. What's more, she really does not want to marry Wang Shihao. After a pause, Xia Mohan opened her mouth and said sorrowfully, "Let me reconsider." Seeing that Xia Mohan had loosened up, the old lady's face finally looked better. She was also clear that she couldn't push Xia Mohan to be anxious. After all, if she really wanted to miss this marriage of the Wang family, then it would be a huge loss to the Xia family. So the old lady also took a step back and said back, "Okay, I'll give you 3 days to think about it properly." As the words fell, the old lady suddenly changed her tone and said coldly, "After 3 days you must divorce and agree to the Wang family's marriage. Otherwise the Xia family will not be able to tolerate you." After saying that, the old lady turned around and went back to the inner room. This Xia Mohan, in the end how do you think? Such a good marriage she still want to consider? Yes, a little cutie, a rich young man. Is there a comparison? What is she hesitating for? Pretending. When the time comes, she will definitely still get divorced. Right now she is pretending to show us, letting people know that she is not a thin-skinned person. In the midst of a murmur, this family banquet gradually came to an end. In the end, everyone went back to their own homes. Xia Mohan drove the car, carrying Wu Baisher and Huang Guilan towards her own neighborhood. On the road, Huang Guilan, who was sitting in the co-pilot, was so angry that she stared at Xia Mohan and shouted angrily, "Little foam, what kind of madness have you gone through? Why don't you want to get a divorce? This little cutie, besides causing trouble, what else is it good for?" Xia Mohan was annoyed to the extreme. She didn't want to do any explanation, directly said, "Mom, I'm driving, I don't want to talk, can you leave me alone?" Huang Guilan pressed her fire and closed her mouth. Half an hour later, the three of them returned home. Once they arrived home, Huang Guilan couldn't help but speak again. "Xiao Mo, don't be confused. You must promise the old lady. You should be clear that since Wu Baisu entered the family, our family's life has become strained. If this is driven out of the Xia family by the old lady, how can we live in the future?" Xia Mohan was muffled. Her mood was very low. Seeing Xia Mohan did not speak, Huang Guilan continued, "You know, a good husband is very important. Xia Chushui is because she married a good husband. Her family status in the Xia family has risen straight up. Her parents are now living in a big villa. You look at our family, living in such a shabby house. I still have to help serve this one little cutie every day. I'm not even a nanny anymore. Your father died early. Your mom is counting on you now. Can you think about your mom's feelings?" As she spoke, Huang Guilan's eyes were glistening with tears. She really is full of grievances. Think back then. Xia old man is still alive. Her life is very nourishing. At that time Xia Mohan was deeply favored by grandpa. Their mother and daughter live in the place. Is the Xia family villa? Huang Guilan live comfortably. But who knows? The sky fell. The old man suddenly let Xia Mohan and a little cute married. Not long after the old man also died. After that, Xia Mohan was sidelined by the Xia family. They are forced to live in the mother and daughter of the 3 rooms in a small house. Huang Guilan's life. Directly down in the dumps. 3 years, Huang Guilan 3 years. This time, finally have a chance to get up. Her daughter can get rid of the Wu Baiyu, this little cute. Huang Guilan said. This is a rare opportunity to climb the big tree of the Wang family. How could Huang Guilan let it go? After listening to Huang Guilan's words, Xia Mohan's heart is even worse. She deeply said, I will think about it. After saying that, she went back to her bedroom and closed the door. As soon as Xia Mohan left, Huang Guilan turned her head and yelled at Wu Baisher. Our family has raised you for 3 years. We have already done right by you. My daughter will soon marry into a rich family. I hope you will stop going crazy and immediately go through the divorce procedure with my daughter. When she thought of Wu Baitai's crazy words at today's family banquet, Huang Guilan was furious. Wu Baitai ignored Huang Guilan, but Huang Guilan's mouth was like a machine gun, chattering on, and kept reprimanding Wu Baitai for more than half an hour without stopping. In the end, Wu Baitai really couldn't take it, so he hurriedly left the living room and went back to the bedroom. When he came in, Xia Mohan was already lying on the bed. When she saw Wu Baiyu, she immediately opened her mouth and said, You just came back from the hospital. Hurry to take a shower. Pajamas I've already helped you put in the bathroom. Xia Mohan had a slight cleanliness fetish. She had always asked Wu Baitu to keep the minimum clean. Wu Baisho softly hummed and went into the small bathroom in the bedroom. After showering and coming out, Wu Baisho very consciously went to the floor beside the bed and slept. Although the two of them were husband and wife, they had a name but no reality. And for 3 years, Wu Baisher had been sleeping on the floor. Xia Mohan was indeed very disgusted with Wu Baisu, because when Wu Baisu was sick, he often did some strange things that were unimaginable to normal people. Not only did she have to clean up the trouble for Wu Baisu, but also fell into the laughingstock of others because of him. This kind of day, it was really hard to bear. In the beginning, Xia Mohan still have expectations for Wu Baisu. After all, he is grandfather's own person. Xia Mohan thought that such a person, there will always be something special, but the fact is, he is a good-for-nothing cutie. In addition to being sick and making jokes, he has never done a positive thing. Xia Mohan was almost crushed by him. Now finally to be relieved, she can divorce, but she is also indisputably give birth to the feelings of unwillingness to give up. Xia Mohan herself did not understand why she was like this, to abandon a little cutie. In the end, it was so hard to abandon a little cutie. Unable to help herself, Xia Mohan muttered, 100 years old, if you leave me, can you live alone? Waiting quietly for a few seconds, there was no response. Xia Mohan couldn't help but roll over and look under the bed, only to realize that Wu Baiyu had already entered a state of deep sleep. Xia Mohan envied, or when the little cutie, good, eat and sleep and eat, don't have to think about anything. Married for 3 years, Xia Mohan had not even looked at Wu Baitu squarely, now turned sideways to take a closer look at Wu Baitu for a few moments. Xia Mohan suddenly realized that this little cutie looks quite good. Alas, if you were not a little cutie, how good it should be. Xia Mohan couldn't help but lament out. If Wu Baisheng is not stupid, Xia Mohan should still be able to accept him, at least compared to Wang Shihao's kind of rich and philandering dude. Xia Mohan is more willing to be with Wu Baisheng. After all, Wu Baisheng has never misbehaved with her, and he also kinda listens to her words. Unfortunately, Wu Baisheng will just suddenly commit a disease, so that you cannot live in peace. Not only Xia Mohan, the entire Xia family is disgraced because of Wu Baitai, so the family forced their own divorce. Xia Mohan can understand, but want her to remarry Wang Shihao, she is in her heart cannot accept. However, the grandmother's strict orders, mom's future happiness, she cannot help but worry. Xia Mohan is really entangled. She lies in bed, tossing and turning and cannot sleep, until the second half of the night, she only gradually fall asleep. At 3:30 in the morning, making sure that Xia Mohan was already asleep, Wu Baitu immediately climbed up. He first covered Xia Mohan's quilt, then he quietly slipped out of the bedroom and came to the study. On the desk in the study room, there was a computer, which was the computer that Xia Mohan used to work at home. Wu Baiyu sat on the chair and turned on the computer. Xia Mohan's computer set the boot password, but this is not difficult to defeat Wu Baitu. He is talented in all aspects. Computer he is also very proficient. He quickly cracked the password, and then he logged into the Baidu website. In the Baidu search, he slowly typed 4 words, Yanjing, Wu family. Chapter 4, Family Changes. The Yanjing Wu family was not only famous all over the country, but even the world, with its industries spreading all over the world. A single relative of the Wu family could be rich and famous, so when Baidu was searched, news about the Wu family was all over the place. Only, these news were all positive news touting the Wu family. Wu Baiyu flipped through it for a long time before finding a news report from 3 years ago. The Wu family's most low-profile and mysterious heir suddenly died violently. Lu Qingcheng could not bear the pain of losing his son and died with hatred. Wu Qingdi, the head of the Wu family, announced that he was stepping down as the head of the family to guard the grave of his beloved wife and son. Wu Qingdi's illegitimate son, Wu Tian, succeeded to the throne and became the youngest person ever to take the helm of the Wu family. This piece of news, there were not many words, but Wu Baisho had read it for half an hour. His pair of eyes became reddish and reddish, with tears glistening in his eyes. Only after a long time did he open his mouth and let out an incomparably deep voice. Wu Tian, it's really you. An hour later, Wu Baiyu turned off his computer, left the study and went back to his bedroom to sleep. At 12 noon, Wu Baisher woke up. After not sleeping well all night, Wu Baisher's eyes were still bloodshot. He got up and put on his clothes. He went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he walked out of the bedroom. As soon as he came out of the room, he saw the table full of dishes. Wu Baiti was not polite, directly walked to the table and sat down, picked up chopsticks and ate. Just after taking a bite, Huang Guilan ran out from the kitchen, slapped the chopsticks out of Wu Baisho's hands and yelled at him. Who told you to eat? Get the hell out of my way. After yelling, Huang Guilan immediately changed her tone and said enthusiastically to the youth sitting on the sofa in the living room, Sure how, the rice is cooked. Hurry over and eat. Then, a gentleman man in an expensive suit got up and walked over. This man was the Wang family's eldest young master, Wang Shihao. Wang Shihao didn't treat himself as an outsider. As soon as he came over, he sat down on the dining chair, picked up the rice bowl on the table and ate. After taking 2 bites, he even complimented Huang Guilan. Auntie's cooking is really delicious. Huang Guilan happily said, We are all family. What else to call auntie? Should call mom. Wang Shihao implicitly said, Isn't it true that Mo Han and I are not married yet? From the beginning to the end, Wang Shihao didn't even glance at Wu Baisher, as if Wu Baisher was a piece of air. Soon, in this world, I only recognize you as a son-in-law. As long as Mo Han and this little cutie divorce the marriage, you guys can get married. As she spoke, Huang Guilan looked at Wu Baiti. The moment she saw Wu Baitai's silly face, she was angry, so she directly reached out and slapped Wu Baitai's shoulder, scolding, What are you still standing here for? Get out of my way. You're an eyesore. Wu Baisho glanced at Wang Shihao and silently sat on the sofa in the hall. Not long after, Xia Mohan got off work and returned home. As soon as she saw Wang Shihao, she immediately frowned and said, What are you doing in my house? Without waiting for Wang Shihao to speak, Huang Guilan grabbed the opportunity to explain. I asked him to come. Actually, it was Wang Shihao who came by himself, but Huang Guilan just wanted to protect him. Hearing Huang Guilan's words, Xia Mohan's brows frowned even more fiercely. Huang Guilan was completely disregarding Wu Baisho, although Wu Baisho was a cutie, but he was still her husband after all. Huang Guilan invited Wang Shihao to her home for dinner in front of Wu Baiyu. This was just not right. Xia Mohan was very unhappy and rebuked Huang Guilan. Mom, what are you doing? Huang Guilan sidetracked. Alright, let's not talk about this. Hurry over for dinner, said Huang Guilan, without any explanation. Directly pulled Xia Mohan to sit next to Wang Shihao. She is trying to find ways to facilitate the marriage between Wang Shihao and Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan looked at Wu Baisher in a difficult situation and said, Baisher, you come over and eat too. Huang Guilan lied. This little cutie already ate. Leave him alone. After Xia Mohan got on the table, Wang Shihao immediately pulled out a gift box, opened it, and handed it to Xia Mohan, saying boldly, Mohan, this is my meet and greet gift for you. Inside the gift box was a designer watch, worth more than $200,000. Although Xia Mohan didn't have the money to buy it, she was still literate. She didn't hesitate to reject it. I can't have such an expensive thing. She was a woman. For this kind of thing, she would also be moved. But this was a gift from Wang Shihao, so there was no way she could take it. Upon hearing this, Huang Guilan was not happy. She directly received the watch for Xia Mohan and said excitedly, This is Shihao's intention. You don't want me to take it. Xia Mohan said breathlessly, Mom, you give it back to him. Huang Guilan retorted, My son-in-law came to the door to send something. Why should I return it? Huang Guilan has always been money-minded. What comes to her hands, don't want to take it away again. Xia Mohan still wanted to say something. At this time, Wang Shihao opened his mouth and casually said, It's fine. It's a small amount of money. Xia Mohan seriously said, It's small money to you, but not to me. Wang Shihao could see that Xia Mohan was still rejecting him. He quickly explained, Mohan, I know. You dislike that I used to be unprofessional and spend a lot of money. That's why you rejected me 3 times. But now I've changed. These 3 years, I've been working well in the family company. I'm working very hard now, and if you marry me, I'll make you very happy. Yes, 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 this child Shihao is now a man of honor. He's better than a certain little cutie, 10,000 times better. Huang Guilan chimed in from the side. Undeniably, Wang Shihao did change. Xia Mohan can feel out. He is not the same as before. The previous Wang Shihao, cynical, idle, arrogant and philandering. Women are just playthings for him. Now, Wang Shihao is obviously humble, polite and gentlemanly. Such Wang Shihao is not considered annoying. Slowly, Xia Mohan's attitude towards Wang Shihao was not so cold. They chatted at the dinner table. Sitting on the sofa, Wu Baiti was completely excluded, as if those three were the family. Wu Baidu yesterday thought that even if Xia Mohan chose to divorce, he could accept it. After all, he and Xia Mohan is only a famous but not real couple. He also lost his memory before he married Xia Mohan. But now, looking at Xia Mohan and Wang Shihao chatting hot, his heart inexplicably produced a wave of jealousy. He was very unhappy. After Xia Mohan's few people finished eating, on the TV screen in the living room, the video of Wang Shihao being interviewed suddenly appeared. Huang Guilan, who was on the dining table, heard Wang Shihao's voice at once, and immediately, she came over. Seeing Wang Shihao appearing on the TV, Huang Guilan's eyes were glowing, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Shihao, isn't that you on this TV?" In fact, this is all planned by Wang Shihao. He intentionally came to Xia Mohan's house today, and intentionally turned on the TV to the West Plains set, in order to wait for this moment. Hearing Huang Guilan's words, Wang Shihao got up and slowly walked over. He looked at the TV and slowly said, "Oh, this is the TV reporter's interview with me yesterday when I talked about the project with Changxing Group." Prosperity Group? This big name? Can be Huang Guilan shocked. This is in the country a well-known group of companies, mainly engaged in real estate. The company's scale is very large, the strength of the giant. The most important thing is that the headquarters of Prosperity Group is located in the provincial capital of this province. Prosperity Group's chairman Li Changsheng is Jiangdong province's famous richest man. Huang Guilan's eyes had been as wide as a bull's eye. She asked Wang Shihao in surprise, "Your company is talking about a project with Changsheng Group?" Wang Shihao pretended to be modest and said, "Yes, Prosperity Group is ready to focus on the development of the Shiyuan City project. Li Dong even came to Shiyuan City this time specially to guide the work. I even shook hands with Li Dong yesterday." To the general family, Li Changsheng is a legendary figure. Such a figure, it is lucky to be able to meet him in person. Wang Shihao can shake hands with him. Obviously, Wang Shihao's status is self-evident. The current Wang Shihao really impressed Xia Mohan. Just then, in the TV screen, the figure of Li Changsheng appeared. As soon as he appeared, the reporters at the scene instantly stirred, holding up microphones to be interviewed. Huang Guilan stared at Li Changsheng in the TV. Even Xia Mohan came over to look at the TV, while Wang Shihao was beside them talking about Li Changsheng's deeds. He just wanted to use Li Changsheng to show his ability. This moment Wang Shihao, full of superiority. No one noticed that when Wu Baiyu saw Li Changsheng on TV, a different look flashed in his eyes. While Wang Shihao was boasting, Wu Baisho suddenly got up and silently walked towards the door. "Where are you going?" Seeing that Wu Baisho was leaving, Xia Mohan couldn't help but ask. Wu Baisho returned, going out for a walk. The moment he opened the door and walked outside, Huang Guilan yelled at Wu Baitu at the top of her voice, "Don't you pick up some more rags for me and come back." Wu Baisho left, and after leaving the building, he walked towards the outside of the neighborhood. Just outside the door of the neighborhood, a Porsche Cayenne suddenly rushed out from the neighborhood and blocked Wu Baisho's path. Once the car stopped, Wang Shihao walked out from inside. He stood in front of Wu Baiyu, condescendingly said, "I heard that you can understand human language. Then I'm here to tell you, Xia Mohan is my woman. You don't want to stalk her and hold on to her. Later you obediently go to the divorce with her. Do you hear me?" Wang Shihao's tone, very wild. He has always regarded himself as the king of heaven. So many years, what kind of woman he wants are at his fingertips. Favor Xia Mohan, he just can't catch up. But the more he can't get a woman, the more itchy he is. In order to get Xia Mohan, he has spent a lot of effort. The things that happened in the past 2 days are in his plan. He feels that things have basically succeeded. As long as Wu Baiao and Xia Mohan a divorce, Xia Mohan naturally he belongs to him. Get out of the way. Wu Baiyu didn't like Wang Shihao as a person very much. He didn't talk nonsense with Wang Shihao. He directly returned 2 words indifferently. In Xia Mohan's house, Wang Shihao pretended to be a gentleman, but in Wu Baio's cutie pie, in front of him, he didn't need to pretend at all. He exposed his nature, only to see him rolled up his sleeves, pointing at Wu Baio's nose and threatening in a stern voice, "You hurry up and give me a divorce. If you don't listen, I'll break your legs and turn you into a beggar." Bang! As soon as Wang Shihao's words fell, Wu Baishuo's foot kicked out violently. With just one kick, he sent the arrogant Wang Shihao flying on the hood of his Cayenne. Chapter 5 1 million. Wang Shihao was lying on the hood of the car, covering his chest and coughing non-stop. At the same time, his heart was shaking violently. He, Wang Shihao, the rich young man of the Western Plains, was actually beaten by a little cutie. Gave a beating. This fact made him unable to accept it. He slowed down for quite a while before he was able to slow down, and then, while bracing himself to sit up, he angrily shouted, "You dare to kick me, I'm going to get you killed." However, when he got up, he realized that Wu Baishu had long disappeared without a trace. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Li Changsheng and the city a few liters to socialize, drink a little wine, drowsy, let the driver drove him back to the residence. Li Changsheng lived in the West Plains, is a 3-story luxury villa, which is out of reach for ordinary people in the city of West Plains, but for the richest man in Jiangdong province, is a temporary landing place. Coming to the villa courtyard, Li Changsheng instructed the driver, "I'll sleep for a while, there's a meeting at night, call me at 5 o'clock. After saying that, Li Changsheng opened the door of the villa and walked in. Entering the hall, Li Changsheng's heart suddenly trembled, because, on the sofa in the hall of his villa, he was sitting on a person, who, Li Changsheng instantly drunkenness, alertly called out. The person on the sofa, slowly got up and indifferently looked at Li Changsheng. This person, was none other than Wu Baiyu. Li Changsheng rubbed his eyes, incredulously saying, "Third young master, is that you?" Wu Baishu walked slowly towards Li Changsheng, and when he arrived in front of Li Changsheng, he stood on his feet, opened his lips, and sternly questioned, "I've stayed in West Plains City for 3 whole years, why have you never looked for me?" Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng's legs softened, and with a plop, he knelt in front of Wu Baishu. He tensed his nerves and trembled. "Third young master, I always thought you were dead, and I rarely come to this Shiyuan city, I really didn't know you were here." The legendary richest man in Jiangdong province was actually kneeling down to Wu Baiti. If this scene were to spread out, one would not know how many people would be stunned. However, Wu Baiti seemed to be accustomed to it, as he looked down at Li Changsheng with a deep gaze, and said in an icy tone, "I want you to understand that I can support you up with one hand, and I can stomp you down with one foot." Li Changsheng said with fear and trepidation, "Of course I know, in my mind, third young master is God, give me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to betray you ah." This words, Li Changsheng is from the bottom of his heart, he is really in awe of Wu Baiti. 10 years ago, Li Changsheng was still a small contractor. It was Wu Baiti who saw him, cultivated him, and gave him a startup capital to develop the real estate industry in Jiangdong province. Prosperity Group was able to develop rapidly in a short period of time, leaping to become a nationally renowned real estate group, all because of Wu Baitai's secret assistance. This Wu family's third young master, in business attainments, no one can match. He really is a godlike character. Li Changsheng was indeed in awe of Wu Baiti. In fact, Wu Baiti also quite trusted Li Changsheng. Because of this, he would focus on cultivating Li Changsheng in that year, so that Li Changsheng could become an agent in the outside world in real estate. Only, his own 3 years ago in the Wu family was poisoned. This thing, so that Wu Baiti had to become more cautious. Even if it is his cultivation of the heart of the abdomen, he must also test and knock. Through this speech and behavior of Li Changsheng, Wu Baiti could basically determine that this person was still reliable. So he opened his mouth and said, "Get up." Li Changsheng immediately stood up from the ground, he who had been in the shopping mall for more than 10 years. At this moment, he was in a cold sweat, even his legs were a bit unsteady. After a long time of easing, he reopened his mouth and said cautiously, "Third young master, 3 years ago, I heard that you suddenly died violently. I also let people quietly probe. The situation is true. What is going on here?" "Ah," Wu Baiyu deeply said, 3 years ago, someone borrowed my mother's hand and poisoned me. When I woke up, I lost my memories, and people came to West Plains City inexplicably. It was Xia Guanyo of the Xia family who took me in, and he even betrothed his granddaughter to me. You helped me to investigate this Xia Guanyo properly. 3 years ago, what happened to the Wu family?" Wu Baiyu had already guessed a generalization. However, who he was saved by and why he appeared in West Plains City was something that Wu Baiti had no knowledge of, so he needed to probe clearly. After listening to Wu Baitai's words and combining it with the news he had gotten back then, Li Changsheng already knew that the Wu family had suffered a civil unrest. He didn't ask in detail, he only solemnly replied back, "This is no problem. Third young master, may I ask if you want to personally take over the Prosperity Group now?" Li Changsheng understood in his heart that he was the secret weapon that Wu Baiti had cultivated outside, and if Wu Baiti wanted to use him, he would go all out. Wu Baiti waved his hand and said seriously, "Not for the time being." Li Changsheng nodded and said, "Good." At 5:30 in the evening, Wu Baishu returned home. As soon as she entered the door, Huang Guilan rushed over with a coat hanger, smacking at Wu Bitu non-stop. While smacking her, she also angrily scolded. I'm letting you hit people. I'm letting you hit people. Huang Guilan's hand was quite heavy, however, hitting on Wu Baitu. For him, it was just like scratching. Wu Baitu didn't care at all. Seeing this, Xia Mohan immediately ran over to stop Huang Guilan. Huang Guilan defiantly said, "Don't stop me. I have to beat this little cutie to death today." Xia Mohan persuaded, "You've said he's a little cutie. Is it useful for you to beat him? Get out of the way. I'll do the talking." Huang Guilan coldly put down, "You have to divorce him." After saying that, she turned around and went to the kitchen to work. Xia Mohan looked at Wu Baiyu and said in disappointment, "Why did you hit Wang Shihao?" Wu Baisho simply returned, "He was in my way." Xia Mohan let out a bitter smile and asked rhetorically, "Just because he was in your way, you hit someone?" Wu Baisho frankly said, "I didn't exert myself. He just simply couldn't stand looking at Wang Shihao, so he couldn't help but teach him a lesson." But his kick was still measured. He controlled the force. Otherwise, Wang Shihao would already be a corpse. Xia Mohan was very angry and yelled, "Do you know yourself whether you have exerted yourself or not? Do you have a sense of proportion?" After saying this, Xia Mohan was still not relieved. She continued, "I'm really disappointed in you. Before you were stupid, at least you wouldn't harm people. But now, not only will you bump into people, but you will also hit people. You are now scaring me. I'm worried that if you start to go crazy, are you going to hit even me?" Wu Baisher said word for word, "I won't hit you. Not in my whole life." Unusual sentence, but coldly touched Xia Mohan's heart. Xia Mohan was originally very angry. She even secretly made up her mind to divorce Wu Baisher, to completely get rid of this horrible little cutie. But all of a sudden, this little cutie Wu Baitu came out with such a sentence, making Xia Mohan instantly intolerant again. After a long pause, only then did Xia Mohan open her mouth again, gritting her teeth at Wu Baitu, "Be honest to me in the future. Don't cause any more trouble." After saying that, she turned around and went back to her bedroom. The next day, at noon, Huang Guilan made the meal. Wu Baisher came out to eat on time. Today's Huang Guilan, absent-minded, very perversely did not scold Wu Baisher. Not long after, Xia Mohan came back from the company. As soon as she arrived home, she shouted angrily at Huang Guilan, "Mom, did you mortgage the family's real estate license to the casino?" Huang Guilan spoke in embarrassment. "You just knew?" Xia Mohan gasped. "People have found their way to my company. Can I not know?" Huang Guilan sighed and said, "You also know that your mom, as a person, likes to gamble, and this cannot be changed." Huang Guilan had been out of work since a long time ago, and usually played cards to pass the days when she had nothing to do. Xia Mohan couldn't believe it. "You used to play cards? Playing is not big how can this next house to lose it?" Huang Guilan explained, "Wasn't it my son-in-law who gave me a brand name watch yesterday? When I played cards at night, I wore it out to show off a bit. Those poker friends think I have money, have to pull me to play big. I got in the way of face, but also did not control themselves. Played, later lose anxious eyes. I took the house book mortgage. I thought I could win back. Who knows, all lost." When she said this, Huang Guilan still had a bit of a heart attack. There was a little cute husband, and stalled such a mom. Xia Mohan really collapsed. Her eyes were red. She rushed at Huang Guilan and angrily yelled, "Don't you know what's going on in our family? How can you do this? The people from the casino have said that if we can't get $1 million to pay off our debt today, we will be kicked out of the house. Do you want us to sleep on the street?" Huang Guilan deflated her mouth and said, all right, it's useless for you to scold me now. The priority is to pay back the money. You look for sure how. He has money. This money is nothing to him." Xia Mohan was really getting mad. She hissed and retorted, "What the hell are you thinking? We don't have much of a relationship yet. How can I ask him to borrow so much money?" Huang Guilan couldn't care less. "What's wrong with that? You and Shihao are going to get married sooner or later anyway. This money can be used as a bride price." Before Xia Mohan could say anything, suddenly, Wu Baisher, who was treated as heir at the dinner table, stood up and said seriously, "Don't look for him, I have money." Xia Mohan was angry by her mom was about to explode. Wu Baiyu opened his mouth at this time, undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Xia Mohan directly exploded. She rushed at Wu Baiyu shouted, "What money do you have? My mom but owes $1 million. Listen carefully, is $1 million not $100? Can you get it out?" "Can." Dropping these two words, Wu Baisho turned around and left. Chapter 6, Let's Get a Divorce. 1:30 p.m., Luxury Villa. Wu Baiyu was sitting quietly on the sofa in the hall, and Li Changsheng stood respectfully in front of him. "Speak up, what results have come out of the investigation?" After a short while, Wu Baiti spoke in a faint voice. Li Changsheng reported truthfully, "According to my investigation, 3 years ago, Old Mr. Xia Guanyo had been lying in bed all the time due to his serious illness, and had not left West Plains City at all. Moreover, now all the powerful families in Yanjing, almost all of them have decided that you are dead, and the fact that you were rescued is completely unknown to God. The Xia family is a second-rate family in Shiyuan City. Xia Guanyo is simply incapable of doing the job of stealing the beam and rescuing you back to Shiyuan City silently. Li Changxing's words, said the same as not said. Wu Baisheng unhappy. You do not tell me that you have not investigated anything for a day? Li Changxing immediately said. No, there are still clues. I have checked Xia Guanyao's biography, and found that when he was young, he served as a soldier in Yanjing, and for many years. So, I think, could it be possible that it could be one of Xia Guanyao's Yanjing family members who saved you and created an identity for you as a resident of West Plains City and arranged it in the Xia family? Xia Guanyao was a soldier in Yanjing? Hearing this, Wu Baiou's thoughts slowly began to clear. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a tight-lipped manner, if I'm right, the person who saved me should be the one from the Wu family. Li Changsheng looked at Wu Baisheng, his heart slightly surging. In his opinion, to be able to manage to save the poisoned Wu Baisheng alive, but also to hide it from everyone and hide Wu Baisheng in the West Plains City, such a person must be extraordinary. Li Changsheng couldn't stop his surging curiosity and couldn't help but ask, who is it? Wu Baiyu blared at him and said in a cold voice, there are some things that knowing won't do you any good. Li Changsheng hurriedly bowed his head and said, yes. Wu Baiou's complexion gradually became deep. Although, the person who saved himself, he had already guessed, but why would this person save himself? In addition, how did Wu Tian, an unappreciated bastard, manage to kill with a borrowed knife, overthrowing his own father's power, and take charge of the Wu family? All of this, Wu Baiyu did not know for the time being. Wu Tian has a different heart. This point, Wu Baiti has long been clear, but he did not know that Wu Tian has this ability to change his destiny against the heavens. This fellow was hiding too deeply. Seeing that Wu Baisu had been silent, Li Changxing couldn't help but speak. Third young master, is there anything else you want me to check? Wu Baishu directly said. No need. The next matters were all internal to the Wu family. Although Li Changsheng was the richest man in Jiangdong province, he was not yet capable of touching the Wu family's internal affairs. Li Changsheng nodded. Then, he took out a black bank card from his pocket. This was the Jiangdong Bank's supreme black card. This kind of card is a symbol of honorable status. The deposits in it shall not be less than 100 million. Li Changsheng will bank card, hands to Wu Baiti, and said, this is the card you asked me to do yesterday. Already done. Wu Baiti was born with a golden spoon. The least thing he lacked since he was a child was money. He never took money seriously. In his eyes, it was just a bunch of nebulous numbers. But now, after recovering the memories of the 3 years in West Plains City, Wu Baiyu realized that, originally, money still has a role to play. It can change a lot of things. For example, it could help Xia Mohan. Wu Baiyu reached out and took the bank card, putting it into his pocket. This is the cell phone I prepared for you. My number is already in it. In the future, if third young master wants anything, he can contact me directly. After handing over the bank card, Li Changxing took out another cell phone and respectfully handed it to Wu Baiyu. This was a global limited edition noble cell phone, worth millions, but, on the surface of this cell phone, it looked just like a non-smart senior citizen phone. Very plain. Wu Baishu took the phone and looked at the time. Then, he suddenly got up and said, I should go. Li Changsheng immediately said, I'll see you off. Wu Baiti rebuffed. No need. After saying that, he left in large strides. After leaving the villa, Wu Baishu went straight to Jiangdong Bank. Jiangdong Bank was a local bank in Jiangdong province, but its development momentum was so rapid that by now, Jiangdong Bank had spread all over the country and had strong capital. Entering the bank, one could see many people lining up in the hall to conduct business. Wu Baiyu did not become part of the queue. As soon as he arrived, he walked straight towards the VIP reception room. When he reached the door of the reception room, Wu Baishu pushed the door in. Doing business go line up outside in the hall. Only VIP customers can enter here. Xia Cheng, the VIP account manager sitting on the office chair, raised her eyes and slightly glanced down at Wu Baiyu, then said in a faint voice. Wu Baiyu walked to the desk in silence, flung his card onto the table, and said in a cold voice, withdraw $1 million. The top-notch supreme black card flashed to Xia Qing's eyes at once, and she was stunned and confused. Xia Qing was a graduate of a prestigious school with strong business skills, so within a few years of graduation, she had sat from an ordinary salesperson in a bank to her current position. She had seen countless rich people, all sorts of them, but there were very few with an image like Wu Baiyu, and this shabby youth had directly flung out the bank's highest-level supreme black card. One must know that such a card, in the entire West Plains city, was one of the few. Xia Qing was shocked for a few seconds, and immediately, she replaced it with a smiling face and said back to Wu Baiyu, "Yes, sir." Xia Qing did things very quickly. Not long after, she helped Wu Baiti get the money ready. Then, he said to Wu Baiti with an apologetic face, "Sir, sorry, our bank's password box for the money is out of stock. I've already asked someone to go and buy it now, so you wait a little bit." Wu Baiyu didn't want to waste time and immediately said, "No need to wait, feel free to use a bag for me." Xia Cheng nodded and said, "Good." Soon, Xia Cheng took out a black plastic bag and packed the 1 million in cash. Under Xia Cheng's respectful escort, Wu Baisher walked out of the bank. As soon as he arrived at the door, Xia Cheng quickly handed Wu Baisher his business card and said in a petulant voice, "Sir, this is my business card. In the future, if you need to handle any business, you can directly call me. I can come to your door to serve you." Xia Qing was quite good looking and had a kind of professional woman's temptation on her body, but Wu Baiyu didn't give her a look from beginning to end. As for her business card, Wu Baiyu didn't take it either and directly left with big strides. Xia Qing looked at Wu Baisher's back and muttered, "Low key, cold. I like it." Wu Baisho took a car and returned to the neighborhood. After getting out of the car, Wu Baisho carried the plastic bag and quickly hurried towards his home. "Isn't this my little cutie, brother-in-law?" Without warning, Xia Ziren popped out and blocked in front of Wu Baisher. Xia Ziren and Xia Mohan lived in the same neighborhood, but she was temporarily living here for the convenience of her work, and her family still lived in the villa area. In terms of looks and figure, Xia Ziren was top class, and she had her own talent. Having learned to paint since she was a child, she was now considered a little-known beauty painter in Shiyuan City. As the Xia family 3,000 gold, Xia Ziren outside the reputation is not bad, but, familiar with Xia Ziren people know, this is a gold-digging woman. She makes friends, all to have money or not is a standard. No money will not qualify to become her friends. Like Wu Baisu, this kind of no money and useless little cute. She is the type that Xia Ziren hates the most, so she can't help but humiliate Wu Baisu a few times when she encounters him. Wu Baisher didn't even look at Xia Ziren, only faintly said, "Make way." Xia Ziren did not move aside. She looked at the black plastic bag in Wu Baisher's hand and snorted, "You little cutie, picked up a bunch of garbage to go home again, ah? Aren't you afraid to go back and get beaten?" Saying this, Xia Ziren seemed to have reacted to something, and immediately added, "Oh, I remembered. You're going to be swept away by the Xia family soon, and in the future you'll have to rely on picking up garbage to fend for yourself." After saying that, Xia Ziren sucked 2 mouthfuls of the milk tea in her hand. Then she threw the cup of milk tea in front of Wu Baiyu and said boldly, "This young lady rewarded you. No need to thank you." Wu Baisho slightly looked at Xia Ziren, then she swept past her and quickly left. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Baiyu had just walked to the door of his house when the door was suddenly opened from the inside, and Xia Mohan stood at the door. At this moment, Xia Mohan, a pair of eyes red, she looked at Wu Bastard and spoke heavily, "Let's divorce." Chapter 7. The Heart of Wu Baiti. Wu Baitai's heart is strong. His life is extraordinary. All kinds of big storms and waves he has experienced. It can be said that when encountering anything, he can be spoiled. But at this moment, Xia Mohan's sudden sentence of divorce was like a blow to the head, causing Wu Baiti to instantly freeze. His expression froze, his heart, as if stabbed by something in general, hidden pain. Xia Mohan's complexion was also painful. She looked at the frozen Wu Baiti and deeply said, "Baiti, I'm sorry." Xia Mohan's voice was already hoarse. "Xia Mo, are you stupid? What are you saying sorry to him? Our family doesn't owe him. We have raised him for 3 years, letting him eat and drink for nothing. This is already benevolent and righteous." Huang Guilan slowly came over to Wu Baisher and continued, "Wu Baisher, you are not qualified to blame my family Xioma. Now which woman do not want to find a good man? Ah, look at Shihao, how excellent, rich and capable. I owe $1 million. Say a word to him, he immediately solved it, sent me the real estate license. This is the man, only such a man, can make Xioma happy. You look at you, nothing accomplished, but also everyday stupid. I have told you how many times, don't pick up the garbage back. Look at your hand, really a dog can't change to eat." Usually Huang Guilan scolded Wu Baisher. Xia Mohan will refute Huang Guilan, but now, her throat is like being blocked. She can't say the words to refute. She finally compromised to reality. All along, Xia Mohan thought she was strong enough. She thought she could withstand everything and live well. However, the successive blows in the past few days made her unable to hold on any longer. She had no way out. If she didn't get a divorce, she was going to be kicked out of the Xia family. If not divorced, this little family was going to be invaded by the casino people as well. If not divorced, her mom would make endless noise. If she doesn't get a divorce, she'll be left with this unintelligent mom, and a little cutie who causes trouble all day long. Husband, how to live. Reality is a huge mountain. Pressing Xia Mohan cannot breathe. She is not Iron Woman. She cannot bear the weight. She also needs the support of a man. Needed dependence. Seeing Wu Baiyu did not say anything, Huang Guilan immediately said to Xia Mohan, hurry up and take this little cutie. Go through the divorce procedure. I have a headache seeing him. Xia Mohan red-eyed rushed to her mom. What's the hurry? This time the Civil Affairs Bureau are off duty. Tomorrow morning to say. Wu Baishir was silent the whole time. He looked at Wang Shihao sitting in the living room through Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan. Then he turned around and left silently. Where are you going? Xia Mohan shouted worriedly at Wu Baishir's back. Wu Baishou sank his voice and returned. I'll come over tomorrow for the divorce. After saying that, he quickened his pace and left. No one could see that Wu Baishir was not right. Only he himself knew that he was in great pain. Until this time, he was not clear about how much he cared about Xia Mohan. He originally thought that Xia Mohan would not choose to divorce himself. If she does not leave, he will not abandon. But in the end, Xia Mohan still abandoned himself and chose Wang Shihao. This result, Wu Baishir did not want to accept. He did not want to divorce. But, again, he will not go to force. He respected Xia Mohan's choice. He walked faster and faster, like a loser who fled out of the neighborhood. Wu Baishir's speed only slowed down. His legs like lead, incomparably heavy, his brain as if stuffed with gunpowder, about to burst. That Wu family that he had lived in for more than 20 years had changed in a single moment and was completely different. This small family that he had lived in for 3 years had once again ruptured. He, Wu Baiyu, was as strong as he was, but he still couldn't withstand such a double blow. Blood, boiling within his body, emotions, tumbling in his chest, a rushing stream of qi, seemed to be about to break out of his body. When coming to a secluded path, Wu Baishir finally couldn't control himself and roared out. The roar, shaking the sky and earth, startled the birds on the roadside trees, flying in all directions. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Changsheng finished his work outside and returned to his big villa. As soon as he entered the door, he found that Wu Baiti was lying on the living room sofa, motionless. Li Changsheng was startled. He hurriedly came over to Wu Baiti and asked, Third young master, when did you come? Wu Baishou said with an expressionless face, just arrived. Li Changsheng said with a straight face, is there something wrong with third young master? Li Changsheng was also considered a business giant, but in front of Wu Baishir, he felt the pressure. Wu Baishou said indifferently, nothing, just stay here for the night. Yesterday, when Wu Baishir left, Li Changsheng retained Wu Baishir, but Wu Baishir declined, anxious to go home. Li Changsheng could tell that Wu Baiti still cared quite a bit about that girl from the Xia family, and now that Wu Baiti suddenly wanted to stay here on his own, Li Changsheng couldn't help but ask, did you have a problem with MS? Xia, Wu Baishou simply returned, we're getting a divorce tomorrow. Hearing this, Li Changsheng could not help but freeze for a moment. A Yanjing young man of Wu Baishou's condition was bound to be paired with a superb woman, and an ordinary rouge and vulgar powder would not be able to match Wu Baishou at all. But in Li Changsheng's opinion, Xia Mohan is a very good girl. She looks good, talented. More importantly, she has a very good character. She can put up with a little cutie. 3 years, this point Li Changsheng very admirable. To say, the only thing that Xia Mohan has a little bad, is the family conditions, but, Wu Baiyu so capable and rich and powerful people, how he needs what the door is right. Therefore, Li Changsheng is very optimistic about the relationship between the two. But all of a sudden, Wu Baiti said to divorce, which still let Li Changsheng unexpected. He also felt a little pity. So he asked, why this matter? Wu Baiti do not want to say more. He gently closed his eyes, said in a deep voice, you busy you? I want to be quiet. Although Wu Baishou did not show any mood swings, Li Changsheng could feel that Wu Baishou was unhappy, so he was very sensible and did not disturb Wu Baishou anymore, and quietly backed away. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning, at 6 o'clock sharp, Wu Baiti had already arrived at the door of Xia Mohan's house. However, he didn't go in, but quietly stood outside the door without saying anything or moving. This stand, it was a full 2 hours. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xia Mohan opened the door and was about to come out. Suddenly saw Wu Baiyu without saying a word outside the door. Her eyes instantly red. She excitedly ran out the door, while pounding Wu Bai's chest, while saying loudly, where did you run away last night? Do you know that I looked for you all night? Due to being too excited, Xia Mohan's voice trembled. Her feelings of worry were unreserved and all of them were displayed. Wu Baidu was here to divorce. He was prepared to be mercilessly abandoned by Xia Mohan, but he did not expect that Xia Mohan would have such a big reaction once she saw him. He did not know that his leaving for a night would make Xia Mohan so worried. Looking at Xia Mohan's haggard face, Wu Baishir was very distressed. Unconsciously, he blurted out, I'm sorry. 3 words, let Xia Mohan suddenly fixed. She looked at Wu Baitu blankly. In her eyes, all is incredulous. In the past 3 years, Wu Baitu has done a lot of outrageous things, also brought himself a lot of trouble. But, Wu Baitu has never apologized. This is the first time Wu Baitu apologized. Xia Mohan suddenly heard this sorry. She was really shocked. Her heart was deeply touched. In her eyes, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She hugged Wu Baisher and choked. No more divorce. I won't divorce you. You are never allowed to run around again. Xia Mohan regretted it. Since last night, she regretted it. During the 3 years, Wu Baitao has been by Xia Mohan's side. Even if he was sent to the mental hospital by Huang Guilan many times, Xia Mohan can bring him back at any time. But last night, Xia Mohan couldn't find Wu Baiyu. How could she not find him? She was very worried, very afraid that something happened to Wu Baiyu. The whole night, Xia Mohan did not sleep. Now, Wu Bastion suddenly appeared in front of the house. Xia Mohan instantly feels something lost and found, as if the missing child came home. When she heard this stupid child to apologize to himself, Xia Mohan finally collapsed. She has already decided not to divorce. She will not abandon this stupid husband again. Wu Baitu is a true son of a wealthy family, but he has never had intimate contact with a girl, and at this moment, Xia Mohan violently embraced him, and his body immediately stiffened. His heartbeat accelerated. His breathing sped up. This was a feeling he had never had before, especially with Xia Mohan's words of not getting divorced. It made Wu Baio's heart flutter even more. After the embrace, Xia Mohan released Wu Bastion and said to Wu Bastion very seriously, Wu Bastion, promise me that you won't be allowed to run around anymore, and don't let me not be able to find it, okay? Wu Baiyu deeply said. Aha! Xia Mohan calmed down and brought Wu Baisher into the house. It just so happened that Huang Guilan got up. She came out of her room and saw Wu Baisho. Immediately said, you little cutie, still know to come back. Ah, I thought you escaped. Hurry up and divorce Xia Mo to go. Xia Mohan looked at Huang Guilan and said solemnly, Mom, I've decided not to divorce Baiyu. Upon hearing this, Huang Guilan exploded. She came over aggressively and shouted at Xia Mohan, what nonsense are you talking early in the morning? Wang Shihao has helped me to pay back $1 million. What money will you take to pay him back if you don't get a divorce? Also, today is the last day. Without a divorce, do you want to be kicked out of the family by the old lady? Xia Mohan just made a choice just now. Just because she couldn't abandon Wu Baiyu, she didn't consider the consequences at all. Now after hearing Huang Guilan's words, her heart instantly sank again. At this time, Wu Baisher suddenly opened his mouth and said faintly, I'll solve this matter. Chapter 8 The Insidious Wang Shihao. Wu Baio's tone was relaxed. To him, the Wang family was really not worth mentioning either. As long as Xia Mohan didn't want to get a divorce, he could clear out all the obstacles. You are still talking nonsense. Yesterday said that you can get $1 million, but in the end, you just bring me back a bag of garbage. You little cutie, can you handle a fart? Huang Guilan was so angry that she came over and pointed at Wu Baisher's nose. Wu Baisher explained, that's not garbage, it's money. How could Huang Guilan believe this little cutie Wu Baiti? Words, the more she heard, the more angry she became. So angry that she raised her hand to hit Wu Baitu. Xia Mohan hurriedly pulled Wu Baitu away and said seriously, don't you say anything. Immediately, Xia Mohan looked at Huang Guilan and said in a serious manner, I will find a way to return that $1 million to Wang Shihao, and if I can't, I will sell the house. As for grandma's side, if she really wants to kick me out of the family, then I can only resign myself to my fate. Since she had made the decision not to divorce, she would have to live on even if the days were hard. Huang Guilan was simply furious. She anxiously said, you're really confused. What's going on in your head? Tell me, why did you just suddenly change your mind about not wanting a divorce? Xia Mohan looked at Wu Baisher and solemnly said, I can't abandon him. Hearing this, Huang Guilan became even more furious. She stormed and shouted, are you possessed? Do you really want to be angry with me before you are satisfied? Xia Mohan didn't want to quarrel with Huang Guilan. She just instructed Wu Baisher, you stay at home and don't go anywhere. After saying that, Xia Mohan walked out of the house. Huang Guilan hurriedly said, what are you going to do? Wait for me. Immediately, she chased out. After Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan left, Wu Baiti silently took out his cell phone and dialed Li Chongqing's number. As soon as the call was connected, Wu Baisher went straight to the point and sternly ordered, have the Wang group cancel the marriage proposal to the Xia family. Soon, Li Chongqing called back, third young master, I just contacted Wang Zhangchang, the chairman of Wang group. He doesn't know anything about the marriage proposal. It was his son Wang Shihao who took it upon himself to have someone come to the door to propose marriage in the name of the Wang family, and their family didn't want to tie the knot with the Xia family at all. Wang Zhengcheng said that he would immediately make the situation clear with the Xia family. When Wu Baiyu heard this, his gaze flinched and he coldly replied back, I know, and hung up the phone. More than an hour later, Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan returned. After Xia Mohan entered the house, he sat on the sofa with a sullen face, not saying a word. Huang Guilan on the other hand, as soon as she entered the door, she huffed and complained, pissed me off, really pissed me off. This Wang Shihao really isn't a thing. Huang Guilan was really furious. Just now back to the family. Xia Mohan had not yet proposed not to divorce. The old lady said that the Wang family took the initiative to cancel the marriage proposal. The reason given was that Wang Shihao hid from the Wang family to find someone to propose marriage. He cheated everyone. Huang Guilan's dream of the mansion was shattered. She was disappointed and angry. Xia Mohan is also annoyed to the extreme. According to reason, the Wang family cancelled the marriage proposal. Xia Mohan should be happy, but when she thinks of this Wang Shihao, he played his entire family, made so many things, she is very angry. Thanks to her thought that Wang Shihao reformed, did not think that the more he changed the more disgusting. Fortunately, she did not divorce with Wu Baishu, otherwise it would be too late to regret. After a long period of silence, Xia Mohan opened her mouth and said in disgust, now it is imperative to pay back his $1 million. I don't want to have any involvement with this kind of person. As soon as Huang Guilan heard this, her expression immediately changed slightly. She opened her mouth slightly ashamed. Little foam, Mom told you the truth. You can't scold me. Xia Mohan realized that something was wrong and immediately asked, what do you want to say? Huang Guilan weakly said, actually, the last time I played cards, I didn't lose much money, and I was lying to you when I said I lost $1 million. This is all a trap that Wang Shihao found me to design. And the casino people, he also found them there. Xia Mohan got up violently, surprised. What did you say? Huang Guilan became more and more vain, hurriedly said, this is all Wang Shihao's idea. It has nothing to do with me at all. I thought that he is sincere to you. How do I know that he is this kind of person? Xia Mohan angrily rebuked, then you can't gang up with him to cheat me. Xia Mohan really want to be angry fainted. Their own mother, joint outsiders, almost sold themselves. If not last night Wu Baitao left home, let Xia Mohan timely wake up. She really want to divorce Wu Baitao. She Xia Mohan, how to be on such a mama. Just when Xia Mohan was furious, her cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Xia Mohan looked at the caller ID. Immediately, she answered the phone and roared, please don't pester me anymore. After saying that, she didn't hesitate to pull the plug on Wang Shihao. On the side, Wu Baiyu silently listened to the conversation between mother and daughter without uttering a word. At night, inside the bedroom, after Xia Mohan laid down on the bed, Wu Bastian also laid down on the floor. At this time, Xia Mohan couldn't help but open her mouth and inquired, Bastian, where did you sleep last night? Wu Baishu honestly replied, Jingcheng famous county. Jingcheng Mingxian is quite a famous villa area in Shiyuan city, and the people of Shiyuan know that this place is a paradise for the rich, and the poor can't set foot in it. As soon as she heard Wu Baiyu's words, Xia Mohan knew that his disease was still unstable, and he had to commit a crime from time to time. Alas! Xia Mohan sighed lightly and immediately turned off the light to sleep. The next day at noon, Xia Mohan worked overtime at the company and did not go home. Only Wu Baiyu and Huang Guilan were left at home. Huang Guilan was in a bad mood, a joyful and empty. Huang Guilan felt a major blow, especially seeing little cute Wu Baiyu in front of her eyes. She is even more annoyed. Although Wang Shihao character seems to be no good, but at least they are really rich, and this Wu Baiyu, nothing useful, is a pure burden. When eating, Huang Guilan cannot help but to Wu Baiyu complained, you say you this little cutie, but if you are a little useful and can help a little, little foam won't have to work so hard. Wu Baiyu was scolded by Huang Guilan every day. Basically he would not talk back, but today, from Huang Guilan's words, he heard Huang Guilan's concern for Xia Mohan, so he couldn't help but reply back, I will make her happy. Wu Baiyu did not speak okay, he opened his mouth. Huang Guilan was on fire. She huffed and puffed at Wu Baiyu scolded, you want her to be happy? Hurry up and divorce her. You stalker relying on my house. How else can she be happy? Seeing Huang Guilan fire again, Wu Baiyu did not speak again. This whole day, Xia Mohan is outside. To 8 o'clock in the evening, she did not go home. Huang Guilan calls Xia Mohan phone. Cell phone cannot be reached at all. Huang Guilan called to the company to ask to know the company suddenly transferred Xia Mohan to the business department, and asked Xia Mohan to complete the 20 million orders in this month, or else they will have to dismiss Xia Mohan. Because of this, did not run the business of Xia Mohan, is now going around to find relations, to beg. After the phone call, Huang Guilan was so angry that she threw the cell phone to the sofa with force and gritted her teeth. Today is the 29th. 2 days, to make Xiaomo negotiated an order of $20 million. Isn't it going to drive Xiaomo to death? Xiaomohan worked in his family business after graduation. Xia family operates a decoration company called Unju Lu Decoration Limited Company. The company's scale is considered medium. The previous development is not bad. In the West Plains city are quite popular. But in recent years, the Xia family has a bad reputation. The company is becoming more and more recessionary. In their case, usually a month can do 20 million orders, are very impressive. And now, the company only gives Xiaomohan 2 days time. Not to mention, Xiaomohan in talking about business, completely a novice. This is simply an impossible task. Huang Guilan was angry and worried. She knew very well that it must be the matter of Wang Shihao, which made the old lady feel that Xiaomohan had lost the face of the Xia family again, and that's why she deliberately made things difficult. Can be used in this way to force Xiaomohan? Also too despicable. The mall is dangerous. Women talk about business. It is inevitable to accompany the wine. To sacrifice color, Huang Guilan really worried that Xiaomohan is inexperienced, will suffer a big loss. What happened? From Huang Guilan's words, Wu Baiyu knew that it was not simple, and hurriedly asked. To Huang Guilan, as long as Wu Baiyu opened his mouth, it was a crime. Huang Guilan directly rushed over and scolded Wu Baiyu while hitting him. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you little cutie, why would my family Xiaomo suffer this kind of crime? Wu Baisho was worried that Xiaomohan was in danger. He didn't tangle with Huang Guilan. Immediately, he escaped Huang Guilan's clutches and grabbed the door. You're still running? Get your ass back here. Behind him, Huang Guilan's angry roar resounded. Where would Wu Baisho listen to Huang Guilan? He called Li Changsheng while rushing out of the neighborhood, at all costs. Find out the exact location of Xiaomohan right now. Be quick. After leaving the neighborhood, Wu Baisho stopped a taxi on the side of the road. Where are you going? The taxi driver inquired. Wu Baisho didn't even look at the driver. He directly pulled out $200 and threw it into the car. Go wherever I tell you to go later. In the night, Wu Baisho's eyes were like torches and his tone was indifferent. 10 minutes later, Wu Baisho's cell phone rang. This number, only Li Changsheng knew. Obviously, Li Changsheng's news came. Wu Bastard took out his cell phone and was about to answer the call. Suddenly, several sedans came out across the sky. Once the car stopped, a dozen big men holding throwing sticks ran down from it and quickly surrounded Wu Bastard. Then, Wang Shihao held a cigarette in his mouth and coldly walked towards Wu Baiti. Chapter 9, Wu Baiyo's anger. Wang Shihao's group of people came in with great force. However, Wu Baisho didn't take them seriously at all. He calmly picked up the phone, and Li Changsheng's voice immediately came from the phone. After listening to Li Changsheng's report, Wu Baisho said in a deep voice, "Okay, I know." After saying that, he hung up the phone. At this time, Wang Shihao had already walked up to Wu Baisho. He spat smoke rings at Wu Baisho and teased, "You little cutie, you still know how to make a phone call. What? Can you still find help? I'll give you time to find it." Wang Shihao completely disregarded Wu Baiti in his eyes. After all, today, he had brought more than 10 fighters over. Wu Baiyu was very annoyed with Wang Shihao, especially when he learned that he had cheated Xiaomohan. Wu Baiyu even wanted to teach him a lesson. But now, Wu Baiyu was in a hurry to find Xiaomohan. He didn't want to waste time here with Wang Shihao, so he directly spoke coldly, "Get out of the way. I don't have the time to tarry with you." When Wang Shihao heard this, he was furious. He threw his cigarette to the ground, and said fiercely, "Get lost your mama. You are still pretending to me now. I said, if you don't get divorced, I will break your legs, today." Bang! Wang Shihao didn't even finish his words. Wu Baiyu suddenly kicked out, sending him flying on the ground. Wang Shihao, who fell on the ground, instantly rose up the biggest anger in his life. He came from a superior background, almost always walks horizontally in West Plains City. Never only he bullies others, can't others bully him? But this little cutie, Wu Baiyu, actually hit him twice in a row. The last time he was beaten, Wang Shihao has already remembered Wu Baitai's revenge fiercely, but he didn't retaliate immediately, but first complained to Xiaomohan, mainly because he wanted to fix Xiaomohan first. After all, for him, getting Xiaomohan is more important than anything else. But who knows? He carefully laid out the bureau, but was known by his own family, and ultimately screwed up. Since this is the case, he is no longer polite. The first time to find Wu Baitu to settle the score to come, but he never thought that he had brought so many people. But Wu Baiti even dared to beat him. He was furious. He endured the severe pain in his chest, and roared madly, "Waste him for me." Upon hearing this, those big men holding steel pipes immediately attacked towards Wu Baiti. Bang bang bang! In less than half a minute's time, more than a dozen big men, all of them fell to the ground and rolled. Wu Baisho stood proudly. In the darkness of the night, he was so formidable and extraordinary. To fight 10 with 1, it was easy. Wang Shihao lying on the ground. Forget the anger, forget the pain, completely stunned. He witnessed Wu Baiyu kill a dozen people in seconds. This scene is too metaphysical. Think he Wang Shihao is also a person who has seen the world. Practitioners he has also seen a lot, but like Wu Baiyu so able to fight, he is the first time to see such a master. How can it be a little cute? While Wang Shihao was fuming, Wu Baiyu took a step and approached. Wu Baiyu was still the same as before. His face didn't have any extra expression, but on him, there was an extra mysterious and powerful aura. He felt like a demon king. Seeing him approaching, the always bold Wang Shihao was terrified. He was terrified and wanted to run away, but it was like his whole body was immobilized. He couldn't even move. Don't you come over, Wang Shihao said in fear. Wu Baiyu came to Wang Shihao's side, like a monarch, looking down on this mole cricket, and said sternly, "Don't harass my wife in the future." After saying that, he directly kicked Wang Shihao unconscious. Afterwards, Wu Baiyu got into a cab and spoke to the taxi driver who was already stunned. Go to the Royal Court Hotel. Royal Court Grand Hotel, which was a 5-star hotel in West Plains City. The hotel integrated eating, lodging and entertainment. In the private room of the 4th-floor restaurant, 6 people were sitting around a large dining table, and these 6 people belonged to Anjuluo Decoration Company and Green Park Real Estate Company respectively. The representative of Anjuluo, of course, is Xia Mohan. The representative of Green Park Real Estate is the manager of their company. Hu Hai. Xia Mohan transferred to the business department today. She needs to complete the order of 20 million in this month. Time is too tight. Looking for small companies or individual customers. It is impossible to complete the task. No way. Xia Mohan can only throw money at it. Directly find a bigger real estate company. Just, Anjulu now in the West Plains has little advantage. Xia Mohan ran a morning. All were rejected. Not to mention talk about the contract. The other side even the opportunity to meet her. Fortunately, God is not responsible for the people. Finally in the afternoon, Xia Mohan found the Green Garden Real Estate, the company's manager Hu Hai, willing to meet with Xia Mohan talk about cooperation. So, the two companies are about to have dinner at the Royal Court Hotel. Hu Hai was able to become the manager of Green Park Real Estate, and was also considered to be a little capable. This year just turned 40 years old. He has become a typical image of middle-aged uncle. Oily, big belly, eyes also revealed a sly dinner table. He has been trying to find ways to give Xia Mohan toast. Xia Mohan is also a smart person. This time to talk about business, she deliberately brought her assistant. The assistant's name is Zhang Xiaoli. She is a capable business person. Don't look at her as a woman, but in terms of drinking, she is very good at it. No matter white beer, she can come. Only, she is no longer powerful, but also can't hold the 4 people of Green Park Real Estate take turns toasting. After 3 rounds of drinking, by 8:30 in the evening, the matter of the order, basically talked about almost only Xia Mohan's assistant Zhang Xiaoli, but already drunk in the past. Look at this eyesore cannot. Hu Hai spirit of gas are coming. He immediately poured a full cup of white wine to Xia Mohan. Then, he picked up his own glass. To Xia Mohan boldly said, to be honest, can cooperate with MS. Xia, I'm very happy. Come on, I toast to you. I wish we have a happy cooperation. Xia Mohan politely refused. Manager Hu, I really can't drink. I'm sorry. Hu Hai face changed. Dissatisfied, Miss Xia, our company does want to get a batch of hardcover houses, but I have a lot of decoration companies to cooperate. The reason why I chose to cooperate with you is to look up to you. You won't even give me this face, right? Xia Mohan thought, but I really don't know how to drink. Hu Hai threatened in a deep voice, saying that you want to cooperate, but even a glass of wine is not willing to drink. It seems that, or not put our Green Garden Real Estate in the eyes of since MS. Xia is not really want to cooperate, then this business, there is no need to talk about it again. After hearing this, Xia Mohan's heart couldn't help but thump. Her liquor is really not, but this cooperation, and very important, miss this village, there is no store. If the talks fall apart, Xia Mohan really want to lose their jobs. More importantly, their own family company is now in the doldrums, need a big order to restore vitality. So with Hu Hai's cooperation, absolutely cannot be a mistake. Half a day of hesitation, Xia Mohan looked at the glass filled with white wine in front of her. Finally, she clenched her teeth, picked up the glass. To Hu Hai grateful, thank you for Hu manager love. After saying that, Xia Mohan drank it all in one go. A glass of white wine down. The stomach seems to be burning. The head is also slowly stimulated. Xia Mohan obviously feel a little dizzy. Her face is also stained with redness. This kind of Xia Mohan, more charming. Hu Hai looked a little intoxicated. This Xia Mohan, is his favorite type? Hu Hai is a love master. So many years, he does not know how many little girls he has victimized. And this time, The reason why he agreed to Xia Mohan to talk about business is completely because of the person Xia Mohan. The Xia family's 3,000 gold in the Western Plains is quite famous. Xia Mohan married a little cute. The Summer family's 3,000 gold in the Western Plains is quite famous. Xia Mohan married a little cute. But it's a big deal. All over the city, Hu Hai especially feels sorry for Xia Mohan. At the same time, he is also especially want to get Xia Mohan this kind of widowed woman. Originally, Hu Hai is intended to pour more Xia Mohan a few cups, but see her a cup down. People seem to have been drunk, so it is good. He was lazy to waste time, directly cannot wait to reach out towards Xia Mohan's small hand to touch. At the same time obscenely open, Miss Xia, you married a little cute. This day is definitely not good, especially at night, but how to stay up women still have to need a normal man. Before his hand touched Xia Mohan's hand, Xia Mohan reflexively shrunk her hand and angrily said, Manager Hu, don't be like this. Hu Hai deflated his mouth and said with a straight face, Miss Xia, the rules of our shopping mall are about helping each other. I'm willing to give you a $20 million order. You should also help me. I am not such a person. At this time, Xia Mohan's articulation was not clear. Suffering from Xia Mohan's repeated refusal, Hu Hai's face was not good anymore. He made a wink to his subordinates. The three of them immediately understood. Immediately, a woman took the drunken Zheng Xiaoli away. The two men, on the other hand, were very sensible to guard outside the door of the private room. Soon, the large private room only left Hu Hai and Xia Mohan. This time, Hu Hai's foxtail completely exposed. He said to Xia Mohan in a deep voice, toast to refuse to eat a penalty wine. Then don't blame me for being rude. Seeing this, Xia Mohan's heart panicked. She was scared. She wanted to escape. However, the wine she just drank was a cup of high-degree spirits. Strong, she wanted to get up. All became powerless. Her brain was also dazed. She opened her mouth with difficulty, and said weakly to Hu Hai, don't you mess around. You are breaking the law. Hu Hai was unimpressed and said, even if this gets out, everyone will only think that you deliberately seduced me for the sake of your business. Hu Hai is an old fox, where Xia Mohan can't play with him. As soon as the words fell, Hu Hai got up and started to undo his belt. Xia Mohan was scared. She was incomparably anxious, but she couldn't escape. She didn't know what to do. Her body was weak and her head was dizzy. The whole person was filled with helplessness and despair. Bang! At the critical moment, a loud bang. The door was slammed open. Hu Hai's two subordinates who were guarding the outside of the box flew in. Immediately after that, Wu Baiyu walked in with large strides. Hu Hai was inwardly shocked. He didn't recognize Wu Baiyu, but he could tell that this man was a practitioner. However, Hu Hai was also someone who had been in the society, and coupled with his position in the society, he wasn't afraid of Wu Baiyu. Immediately, he fished out a wine bottle and pointed at Wu Baiyu and cursed, do you know who I am? Dare to meddle in my business? Want to find death? Wu Baitu's gaze was like a knife. His footsteps were fast. He instantly came to Hu Hai's side. When Hu Hai couldn't react in time, he struck out lightning fast and grabbed Hu Hai's hair. There was a clang. Wu Baiyu grabbed Hu Hai's head and smashed it heavily on the dining table. Immediately afterward, Wu Baiyu opened his mouth and asked Xia Mohan, who was on the side, wife, are you alright? Chapter 10 Stunning the whole scene. There is a man like a hero of the world, descending out of thin air to save himself. The fear in Xia Mohan's heart abruptly dissipated, replaced by excitement. Only, there is a very strange. This man, how can it be Wu Baiyu? Xia Mohan is not able to win the wine. At this time has been very drunk. Her eyes look at people, can appear phantom, and this figure in front of her is actually Wu Baiyu. This really makes her unbelievable. She looked at Wu Baiyu in front of her in a daze, breathlessly returned, you let go of me, or I want you to die. Being grabbed by Wu Baiyu's head and slammed, Hu Hai directly lost half of his life. The wine bottles in his hands fell to the ground. His head hurt, his heart was even more shocked. He didn't expect that. Wu Baiyu was so mighty, he could only send out his last threat. Wu Baiyu was very angry. He just came in and saw Hu Hai's action of undoing the belt, and now he saw Xia Mohan drunk like this. Of course he guessed that this guy was trying to misbehave with Xia Mohan. This was touching Wu Baiyu's reverse scale. Clang! Clang! Wu Baiyu grabbed Hu Hai's hair and once again slammed it heavily twice against the desktop. Instantly, Hu Hai fainted with his head broken and bleeding. Letting go of Hu Hai, Wu Baiyu said heartily to Xia Mohan, let's go home. After saying that, he picked up the soft and sticky Xia Mohan and left. Just out of the private room, Wu Baiyu found that the corridor in front of him, full of more than 20 uniformed security guards, all majestic. The leader of a person, more than 30 years old, wearing a decent suit, looks courteous, but in fact is a ruthless. He is the Royal Court Hotel's manager, Sun Qilong. can sit in a 5-star hotel manager's seat, without some ability is impossible. This Sun Shilong, there was no doubt about his ability. You want to leave after hitting someone on my turf? It's not that simple, is it? Sun Shilong's tone was flat. Wu Baiyu didn't even look squarely at Sun Shilong. He just coldly spat out 2 words. Get out of the way. Sun Shilong's face was chilled. Cold light flashed in his eyes. The guests who came to the Imperial Court Hotel all had to give him 3 points of face, but this Wu Baishu, who beat up a person, was still so frivolous. This made Sun Shilong very angry. His tone changed. He said sternly, "Kid, if you beat up a person here in my place, you don't want to leave so easily. You'd better obediently take a trip with me, or don't blame me for being nonchalant." Wu Baiyu said in a cold voice, "I repeat, get out of the way." Sun Shilong was enraged. He cursed, and he rushed up towards Wu Baiyu. Bang! Before he could even get close to Wu Baiyu, his person suddenly flew backward and smashed to the ground. The group of hotel security guards on the corridor didn't even see how Wu Baishi struck. Sun Shilong had already collapsed. This scene was really mysterious. Everyone was confused. Sun Shilong had always been able to fight. How did he become so weak? Young man, a bit of skill. Suddenly, the door of a large box next to him opened, and a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit walked out from inside. This man, nearly 50 years old, was named Feng Shengli. In Shiyuan City, Feng Shengli can be considered a legendary figure. He was born in the city, but became a great big man in Shiyuan City. His industry includes hotels, KTV, nightclubs, bars. He has strong assets, strong interpersonal relationships, and a lot of subordinates. It can be said that he is the representative of the gray area in Shiyuan. The Imperial Court Hotel is one of his properties. Tonight, Feng Shengli was gathering with a few big shots in Shiyuan City in a large box on the 4th floor to talk about important matters. As soon as Wu Baiyu started to beat up people, Feng Shengli heard the commotion. But this kind of small matter, it is not his turn to take care of this big boss. He originally thought that things would be resolved very soon, but he realized that the situation outside seems to be unable to collect. Feng Shengli could not help but walk out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his beloved Sun Shilong collapsed on the ground. He instantly knew that Wu Baiyu was a powerful person. Boss! Boss! Once Feng Shengli came out, the security guards bowed and called out. Wu Baishu stopped, glanced at Feng Shengli, and spoke. Mind your own business. Ha ha, old Feng, your fame is failing you now. Some people don't even put you in their eyes anymore. No wonder you dared to cause trouble in your hotel. In the large box that Feng Shengli had just come out of, 4 more men in their 50s and a woman in her 40s came out. These few people, all of them were big names that resounded in Western Plains City. Hearing this, Feng Shengli was ashamed and said, "Yes, after all, I haven't fought for many years. I'm afraid the young people don't even know me anymore." Feng Shengli's success could be said to rely on his fists. He fought extremely mightily and with a very vicious hand. He had fought his way out of West Plains City. By now, Feng Shengli has already made a name for himself. He has become a big boss with a big name. He doesn't need to fight and kill, and no one dares to make trouble in his territory in Shiyuan City now. However, this Wu Baishu who came out of nowhere, not only did he beat up people in his hotel openly, he even saw him in person and didn't care, which made Feng Shengli lose face. After he laughed at himself, he slowly walked in front of Wu Baishu, and coldly said, "Young man, you're so crazy. Are you relying on yourself to have a few skills? Then lawless today I'll let you know what is called people outside people." After saying this, Feng Shengli took off his Zhongshan suit and threw it to the security guards on the side. Feng Shengli hadn't fought for a long time. It was not easy to meet a rash young man. He wanted to stretch his muscles. The gang of security guards present, seeing the big boss wanting to do it himself, they were all thrilled with excitement. This time it was really going to be an eye-opener, to be able to see Feng Shengli fight with their own eyes. For them, it was an incomparable lucky thing. Even the few big shots that came out of the big box, all laughed with interest. However, Wu Baishu didn't have much to say. He was still expressionless. "Put down the woman in your hand. I'll accompany you to practice," Feng Shengli said seriously. Wu Baishu said indifferently, "Beating you? No need. Mad out of the sky." This was the thought of everyone present. "You are looking for death," Feng Shengli shouted angrily. Then he threw a whip leg towards Wu Baishu. Wu Bastard was holding Xia Mohan with both hands. He could only use his feet. Seeing Feng Shengli's right leg flung at him, Wu Baishu met it with a kick. Bang! The feet and legs collided. Feng Shengli's ankle, as if he had kicked on a steel plate. His person fell back a few steps slightly, and his face twisted. This young man, his strength seemed to exceed his expectations. Boom! Feng Shengli no longer held back. The powerful aura on his body instantly erupted as he once again charged towards Wu Baishu. This time, He did not care about the woman in Wu Baitai's hands. He treated Wu Baitai as a real enemy. Wu Baitai was calm as before. Feng Shengli attacked. He blocked. Feng Shengli was powerful. He was even more powerful. No matter how Feng Shengli exploded, how harsh and swift his movements were, Wu Baitai was able to resist with ease. He was like an invincible god of war. With only one pair of feet, he was able to withstand all of Feng Shengli's moves. The crowd at the scene, all of them were dumbfounded. Everyone's hearts were in shock. Wu Baisher did not show his face, but in his heart, he was also slightly shocked. He did not think that in the small West Plains city, there was still a person like Feng Shengli who could fight. However, even if he could fight again, it was still a piece of cake for Wu Baisher. After fighting for 2 minutes, Wu Baisher's patience was running low. He didn't want to waste any more time, so he took the initiative to attack. Everyone only saw that Wu Baisher, who had been on the defense, suddenly rose up in the air, and he did a beautiful roundhouse kick in the air. A kick that landed on Feng Shengli's chest. Plop! Feng Shengli suffered a heavy blow. A large mouthful of blood instantly sprayed out from his mouth, and his person also flew down to the ground. The entire scene, once again, was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Wu Baishui's magnificent moves simply blinded the eyes of the crowd, so that everyone is really unbelievable. What's worse, his arms, since the beginning of time, holding a woman. On this kind of situation, he can still rise up in the air to throw out so cool and mighty roundhouse kick. What kind of a man of God is this? The crowd of security guards had been shocked beyond words. This young man is just too strong. A few of the big names present also made waves within their hearts. Feng Shengli, who was lying on the ground, was similarly stupefied. He had rebuked his entire life. How had he ever encountered such a powerful opponent? His body and heart were both struck through. In an instant, it was as if he had aged 10 years. As the whole scene was frozen, Wu Baisher looked down at Feng Shengli on the ground, and warned in a faint voice, "Don't mess with me again, or it won't do you any good." After saying that, he took a step forward. Seeing that Wu Baishi was about to leave, Feng Shengli instantly had a jolt. He was indeed subdued by Wu Baishi's strength, but if he just let Wu Baishi go, then he, Feng Shengli, would really be completely disgraced, and how would he still be able to hang around in West Plains City in the future? So, Feng Shengli hurriedly braced himself and climbed up. Then, he shouted angrily at Wu Baisher, "So what if you are good at fighting? Nowadays, in this society, power is supreme. In Shiyuan City, if you offend me, you will not have a good ending." Having lost his martial arts, he still had a background in power. After saying that, he waved his hand and ordered, "Take him down for me. Make way, make way." Right at this moment, a large group of men in suits broke through the crowd and rushed over at a fast pace. The leader was none other than the chairman of the Prosperity Group, Li Changsheng. The big names present in West Plains City, including Feng Shengli, all recognized Li Changsheng. As soon as they saw him, a few of them immediately greeted him and asked in a nice voice, "Li Dong, why are you here?" Li Changsheng ignored these people and walked towards Wu Baitai. Arriving in front of Wu Baisho, Li Changsheng bowed his head with incomparable respect and apologized. "I'm sorry, third young master. I'm late." Chapter 11 The Last Hope. Li Changsheng helped Wu Baitai to find out Xia Mohan is in the Royal Court Hotel. But Wu Baitai did not call Li Changsheng to this side. It is Li Changsheng's own mind. He was afraid if Wu Baitai encountered trouble, so he deliberately brought a large number of people, rushed to the Royal Court Hotel. When Li Changsheng's words fell, the scene suddenly quiet to the needle can be heard. Everyone with the point of acupuncture, jaws, motionless, like a wooden sculpture. Li Changsheng is what characters are, that is standing in the Jiangdong province, the cutting edge of the characters. This time he came to the city of West Plains, the presence of a few West Plains city, which is not thinking of inviting Li Changsheng to eat a meal alone, but who have not been able to do as they wished. But, is such a top figure, actually to Wu Baitai so respectful, even call him the third young master? Such a scene, how can call people not surprised? Feng Shengli several, had been completely dumbfounded. Wu Baisho didn't pay attention to other people's reactions. He just looked at Xia Mohan in his arms and realized that Xia Mohan was so confused that she couldn't even open her eyes. So he immediately instructed Li Changsheng seriously, "Take care of the aftermath, don't leave me any trouble." After saying that, Wu Baisho left with Xia Mohan in his arms. For Wu Bastard, the most urgent thing was to let Xia Mohan go home and have a good rest. The next day, at 11:30 at noon, Xia Mohan slept until noon. When she woke up, she had a splitting headache. Her head felt like it was going to explode. It was very uncomfortable. After a while of slowing down, she regained her ability to think. She remembered that last night she was drunk. Before Xia Mohan basically did not drink white wine. After last night a drink, she realized that she was actually a cup down. Last night after that cup of white wine down, she broke. Now she cannot remember what happened after the break, not to mention how she returned home. At the thought of this, Sia Mohan immediately lifted the quilt to look at themselves, found that the clothes on the body intact. She cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. Getting down from the bed, Sia Mohan first went to the bathroom to simply wash up. Then she went out of the bedroom. As soon as she came out, Sia Mohan asked Huang Guilan, who was cooking in the kitchen, "Mom, how did I come back last night?" Huang Guilan, while frying vegetables, said back, "Last night, when I saw that your cell phone could not be reached, I went out to look for you, and when I came back, you had already fallen asleep on the bed, so I don't know how you came back. You yourself how to come back still ask me You in the end drank how much wine Sia Mohan deflated her mouth and didn't say anything. She walked to the side, took out her cell phone and called her assistant Zhang Xiaoli. As soon as she was connected, Sia Mohan immediately asked, "What happened last night? Why did I go straight home?" Zhang Xiaoli returned, "I was drunk last night. I woke up at home. My family said it was the hotel staff who sent me back. You should be right too." Hearing this, Sia Mohan finally realized. After a pause, she immediately asked again, "So have we finalized the matter with Green Park Real Estate?" Zhang Xiaoli said sullenly, "Alas, don't mention it, that Hu Hai is a liar. Green Park Properties simply does not have a new house needs to be renovated. He fooled us. Now Hu Hai has been Green Park Properties fired." After listening to the words of Zhang Xiaoli, Sia Mohan's heart suddenly sank. She yesterday, in order to complete the task, ran a whole day. It is not easy to get in touch with the Green Garden Real Estate. She thought that this thing has been 9 out of 10. But who knows, that Hu Hai even lied to himself? Sia Mohan annoyed to the extreme, but she did not have the heart to investigate. Today is the last day of the end of the month. If talk about not 20 million orders, she will be unemployed. So, Sia Mohan hurriedly said, "I will go to the company now." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Wu Baiyu heard all of Sia Mohan's words. Seeing that Sia Mohan was going to leave, he couldn't help but say, "Don't drink in the future." Thinking of last night, Wu Baiyu still have palpitations. Sia Mohan obviously can't drink. Last night she drank a drink. If not he arrived in time, are going to be a big deal. Wu Baidu doesn't care about Sia Mohan remembers not remembering that he saved her. He is just afraid of Sia Mohan again because of drinking accidents. This is the word of reminder. Sia Mohan was upset. Once she heard the words of Wu Baisu, she directly disliked the past. "You think I like to drink Isn't this all for my work?" Facing the crisis of unemployment, Sia Mohan's pressure was enormous. This family was counting on her alone to make money. She couldn't lose her job no matter what. When the words fell, she walked straight towards the door. Huang Guilan ran out from the kitchen and called out to Sia Mohan, "Xiao Mo, you eat before you go." Sia Mohan said as she went out the door, "Not eating, no time." Huang Guilan sighed. Then, she cursed at Wu Baiyu, "If Little Foam gets fired, you'll be eating from now on." When Sia Mohan arrived at the company, she quickly stepped towards the business department. Halfway there, Xia Zixuan suddenly appeared and blocked Sia Mohan's way. At this moment, Xia Zixuan's face was full of gloating. He stared at Sia Mohan and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Sia Mohan, I heard that you didn't even come to work in the morning. Have you given up and are ready to pack up and leave the company? Saying that, Xia Zixuan also couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. The old lady gave Sia Mohan an ultimatum of $20 million of orders. Could not be separated from Xia Zixuan's incitement on the sidelines. Xia Zixuan and Sia Mohan have always been at odds with each other. Especially Sia Mohan has a little cutie husband. To him Xia Zixuan face are smeared. He was ashamed of Wu Baishan. Every time he saw Wu Baishan, he could not wait to beat the death of Wu Baishan. Wu Baishan yelled at him last time. The account he has not been counted, but he has been remembered in the heart. Sia Mohan was equally displeased with Xia Zixuan. She replied back, "I don't want you to care." Then she bypassed Xia Zixuan and went to the business department. It was lunch break time. The business department crowd, eat dinner, rest, gossip. Only Zhang Xiaoli is waiting for Sia Mohan. As soon as Sia Mohan came, she instructed Zhang Xiaoli, immediately summon everyone to the conference room for a meeting. Zhang Xiaoli nodded her head and instantly arranged it. 10 minutes later, in the conference room of the business department, Sia Mohan led an emergency meeting. The main theme of the meeting, naturally, was how to complete the 20 million orders. From the deadline set by the old lady, only half a day left to sign a $20 million order in this half a day. This is a complete fool's errand. The people in the business department were not hopeful anyway. However, Sia Mohan is a person who does not give in to defeat. Until the last moment, she will never give up. After a short discussion, she asked Zhang Xiaoli, "What other companies are we not looking for?" Zhang Xiaoli looked at the statement and said, "The only company that can eat $20 million of orders at once is currently the Changxing Group." Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaoli smiled bitterly and continued, but this is definitely hopeless. As far as I know, Changsheng Group's renovations are all done in-house. They won't be contracted to an outside company. Prosperity Group, in the entire Jiangdong province, is the leading boss. Want to cooperate with Prosperity Group's company? Countless. And the Xia family, so a mediocre decoration company. Do not dare to think with Prosperity Group have any cooperation. Xia Mohan naturally also knows that Prosperity Group is the sky, cannot be reached. Only, now she has been forced to a dead end. Even if the hope is slimmer, she has to try. Xia Mohan stood up, incomparably serious. Give me our company information. I'll go to Prosperity Group now. Ha ha, did everyone hear that? Xia Mohan is going to go to Prosperity Group to talk about cooperation. Xia Zishuan led a group of people, striding into the conference room of the business department. Cooperating with Prosperity Group is something an old lady wouldn't even dare to think about. Xia Mohan is infecting Wu Bio's disease and going crazy, right? Yes. What kind of company is Prosperity Group? How can it cooperate with our company? Really delusional. Xia Mohan, if you go to Prosperity Group, I guarantee that you can't even enter their door. Don't lose our company's face again at that time. Right, our company is because you married a cutie. It's only because you married a cutie that it's going downhill. Don't you end up having to get fired and lose face for the company again. The people who came in with Xia Zishuan were all Xia family children. When Xia Zishuan heard that Xia Mohan held an emergency meeting during his lunch break, he purposely brought his family over, ready to appreciate Xia Mohan's desperate dilemma together, not expecting them to hear such a heavenly joke as soon as they arrived. Xia Mohan was whimsical to go to the Prosperity Group to talk about cooperation, which could have made them laugh to death. Being laughed at by this group of people in public, Xia Mohan's face can't hang on. She is ashamed, but more is annoyed. She stern eyes, to this group of family scum angrily said, the reason why our company is not doing well, don't blame me, but blame you group of assholes, relying on the family business, all day long don't want to make progress. What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? So what if Prosperity Group doesn't agree? At least I tried. I have a clear conscience. The Xia family members present, except for Xia Zishuan who still had some skills, most of the others were straw men. Since grandpa died, the old lady has inserted a lot of useless children and grandchildren into the company, and even they hold important positions in the company, making the company messy, and now the company has a problem. They all put their hats on the head of Xia Mohan. In the past, Xia Mohan swallowed her anger and held everything in her heart, but now that she is going to be fired anyway, Xia Mohan no longer has any scruples, and directly said what was in her heart. As soon as he heard this, Xia Zishuan immediately became angry. He gritted his teeth and screamed at Xia Mohan, you a spoilsport. You still have the nerve to blame others. It's not you who tarnished the reputation of the Xia family. How the company's performance will continue to decline. Just you wait. When you get the hell out of the company tomorrow, I guarantee that the company will prosper in the future. After Xia Zishuan finished speaking, the rest of the Xia family chimed in, all saying that Xia Mohan was a calamity, and that the company's situation would only improve if she left the company. Xia Mohan did not want to show off with them here. She took the company information, and left directly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Mohan came to Prosperity Group. This is a building located in the busiest part of the West Plains City building. The top of the building, engraved with the Prosperity Group 4 big words. Although this is only a branch of Prosperity Group in Shiyuan City, but it is already quite luxurious. There are rows. The whole building belongs to the Prosperity Group, the company's employees, all in this office. The entrance on the first floor of the building. There are 2 security guards strictly on duty, in and out of the company. You must bring a work permit. If you forget to bring, even if the company employees are not allowed to enter. Prosperity Group is a lot of people dream of wanting to enter the place. Xia Mohan came here, can't help but be mesmerized. She raised her head to look at the prosperous Changsheng building, then took a step, walked towards the inside. Excuse me, please show your work permit. Without exception, Xia Mohan was stopped at the door by the security guard. Xia Mohan explained, I'm from Angel Decoration Company. I'm looking for your company to cooperate on a project. May I ask if you have an appointment? One of the taller security guards spoke. Xia Mohan shook her head. No, the tall security guard sternly said, if you don't have one, you can't go in. Xia Mohan pursed her lips, then opened her mouth again and said in a somewhat supplicating tone, can you guys be accommodating? I really want to cooperate with your company. The previous Xia Mohan was noble and confident, but now, in order to keep her job, she had to put down her stature and lower her voice to a security guard. The tall security guard said indifferently, no, hurry up and leave, or I'll call someone to kick you out. Want to cooperate with Changsheng? Do not know how many people. If everyone is put in, then the company has long been in disarray. The security guard did not directly rough up and drive people away. completely because of Xia Mohan looks beautiful. Xia Mohan heart blocked a gas. It is very difficult. Really was Xia Zixin that group of people said. There even Changsheng Group's door cannot get in. This is for Xia Mohan. Really is a big blow. She is very clear. If she just return without any success, then go back to not only face Xia Zixin their ridicule, but also be expelled from the company. Xia Mohan was not willing. She did not want to go back like this. She stood in the doorway, very entangled. Quickly go, don't block the door. Another security guard, with a strong attitude said. Xia Mohan's skin is not thick. Being driven away like this, her face also blushed with shame. She was no longer willing, but also not good enough to die and continue to stand here, so she could only turn around and leave. Let her in. A voice came out from the Prosperity Group building. Chapter 12. Hello, MS. Xia Mohan was being disheartened and left forlornly. When she suddenly heard this voice, she immediately turned back around. She saw at a glance, in the hall on the first floor of the building, there was a person, looking straight at herself. This person was Xia Mohan's college roommate, Zhou Qin. As soon as she saw Zhou Qin, Xia Mohan immediately revealed a smile. She was surprised. Zhou Qin, why are you here? Zhou Qin beckoned her hand to Xia Mohan and said, come in and talk. Xia Mohan was incredulous. She looked at the security guard twice in a slightly hesitant manner, and she didn't expect the security guard to directly make an inviting gesture to her. Thus, Xia Mohan stepped into the first floor hall of Prosperity Group with excitement and surprise. Inside the hall, Xia Mohan saw Zhou Qin's work card hanging around her neck, head of the personnel department. No wonder she had the right to let herself in. Zhou Qin, I didn't expect you to be a supervisor in Changsheng. Really outstanding. Xia Mohan made a heartfelt envious sound. Zhou Qin said with slight complacency, it's okay, in the end, it's still my husband who has the ability. I can get into prosperity completely by his relationship. Mentioned the word husband, Zhou Qin also deliberately aggravated the tone. When reading the university, Zhou Qin is inferior to Xia Mohan in every way. Xia Mohan excellent grades, good-looking and rich, is the school's famous high cold school flower, and himself, but is the school flower next to a green leaf. On the surface, she and Xia Mohan relationship is very good. The two are roommates, often with the same in and out. But in reality, Zhou Qin dislikes Xia Mohan, because Xia Mohan covered all her light, so that she eclipsed the two together. Everyone will only pay attention to Xia Mohan, and ignored her completely. Zhou Qin's self-esteem and vanity suffered a great blow. After graduating from college, Zhou Qin with their own efforts, married a good husband. Although her husband is 10 years older than her, but she does not care, because her husband has the money and ability. This is enough. And Xia Mohan is just the opposite. She married a little cute. When Zhou Qin found out about this, she was so happy that she could finally crush Xia Mohan. Only, Zhou Qin has not been able to find the opportunity to show off their husbands with Xia Mohan, because she and Xia Mohan after graduation, there is nothing to cross. Coincidentally, today, Zhou Qin saw Xia Mohan in front of the company was driven away by the security, so the perfect opportunity. Of course, she will not let go. Xia Mohan did not hear the potential meaning of Zhou Qin. Only, listening to Zhou Qin talk about her husband is great. Xia Mohan's heart is also inevitably low. After all, their own husband, no use at all. Xia Mohan deflated her mouth and returned, I really envy you. Seeing Xia Mohan like this, Zhou Qin's heart smiled open flowers, while on the surface, she pretended to be very enthusiastic. To Xia Mohan cool, well, sit down and say it. Saying that, Zhou Qin brought Xia Mohan to the guest-only sofa next to the hall. Pour 2 cups of coffee. As soon as she sat down, Zhou Qin commanded the receptionist. Times are different now. The current Zhou Qin is full of superiority and do-gooders. After waiting for the coffee to be sent up, Zhou Qin opened her mouth and asked Xia Mohan, I heard that you got married and your husband is a cutie pie. This matter can't be true, right? This matter has long been rumored all over the city. Zhou Qin knows it very well, but she still asked in mock surprise. Xia Mohan was ashamed. She bit her lip and returned, don't say this. Zhou Qin continued to pursue, I just want to know, with your condition, it's not difficult to find an excellent husband. Why do you want to be with a cutie? Marry Xia Mohan hated to find a crack in the ground. She really did not want to face such a sharp question. This has always been the pain in Xia Mohan's heart. It is because in Wu Baiyu got married, she did not even have the face to see her former classmates and friends, and now Zhou Qin gripped this question and did not put it down, making it hard for her. She pursed her lips and said bitterly, I don't want to talk about this matter. Seeing this, Zhou Qin laughed and said frankly, okay, don't talk about your husband, talk about your business. Are you coming to our company today? Hearing this, Xia Mohan immediately suppressed the bitterness in his heart, took out his company's information. said to Zochin, "This is my company details. I want to contract a number of your company's decoration matters." For Xia Mohan, Zochin is her biggest hope now. Zochin in Changsheng status is not general, and so enthusiastic about themselves. Xia Mohan really hope that she can help themselves. Zochin took Xia Mohan company information, casually flipped through the two, then opened his mouth and said, "I'm afraid this thing is a little difficult to do." After a pause, Zochin and boasted, "However, I still have some relationship with our company executives. If I help you to accommodate, this is not absolutely impossible." Upon hearing this, Xia Mohan was instantly excited. She quickly asked Zochin, "Zochin, can you help me with this?" Zochin sipped her coffee and said faintly, "It's fine if you want me to help you. You beg me." Xia Mohan sniffed and froze. In the past in school, Zochin was very good to herself. She would help with everything for a little while, and even many times with the meaning of flattering and pleasing. And now, Zochin has changed. She became high above Xia Mohan as if she can only look up. Xia Mohan's heart, very bad taste, but now is a very period. She urgently need this big single, needs Zochin's help. So, for Zochin's request, she can only agree. She adjusted the mood, and then they to Zochin's sincere request, "Zochin, I really need this order. Can you look at the old classmate's sake? Help me, count me to beg you." Zochin heard, the tide of heart are surging up. Always high-minded Xia Mohan, now has been crushed by life. In front of their own tail wagging and begging for mercy. This is how cool thing she Zochin, really raised eyebrows. After the heart is cool, Zochin suddenly changed color. She slammed the table, stood up to Xia Mohan angrily, "Xia Mohan, at the thought that you are my old classmate, I let you in. I did not think that you even come over to bribe me. When I Zochin is what people are." Zochin suddenly roared like this. It was like a thunderclap on the flat earth. At that moment, in the hall, a lot of Chongsheng staff, all gathered over to watch the show. For a moment, Xia Mohan were confused. She did not expect Zochin changed her face to become so fast. She did not understand. "Zochin, what do you mean by this?" Zochin took Anjuluo company information. Cold voice, "What do you mean? You are an unimpressive small decoration company. You even have the nerve to run to my Changsheng to seek cooperation, but also think of bribing me? What are you thinking? Don't you know that our Changsheng group has a professional decoration team? Is your company qualified to cooperate with us?" After saying that, Zochin even slammed the information into Xia Mohan's face. Xia Mohan, wretched and miserable. The prosperity employees gathered here. Once they heard this, they all couldn't help but expectantly whispered, "Look, another person who wants to climb up our company. Alas, how is it that there are always such insouciant people? Prosperity group, is it possible for a small and unimpressive company like them to cooperate just because they want to? And bribing supervisors, oh, truly unashamed. Being surrounded by so many people mocking. Xia Mohan really want to die of heart. She was ashamed to the extreme, and very disappointed and sad. By this time, Xia Mohan is even more stupid also understand. Zochin she simply did not want to help themselves. She let herself in. The purpose is only to humiliate themselves. The friendship of 4 years of schoolmates is not. She really looked at the wrong person. Xia Mohan's heart, broken. She silently picked up the company information, got up and said to Zochin in a painful voice, "You cannot help me, but please do not insult me. You are doing this. It is too much." Zochin coldly grunted, "Now I finally know why you would look for that sizable cutie Wu Baiyu to be your husband. It turns out that you can be stupid yourself. You are too ignorant. If you want to bribe, you shouldn't come to me. Don't you know that my company has strict rules and regulations? Even a security guard knows better than you." A word woke up the dreamer. Zochin's words instantly caused a strong reaction. "Cutie, son-in-law Wu Baiyu? Could this be that young lady from the Xia family?" I said, "Why does it look a bit familiar?" "It's her. She's the one who married little cutie of Xia Mohan. She's quite pretty. Why is she so desperate? I guess she's not good in the head. Why else would she come to our company to seek cooperation? Isn't this crazy?" These voices, like merciless hail, smashed Xia Mohan dizzy. She is very very hard. Her eyes has become red. The corners of her eyes are sour, but she forced not to cry. She does not want to lose face. She wants to retain the last trace of dignity. Her hoarse voice, to Zochin said word by word, "I want to cooperate with your company. I am not self-aware, but I do not want to bribe. You do not spit blood." Zochin just wanted to publicly humiliate Xia Mohan, put this woman completely and utterly stepped on the foot, let everyone come to see. She Zochin, far higher than Xia Mohan. Now, her purpose has been achieved. She does not want to talk nonsense with Xia Mohan anymore. She directly shouted, "Security, drive this crazy woman out." Immediately, the 2 Changsheng security guards in the hall trotted over. Xia Mohan was stiff and her heart ached. It felt like she was deeply stabbed by her trusted acquaintance. She looked at the security guards who ran over towards her. Her eyes showed despair. But, just as the security guards rushed over, was about to pull Sia Mohan away, a voice suddenly sounded, "Stop." 2 words, majestic and powerful. At once, everyone present was silenced. Everyone coincidentally looked at the source of the voice, only to see a middle-aged man with a calm and steady temperament came walking. He was the director of Personnel Department of Prosperity Group, Guo Rong. Seeing Guo Rong, everyone shouted, "Director Guo." Zhou Qin also immediately greeted the front. In the Personnel Department, Guo Rong's highest position, he is Zhou Qin's top boss. Zhou Qin can sit in the Personnel Department supervisor's position, but also cannot be separated from Guo Rong's promotion, so she respected Guo Rong, came to Guo Rong in front of her immediately attentive to, "Guo Director, why are you here?" Guo Rong glared at Zhou Qin and said in a stern tone, "You're fired," a sentence that threw the ground. The entire audience, dumbstruck. Zhou Qin was as if she had been struck by 5 thunderbolts. She dumbly said, "Director Guo, are you not joking?" Guo Rong reprimanded, "Who is joking with you? Hurry to pack up and leave the company." Guo Rong's tone was stern and irrefutable. Zhou Qin was subdued. A myriad of emotions instantly surged in her heart. Aggrieved, flustered, unbelievable, as well as unspeakably inexplicable. The others, too, were confused and unsure. Guo Rong swept past Zhou Qin and came straight to Sia Mohan. He made a gesture of invitation to Sia Mohan and spoke respectfully. "Hello, Miss Sia. You want to talk about cooperation, right? Please follow me." Chapter 13. Old Lady. Shocked, Guo Rong treated Sia Mohan with courtesy and politeness. Guo Rong who? That is the director of the Changsheng Group, the status of noble incomparable. Look at the entire Changsheng. There are not a few people can let Guo Rong so treated. But, a small decoration company Sia Mohan, but was Guo Rong respected as a guest? This scene is too impactful. Those who have been stunned crowd. This is even more shocked to the jaws are going to fall. Zhou Qin directly doubt life. She did not want to accept such a reality, but had to face this fact. This is simply in the face of slap 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 hit her. And Sia Mohan has been completely frozen. She was in the abyss of desperation. Self-esteem was trampled on. The heart was struck. The face is completely lost. She even felt that the world is black, but never thought that at such a time. Changsheng director suddenly arrived. Without saying anything dismissed the arrogant Zhou Qin, but also to let themselves go to talk about cooperation? Sia Mohan incredulous. The feeling is too unreal. She cannot slow down. In a kind of dreamy stagnation. Ms. Sia, please. Seeing Sia Mohan not moving, Guo Rong once again spoke politely. Sia Mohan had a jolt, and finally reacted. She then truly realized that Guo Rong was talking to herself. Immediately, Sia Mohan's heart surged. She was very excited. Her eyes were emitting light. She couldn't help but look down at the surrounding jaw-dropping crowd, and then looked at the Zhou Qin, whose face was as ugly as the she ate. At this instant, Sia Mohan only felt relieved all over. Her waist straightened up, and a kind of unprecedented feeling of pleasure rushed through her body. In the attention of the audience, Sia Mohan took a step, followed by Guo Rong boarded the elevator. All the way to the elevator without words. Sia Mohan from excitement to nervousness. She also step by step, cautiously followed Guo Rong to the big office on the top floor of the building. Guo Rong stood still at the door of the office, bowed slightly to Sia Mohan and said, "Miss Sia, go in, the boss is waiting for you inside." Sia Mohan pinched the information in her hand and made mental preparations. Then, only then did she raise her hand and knocked on the office door. "Come in." In the office, a majestic male voice came out. Sia Mohan glanced at Guo Rong, then pushed the door and walked in. This office is oversized. Once Sia Mohan went in, she only felt that the view was all opened up. However, at this time, Sia Mohan did not have the heart to appreciate this luxurious office. She stared at the person in front. In front of the back of that big desk, was sitting on a person. This person, Sia Mohan also recognized. He is Changsheng in the Western Plains region of the total responsible person. Changsheng Group Vice President, Yang Jianye. Yang Jianye's name has long been heard in the Western Plains. He is definitely a figure standing at the tip of the pyramid in the Western Plains. Such a figure, Sia Mohan usually can only be seen on the news. She never thought that she could see Yang Jianye in person. At this moment, Sia Mohan's heart is jumping out of her throat. Today's encounter really can be called a miracle. She shamelessly ran to Changsheng Company. In fact, do not hold any hope. She thought that if she can see the department manager here, already counted as a rare, now it is good. Director of the road, the vice president of the reception in person. This is what kind of honor. Sia Mohan has never been so nervous. Her hands have been rubbing the corners of her clothes. Slowed down for a while, she was able to let herself speak. Issued a slightly hoarse voice, "Mr. Yang is good. Yang Jianya smiled and said, "Hello Ms. Xia, please sit down." Xia Mohan's legs, indeed, were also a little bit unable to stand, so she didn't politely, and immediately walked to the chair in front of the desk and sat down. "It's my fault that the company's employees don't know what they're doing. I hope Miss Xia won't be offended," Yang Jianya immediately said after seeing Xia Mohan sit down. Obviously, Yang Jianya was referring to Zochin's matter. Xia Mohan didn't expect that Yang Jianya, a big boss, would be so humble and kind, and even took the initiative to apologize to himself, which made Xia Mohan a little flattered. She quickly returned, "It's okay, it's okay." Yang Jianya looked at Xia Mohan and asked, "I heard that Miss Xia wants to find my company to cooperate. Is that right?" Probably because she was struck by Zochin before. When it comes to this issue, Xia Mohan became difficult to speak. She stammered, I. Yang Jianya could see that Xia Mohan was nervous. He immediately said, "Miss Xia, don't be nervous. I've long heard that Miss Xia has outstanding design ability. I've always had the intention of cooperating with your company, and since you took the initiative to come here today, it's just the right coincidence." After saying that, he took out a contract, put it on the desk, and continued, "Here is a $50 million order for cooperation. Miss Xia, you can take a look at it. If you think it's okay, just sign directly on it." Xia Mohan is an interior designer. Before she was transferred to the business department, she has been working in the design department. Her design level is really high. However, she really didn't think that she could get Yang Jianya's appreciation. And even, Yang Jianya is going to sign a contract with her without saying anything? Signing a $50 million order? This is a surprise that fell from the sky. Xia Mohan, almost to be surprised, smashed dizzy. She excitedly stretched out her hand, took the contract to read carefully. The contract on the black and white words clearly. Prosperity Group will be a key project contracted to the Anjuluo company. Anjulu and the West Plains can only be regarded as a very general decoration company. The company's most peak time have not received 50 million such a large single not to mention that the company is now deteriorating, and even more unlikely to receive such a large single. The profit of this single, immeasurable. Sign this contract. His company half a year do not have to worry. More importantly, this order will give the company infinite energy. Let the company situation better. In the face of such temptation, how can Xia Mohan not be ecstatic? But she still retained a trace of reason. She was very careful to confirm to Yang Jianya, "Mr. Yang, you're not joking with me, right?" Yang Jianya solemnly said, "No, I think highly of you, and I hope we can work together happily." A sentence, powerful, extremely heavy weight. Xia Mohan heard, her eyes are red. She is really too excited, too excited. How can there be such a good thing under the sky? It feels like the god of luck favored her. She is not a person who has never seen the world, but this time, too magical. Let her at times simply cannot believe. After a long time, Xia Mohan suppressed the emotions that were growing wildly, and with a grateful and appreciative heart, she picked up a pen and signed her name in the signature column of the contract. After signing the contract, Xia Mohan got up and bowed to Yang Jianya. "Thank you for lifting up Mr. Yang. Our company will definitely do a good job with this project." Yang Jianya immediately stood up and said to Xia Mohan, "Miss Xia is polite. Xia Mohan is nervous. Yang Ji is not nervous. He struggled in the shopping mall for several years, never had such a mood. For him, Xia Mohan is a living Buddha. He must be good for." After sending Xia Mohan away, Yang Jianya finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the door of the office side room opened. Li Changsheng walked out. Yang Jianya asked cautiously to Li Changsheng, "Li Dong, I did not make any mistakes, right?" Li Changsheng said thoughtfully, "I don't know. It still depends on whether the third young master is satisfied or not." At 4:30 p.m., Anjuluo Company, Conference Hall. At the request of the old lady, an all-staff meeting was held, and the company's employees all put down their work and rushed to the conference hall one after another. The old lady didn't say the content of the meeting, but everyone knew that it was a meeting centered around Xia Mohan, because she was about to be fired by the company. Soon, all the employees gathered in the conference hall. The old lady hadn't come yet. Everyone was in a relaxed state, and Xia Zishuan and those sons of the Xia family were even more happy to talk freely about Xia Mohan's faults. It's already the deadline. Xia Mohan has not completed the task, should be fired. This broomstick, to the company brought how much negative impact. Should have been fired. Yes, today she ran towards Prosperity Group. She also presumed to cooperate with Prosperity Group. It's really disgraceful enough. These children of the Xia family, most happy to count down Xia Mohan, even more anxious for Xia Mohan to get out of the company earlier. Only when the old lady walked into the conference hall did they shut up. After sitting on the main seat, the old lady glanced at the scene and asked, "Why isn't Mohan there?" Xia Zishuan immediately smiled playfully and returned, "Xia Mohan is not dead. ran Changsheng Company to seek cooperation, and is still not back. The old lady is an understanding person. Once she heard this, she didn't need to think about it to know what would happen to Xia Mohan, only to see her face change and let out a disgruntled voice, just know how to disgrace our Xia family. Then, she directly announced to the entire audience, I solemnly declare that from today, Xia Mohan is fired. As soon as the old lady's words fell, the whole room cheered, as if the firing of Xia Mohan was a matter of great joy for all. On what grounds do you fire me? Right at this moment, Xia Mohan suddenly walked in and asked back in a stern voice. The crowd in the conference hall, instantly silenced, looked at Xia Mohan in unison. The old lady glanced at Xia Mohan, and said in a bad tone, what I said to you yesterday morning, have you forgotten? Xia Mohan squarely said, remember, you told me to complete the order of $20 million before the end of the month. The old lady's eyes were sharp and said, then may I ask, have you talked about it? Xia Mohan said word for word, I talked about it. Xia Mohan's tone, incomparably serious. However, no one believed it, and everyone laughed out loud as if they had heard a joke. Xia Zishuan was even directly sarcastic. Ha, Xia Mohan, you won't tell me that you negotiated the cooperation with Changsheng, right? She's afraid she's dreaming, right? Someone else chimed in. In the midst of all the skepticism, Xia Mohan quickly took a step and came to the old lady's side. She took out Changsheng's contract and put it in front of the old lady and said solemnly, this is the contract with Changsheng. Please have a look at it, Grandma. The old lady picked up the contract and took a look. Her hands trembled. $50 million. Chapter 14, I can give you everything. The old lady was in charge of a company and managing a family. Naturally she had some powerful mentality. No matter what time of the day it was, she was basically calm and sophisticated, and didn't get shocked by changes. But at this moment, she lost her temper, and shrieked out in shock in front of the entire company. A big list of $50 million. Who would dare to think of this? Grandma, what $50 million? Xia Zishuan couldn't help but ask as he saw how excited the old lady was. The old lady ignored Xia Zishuan, but raised her eyelids and stared at Xia Mohan, sternly questioning, Mohan, you wouldn't purposely forge a fake contract to fool me, right? How is it possible for Prosperity Group to give us a large order of $50 million? After the shock, there was disbelief. This matter was too far-fetched for the old lady to believe. The others in the conference hall, hearing the old lady's words, also finally reacted. Immediately, the Xia family's sons and daughters chimed in. Humph, it must be fake. Xia Mohan is just a newcomer in the business. How could she possibly have the ability to sign such a big list? Yes, or sign with Prosperity Group. Our company has no advantage. How can people look at us? This Xia Mohan, in order not to be fired, she can do anything, really shameless. These voices, extremely harsh. Xia Mohan's face, gradually become cold. She, in order to complete the task, to go to Changsheng Company, suffered expulsion, subjected to ridicule, finally not easy to Jedi turnaround, signed an unprecedented large order. The result of the company, these black sheep but not only don't know how to be grateful, but also so demeaned her. Even Grandma is also do not believe in her. She is really very cold-hearted. This family, this company, had too much prejudice against themselves. At the time when they were gushing, Xia Mohan pulled up her voice and said loudly, there is the official seal of Changsheng Group above the contract. If you still don't believe it, you can call Changsheng Group and ask. At this time, Xia Mohan showed a hardness that has never been seen before. Just ask, who's afraid of who? Xia Zishuan didn't believe in evil. He was the first to take out his cell phone and dialed the front desk of Prosperity Group. When the call was connected, Xia Zishuan opened the door and asked about this huge order. After listening to the other party's reply, Xia Zishuan's face instantly showed an incomparable splendor. His eyes were wide open. His eyes were full of disbelief. His hands were also trembling slightly. After the other party hung up the phone, he slowly put down the phone as if he was a puppeteer, muttering, Prosperity Group has really cooperated with our company. A simple sentence swept through everyone's heart. A storm blew up in everyone's heart. Everyone's mouths, all wide open. Everyone's expressions, collectively fixed. Silence, silence, no sound. The large conference hall, only silence. Xia Mohan gently raised her eyes, scanning the group of dumbfounded people. The depression in her heart, finally dissipated. She is now, heart and soul. 6 o'clock in the evening. Huang Guilan made a large table of food, waiting for Xia Mohan. As soon as Xia Mohan came back, Huang Guilan comforted her. Xiao Mo, even if you were fired from the company, it's okay. With your ability, go to other companies to find a job. It's not difficult. You don't need to be discouraged. Huang Guilan knew that Xia Mohan was under a lot of pressure. She didn't want to add pressure to her daughter. Xia Mohan couldn't help but be a bit touched after hearing her mother's words. She looked at Huang Guilan and said deeply, Mom, I wasn't fired. When Huang Guilan heard this, Her expression suddenly changed. She opened her eyes wide and asked in surprise, "Ah, the old lady has softened her heart?" In Huang Guilan's opinion, it was absolutely impossible to fulfill the 20 million orders, so the only possibility of not being fired was that the old lady was lenient. Xia Mohan shook her head and said seriously, "No, I negotiated a big order of $50 million. Huang Guilan immediately fixed. Her eyes seemed to be in the stars. $50 million, this number to her shocked. She did not dare to believe, cannot help but ask back, "No way? This is a great thing. Why don't you have any surprise expression?" Xia Mohan exhaled and mumbled back, "I didn't think I would be so lucky. I haven't slowed down for a while. All of this today was indeed like a dream." And Xia Mohan needed some time to digest and absorb it. When Huang Guilan heard this, she almost jumped up. She hugged Xia Mohan and said excitedly, "My good daughter, you are really fantastic. I love you so much." Huang Guilan was so excited that she really wanted to cry. When Xia Mohan saw her mom so happy, on her face, she also revealed a smile. On the side of Wu Baiyu, when he saw Xia Mohan smiling, his heart, too, was pleased. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xia Mohan was lying on her bed. Her thoughts were flying. Her brain couldn't stop thinking about things. 3 years since Wu Baidu married, grandfather and died. Xia Mohan's life has entered a low point. She can say that everything is not good. Bad luck, the family's burden and other people's cold eyes, so that she has been burdened with heavy pressure. She also see a lot of people and things, and deeply appreciate the warmth and coldness of human feelings. But today, at the time when she was hit into the abyss by Zhou Qin, a miracle appeared. She even got the appreciation and affirmation of Changsheng Vice President Yang Jianye, signed a 50 million large single. This matter let Xia Mohan instantly build up confidence, and even saw the hope and turnaround of life. Her future road. It seems that it is not dark. Unconsciously, Xia Mohan let out a sigh of relief. When can I really turn around and live the life I want? You want everything. I can give it to you. Wu Baiyu, who was lying under the bed, coldly came with such a sentence. Xia Mohan's beautiful wish was directly shattered by Wu Baiyu's sentence. She came back to reality, and shouted breathlessly at Wu Baiyu, "I'll thank you as long as you don't make any stupid mistakes to cause trouble for me." After saying that, Xia Mohan put the quilt over her head and slept. The next day, West Plain City was swept by a piece of news, which naturally was, Prosperity Group had cooperated with Anjuluo Decoration Company. This magical cooperation made many people deeply shocked to know Prosperity Group is the real estate giant of the entire Jiangdong province. In the West Plains city, I do not know how many companies want to cooperate with Prosperity head-to-head, but the vast majority of them have hit the wall. Who knows? Prosperity Group will cooperate with a no advantage of the Anjuluo? Everyone can't figure out why Prosperity Group would choose a small Anjuluo company, but no matter what the reason is. In short, Anjuluo's reputation in the West Plains city this time is really loud and clear. Anjuluo dipped into the light of the Prosperity Group. The Xia family is honored. The old lady was surprisingly happy. Xia Mohan finally fought for the family. In order to celebrate this historic moment, the old lady decided, in the Imperial Court Hotel, to organize a celebration banquet. At 11 o'clock at noon, Huang Guilan stood outside the bedroom, urging Xia Mohan inside. "Xiao Mo, are you dressed up yet? You are the protagonist today. Don't be late." "Not yet, wait a moment." Xia Mohan's voice came out from the bedroom. Today's celebration banquet. Xia Mohan attached great importance to it. It could be said that this was a new start in her life, and she wanted to rivet her energy and set sail again. 10 minutes later, Xia Mohan walked out from the bedroom. She was like a fairy, wearing a white dress skirt, stepped on a pair of crushed high heels. Her face, but also carefully traced a light makeup, the beauty to be unparalleled. Today's Xia Mohan, extraordinarily bright. Huang Guilan's eyes glowed. Even Wu Baiyu on the sofa, seeing such Xia Mohan, couldn't help but look twice more. "My daughter is so pretty." Huang Guilan stared at Xia Mohan and couldn't help but marvel. After saying that, Huang Guilan couldn't help but look at Wu Baishu again and said in disgust, "But marrying this little cutie like you, it's really bad luck." Xia Mohan pulled Huang Guilan and said, all right, let's go eat." Wu Baishu immediately got up and followed. Huang Guilan scolded at Wu Baishu, "Who let you go? You look after the house for me." Xia Mohan explained, "I let him go. I can't let him starve at home, right?" Huang Guilan sighed and said, "Alas, you are just too soft-hearted." After saying that, she barked at Wu Baishu, "You shut up outside or I'll tear your mouth apart." The Xia family had booked more than 10 large tables in the banquet hall of the Imperial Court Hotel. When Xia Mohan's 3 people came, the Xia family members were basically all there. Even the old lady, who was the first to come to the hotel. Wu Baishui appeared on the scene. All kinds of dislike eyes will inevitably shoot at him. However, because Xia Mohan today is the merit, is the protagonist, the old lady had greeted beforehand, to give Xia Mohan to save face, not allowed to hit Wu Baisui. So at this moment, the Xia family broke the record. No one opened their mouths to taunt Wu Baiyu. Mohan, come, sit here grandma. As soon as Xia Mohan appeared, the old lady waved at her. With Xia Mohan's position in the Xia family, was not qualified to sit with the old lady at the table. Those who can sit with the old lady, are all family elders, or the old lady's most valued children and grandchildren. Xia Mohan in this instant, the mood is excited. 3 years for the first time, the family did not make a big mockery of Wu Baiti. For the first time, everyone did not treat her coldly, but also for the first time, the old lady to let her sit at the same table. She really, see a new hope, perhaps in the future. She just need to work hard. She will be able to be affirmed by the family, was valued by the grandmother. Involuntarily, Xia Mohan straightened her back, with hope and confidence, walked towards the old lady, sat on the main table. Wu Baiyu was also not polite, walking to sit next to Xia Mohan. This is not where you should sit. The old lady stared at Wu Baishu and said in a cold tone. The old lady had a high status in the Xia family, an existence of one word, but Wu Baishu didn't care. He ignored the old lady. Seeing this, Xia Mohan hurriedly said, change your seat. Xia Mohan knew that his own family, the rules are heavy, and there is a clear distinction between inferiority and superiority. Wu Baitao really can't sit at the main table. Hearing Xia Mohan's words, Wu Baitu silently got up, walked to an empty seat in a corner and sat down. 12 o'clock sharp. The banquet began. The whole place was quiet. The old lady turned to Xia Mohan and said from her heart, today Mohan made a great achievement for the company and also gave face to the Xia family. It deserves to be praised. Can get the old lady's praise? Just like an elementary school student was praised by the teacher. Xia Mohan was very happy. She immediately returned a sentence, thank you grandma. Xia Zishuan on the side. A little read Xia Mohan. He interjected, I think it's still grandma's great. It's grandma who saw that Xia Mohan has the talent to do business. If not for grandma transferring Xia Mohan to the business department, this order can't be negotiated. Xia Zishuan's meaning is obvious. Xia Mohan is worthy of being a businessman. The old lady didn't refute Xia Zishuan's words. She just smiled at Xia Mohan and asked, Mohan, tell everyone, how did you negotiate this business? Xia Mohan was about to open her mouth, when suddenly, someone came straight at her and threw a full glass of wine on Xia Mohan's face. At the same time, a sharp female voice resonated throughout the room. You vixen, seducing my director, causing me to be expelled. You're really too shameless. Chapter 15, The Terrified Xia Family. This woman who suddenly appeared was none other than Xia Mohan's college roommate, Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin's savage behavior of splashing wine, as well as her thunderous sentence, so that the scene of the atmosphere of the celebration banquet, an instant change. All the Xia family members present, brushed to Xia Mohan, their eyes, more than a trace of dissimilarity. Xia Mohan such as a lightning strike. People are confused. Today she deliberately dressed carefully, regained confidence and hope, want to let themselves have a new start. She did see the family's attitude towards their own changes, and even she also got the old lady's public praise. She is happy, which expected. Zhou Qin suddenly came out of nowhere, splashing her wine, but also splashed her dirty water. Said she seduced Gua director? Reacting, Xia Mohan was on fire. She quickly wiped her face with a tissue, then stood up and rushed at Zhou Qin and cursed. Zhou Qin, don't talk nonsense here. You were expelled completely because you are not in good character. For years of classmates, Xia Mohan really did not think that Zhou Qin was this kind of person. Yesterday she slandered herself for bribery. Today she slandered herself for seducing the superintendent. This woman is really too disgusting. Zhou Qin coldly smiled and said, oh, how is my character? My company's people are not unaware of. Before Director Gua still thinks highly of me. Why would he fire me for you? This word, all of a sudden Xia Mohan asked, because she also don't know why Gua director will directly fire Zhou Qin. According to reason, Zhou Qin although did wrong, but it seems to be not to the extent of being fired. Not waiting for Xia Mohan back, Zhou Qin continued to straighten out. Also, you say you this broken decoration company, how can you cooperate with the Prosperity Group? If you did not hook up with Gua director, how can Prosperity cooperate with you? Zhou Qin spit clear, word powerful. The keywords are also very reasonable. So that, the scene of the Summer family, are unconsciously believe the woman's words. It turned out that Xia Mohan could cooperate with Chang Sheng, relying not on ability, but beauty. Now, the faces of the Xia family members were also colorful, and the way they looked at Xia Mohan was even more special. Xia Mohan was simply furious. She cried out aggrievedly, I don't know Director Gua at all. I can sign the contract. It's all because Mr. Yang appreciates my design ability. Mr. Yang? Hearing this, Zhou Qin laughed disdainfully. She sneered, "What kind of person is Mr. Yang? He is the boss of Changshang. Can he look at you? Who do you think you are? If you say this, do you think anyone will believe you?" No one believes. All the Xia family members present don't believe, because for them, Yang Jianye is a figure on the clouds. Such a big man, how could he look at Xia Mohan? This is not credible. Not to mention other people, is Xia Mohan himself? Also feel that this is magical to unreal. Yang Jianye is how to see himself. How should he refute Zhou Qin? Zhou Qin sees Xia Mohan speechless. She is more pleased. She walked to Xia Mohan's side, condescendingly said, "Really did not expect Xia Mohan, you have become so scheming, obviously already hooked up with Director Gua, but still acting in front of me, causing me to make a fool of myself in the company in public. I'm telling you, this is not over." Saying that, she slammed the wine glass in her hand to the ground with force. Bang! The glass shattered, splattered a ground of crumbs. After the fall, Zhou Qin also rampantly shouted, "Kneel down and apologize to me, or I'll let you walk out of this hotel." Knowing that this room is Xia family, Zhou Qin is still arrogant to the extreme. She doesn't care about Xia Mohan. She doesn't care about Xia Mohan's family. She dares to make a mess here, because she has a full bottom. What kind of thing are you? Who are you to make Xia Mo apologize? Huang Guilan stood up from her seat and walked over to Zhou Qin. The rest of the Xia family didn't trust Xia Mohan, but Huang Guilan did. As Xia Mohan's mother, she certainly knew her daughter the best. If Xia Mohan was a woman who worshipped gold, she would definitely divorce Wu Baiyu and accept Wang Shihao without hesitation. Based on her daughter's noble nature, Huang Guilan firmly believed that Xia Mohan would never sacrifice herself to hook up with any director. Zhou Qin glared at Huang Guilan and angrily said, "Get out of my way. There is no business for you here." Huang Guilan is not as gentle as Xia Mohan. She is a famous tigress. When her husband was alive, all were made to obey her. Where would she care about Zhou Qin, this kind of little ninny? As soon as she heard Zhou Qin's words, she raised her hand and slapped her hand. Slap! Crisp slap sound, loud and unusual. After hitting, Huang Guilan also rushed. Zhou Qin screamed and scolded, "Stinking, give you face? Just you this kind of person," but also said that my daughter is a vixen. My daughter to want to marry a good husband is not a casual thing. Doesn't it matter if my daughter wants to marry a good husband? Does she need to seduce your family's superintendent? On the contrary, it's you who looks just like a demonic spirit. You're the one who looks like a vixen who seduces men. Zhou Qin covered her face and said incredulously, "You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" Huang Guilan said savagely, "I don't care who you are. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart?" For the sake of her daughter, Huang Guilan showed her domineering side. Zhou Qin glared fiercely at Huang Guilan and gritted her teeth. "You wait for me." After saying that, Zhou Qin called out to the attendant who was frothing at the side, "Go, call my husband over and say that I'm being bullied." The waiter sniffed and immediately jogged away. Xia Mohan saw her mother take the heat for herself. She felt a little more comfortable in her heart. However, Zhou Qin was so arrogant to let someone go and call her husband. It seems that her husband has a not-so-small origin. Xia Mohan was worried that the matter would be a big deal. She hurriedly said to Zhou Qin, "Zhou Qin, my mom didn't mean to do it. She's a person who is just too impulsive. Don't you?" Huang Guilan directly interrupted Xia Mohan, said forcefully, "Why nonsense with her? She wants to call someone. Let her call someone. We are still afraid of her not?" Finished with Xia Mohan, Huang Guilan turned her head to Zhou Qin and clamored, "Oh, also call people? I tell you, the people here are my summer family. This banquet hall has been wrapped up by our summer family. You call people and how?" Zhou Qin swept her eyes at the people present, and said contemptuously, "In front of my husband, you are a bunch of scum." Zhou Qin's attitude was arrogant and haughty. Only, this time, Zhou Qin was hitting the face of the entire Xia family. The people of the Xia family, since then, were not happy. Xia Zhendong, who was at the same table with Xia Mohan, suddenly stood up and said in a faint voice to Zhou Qin, "Little girl, have you made enough noise? If you have made enough noise, go away. Don't affect our meal." Xia Zhendong is in his 40s, with a stern aura. In the Xia family, he is also counted as a number one person, quite a right to speak. Xia family juniors see Xia Zhendong, are in awe, because Xia Zhendong, not only in the Xia family has weight, in society also has a certain status. He grew up rebellious, but also outstanding ability. In the city of West Plains mixed social mixing for more than 20 years, he has a lot of brothers under his hands. To now, he is also considered the West Plains has a face. Many small punks to see him, have to respectfully call out a East brother. For Xia Mohan's matter, Xia Zhendong did not intend to intervene. But now, Zhou Qin scorned the entire Xia family. Of course he is not willing. The rest of the Xia family couldn't sit still. Once they heard Xia Zhendong's words, everyone echoed his voice, letting Zhou Qin leave in a hurry. Just then, a loud voice rang out. Who bullied my wife? Accompanying this voice was a group of people. The one leading the group was the manager of the Imperial Court Hotel, Sun Shilong. Sun Shilong brought a large group of hotel security guards and aggressively barged into the banquet hall. As soon as he saw Sun Shilong, Zhou Qin immediately rushed over and said charmingly, "Husband, why did you just come? I was bullied to death." Sun Shilong said with great displeasure, "Who is so bold to bully you?" Sun Shilong's tone was very cold. In an instant, everyone in the Xia clan, all of them were silenced, as if their backs were broken. Sun Shilong, what kind of character? That is the Royal Court Hotel's agent. His big boss Feng Shengli behind the scenes, but also the West Plains city's powerful big man. Sun Shilong is Feng Shengli's beloved, the status of the natural extraordinary. In the West Plains city underworld, he is also considered to be a loud and clear number one person. No one dares to mess with. No one thought, this savage arrogant Zhou Qin, husband is actually Sun Shilong. Even Xia Mohan were startled. She knew that Zhou Qin's husband is certainly not ordinary, but also did not expect, will be Sun Shilong such a character? See Sun Shilong anger. Just now also very domineering Xia Zhendong, hastily walked off the table, trotted to Sun Shilong in front of, kindly said, Sun manager, sorry just now is a misunderstanding. I'm Xia Zhendong. We used to drink together. I do not know, do you remember me? As soon as Xia Zhendong finished speaking, Zhou Qin kicked at him and scolded angrily, misunderstanding your mom. I was beaten up. Can this also be a misunderstanding? His own wife was beaten. This is also a strange shame for Sun Shilong. His eyes are put out the essence of light. He ignored Xia Zhendong, and asked Zhou Qin, who hit you? Zhou Qin pointed straight to Huang Guilan and Xia Mohan, indignantly said, this mother and daughter. One of them slapped me, one of them caused me to be fired by the company. Husband, you hurry to help me clean them up. Sun Shilong followed the direction that Zhou Qin pointed at. At once, his heart shivered violently. His legs were almost unsteady. Looking at the entire West Plains city, there really weren't many people who could make Sun Shilong care. However, Xia Mohan definitely counted as one. The experience of the night before last. Sun Shilong is vivid in his mind. He clearly remembers Wu Baisheng embracing Xia Mohan, killing the Four Directions, Prosperity Group's big boss Li Changsheng, groveling to Wu Baisheng, and respectfully referred to Wu Baisheng as the third young master. Sun Shilong still remembers that after Wu Baiti left, Li Changsheng warned his boss Feng Shengli, saying that in Shiyuan City, he could offend anyone, even him, but he absolutely could not offend two people. These two people are Wu Baiyu and Xia Mohan. Sun Shilong knew that Hu Hai was because of offending Xia Mohan. Both were beaten by Wu Baiti to concussion, and now still lying in the hospital. How could he think that the person his wife got into trouble with today was actually Xia Mohan? Sun Shilong behind the cold sweat are out. Always kill the decisive him. This moment is completely flustered. He momentarily do not know what to do. However, his thoughts, outsiders do not know. Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan saw Sun Shilong looked over towards himself. Both could not help but tense up. Huang Guilan's motherly strength, also all gone. The old lady sitting next to Xia Mohan, really do not want to see the Xia family here to be humiliated. So she overcame the pressure, stood up, to Sun Shilong carefully opened his mouth. Sun manager, my old man, and you Feng boss is some friendship. Our Xia family, is also your hotel's regular customers. You cannot give my old lady face. This matter just let it go? The old lady for the face of the Xia family. The Xia Guangyao are moved out. She has tried her best, but can play a role in the effect. Her heart really do not have the bottom. Sun Shilong, who was at a loss for words, was simply grateful to the old lady. Her words, said too timely rescue him. He immediately replied, no problem, you guys eat your own, this matter is just forget about it. After saying that, Sun Shilong pulled Zhou Qin to go out. Zhou Qin which will be so restrained, she relied on not go, but also to Sun Shilong called, husband, I was beaten, you do not help me to get justice? Zhou Qin is very aggrieved. His own powerful boom husband, why sell the face of the Summer family? Sun Shilong furious, you give me shut up, quickly go. While saying that, Sun Shilong dragged Zhou Qin away. Apologize to my wife. Just as Sun Shilong was about to walk out of the banquet hall while dragging Zhou Qin, Wu Baiyu, who was sitting in the corner position, faintly opened his mouth. Chapter 16, She, kneeling down. Wu Baiyu's voice was not loud, but in this incomparably quiet banquet hall, it was exceptionally clear and extremely piercing. The Xia family members present were all frightened to the point that their hearts and livers trembled. They were originally thankful to heaven and earth. Can be considered to send Sun Shilong this big Buddha away, is a big sigh of relief. However, who could have thought, in this most critical moment, Wu Baiti this little cutie, Who would have thought that at this most critical moment, this little cutie Wu Baiyu would suddenly come out with such a shocking sentence, which was simply pouring a big bucket of oil on the fire that was about to be extinguished. All of a sudden, everyone in the Xia family cast a malicious gaze at Wu Baishu. Everyone was dying to kill this little cutie alive, and Xia Mohan, who had been in an extremely tense state, was also startled by Wu Baitai's words. Without hesitation, she immediately walked quickly to Wu Baitai, and rebuked him loudly. Shut up, who asked you to speak? Although she knew that Wu Baitai was doing it for her own good, but his words were tantamount to pulling hairs out of a tiger's head. It would bring big trouble to herself and the entire Xia family. After yelling at Wu Baitu, Xia Mohan hurriedly ran to Sun Shilong's side, very carefully accompanying, "Sorry, manager's son, my husband's brain is not good, don't you mind?" Xia Mohan was very worried that Wu Baitao had angered Sun Shilong. In fact, Sun Shilong was more panicked than Xia Mohan. He was afraid that Wu Baiyu would get angry. He was aware of how scary Wu Baiyu was. Immediately, he apologized to Xia Mohan in a good way. "No, your husband is right. We should apologize to you for disturbing your meal." After saying that, Sun Shilong immediately turned back to Zochin and droned, "Hurry up and apologize to Miss Xia." Sun Shilong's reaction made everyone present collectively confused. On everyone's forehead, a capitalized question mark appeared. Zochin was even more shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. She even suspected that she had misheard. How was this possible? To know, her father-in-law Sun Shilong, but the West Plains city is known as a ruthless person. Never only he oppressed in the head of others, their own every time they encountered trouble, no matter how big the matter, he can deal with it. But now, a Xia family, let him become so weak? Even want to apologize to Xia Mohan? Zochin couldn't believe it. She directly shouted at Sun Shilong, "Xia Mohan's husband is a cutie pie. Don't you know? Why are you listening to a cutie?" Words. Slap. Sun Shilong slap, heavily slapped on Zochin's face. After hitting, he aggravated his tone and forcefully said, "I said, apologize to Miss Xia." A sentence, not to be questioned. Although Sun Shilong was a social mixer, he never beat his wife, and this was the first time he beat Zochin. Zochin completely fixed. She has really never seen Sun Shilong send such a big fire. She was afraid, inner shock and panic. She did not dare to disobey Sun Shilong again. So she forced herself, facing Xia Mohan, gritted her teeth and said, "I'm sorry." Xia Mohan also blindfolded. She really did not expect things will happen so dramatic reversal. Zochin actually really apologized to himself. That arrogant and despicable woman bowed to himself. More importantly, so cattle Sun Shilong actually so forced his wife to apologize to their own. All of this, really Xia Mohan thought not dare to think. Xia Mohan was so excited that she couldn't speak. The rest of the Xia family was also heart-pounding, as if falling into a dream. "Kneel down and apologize." At this time, Wu Baitai spoke again, treating this woman who forced his wife to kneel down and apologize. Wu Baishu was not polite at all. However, with these words, he was once again casting a huge stone on the surface of the calm lake, causing a huge uproar. The Xia family's people were about to faint with anger. Zochin could apologize, which was already a million times flattering to the Xia family, which proved that Sun Shilong looked down on their Xia family too much. However, Wu Baishu, this little cutie, surprisingly still do not know enough, but also Zochin kneeling. This is simply too deceitful. This is not forcing Sun Shilong to overturn their Xia family. The Xia family crowd couldn't hold back any longer. Immediately, everyone opened their mouths and slammed Wu Baishu. "You little cutie, what are you babbling about? People have already apologized, and you want them to kneel down? This is really too much. If you want to find death, don't drag us into it. Wu Baiyu, he is just a sizable cutie. He has no relationship with our Xia family. If manager's son wants to teach him a lesson, feel free to do so." The Xia family members present were scrambling to make their positions clear, afraid of getting involved with Wu Baitai. However, how could they know Sun Shilong's heart? In Sun Shilong's heart, Wu Baitai is an untouchable existence. Such a person, he really can't afford to offend. Since Wu Baitai has put the word out, even if he is reluctant, he can only grit his teeth and say to Zochin, "Kneel down and apologize to Miss Xia." Upon hearing this, Zochin felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she asked Sun Shilong, "What? You want me to kneel?" Zochin hated Xia Mohan. To be able to give Xia Mohan to bow her head and admit her mistake, she has already been considered to have done her limit. Now she wants her to kneel to the person she hates the most. This is simply more painful than killing her. Sun Shilong said word by word, "Yes, kneel down and apologize." Quickly, Zochin's tears came out. She choked and shouted at Sun Shilong, "Why should I kneel? It's me who suffered. I was beaten up. You don't help me even if it's not enough, but also let me kneel down? Don't you know that Wu Baiyu is a little cutie? Don't you know that Wu Baiyu is a cutie? Why are you listening to a little cutie? Words? Zhou Qin was too aggrieved. She felt that in the past 2 days she had really hit an evil, and had fallen into 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Yesterday, Director Gua fired her without saying a word for the sake of Xia Mohan, making her make a big fool of herself in public. Today, her husband did not know what medicine, even forced himself to kneel to Xia Mohan. Zhou Qin simply unlovable. The Xia family members present also had a face of being shocked, dumbfounded expression. This all development changes, completely not in their expectations. This is really evil. Xia Mohan was also nodded and shocked. She really could not figure out what Sun Shilong was thinking in his head. Why did he listen to whatever Wu Baiyu said? Zhou Qin dared to kneel. Xia Mohan did not dare to take off. She immediately said to Sun Shilong, "Sun manager, my husband is a little cute. He doesn't know anything. He talks nonsense. You don't know him. Zhou Qin doesn't need to kneel for me." Sun Shilong said with a solemn face, "I know this wife's nature. She was spoiled by me at home. Outside she knows to be pampered and bossy, not letting her suffer some losses. She will still cause trouble for me in the future. Today she did something wrong. She must be allowed to receive a good punishment." After explaining with Xia Mohan, Sun Shilong immediately said to Zhou Qin menacingly again, "I told you to kneel down. Do you hear me?" This time, Sun Shilong's voice was surprisingly loud, and his anger was so great that his eyes could spit out fire. Zhou Qin was scared and trembled. She is very clear about her husband's nature. He will spoil you and love you, but the premise is that you must listen to him. If you go against him, the consequences are very serious. Zhou Qin, even though there are 10,000 reluctance, but, under the pressure of Sun Shilong, she still bent her knees, kneeling in front of Xia Mohan. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." At this time, Zhou Qin was already in tears, and Xia Mohan, seeing Zhou Qin so wretchedly kneeling in front of herself to confess, honestly, her heart is very comfortable. After all, Zhou Qin is indeed too annoying. But, Zhou Qin's husband, but the famous Sun Shilong. Xia Mohan is really afraid of offending Sun Shilong. She did not dare to give an inch, so she hurriedly said, "It's okay, you hurry up." Zhou Qin looked at Sun Shilong, while Sun Shilong glanced at Wu Baiyu. He wanted to know what Wu Baiyu meant. Seeing that Wu Baiti didn't react in any way, Sun Shilong was relieved and hurriedly said to Zhou Qin, "Since Miss Xia has forgiven you, let's go." Just like that, under the attention of the entire audience, Sun Shilong took Zhou Qin and a group of security guards and left unhappily. As soon as Sun Shilong left, Xia Mohan stepped on her weakened legs and came to the side of Wu Baisho, rebuking him. "Wu Baisho, what are you doing? Do you know that you almost killed me?" Xia Mohan's voice, all with a crying tone. She was really in shock. Wu Baiyu was not amused and said, she was wrong, so she should apologize. These words made Huang Guilan, who was on the side, instantly cranky. She also cursed at Wu Baiyu. "You little cutie, do you know what kind of person Manager Sun is? You still make so many excessive demands on his wife. If Manager Sun holds a grudge, see if I don't beat you to death." At this time, the rest of the Xia family had also reacted from the shock. They were now all having palpitations. After hearing Huang Guilan's words, everyone immediately aimed their guns at Wu Baiti, cursing you and me one by one. In an instant, Wu Baiti became a target. However, Wu Baiti appeared unconcerned as he continued to eat the good food on the table by himself. All right, all sit down." The old lady snapped as the entire room was agitated. Immediately, the hall quieted down, the entire room shut up, and Xia Mohan and the others also quickly sat back to their seats. "Next time the family gathering is held, don't bring Wu Baiyu." The old lady looked at Xia Mohan and said sternly. Xia Mohan gently nodded her head and said back, "Good, last time the gathering was held." Wu Baitu opened his mouth, scolded Xia Zishuan, and contradicted the old lady. And this time, it was even more powerful, directly ordering Sun Shilong, almost causing a major disaster. Xia Mohan is really not sure what Wu Baiti can do next time. Even if Wu Baiti is to defend himself, Xia Mohan does not dare to bring him out to risk. Xia Zishuan on the side, at this moment also can't help but open his mouth. To Xia Mohan counted, "Humph, I told you earlier that Wu Baisheng, that little cutie, not worthy of the table. You do not listen, almost caused trouble. If it is not, our Xia family is still a bit of heritage. Can bluff Sun Shilong. Today your family will be finished." After saying that, Xia Zishuan immediately asked the old lady again, "Grandma, does Grandpa and Boss Feng really know each other? Why was Manager Sun so honest once he heard your words?" The old lady pondered and said, "In fact, the old man and Boss Feng are only friends for a meal or two. The reason I moved the old man out was because I was afraid that Manager Sun wouldn't give me face. But I didn't expect that Manager Sun would go out of his way to be righteous for the sake of our Xia family, which really didn't make me think of it. Grandpa doesn't have a deep friendship with Boss Feng? Wait, after Manager Sun asks Boss Feng, he won't retaliate against us in turn. right? Xia Zishuan was sweating for a while. He thought that Sun Qilong could be so honest all because of his grandfather's face. Now it's good. It turns out that his grandfather's relationship with Feng Shengli, Sun Qilong's boss, isn't deep. Grandma is a fox and a tiger this time. When the rest of the Xia family heard this, they couldn't help but worry. Everyone became trembling at the thought of the possibility of subsequent retaliation. The old lady glared at Xia Zishuan and chided. Keep your voice down. Are you afraid that people won't know or something? The old lady actually had a weak heart. She was also worried that if Feng Shengli knew about this, it would have very serious consequences. Boss Feng has arrived. Right at this moment, outside the banquet hall, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 17, Get the hell out of here. Speak of the devil and he'll come. This is the rhythm of scaring people to death. Those in the Xia family who were already trembling with fear almost stopped their hearts in fear when they heard the three loud words Boss Feng. One by one, the guys, with miserable faces, looked towards the entrance of the banquet hall, only to see Big Boss Feng Shengli, with a majestic aura, striding in. Feng Shengli was the representative figure of the underground world in Shiyuan City. His name had shaken Shiyuan, almost to the point of being a household name, and he could definitely be considered a frightening presence. Such a person has an aura that is difficult for ordinary people to have, and when he came, the atmosphere of the entire hall was suppressed. The old lady was considered to be a person with vigor, but at this moment, she was also flustered. Seeing Feng Shengli come in, she immediately got up and greeted him, and slightly bent over, and asked in a peaceful manner, Boss Feng, why are you here? The old lady was quite a bit older than Feng Shengli, but in front of Feng Shengli, she didn't dare to lean on her old age. She became very formal, and treated Feng Shengli with all the respect in the world. There was no way Feng Shengli's position was there. Compared to him, the Xia family, a second-rate family, was really nothing. When Feng Shengli saw the old lady, he immediately squeezed out a smile and said, I heard that the Xia family was gathering here, so Mr. Feng made a special trip to take a look. At this moment, Feng Shengli's face was full of warmth and his tone was kind. However, the old lady listened, but the bottom of her heart chilled. After all, she was weak. Just now she used Feng Sheng's reputation fox and tiger. She was really afraid that Feng Sheng was here to settle scores. She looked deeply at Feng Sheng, carefully said, Boss Feng is polite. Feng Shengli smiled and said, what do you mean? I heard that just now someone is making trouble here. This is my fault. Today, your Xia family's order is completely free. In addition, in order to express my apologies, I send my hotel's best wine to all of you to make up for your sins. These words are of course only superficial words. In fact, Feng Shengli did this purely for the sake of Wu Baiti. He was afraid of Wu Baiti remember his revenge. He can only take the initiative to show good. As he spoke, Feng Shengli clapped his palms. Immediately, there were more than a dozen waiters, carrying more than a dozen bottles of top-quality good wine, which were sent to each table here. The old lady knew the goods and knew that these were all expensive foreign wines. More than 10 bottles of wine. That was a considerable amount of money. The old lady's heart trembled. She was surprised and said, Boss Feng, your hotel service is already very good. You don't need to be like this. Although Boss Feng said that this was his gift to the Xia family, but the old lady really didn't dare to ask for it. Feng Shengli said boldly, it's fine. This is all my heart. Please do accept it. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Feng Shengli immediately turned around and left, leaving behind the hall full of Xia family members who were inwardly shocked, looking at each other. Today, accidents were truly one after another. The Xia family members were really overwhelmed, until Feng Shengli completely disappeared. Everyone was still in a state of disorientation. The old lady was so knowledgeable that she felt that her brain was not enough. She sat back at the table and looked at the foreign wine on the table, as if she was in a dream. Grandma, it seems that Grandpa is really capable, able to make Boss Feng treat our Xia family so favorably. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Zishuan was the first to open his mouth and let out an exclamation. The old lady frowned and deeply lamented. I didn't expect that the old man had this ability either. After saying that, the old lady's frown loosened, revealing a cheerful smile, and painfully said, but this is a good thing. It shows that our Xia family has not fallen. Boss Feng's face, we have to accept it. Let's all open the wine and drink up. As soon as the old lady gave the word, the people at each table were not polite. They opened the foreign wine on their tables and drank openly. This celebratory banquet, after many twists and turns, finally returned to a festive and joyful atmosphere. When the atmosphere was rising, Xia Zishuan suddenly opened his mouth loudly and suppressed Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan, at first I thought that you were strong in business to negotiate a big business with Changsheng. I really didn't expect that you originally relied on beauty. Xia Zishuan's words woke up everyone present, and everyone realized that today's farce, in the final analysis, was because Xia Mohan took the big order through improper means. Although this order is beneficial to the company, but Xia Mohan is ultimately used dishonorable means. So everyone's opinion of Xia Mohan, changed. Keep your voice down, don't you mind being ashamed? The old lady scolded Xia Zishuan unhappily. Xia Zishuan skimmed his mouth and returned. It was originally if it wasn't for relying on grandpa's prestige today, Xia Mohan was going to cause big trouble for the family. Caught this opportunity to fall on the well. Xia Zishuan will not let go. He happens to be greedy because Xia Mohan signed a big order. He is still afraid that grandma reused Xia Mohan. Now well, Xia Mohan again to the Xia family disgrace. Grandma must be disappointed in Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan was hit by one thing after another today. Her whole person has not slowed down. But, here's Xia Zishuan in denigrating her. She immediately backed to the spirit. Counterattacked, I didn't seduce anyone. It is really Mr. Yang appreciated my design, and took the initiative to cooperate with me. Xia Mohan was righteous. Her words were solid. However, in the Xia family, she was just a small person. No one would believe her words. After all, Mr. Yang appreciated Xia Mohan's talent. This kind of thing was tantamount to a mirage in the sky. The Xia family members present, all automatically chose not to believe. Even the old lady did not look at Xia Mohan one more time, and even, she also to the whole field, solemnly announced, the design of the cooperation project with prosperity, handed over to Zishuan is solely responsible for. As for Mohan, continue to stay in the Department of Business. It today opened the celebration banquet. The old lady originally intended to promote Xia Mohan, but now, she changed her mind. Xia Mohan heard the old lady this decision. The heart immediately sank to the bottom. Banquet ended. Xia Mohan returned home, still sad and depressed. Today's events, ups and downs, although, in the end, everything was a surprise. Feng Boss and Sun Shilong did not make things difficult for themselves and the Xia family. Zhou Qin, that woman, also kneeled down and apologized to herself. However, the dirty water she splashed on herself, but it cannot be washed clean. Xia Mohan's position in the family fell back to the original point. She also cannot return to their favorite design position to show their strength. She is very difficult. Huang Guilan knew Xia Mohan's heart. She couldn't help but persuade, little Foam, don't feel bad. Mom believes in you. You're the best. Xia Mohan painfully said, what's the use of you believing? What Xia Mohan wants is the old lady's trust and attention, is the family's other eyes, is the work of the fullness and achievement. She specially packs up today, ready to set sail again, is to want to work hard and live upwards in a brand new atmosphere. But now, overnight back to the liberation, Xia Mohan, good hard to build up the walls of self-confidence, collapsed. The next day, Saturday, Xia Mohan stayed at home all day, listless. After eating dinner, Xia Mohan went back to her room to lie down. Just got into bed, her cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Xia Mohan answered the phone, and Xia Ziran's voice immediately came. Sister, today is the day of our three sisters gathering. You haven't forgotten, right? Xia family 3,000 gold. In the Xia family is considered a small group of 3 people. Since childhood they have been playing together, grew up, also meet each other once a year party. This is a private party belonging to the 3 of them. And they also made a date. If they have a date, they have to bring their own date. Earlier years, the 3 sisters have no object. The party is also very pure. No comparison and contrast, the 3 are gathered happy. But, since Xia Mohan and Xia Chushui all got married, this party for Xia Mohan, it became torture. The same as the Xia family 3,000 gold. Their own husband is a little cute, and Xia Chushui's husband, 100 times better than Wu Baiyao. Went to a comparison. Their own thick skin, face is also dull. Such a party really changed the flavor. In addition to let Xia Mohan lose face, seems to have no more significance. Last year Xia Mohan hard to go. Today she really not in the mood. So she did not hesitate to Xia Ziran rebuffed. I do not want to go. You and the first snow gathering it. Xia Ziran hurriedly said. Don't, sis, you must not be absent from this gathering. Xia Mohan wonders. Why? Xia Ziran said with a little heart. Because I just got a boyfriend. I've said goodbye to him. I'll bring him to meet you guys tonight. You won't not give this face to my sister, right? A long time ago, Xia Ziran had said that if she found a boyfriend, she would definitely bring him out for the 2 sisters to help scrutinize him. Now that Xia Ziran had found a boyfriend, Xia Mohan deserved to go and take a look. And for this request from Xia Ziran, she really had no reason to refuse. After a few seconds of silence, she opened her mouth. Alright, where is the appointment? 8 o'clock in the evening, Imperial Clubhouse box number 1. See you there. Oh yeah, remember to bring your brother-in-law. After saying that, Xia Ziran hung up the phone. Xia Mohan in her heart did not want to go, but had to go. She sighed and got up to freshen up. After dressing up, Xia Mohan walked out of the bedroom and said to Wu Baisu, who was sitting in the hall, Baisu, accompany me out later. Oh, Wu Baishu didn't ask where to go, only faintly returned. Xia Mohan looked at Wu Baitu's shabby image and couldn't help but complain. Why do you always dress so casually? It's not like you don't have any clothes to wear. Saying that, Xia Mohan immediately went to the closet, found a new suit that had never been worn, threw it in front of Wu Baitu, and sternly said, hurry up and go change into it for me. Wu Baitu took the suit and honestly went to the bedroom to change. 10 minutes later, Wu Baitu changed the suit and walked out of the room, a suit of him, as if he was brand new. His body was radiating luster. Xia Mohan did not pay attention. Suddenly was Wu Baiyu flashed to the eyes. She looked at Wu Baiyu in amazement, cannot stop staring. Her own husband, unexpectedly so handsome? Seeing Xia Mohan keep looking at herself, Wu Baishu couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Xia Mohan snapped back to her senses. She was actually looking at a little cutie, staring blankly. This made Xia Mohan ashamed. She gathered her thoughts and immediately said, nothing, let's go. The two of them left the house together and got into Xia Mohan's car. Xia Mohan drove Wu Baiyu and went straight to the Imperial Clubhouse. On the way, Xia Mohan repeatedly urged Wu Baitu, remember, don't talk, don't do anything stupid, don't make me lose face again. Family gathering, Xia Mohan is not dare to bring Wu Baidu again. Three sisters small party, according to the agreement, she can't not bring. At 7:50 in the evening, Xia Mohan drove to the parking lot of the Imperial Palace Club. Empire Club is the top entertainment place in Shiyuan City. Many upper-class people like to come here to spend time. In the evening, this place becomes very lively. Xia Mohan arrived. The emperor of the large parking lot has been parked full of cars. Xia Mohan waited for 2 minutes, only to wait for an empty parking space. Immediately, she drove over, ready to reverse into the garage. Just when Xia Mohan backed up, suddenly, a Lamborghini sped up, very domineering to the empty parking space in the garage. Xia Mohan didn't have time to brake at once. Bang! The rear of her Audi hit the body of the Lamborghini. The two cars came to a screeching halt, and immediately afterward, a young man with studs walked down from the Lamborghini, and he rushed straight to the side of Xia Mohan's car, tapped heavily on the driver's side window, and said in a deep voice, get the hell out of here. Chapter 18 Wu Baiyu's painting. Ear-studded youth named Songjia is the son of a tycoon. He grew up lack of discipline, uneducated, and now is an unqualified second-generation ancestor. Look at the collision is a 300,000 Audi. He decided that the owner of the car is a penniless hick, so he has a very bad attitude. Xia Mohan in the car was scared to the heart. Sitting in the back seat of Wu Baiyu, his eyes were cold, reaching out to open the door. Xia Mohan immediately stopped. You sit in the car, do not come out. Wu Baitu out will only cause trouble. Xia Mohan naturally want to stop him. After instructing Wu Baisu, Xia Mohan stepped out of the car and faced Songjia directly, arguing, I parked normally, it's you who didn't follow the rules. Songjia is an unreasonable person. He brutally said, I don't care so much about you. I just know that you hit my car. Pay for it. Xia Mohan is very clear. The other party can drive such a good car. The background is certainly not simple. She did not dare and the other party hard, can only soften and said, compensation for how much money? Songjia stretched out 5 fingers, said, 500,000. 500,000? This is simply robbery. Xia Mohan unconvinced, is a light bump. Your car is good but also do not need to be so expensive Songjia domineeringly threatened. I'm a new car. If you don't come up with $500,000 today, you don't want to leave. What for? Just then, a light voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a bookish-looking male son walked over. This young man, named Kai Xinlei, was one of the top-ranked magnates in Western Plain City. The Kai family, a first-class big family in West Plain City, had stood for many years and had never declined. Kai Xinlei was a famous talent of the Kai family, and had been cultivated by the Kai family. He had outstanding abilities and was multi-talented. Such a character, compared to the stream of Wang Shihao's playboy, I don't know how much stronger. Although Songjia was also considered a rich second generation, but in front of Kai Xinlei, he was a scum. Seeing Kai Xinlei come over, he was startled, and hurriedly asked, Mr. Kai, why are you here? Kai Xinlei looked at Songjia and said flatly, it looks like you're robbing someone else's parking space. Where are you parking like this? Hurry up and drive your car away. His tone was light, but unquestionable. Songjia how dared to offend Kai Xinlei he immediately like a grandson, nodded his head and said, okay. After saying that, he got into his Lamborghini and drove away in a puff of smoke. A storm, so simply dissolved. Xia Mohan looked at Kai Xinlei, frozen on the spot. Kai Xinlei in the Western Plain City has been known for a long time. Xia Mohan has long known this person. When Kai Xinlei is a famous talent, now Kai Xinlei is the top 10 outstanding young people in the Western Plains. His name has always been like thunder. More importantly, Kai Xinlei is the object of countless Western Plains girls' fantasies. Back then, when the Xia family's 3,000 golds were all still single, they joked that when they were looking for a man in the future, they would have to look for someone like Kai Xinlei. Xia Mohan felt unbelievable. Kai Xinlei suddenly appeared alive in front of himself, and also helped himself out, which made Xia Mohan feel like a dream. She slowed down for a while before she opened her mouth and said, "Thank you, we are all family. What are you saying thank you for?" Suddenly, Xia Ziren scurried out and took Kai Xinlei's arm. This moment's Xia Ziren, don't mention how proud she was. Xia Mohan was obviously startled. Surprised, "You guys?" Xia Ziren happily said. "To give you a formal introduction, this is my boyfriend, Kai Xinlei." Kai Xinlei, the dream lover of the young girls, was actually taken by Xia Ziren. Xia Ziren, this is also considered a dream come true, right? Xia Mohan couldn't help but feel a strange feeling welling up in her heart. Was it jealousy? No, it is envy. Xia Mohan said heartily to Xia Ziren, "I'm so happy for you." Xia Ziren smiled smugly and said, "Alright, sis, hurry up and go park the car." Xia Mohan nodded and immediately got into the car, backing it into the empty parking space just now. After parking the car, she faintly said to Wu Baiyu in the back seat, "Get out of the car." After saying that, Xia Mohan took the lead in getting out of the car, and Wu Baishu also followed closely down. Seeing that there was someone else in Xia Mohan's car, Kai Xinlei was taken aback. He couldn't help but ask Xia Mohan, "Who is this?" Xia Mohan lowered her head, embarrassed. "This is my husband." Kai Xinlei was stunned. "You were all bullied just now. How come your husband didn't even get off?" Kai Xinlei's subtext was, what kind of husband doesn't stand up for his wife? Xia Mohan was speechless. Xia Ziren, on the other hand, immediately explained, "Don't you know? This brother-in-law of mine is a cutie." Kai Xinlei was even more shocked. Wu Baiyu, this little cutie. The flunky was famous in West Plains City, but Kai Xinlei never paid attention to such gossipy things. He really didn't know. How could he have thought that such a beautiful young lady of the Xia family would marry a cutie? Kai Xinlei sized up Wu Baishu and said in confusion, "Can't see it?" At this moment, Wu Baishu, with his straight suit and elegant appearance, really didn't look like a cutie, but Xia Ziren couldn't help but smile when she saw this image of him. She laughed and joked to Xia Mohan, "Sister, you even dressed up your brother-in-law on purpose. Isn't this suit spoiled for him?" Xia Mohan didn't like Xia Ziren joking about Wu Baiyu, so she directly changed the topic and said, "Let's go in." Xia Ziren didn't say anything else and took Kai Xinlei's arm and walked towards the Imperial Clubhouse. Xia Mohan and Wu Baiyu followed along. When they came to the number 1 box, Xia Chuxue and her husband Zhou Hong were already sitting inside, and the two of them were shocked and confused when they saw Xia Ziren come in with Kai Xinlei on her arm. Zhou Hong is a boss in the timber business. In West Plains City, he definitely counts as an upper-class person. Xia Chuxue married him. Are the fortune of the Xia family? Xia family has also been proud of having Zhou Hong as a son-in-law. But, who would have thought that the boyfriend that Xia Ziren is looking for would be Kai Xinlei? This is a male son who ranks high in the entire West Plains City. While Xia Chuxue and Zhou Hong were frothing, Xia Ziren pointed at the two and introduced to Kai Xinlei, "This is my cousin Xia Chuxue and brother-in-law Zhou Hong." Kai Xinlei walked up to the two and politely extended his hand, saying, "Hello." Zhou Hong immediately reacted and got up to shake Kai Xinlei's hand, saying excitedly, "Good day, Mr. Kai." This side had just finished exchanging pleasantries when a voice suddenly came from the doorway of the box. "I'm not late, am I?" As the words fell, Xia Zishuan walked in with his new girlfriend Zhu Qian. The moment Xia Mohan saw Xia Zishuan, her eyebrows immediately frowned. This was their three sisters' party. Xia Ziran even called Xia Zishuan to come as well. Xia Mohan was very depressed. She regretted coming over, but the people had already come. She couldn't just walk away. Xia Zishuan entered the box. His eyes locked on Kai Xinlei at once. At once, his feet gave birth to the wind. Quickly stepped to Kai Xinlei's heel, hold Kai Xinlei's hand, excitedly said, "Hello, Mr. Kai. I'm Xia Ziran's own brother, Xia Zishuan." Xia Zishuan bites the word pro-brother extremely hard. As a way to reflect his different status, Kai Xinlei responded politely, "Hello, Zi Xian. I've heard Zi Ran mention you." After being polite with Kai Xinlei, Xia Zixian suddenly glanced at Wu Baisu. His eyes were full of disgust. He said sarcastically to Xia Mohan in a very nonchalant manner, "Xia Mohan, why did you bring this little cutie again? Brought it out. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself?" Xia Ziran returned, "I let him come. This is an agreement between our sisters." As she said this, Xia Ziran couldn't help but show a look of scheming success. There was a contrast, and then there was a gap. Xia Zishuan understood and didn't say any more. He directly brought his girlfriend and sat on the sofa, determining that everyone had arrived. Kai Xinlei beckoned towards the waiter and said domineeringly, "The best set menu, the best wine, bring it up for me." Kai Xinlei was a regular customer of this club. When the waiter heard this, he didn't ask many questions and immediately nodded his head and said, "Okay, Mr. Kai." Soon, the wine and drinks and fruit plates and small dishes were served. As soon as the waiter exited, Kai Xinlei opened his mouth and said, "Everyone feel free to eat. Feel free to drink." Kai Xinlei had only just met with the group, but with his honorable status, he naturally became the dominant person in the room. The atmosphere slowly warmed up. Kai Xinlei was a person with little bravado, treating everyone courteously, and when he saw that Wu Baiyu had been sitting in the corner without saying anything, he couldn't help but open his mouth and invite, "Come over and have a drink?" Seeing this, Xia Zishuan hurriedly stopped. "Don't, such a good wine, it's a waste to give it to him. He's a little cutie who snatches bones from dogs." Kai Xinlei said incredulously, "It's that serious?" Xia Zishuan mocked, "That's for sure. He's our famous little cutie in Shigan. He washes his face with toilet water, picks up garbage to take home, toothbrushes his shoes, picks leaves outside and eats them. Anyway, there's only things you can't think of and nothing he can't do." Hearing this, Xia Zishuan's girlfriend Zhu Qian was surprised. "No way. Is there such a person in this world?" Xia Ziren laughed and chimed in, "This brother-in-law of mine is not an ordinary person. Oh, he will also take a bath in the neighborhood fountain. It's awesome." Upon hearing this, everyone was delighted. The few people in the box told Wu Baiyu as a joke, gushing endlessly. Xia Mohan was very uncomfortable. It felt like there were countless flies buzzing in her ears. She hated it when people endlessly mocked Wu Baishu. She didn't like it when people didn't treat her husband as a human being, but on the contrary, no one cared about her feelings. Her coming here today was a mistake. The bitterness in her heart, who can she tell? Once good sisters, now all changed. Xia Chushue found a rich husband and looked down on herself long ago. Xia Ziren brought a boyfriend like Mr. Kai today, and even stepped on herself. Xia Mohan's mood is indescribable. Kai Xinlei listened to the story of Wu Baishu. All could not help but impress Wu Baishu. He despised in his heart, but his face did not show. He also pretended to say, "I know experts in the field of psychiatry. Do you want me to find someone to give him a look?" Xia Zishuan laughed. "It's not good to see. Our Xia family has also found many doctors for him. It's not useful at all. He's only honest about being in a mental hospital." After saying that, Xia Zishuan also said to the silent Xia Mohan, "Right, Xia Mohan?" Xia Mohan glared at Xia Zishuan and said in dissatisfaction, "Don't talk about centenarians, okay?" Obviously, Xia Mohan was very unhappy. Kai Xinlei knew it was time to stop, so he took the initiative to change the topic and chat about something else. The atmosphere warmed up again. Everyone chatted enthusiastically. However, Xia Mohan and Xia Chushue didn't open their mouths much. After all, the two of them were deeply compared to Xia Ziren. Xia Zishuan and Xia Ziren's siblings were the most active too. They were just like singing a double act. You and I, bragging and pretending. In the middle of the party, Xia Ziren drank a little wine and was quite excited. Taking advantage of this excitement, she suddenly said loudly to Kai Xinlei, "Xinlei, didn't you say you prepared a gift for me today? You hurry up and take it out for me to see." Xia Ziren purposely spoke loudly because she knew that the thing Kai Xinlei prepared for her would definitely not be bad. She just wanted to take this opportunity to show off and make her two sisters envious and jealous. She had to party today also to show off her boyfriend. Kai Xinlei sniffed and said, "Wait." With that, he made a call to his driver and asked him to bring the gifts over. Not long after, Kai Xinlei's driver brought a long gift box. The gift box was high-end and exquisite, and it was obvious that the things inside were incredibly expensive. Under everyone's attention and anticipation, Kai Xinlei slowly opened the gift box. An exquisite scroll was presented in front of everyone's eyes. "I heard that you like Mastery by Shanshi's paintings. This is a picture of a fierce tiger coming out of its cage that my family has treasured for many years, and now I'm giving it to you," Kai Xinlei said as he opened the scroll. Xia Ziren was stunned when this divine fierce tiger out of the cage picture was fully revealed. Xia Ziren was a little-known painter in Shiyuan City. Her favorite thing was painting, and the person she admired the most was also a painter. In the field of painting, there were many celebrities, but Xia Ziren's favorite, there was only one, and that was one White Mountain Eve. It can be said that a White Mountain Sunset is the most famous contemporary painter. His paintings are extremely rare, but each one can be called the world's finest, and each painting have been speculated to the sky price. Xia Ziren really did not think that in her lifetime she could actually get a genuine painting of Bai Shanxi. At that moment, her eyes were moist. Box other people, also all shocked, present who do not know. A white mountain she's paintings in the end means. This is definitely a rare treasure. We did not expect. Kai Xinlei a shot. Actually so generous. Sitting in the corner of the Wu Baishe. See this painting? Eyes also flashed a strange color. Because, this painting, it is from his handwriting, the bottom of the scroll, and his autograph, a white mountain sunset. 4 words, 2 and 2 together. It was his name. 100 years old. Chapter 19, the real main character. Wu Baishe was a world-renowned genius, and the most outstanding son of the Wu family ever. From a young age, he had been called a genius. No matter what he learned it with no effort and with ease. He was capable of writing and martial arts, and had learned all sorts of things, and was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Take painting for example. He is a demon-level talent. He is better than the blue but better than the blue. The master who taught him to paint, taught Wu Baishe 2 months, then ashamed of themselves to resign. Of course, for Wu Baishe, painting is just a momentary interest. He learned to play enough, and no longer paint. Therefore, his paintings are very few, but it is this rare few paintings, in the calligraphy and painting world caused a huge sensation. The picture of a tiger coming out of a cage was one of them. Ran, do you like it? Seeing that Xia Ziren didn't say anything, Kai Xinlei opened his mouth and asked. Xia Ziren was so surprised that tears came out of her eyes. With tears in her eyes, she nodded and deeply said, like it too much. Thank you, for sending me such a precious gift. Zhou Hong, who was on the side, couldn't help but marvel. The paintings of Yi by Shanxi, rare and precious. This fierce tiger out of the cage is afraid to be a few million. Mr. Kai is really a big deal. Kai Xinlei faintly said, things that can be bought with money are nothing. This is what a man is. A man with taste and generosity. Xia Chuxue and Xia Mohan could only watch dryly from the side. This painting is fake. Suddenly, Wu Baiti, who was treated as an invisible person, coldly opened his mouth. Wu Baishe himself didn't even know that his own paintings were already worth so much money, and even the pen name that he casually left behind was on fire. However, in front of this, but not his real work, but imitation is extremely similar. Just now at first glance, Wu Baiti thought it was really their own paintings. After a careful look at a few eyes, he realized that this painting is just the appearance with their own is very similar, but the essence of a little bit not the same. This fake is less unique to his own charm. His own tiger out of the cage picture, living and breathing, just like a tiger trapped for hundreds of years, to escape to heaven, that domineering, no one can imitate. Wu Baishe chose to expose Kai Xinlei. That is, he is not used to Kai Xinlei. This guy on the surface of the humble and courteous, in fact, full of city. Wu Baishe does not like this kind of people. Several people present were being shocked by the painting. Suddenly hearing Wu Baiti come up with such a sentence, they couldn't help but be stunned. Yi by Shanxi is my idol. I have studied his paintings for many years. I determined that this is the real thing. You little cutie, who are you to say it's fake? The first one to call out was Xia Ziren. Xia Ziren was so excited to retort because she genuinely felt that this was the real thing. She thought that Wu Baishe had defiled her idol's painting and humiliated Kai Xinlei as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You little cutie, you're sick again aren't you? Believe it or not I'll beat you up? Xia Zishuan already felt that Wu Baiti was an eyesore here, and now he even popped out to talk nonsense, which made Xia Zishuan very angry. Why did you say that my painting is fake? At this moment, Kai Xianlei's face also sank. This painting was bought at a high price by someone he had entrusted earlier in the year. Surely it wouldn't be fake. This little cutie like Wu Baiti. Saying such words was insulting him. Kai Xianlei. He was very unhappy. Wu Baishe met Kai Xinlei's gaze and shot back. Because the fierce tiger out of the cage picture was painted by me, so I can be sure that this one of yours is not authentic. Wu Baishe spoke with a serious tone and a solemn face. However, when the others heard it, they were instantly amused. Yi by Shanxi was a genius painter, while Wu Baishe was a complete cutie pie. Little cutie. Who could believe it when he said he was a genius? The atmosphere that was just a few moments ago was still tense with swords, but all of a sudden it became relaxed. Even Kai Xinlei couldn't help but laugh as he said while laughing, ha ha, originally I didn't see you as a little cutie. Now I believe it. Wu Baiyu didn't care about these people's ridicule, but Xia Mohan cared. Her face was burning. She knew that when Wu Baiyu opened his mouth, it would not be good. She had already instructed Wu Baiyu not to speak, but he still wanted to open his mouth to make a fool of himself. Family people look at the joke as just, now in front of outsiders. He also want to make jokes disgrace. Xia Mohan couldn't help it. She directly got up and walked to Wu Baishe, angrily accusing, are you going to die if you don't speak? Why do you always want to make me lose face? Why do you want to torture me so much? Do I owe you from my previous life? Xia Mohan vented all the grievances that she had been holding for the whole night. Tonight she was too suffocated. Xia Ziren had found such a dazzling boyfriend, but she herself was married to such a little cutie. Hubby, he wants to be quiet and not make a demon, okay? But he just opened a mouth to prove that he is the actual existence of the little cute. This really made Xia Mohan collapse. Wu Baishu looked at Xia Mohan and deeply said, "I," without waiting for Wu Baishu to explain. Xia Mohan screamed, "You shut up!" Wu Baiyu helplessly closed his mouth. "Xia Mohan, this is the husband you've been unable to divorce? How promising. He can also paint. Someday when you have time help me paint one." Xia Zishuan collected his anger and turned to mock Xia Mohan. I also like a white mountain she. You also draw a picture for me." Xu Qian also followed suit and taunted at Wu Baishu. Even Xia Chuxue, who hasn't said much, couldn't help but sneer at Wu Baishu. "I've heard that you can't even write. How can you still have the face to say you can paint? You're afraid you've lost your mind, right?" Xia Ziren was speechless and said, Alright, let's not talk about him. It's too much of a spoiler." Receiving such a precious gift, Xia Ziren was being surprised and touched. She was still planning to show off, but this little cutie, Wu Baiyu, suddenly came to cause a spoiler, making Xia Ziren very upset. "Baby, don't be angry. Next time what you like directly tell me. I can send it all to you." Such words, unusual people say, maybe it is blowing awesome, but Kai Xinlei said it. It is a matter of course. After Xia Ziren heard this, she really smiled with her eyebrows open. She was very intimate to Kai Xinlei, chirping, "Thank you, dear." This show of affection was enviable. Today's party. It was also true that Kai Xinlei and Xia Ziran were the center of the party. The two of them were the true protagonists. Everyone else, they were all supporting characters. Only, Xia Zishuan, this supporting role is especially active. He constantly praises Kai Xinlei. At the same time, he also does not forget to step on the low Wu Baiyu. This praise and step on, let him can be excited. A party down. Xia family 3,000 gold. Xia Ziran scenery unlimited. Xia Chuxue dim, and Xia Mohan, humble to the dust. "Waiter, pay the bill." When the banquet ended, Kai Xinlei opened his mouth and called out. The waiter took the bill, walked over, and said, "Mr. Kai, you have spent a total of $360,000 tonight." Hearing this figure, Xia Mohan's face suddenly changed. This was a high consumption that exceeded her expectations. However, Duke Kai was completely unconcerned. He came from the Kai family. His family was wealthy. Of course he didn't care about this amount of money. He said very boldly, "Swipe your card." After saying that, he took out his bank card. This was the platinum card of Jiangdong Bank. In order to run this card, the deposit balance must not be less than 10 million. And, after running the card, one must also guarantee high spending every year, or else the platinum privilege would be directly cancelled. Therefore, the general rich people are not able to handle this card. The weight of this platinum card can be imagined. When Kai Xinlei took out his platinum card, he also intentionally waved it around to show off for a bit before he was ready to swipe his card. But just at this time, Xia Ziren suddenly stopped Kai Xinlei and said, "Our family private party, our AA system, you only need to pay 90,000 on the line." Kai Xinlei said cheerfully, "It's fine, after all, I proposed to come here, let me pay." He just wanted to show the demeanor of a noble son. Xia Ziren pouted, "This is our family's rule, so don't break it, we're all not short of money anyway." Xia Ziren of course knows that Kai Xinlei is rich and doesn't care about this consumption. But this is her man's money. She doesn't want to cheapen Xia Chuxue and Xia Mohan. A woman's small mind, that's how it is. Since Xia Ziren had said so, Kai Xinlei was not good enough to act as an ingrate. He said, "Okay." Then, he let the waiter brush 90,000. Xia Chuxue and Zhou Hong, family is good. Zhou Hong business to do big, earn a lot of money. 90,000 for him is not much. Moreover, he also counted tonight to get acquainted with Kai Xinlei. This 90,000 spend is not wrong, so he did not gripe at all. Immediately took out his bank card and swiped 90,000. Zhou Hong paid. Xia Zishuan also brushed 90,000. Finally, it was Xia Mohan's turn. Xia Mohan, from hearing the figure of 360,000, the face becomes very ugly. She ran to participate in a party. The face lost all. The money has to spend so much. How can she accept? Previously 3 sisters party, spend 1,000 or 2,000, has been considered remarkable. Today suddenly want her to come up with 90,000. She cannot afford. Even more cannot get her whole body belongings are not 90,000. In the past few years, Xia Mohan expenses are very large. Her mother did not work, usually loved to play cards, often lose money. Wu Baidu at home freeloading, from time to time was also sent to the mental hospital, which is also not small expenses. Xia Mohan a person to support the family, not enough to make ends meet, even the previous savings are spent. Now her card, only $20,000. Her heart, nervous and embarrassed. See Xia Mohan nothing. Xia Zishuan playful flavor. Xia Mohan, you will not have no money, right? After holding her tongue for half a day, Xia Mohan opened her mouth with a red face. I don't have a card. Due to having no bottom, she spoke in a small voice. It's okay, ma'am. We also support Alipay, WeChat, and mobile banking transfers here, the waiter explained at the side. Hearing this, Xia Mohan's face turned even redder. Her lips were about to bleed from her own bite as she stammered. I. Right at this moment, Wu Baiyu in the corner suddenly stood up and said in a faint voice, I'll pay. Chapter 20, The Xia family's big event, $90,000, to Wu Baiyu. It was no different from an ordinary person's penny. He came to pay for this without any pressure. However, while he said it as a matter of course, the others were listening to it with laughter. Their unanimous thought was, this little cutie. He came out to make a fool of himself again. However, the waiter did not know that Wu Baiyu was a cutie. He immediately walked to Wu Baisher and politely asked, Sir, may I ask if you want to scan the code or swipe the card? Wu Baiyu said indifferently, Swipe card. With that, he started to pull out his bank card. This pulling out, Wu Bastard were in a rare embarrassment. He only realized at this time, he changed his suit before leaving the house. His supreme black card was still in the suit he was changed out of. At the critical moment, the chain was dropped. Brother-in-law, you quickly take out the card. I want to see the way you swipe the card. It must be super handsome. Xia Ziran, who was on the side, couldn't help but gloat and urged. The others, too, looked at Wu Baiyu with different expressions. I also forgot to bring my card. Wu Baisher said breathlessly. Ha, do you have a card? Even if you have a card, can you have $200 in your card? Xia Chuxue also couldn't hold it in and said sarcastically to Wu Baisher. Little cutie, do you know what the concept of $90,000 is? You can't even get it together if you pick up garbage for the rest of your life. Xia Zishuan was also convinced by Wu Baiti. He was really looking at Wu Baiti more and more unfavorably. Alas, I'm with this little cutie. Can't even stand staying for one night. If I stay with him for one day, I'm sure I'll break down. I don't know why someone can endure him for 3 years. Xu Qian said sarcastically with a disgusting color. All kinds of unpleasant words with thorns generally drilled into Xia Mohan's ears, making her nearly crazy. Just now, when she was in the most embarrassing situation, Wu Baiyu suddenly stood out like a man and wanted to pay for herself. Xia Mohan had a moment, all damned to believe the words of Wu Baisho, because the deepest part of her heart is eager for her husband to cover for her. However, the reality is always so cruel. Her husband is a little cute. Whenever he came out, he would only make jokes and even cause trouble. Disappointment. Extreme disappointment. Xia Mohan's tears were coming out. She yelled at Wu Baisher in annoyance. If you disgrace me again, I'll send you to the mental hospital. This time, Xia Mohan was really fired up. She hated Wu Baitu. When Wu Baitu saw Xia Mohan like this, his heart wasn't good either. The waiter on the side was a bit confused. He looked left and right, then asked, Who the hell are you paying? It's better for me to pay. Kai Xinlei really couldn't stand to watch and opened his mouth to speak. This time, Xia Ziran didn't stop it anymore. After all, if Xia Mohan really didn't have the money to withhold it here, it would be the Xia family that would be disgraced. Furthermore, Wu Baiti frequently popped out stupid words today. His condition was very unstable. Xia Ziran was a little worried that Wu Baiti would do something stupid in the box, so she let Kai Xinlei pay the money. Xia Mohan saw Kai Xinlei finish swiping his card and couldn't help but say, Thank you. I'll find a way to pay you back for this money. Although today's days are overstretched, but Xia Mohan does not want to owe Kai Xinlei's favor. This 90,000, she will definitely return. Kai Xinlei generously said, No need to pay back. This is all small money. It's okay. Hearing this, Xia Zishuan couldn't help but interject. It must be returned. Your money is not blown by the wind. Why is it cheap for her? Kai Xinlei did not insist in this matter. He just seriously suggested to Xia Mohan, I see your condition is not bad, or you'll divorce this marriage. I have a lot of good friends around. Randomly introduce you to A. You do not have to live in such a mess. This is also counted Kai Xinlei's heart. A good flower. Was a little cute. Gave destroyed. Feels like a person can't look at it. Ha, you think people's husband is a sizable cutie, but she thinks it's a baby. My grandmother forced her to divorce. She can't even leave. Xia Zishuan would not let go of any opportunity to mock Xia Mohan. In normal times, Xia Mohan would have retorted to Xia Zishuan. But now, she was powerless to open her mouth and didn't know what to retort with. A party that dispersed in speechlessness. Xia Mohan drove Wu Baiyu home. On the way, Xia Mohan still didn't open her mouth to say a word. She didn't scold Wu Baiyu. Or rather, she was no longer in the mood to take care of Wu Baiyu. At 11:30 at night, Xia Mohan and Wu Baitu arrived home. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Huang Guilan, who had just come back from playing cards, immediately walked out from the room and said to Xia Mohan, "Xia Ma, Mom doesn't have a penny right now. Buying groceries tomorrow is a problem, so you take some more money for me to use." One gives her trouble. One only asks for money. This is Xia Mohan's family. Xia Mohan is desperate. She took out a bank card from her bag and threw it to Huang Guilan, and said in a cold voice, "There are $20,000 in the card. Take all of it. This is my last money. Don't look for me anymore." After saying that, Xia Mohan went back to the bedroom. Immediately after, the bedroom came out the sound of Xia Mohan's broken down crying. She no longer hold back, no reservation, crying heartbreakingly. Huang Guilan stayed. She understands Xia Mohan. General things will not let Xia Mohan so cry. 3 years, no matter how much criticism and humiliation, no matter how heavy the burden on the shoulders, Xia Mohan are trying to carry. Strong and stoic, she has never been so unbridled crying. And tonight, and Wu Baisu went out. Come back, she cried like this. No need to think. Must be Wu Baisu again caused trouble. When she thought of this, Huang Guilan was suddenly furious. She copied the chicken feather duster on the table, and hit Wu Baisheng for a while, scolding while hitting. "It must be you little cutie. Displeased little foam. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death." Wu Baisho silently endured Huang Guilan's flogging without saying a word. But, in his always waveless eyes, there is now a color of self-reproach and heartache. Xia Mohan's crying pierced his heart. The next day, in the morning, Xia family big villa. The old lady invited the important members of the family, held a temporary family meeting in the villa. The main content of the meeting was about Xia Ziren's life event. Xia Ziren's generation was small and not considered an important member of the family, but today she was the protagonist and naturally came to the meeting. Ziran, I heard that you and the Kai families Mr. Kai are in a relationship. Is that true? The old lady narrowed her eyes and said with a smile. Xia Ziren proudly said, "Of course it's true. Last night he even gave me a painting of Bai Shanxi." Hearing this, the old lady's old skin on her face wrinkled with laughter as she praised Xia Ziren. Still Ziren has good fortune. Didn't let grandma down. Being praised by the old lady, Xia Ziren was cheerful and proud. At this time, Xia Ziren's father, Xia Xingbang, suddenly said to Xia Ziren, Ran, why don't you call your boyfriend over? We all want to meet Mr. Kai." Xia Ziren's mom, Xiong Yuzhen, also immediately agreed, "Yes, Ran, you should call Mr. Kai over." For this golden son-in-law, Xia Xingbang and Xiong Yuzhen's two families were really too satisfied, and they couldn't wait for Kai Xin Lei to come so that they could have a long face in front of the family. Of course, the main thing is that the old lady wants to see Kai Xinlei, but the old lady is not good to personally open this mouth. Let Xia Xingbang couple to say this matter. When Xia Ziren heard this, she immediately replied, "I'll make a call to ask. After all, Xinlei is rather busy. I still don't know if he's free." With that, Xia Ziren went out to make a call. More than 10 minutes later, Xia Ziren returned. At this moment, Xia Ziren's face was glowing and her eyes were glowing. She excitedly said loudly to the crowd in the family, "I've already called with Xin Lei. He said that the first time he meets the parents, he should treat them, and he also said that at noon today, he's going to feast all of us in the Qing Breeze Lounge, Qingfeng Zhai." This was one of the most famous dining establishments in West Plains City. Its status, incomparable, it was known in West Plains as the paradise of the culinary world. Qingfeng Zhai cannot be surpassed, mainly because of its chef, is a famous chef family inherited. This famous chef family seems to have some exclusive secret, due out of the dishes, excellent taste and very unique, loved by people from all walks of life. Therefore, the Qingfeng Zhai consumption is very high, but still everyday full house. If there is no advance reservation, even if you have money, cannot eat. Normally Qingfeng Zhai table hard to find, but Kai Xinlei surprisingly in the Qingfeng Zhai banquet invited all the Xia family. It is bound to pack a dozen chapters of the table before enough. This is not simply have money to do, which fully explains. He Kai Xinlei, there are through the sky ability. The Xia family members present, once they heard this from Xia Ziren, they were all shocked. The old lady all revealed a look of disbelief. She slowed down for a moment, and immediately ordered excitedly, "Quickly, hurry up and let everyone in the Xia family come to the villa to gather. Right, and also, have everyone dress up in spirit. Don't ever disgrace our Xia family." In a matter of moments, this shocking news broke out within the Xia family. The Kai family's Duke Kai hosted a banquet at the Qingfeng Zhai at noon today, inviting all of the Xia family to the banquet. Getting the news, all the people in the Xia family had dressed up and went to the Xia family villa to gather. Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan naturally received the news. When Huang Guilan heard about this, she immediately exploded. She shouted unhappily, "This Xia Ziren, why is she so lucky? Why was she able to find such an excellent boyfriend? Why am I so fated to get hitched to a cutie pie? Son-in-law? The more she thought about it, the more angry she got. So angry that Huang Guilan wanted to explode too much. She couldn't hold it in, so she directly spread her anger on Wu Baisu. At Wu Baisu, splitting her head and giving her a bad scolding. Xia Mohan did not stop Huang Guilan. She is now the whole person with the loss of soul. Last night she lost her face. The heart is exhausted. But today, she has to go to face a more serious storm. Think about it also no. At that time the family will be how to take the Kai Xinlei and their own little cute. If she went to this banquet, she would definitely be drowned in spittle. However, she had to go again, because it was the old lady's order. Sitting in front of the dresser, Xia Mohan thought about putting on a simple makeup, but looking at her red and swollen eyes, she really didn't have the heart for it. Just like this, as if going to her death, Xia Mohan walked out of the room. When she departed, Xia Mohan barked at Wu Baiyu, "Just stay at home, I will bring you back lunch." Xia Mohan promised the old lady last time that she wouldn't bring Wu Baiyu to the family gathering again. She herself didn't want to bring it. She was also afraid of Wu Baiyu. After she finished her instructions, Xia Mohan was glum, and walked out of the house. Huang Guilan followed him out and muttered, "What kind of food to bring him up? It's not like he can starve if he doesn't eat a meal." Wu Baishu stood at the door, looking at Xia Mohan's forlorn back. His eyes, gradually became infinitely deep, until Xia Mohan's back completely disappeared. Wu Baishu's eyes suddenly radiated a stern light. He took out his cell phone and dialed Li Changxing's number. "Prepare to prepare. Today, I'm going to let the Xia family know that Xia Mohan's husband, what kind of an existence is he?" Chapter 21, a scene of unprecedented pomp and circumstance. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Xia family's grand villa. The Xia family's people had come out in full force, and all of them had gathered in the grand villa. Duke Kai was the host, and it was set at the Qingfeng Zhai. This feast was a once-in-a-lifetime event, extremely rare. Xia family members naturally dressed brightly, especially the women, more like flowers, beautiful flowers. The moment Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan came, they immediately became the center of attention. Not only did the two of them not dress up carefully, on the contrary, Xia Mohan's eyes were still red and swollen, looking very wretched. "Guilan, what's wrong with you mother and daughter? Don't you know that my son-in-law-to-be, Mr. Kai, is going to entertain us? Why are you guys still so shabby?" The person who spoke was Xia Ziran's mom, Xiong Yuzhen. Huang Guilan was in an annoyed mood and was jealous of Xiong Yuzhen's good fortune. And when Xiong Yuzhen said this, she immediately disliked her with a huff. "It's to see your son-in-law-to-be, not mine. Why should I dress nicely?" Xiong Yuzhen annoyed, "Kai Gongzi, what character you can see on one side. Are you half a lifetime to repair the blessing? You do not know dress up. No wonder your family can only recruit a little cute son-in-law. Yes, mother and daughter make it look like a funeral. Who is it for? Don't even look at the occasion. What a disgrace. The old lady shouldn't have informed them. It feels like this family will only disgrace our Xia family." Many people helped Xiong Yuzhen and verbally attacked Huang Guilan and Xia Mohan, as if this mother and daughter were some kind of unforgivable sinners. Of course, the main reason they were so positively leaning towards Xiong Yuzhen was because Xiong Yuzhen was about to get a son-in-law of the highest caliber like Mr. Kai, and in the future, Xiong Yuzhen's family would surely be prosperous, so it was only right for them to make a good relationship in advance now. Huang Guilan's mouth is hard to beat the mouths of the people. She has always had a poisonous mouth, but now she was scolded not to be able to return the mouth. In the midst of all the noise, the old lady held Xia Ziran's hand and walked out from the inner room. The whole scene was quiet. Obviously, today's Xia Ziran has transformed into the old lady's favorite granddaughter. The old lady is close to holding Xia Ziran in her heart. Arriving at the hall, the old lady spoke with a joyful face. "My granddaughter-in-law Kai Xinlei is the most valued young master of the Kai family, and it is a blessing for our Xia family that he is inviting us to a banquet today. Therefore, I hope that all of you will behave better at the banquet, and don't disgrace the family. Do you hear me?" "Hear that," the crowd said in unison. "Mohan, you come over." The old lady looked towards Xia Mohan and opened her mouth. Xia Mohan lowered her head and walked over to the old lady. The old lady stared at Xia Mohan. Her tone was unpleasant. "Tell me about you. Your condition is not bad, even if the Wang family doesn't want it. It's not difficult for you to find other rich and noble family. Why don't you divorce with Wu Bai too? That little cutie. Besides bringing shame to the family, what else can you do?" Xia Mohan pursed her lips and did not make a sound. The old lady paused and continued. "When I see Mr. Kai this time, I will ask for you to see if he has any single friends. If he can introduce a nice man, you should hurry up and get divorced." The old lady did this, not for Xia Mohan's sake. She really can't stand Wu Baisu. She is really afraid that Wu Baisu will add chaos to the family again. Xia Mohan these days is also exhausted. Her mood ups and downs. See hope and then fall into despair, and finally like directly into the 18 layers of hell. so that she cannot turn over. She realized that if she is with Wu Baitu all her life, maybe all her life will have to live in this hellish life. However, she just decided not to divorce the other day, and now she is asked to abandon Wu Baiyu. Can she do it? Xia Mohan's heart to crack. She didn't know what to do and couldn't answer the old lady. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Grandma, there are a lot of cars coming outside." The old lady said in a cold voice, "Haven't you ever seen a car before or what? What's the fuss about cars coming?" The man continued, "They're all luxury cars, many. Upon hearing this, the old lady frowned and hurriedly walked out of the villa. The others also immediately followed along and walked out. Coming to the outside of the villa's courtyard, everyone saw that on the main road outside the villa, 50 to 60 shiny cars were neatly parked. Moreover, all of these cars were luxury cars worth millions of dollars. Outside the compound, it was as if it had turned into a luxury car exhibition hall. The people of the Xia family were all blinded by the flash. They stared at that full of luxury cars, their mouths agape. All of them seemed to be in a dream, unable to believe the facts in front of them. At the time when all of them were stunned, a paramera at the front walked down a professional driver wearing a black suit and white gloves. After he got off, he asked the dumbfounded Xia family members, "May I ask if this is the Xia family?" The old lady stood out and opened her mouth to the professional driver and asked, "Yes, what are you doing?" The professional driver courteously said, "We received orders from the top to come and pick up the Xia family to go to Qingfengzhai." These words made the frozen crowd of Xia family members snapped out of their senses, and in an instant, the whole place was in an uproar. "So this is all Mr. Kai's handiwork? He actually sent a fleet of luxury cars to pick us up for dinner. It's really an eye-opener for me. Just to meet the parents is so generous. If we get married in the future, what's wrong with that? You should marry Mr. Kai." Even the old lady couldn't help but marvel. Mr. Kai's manners are really thorough. The Xia family's crowd, one by one, were all boiling with blood and excitement. They did not spare any words of praise, praising Kai Xinlei profusely. As for Xia Ziran, her face simply bloomed with infinite luster. Feeling that this was the most glorious moment of her life, she really wanted to be proud of herself. Xia Xingbang and Xiongyu two families are also so excited that they can't close their mouths. This platoon is really too shocking. To let them have face. Well, don't delay. Let's hurry up and get on the car, the old lady yelled, interrupting the crowd's discussion. All the members of the Xia family immediately took action, picking their favorite luxury car and sat on it. The luxury fleet, towards Qingfengzhai, vastly, drove away. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Kai Xinlei drove to Qingfengzhai. This time is not yet a mealtime, but Qingfengzhai has been full. The door is like a city. Many people outside the store are waiting in line to turn the table. Kai Xinlei's status was extraordinary. Naturally he didn't need to queue up. After he got off the car, he directly entered inside Qingfengzhai. "Manager Chang, the 15 large tables I reserved, leave them for me, right?" As soon as Kai Xinlei arrived, he approached Cheng Yong, the manager of Qingfengzhai. Cheng Yong smiled and said, "Mr. Kai personally called here. How can I not give face? Don't worry, I've reserved a good seat for you. It's all consecutive tables." Being able to let Cheng Yong purposely leave 15 large tables, this shows that Kai Xinlei's face is indeed very big. Kai Xinlei said smugly, "Bring me the menu. I'll order the dishes first." Cheng Yong nodded and said, "Okay." After saying that, he was about to go get the menu, but at this time, his cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Picking up the phone, Cheng Yong's face instantly changed, and he said with a bit of worry, "This isn't good, boss. There are quite a lot of distinguished guests today." After the other party finished speaking, Cheng Yong immediately grimaced and said, "Okay, I know, I will definitely do it." Hang up the phone, Cheng Yong directly loud orders, "Hurry to clear the scene. All guests, all free, please go out." Cheng Yong ordered, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. All of a sudden, the tranquil Qingfengzhai became a riot. All the people are surprised. Who would not have thought Qingfengzhai will have to clear this kind of thing happened? To know, come to the Qingfengzhai dinner people, non-rich that is, present. Which one is not a dignified personage, being invited out in the middle of the meal? How would this make them lose face? "Manager, do you want to think about it?" A lobby foreman persuaded Cheng Yong. Cheng Yong said in a deep voice, "Do as ordered." Cheng Yong's tone was unquestionable. He had no choice. Compared to others, he was more aware of what the consequences of clearing out would be, and how Qingfengzhai would be affected. But, the orders of the big boss, he had to comply. Immediately, all the waiters acted quickly, went to each table to persuade the guests to leave. Most of the guests were more talkative and consciously went out, because they were clear that the big boss of Qingfengzhai could not be offended. But some guests, in the way of face, stubborn, refused to easily exit. For these stubborn people, Chun Yong didn't have time to persuade them one by one. He directly ordered, "Let the security guards come in, and blast out all those who don't cooperate." At once, a large group of security guards swarmed in and forcefully drove people out. Kai Xinlei was shocked by this scene. He asked Chun Yong, "Manager Chang, what's going on? Is the seat I booked okay?" Chun Yong replied back, "I'm sorry, Mr. Kai. The big boss gave the order to clear out the venue at noon today. No matter who it is, no matter what their status is, they all have to go out." Kai Xinlei frowned. "Uncomfortable, but I've greeted you, and I've already told my girlfriend's family that I'm going to host a banquet for them here. You can't make me go back on my word?" Chun Yong seriously said, "That can't be helped. You'd better change the restaurant." Kai Xinlei's face now also became ugly. He deliberately booked the banquet in Qingfengjai, is to pretend to be a big pussy, to show that he is not only rich, but also capable. To ask him to go to the general restaurant, that is not at all pussy. What's more, have already said good things, suddenly backtracked. Kai Xinlei is not to lose face. Thinking of this, Kai Xinlei aggravated his tone and said sternly to Chun Yong, "Manager Chang, I am your VIP senior user here. Is this a bit of face that you refuse to give?" Chun Yong looked at Kai Xinlei and said word by word, "I can say so much to you. It's already giving you face. This is the big boss's instruction, not to mention you. Even if your father is here, you have to give me out." After saying that, Chun Yong directly roared, "Someone come, send Mr. Kai out." Kai Xinlei, who has always been noble, can't escape this fate today, and was eventually forced out of the Qingfengjai by two security guards. Outside the Qingfen Lounge, gathered a lot of people. The Qingfen Lounge was driven out of the powerful people, but also heard the wind to come to the spectators. In a short period of time, outside the Qingfengjai has been crowded. Everyone did not leave the scene, because they all want to see, in the end, what kind of big shot can make the Qingfengjai. For the first time the Qingfengjai appear to clear the scene of the spectacle. Qingfengjai entrance parking lot. Dozens of security guards blocking the crowd, guarding the road outside the restaurant, maintaining order. Qingfengjai door on both sides. Hundreds of waiters and welcome guests, forming a grand honor guard, all standing straight, divided on both sides, respectful and orderly, waiting for the noble guest to descend. In the attention of all people, a long luxury caravan in front, slowly approaching, all the luxury cars, shining all over the place. Finally, the luxury car team neatly and orderly parked in the parking lot in front of Qingfengjai. Then, all the professional chauffeurs stepped out of the luxury cars and respectfully opened the doors. Everyone from the Xia family, under the respectful welcome of the chauffeurs, walked out from their respective limousines. "Welcome, all the attendants and welcome guests of the honor guard," shouted in unison at the Xia family's crowd, voices that resounded through the clouds. Chapter 22, Wu Baiyu shining on the scene. This unprecedented scene, Kai Xinlei did not see. Kai Xinlei is not a person who loves to join in the fun. He will not be a part of the fun either. He is used to enjoying the admiration of others, which is willing to look up to others here. Furthermore, he had no face to stay here anymore. Dang Duke Kai was kicked out of the door. This would really become his lifelong shame. He couldn't accept other people's different eyes. Most of all, Kai Xinlei had already promised to invite people from Xia Ziran's family to a banquet. Since Qingfengjai here had fizzled out, he could only look for another good restaurant. He had to book a seat as soon as possible. Therefore, after being kicked out, Kai Xinlei quickly drove away. Outside the Qingfengjai, the crowd of onlookers was growing, and after witnessing the Xia family members coming down from the luxury caravan, everyone instantly let out a shocked murmur. "Isn't this the Xia family? How can they enjoy such treatment?" "Yes, it's the Xia family. The Xia family's old lady has come out. This Xia family is only a second-rate family in our western plains. Why does it seem to have suddenly soared to the heavens? I heard that the Xia family's 3,000 girls are all very pretty. Could it be that they've found a golden son-in-law? I know, 2 of them are married, and one of them is even married to a cute size. Wu Baiyu. It seems that the one who didn't get married has found the man of her dreams. The Xia family is considered to have gained the Dragon Gate by a fish's leap. I'm so envious." Various voices floated in the air, as if a series of colorful flags were fluttering, adding endless luster to the Xia family. The people of the Xia family, as if stepping on top of the clouds, their bodies were light and airy. The powerful welcoming ceremonies, the majestic security, the layers of onlookers, the envious and jealous voices, everything, all of them, the Xia family to the highest place. The people of the Xia family felt a supreme honor that they had never dreamed of, and at this moment, their feelings could not be described with ink and pen. Every member of the Xia family, as if stepping on the red carpet of the starlight shining in the limelight, they lifted their chins high, strutting their heads high, towards the inside of the Qingfengjai. slowly walking towards. This kind of moment is not a cool word. On both sides of the honor guard team greeted the Summer family with infinite heroic heart into the Qingfeng Zhai inside. Once inside, the Xia family realized that the inner hall of the Qingfeng Zhai, which is always overcrowded, is actually empty at this moment. No wonder. The outside was crowded with so many spectators. The old lady asked incredulously, "Is this packed?" Chun Yang immediately returned, "Yes, we purposely cleared the field. Today, Qingfeng Zhai, only for the Xia family. Qingfeng Zhai, only serving the Xia family." This was something who could imagine. This honor, it could go down in the Xia family's history for 1,000 years. The face that our Xia family lost 3 years ago due to Wu Baiyu has finally grown back today. The old lady finally couldn't help herself, raising her eyebrows and letting out a deep sigh of emotion. The other Xia family members, too, marveled. "Yes, I really didn't expect that our Xia family could also have today. It's really too fantastic. After living most of my life, I'm finally in the limelight. Comfortable. All of this, it's really thanks to Ziran. Without her, we wouldn't have been able to enjoy such treatment for the rest of our lives." Next, the people of the Xia family, all of them were sparing no effort in praising Xia Ziran. Xia Ziran was already floating in the air. She was the one who was the most shocked amongst all of them, simply because this was all prepared by Kai Xinlei for her. All of the Xia family members, all of them were dipped in her light. She is the most shining protagonist today. However, for all this, Xia Ziran herself is also very surprised. Although she knows that Kai Xinlei rich, also know that Kai Xinlei like themselves, but how could she not expect Kai Xinlei will be for her to do this kind of point? This banquet is really too much to let her surprise. She felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. See, Xia Mohan, a good husband, how important it is. Look at our family Ziran, how much honor it has brought to the family, and you, how much shame it has brought to the family. As the entire audience praised Xia Ziran, Xia Zishuan suddenly made a sarcastic remark towards Xia Mohan. This sentence immediately shifted the crowd's wind direction, and everyone unanimously aimed their spearheads at Xia Mohan. Zi Xian has a point. We don't ask you to bring glory to the family, but at least don't disgrace the family. Really can't figure it out. Even if the Wang family doesn't want you, finding a slightly richer one wouldn't be like this. Why do you want to keep a little cutie? That's right. Grandma has agreed to divorce you, but still not divorced. Really a wooden brain. At this moment, how scenic Xia Ziran was, how wretched Xia Mohan was. Xia Mohan's heart, as if poked numerous large holes. She was too difficult. As a woman, how can she not envy Xia Ziran? Xia Ziran's boyfriend is not only excellent, but also so heartfelt. For her to prepare so big surprise, Xia Mohan has also longed for. She can wander in the sea of happiness. She also like romance, like surprises, but all of this, from her is so far away. She not only in happiness has no chance, and even have to bear all kinds of pressure and sarcastic demeanor every day. Every day was poked and prodded and scolded. This kind of day, she really had enough, but she couldn't get rid of it. Accusations were still slamming into Xia Mohan, and Xia Mohan's tears had already filled her eyes, but she desperately held back and didn't let the tears come out of her eyes. Oh, Xia Mohan didn't cry out, but Huang Guilan did. "Mom, why are you crying?" Xia Mohan couldn't help but ask Huang Guilan. Huang Guilan said in grief, "You are obviously so good. Why can't you find a good man? Why did you have to get stuck with that little cutie Wu Baiyu? Why can't you find a good man? Why can others find such a good man? Why is my life so bitter?" Huang Guilan was heartbroken. The honor that Xia Ziran brought to this family today was too much for Huang Guilan to be jealous of. Her eyes were red with envy and she would die if she didn't let it out. When Xia Mohan saw Huang Guilan crying, she felt even worse. Chun Yang on the side, see this situation, cannot help but stunned. This is clearly a great thing. How the Xia family good reason to quarrel. And even some people also cried. This can be really strange family. In order to avoid embarrassment, Chun Yang hurriedly rounded up the scene and said, "Everyone, do you want to get on the table? Our chef is preparing the Emperor's banquet." Emperor's banquet, Qingfeng Zhai's best set meal. Qingfeng Zhai's dishes, good flavor, expensive, and the Emperor's banquet, even more so, contains a table of the most expensive dishes, the best wine, and the price is not expensive. With so many people in the Xia family, there should be at least more than 10 tables. More than 10 tables of Emperor banquet. How much would that cost? The rowdy Xia family instantly quieted down, and everyone was once again immersed in shock. Chun Yang's question went unanswered for a moment. "No hurry first, I'll wait for my husband to come over." After a while, Xia Ziran opened her mouth. She had now changed her name to Kai Xinlei as her husband. She was proud of Kai Xinlei. "Yeah, the main character hasn't even arrived. How can we get on the table?" "Wait." Xia Zishuan scanned 2 eyes and didn't see Kai Xinlei, and also chimed in. Thus, everyone in the Xia family gathered at the entrance of the first-floor lobby, waiting for Kai Xinlei. After waiting for a few minutes, still did not see Kai Xinlei's figure. Xia Ziren inwardly are a little anxious. She is too much looking forward to her boyfriend to hurry up to shine and shine. After a few more minutes, Kai Xinlei still didn't make an appearance. Xia Ziren really couldn't wait, couldn't help but say, "I'll make a phone call." After saying that, she took out her cell phone. However, she hadn't even dialed this phone yet, when suddenly, the crowd of onlookers outside the Qingfeng Zhai stirred. Immediately afterward, a roar of an engine rumbled and shook heaven and earth. "It's coming, it's coming!" Xia Zishuan shouted excitedly. Xia Ziren was so excited that she couldn't wait to run out. Xia Xingbang and Xiong Yuzhen's two families also followed their daughter out to greet her. Xia Zishuan, as Xia Ziren's own brother, naturally did not fall behind. He also went out of the Qingfeng Zhai. The rest of the Xia family, on the other hand, stretched their necks and looked out through the main door and the glass walls on both sides. The sea of people outside also all turned their gazes to the source of the sound, only to see that hundreds of Harley motorcycles, divided on both sides of the main road, were neatly driving towards Qingfeng Zhai side. The riders on each Harley motorcycle were uniformly dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses. They were cool and overbearing, just like the heroic warriors who returned in triumph. They drove their Harley motorcycles on both sides of the road. In the middle of the road, a top-of-the-line Maybach G650 worth $20 million was like a king being escorted, slowly traveling under the escort of Harley motorcycles. Oh my god, what a grand arrangement and grandeur. I'm going crazy. This is too domineering, right? To be able to see such a luxurious array with my own eyes, I have no regrets in this life. The real big shot has finally appeared. To be able to marry someone like this, it's fine to live 20 years less. In the midst of the crowd's frantic shrieks and murmurs, the Maybach drove to the entrance of Qingfeng Zhai and stopped. The car stopped steadily. The driver's door was the first to open. A middle-aged driver wearing a black suit with white gloves on his hands walked out. He came to the back seat side, opened the door of the back seat of the car, and bowed and lowered his head, with the most humble gesture, respectfully welcoming the owner of the car. In the eager anticipation of the entire audience, a man dressed in Zegna's luxurious out-of-print suit, foot Baruti's special leather shoes, even the tie is Burberry's global limited edition, walked out from the Maybach. He, radiant. He, the aura is invincible. He, is Wu Baiyu. Chapter 23 The Perfectly Imperfect Man. All this, all the honors and scenery, are all prepared by Wu Baiyu for Xia Mohan. The first time in his life he is high profile, only for this woman who is unrelenting to him. His woman Xia Mohan, because her husband is a little cute. Wu Baisi, suffered too much pain and aggression. Wu Baishir will see everything in the eyes. He can no longer be indifferent. He can no longer let Xia Mohan suffer a little bit of aggression. So he high profile to the world to prove that he Wu Baisi, Xia Mohan's husband, not only not stupid, and rich and powerful. At this moment, Wu Baisui body dazzling, all without half a bit of stupidity. His whole person, completely, is wrapped in nobility and handsome. He was like the most eye-catching sun, glowing between heaven and earth. The crowd of onlookers, as soon as they saw Wu Baishir coming down from the Maybach, immediately let out a shocking cry. Who is this? So handsome. Yeah, too much aura. This person definitely comes from a luxurious family. I want to marry him. I want to marry him. The crowd went crazy. Crazy for Wu Baiyu. Luxurious rose, dazzling appearances, name brand lining, all the halos, all enveloped in Wu Baisho, making him look so extraordinary. He attracted the attention of the entire crowd, making the millions of people look up in reverence. Layers of onlookers, no one recognized that this was the Xia family's cutie pie, the flunky Wu Baisi. Although Wu Baisi's great name shook the Western Plains, and basically everyone in the Western Plains had heard of Wu Baisi's name, but very few people had actually seen him in the flesh. And even if there were people who had seen him once or twice, they would definitely not connect the top-ranking rich young man who shone brightly all over the arena in front of them to a little cutie pie, connected together. However, the Xia family was different. The Xia family was familiar with Wu Baishir beyond measure. Even if Wu Baishir turned into ashes, they would still be able to recognize him. However, it was precisely because they recognized it that they were hit even harder. Just ask, which Xia family member could believe that the Wu Baiti in front of them, who was so cool that he had no friends, was the little cutie that they despised the most? Wu Baisi. The crowd of onlookers was still lively and crazy, but the people of the Xia family, all of them, as if they had been casted with a fixation spell, were frozen on the spot, not moving at all. Wu Baisui ignored the tumultuous onlookers, ignored the Xia family members who were dumbfounded, and directly took a step towards the inside of the Qingfeng Zhai. He was the center of attention. Wherever his figure went, people's eyes followed. In the limelight, Wu Baitao holding roses, striding, Entering the Qingfeng Lent, straight towards Xia Mohan. Arriving in front of Xia Mohan, Wu Baisho stops, handing a large bunch of roses to Xia Mohan, and at the same time speaking deeply, "From now on, I'll hold up the whole world for you." One sentence, full of everything. A man that holds up the sky and the earth. Such a Wu Baiyu was simply the most perfect male god in a woman's heart. 1 in a million. Xia Mohan's eyes reddened, and there were tears flashing in her eyes. There is a man, clad in golden armor and holy clothes, with his feet on the 7-colored auspicious clouds, came to me on an occasion of 1,000,000 people's attention, and told me that he would give me the whole world. This dreamy heroic plot, actually in reality, this lets Xia Mohan how to believe. Xia Mohan's heartbeat is accelerating. Every cell of her whole body is trembling. She is really hard to believe that her little cutie, hubby, Wu Baiyu, would become such a flawless man. All of this was like a dream. After what seemed like a long time, Xia Mohan lifted her hand with difficulty and caught the rose that Wu Baiyu handed over. This flower is real. This scene is real. Her husband, Wu Baishu, had really given her a heavenly surprise. The romantic scene that she had never dared to hope for was now truly staged. Xia Mohan was thrilled beyond words. With tears in her eyes, she raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a happy smile. Married for 3 years, Xia Mohan had never felt happy. This was the first time Wu Baitu saw Xia Mohan smiling. He was satisfied. The other Xia family members, on the other hand, were still in shock and disbelief, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Wu Baishu didn't care about the others, and directly brought the frozen Xia Mohan, found the best seat, and sat down. Immediately, Wu Baishu shouted in a domineering manner, "Serve the food." Chen Yong did not know Wu Baishu, but from the moment he appeared on the stage, Wu Baishu had displayed his unique status, and his aura, too, had crushed the entire room. Therefore, Chen Yong decided that this should be the big shot who could make Big Boss clear out the Qingfengjai. Without hesitation, Chen Yong immediately led the waiters to get busy. Right at this moment, Xia Ziren suddenly ran in from the doorway, rushed in front of Wu Baishu and shouted, "What gives you the right to call for food? My boyfriend hasn't come yet?" Just now, Xia Ziren was hit very hard, so hard that she couldn't think at all for a while. But, after calming down, she became firmly convinced that there must be something fishy about this. Although, today's Wu Baiyu, like a star-studded emperor, was a little cutie. It's just little cutie. How could he suddenly leap into a dragon? Even if Xia Ziren believed that the sun came out of the west, she wouldn't believe little cutie. What kind of rich man is Wu Baiyu? What's more, Kai Xian Lei all said to himself, "Today at noon will be in the Qingfengjai banquet own family everyone." This everyone, in Kai Xian Lei's view, presumably including Wu Baiyu. So Xia Ziren is sure that everything here is arranged by Kai Xinlei, and he is definitely using Wu Baiyu as a little cutie, to make the padding, and then in the end he himself would make an even shinier finale appearance. Wu Baishu did not raise his eyes to look at Xia Ziren, and only faintly returned, "What does it matter to me if he comes or not?" Upon hearing this, Xia Ziren instantly became even angrier. She cursed at Wu Baishu. "My family Xinlei is the main character of this time. He is the one who chartered the venue and invited our family to dine here. If he didn't come, are you qualified to eat?" Xia Ziren's voice was so loud that it jolted all the stunned and confused Xia family members awake, and only then did everyone wake up to the fact that today's protagonist was Kai Xinlei. Kai Xian Lei didn't come. Who could move the chopsticks? In an instant, the Xia family was in an uproar. Everyone was once again on the same page, unanimously firing at Wu Baishu. "Yes, it's all Kai Gongzi's fault that our Xia family is so honored. We must wait for Kai Gongzi to come for dinner. You little cutie. You think you can really consider yourself a young master just because you're dressed up like a man? Needless to say, it must be Duke Kai who saw you pitifully alone at home and specially prepared it for you. Right, you have to thank the other Duke Kai for having the honor of coming here to eat." Yes, Duke Kai also took great pains. He must have been afraid that Wu Baiyu was too shabby to disgrace the Xia family, so he made Wu Baiyu appear in this way. Who knows this little cutie doesn't know how to be grateful and wants to eat first before even waiting for Mr. Kai. At first, the Xia family was shocked and confused by Wu Baishu's stunning appearance, but now that they reacted, the group re-established that Wu Baishu was a little cutie. No matter how he dresses up, he is still a little cutie, which was a constant fact. Thus, Wu Baishu became a target again. A small Kai family is not qualified to make Qingfengjai clear the field. Wu Baishu suddenly raised his head, looked straight at this group of stubborn Xia family members, and let out a voice that was as imposing as a rainbow. When everyone heard this, they instantly froze. But after freezing, all of the Xia family members were again in a blaze of glory. For their Xia family, the Kai family, that was a family on the top of the clouds, was absolutely unclimbable. But this little cutie Wu Baiyu He even looked down on the Kai family so much, which naturally triggered the Xia family's anger. Xia Zishuan immediately rushed to Wu Baishi's side and angrily cursed. You really consider yourself a character ah? The Kai family is a little cutie like you. Can you comment on it? Are you worthy? The others also shouted curses at Wu Baishi. Even the old lady came over and questioned Wu Baiti in a stern voice. The Kai family doesn't have that qualification, do you? Could it be that you're telling me that all of this today was planned by you? The old lady's words were loud and majestic. The noisy Xia family members immediately quieted down. Everyone's eyes collectively stared at Wu Baiti. Wu Baishi faced the entire room and resoundingly replied, "That's right, it's me." Wu Baiti's reply was solemn and powerful, but no one in the Xia family believed it. Everyone couldn't help but feel that Wu Baiti's disease had flared up again, so all kinds of mocking sounds rang out one after another. Wu Baiti, your disease is really getting worse and worse. You turned out to really think of yourself as a character ah? Yes, just by virtue of you being a humble and stupid little cutie. What qualifications do you have to say such big words? Do you know how much money it costs to make such a big scene? It's not just about money. Do you know how much connections and face it requires? You little cutie, hurry up and roll to the mental hospital. It's so much. Mocking voices, endless, so much so, immersed in the happiness of Xia Mohan, are abruptly back to reality. Her reason told her, Wu Baiyu is a little cutie, in no way rich and powerful. However, her feelings, and make her want to believe Wu Baishang, because today, Wu Baishang really gave her endless touches and surprises. Deep down, Xia Mohan had expectations for Wu Baishi. Therefore, she asked very seriously to Wu Baishi, Baishi, is this all really prepared by you? You can't lie to me. Wu Baisho looked at Xia Mohan and said deeply, it's me who prepared this for you. Wu Baisho's tone, incomparably sincere. Xia Mohan's heartbeat, once again, accelerated violently. However, the other Xia family members still didn't believe it. Xia Ziran was even so angry that she slapped the table and screamed at Wu Baishi, you little cutie, bragging without a draft. I'll call Xin Lei right now. I'll let you know how capable my family Xin Lei really is. Yes, expose this little cutie pie. The others chimed in. Then, Xia Ziran dialed Kai Xinlei's number in front of the entire Xia family. In order to make Wu Baiyu and Xia Mohan make a fool of themselves in public, Xia Ziran even pressed the speakerphone button on purpose. As soon as the call was made, Xia Ziran whined, hey, honey, where are you now? Alas, don't say it. Qingfeng Jai was wrapped up. The seats I booked were cancelled. Now I'm looking for other restaurants. Don't be anxious. I'll send you the address when it's done. In Xia Ziran's cell phone, Kai Xinlei's helpless voice came out clearly. Chapter 20 for the domineering Huang Guilun. Kai Xinlei's voice, through the cell phone loudspeaker, echoed within the Qingfeng Jai lobby. Every Xia family member present had heard Kai Xinlei's words, word for word. Only, each of his words seemed like a resounding slap, and after he finished a sentence, the Xia family members only felt like they had been slapped countless times. It hurt to have their faces ache. They had to face a cruel reality. The person who had chartered Qingfeng Jai was really not Kai Xin Lei. This reality shattered their sworn opinion to smithereens. The entire Xia family, confused. Xin Lei, you're not kidding, right? We're all waiting for you in Qingfeng Jai right now? Xia Ziran was hit the hardest. She was by no means willing to accept such a fact, and she asked again almost as if she was deceiving herself. When Kai Xin Lei heard this, he was shocked. He immediately returned. No way? Qingfeng Jai has already been cleared. It's impossible to get in at all. How did you guys get in? In one sentence, Xia Ziran's last trace of hope was knocked to smithereens. Disappointment. Deep disappointment. It felt as if she had fallen directly from the top of the clouds into a bottomless abyss. Xia Ziran's heart fell to pieces. She was so hard and uncomfortable that her entire being had a deep sense of suffocation. How could she think that all of this was not a surprise prepared by Kai Xinlei for her? Her beautiful princess dream, completely shattered. After a few seconds of silence, Xia Ziran only shouted with a sobbing voice, then the person who sent dozens of cars to my home and picked my family up, wasn't you either? Hearing this, Kai Xinlei was even more shocked. He was surprised. What? Someone else went to pick you up? What the hell is going on here? Dead-hearted. Completely dead-hearted. Xia Ziran could no longer embrace the slightest bit of fantasy. She really suffered the most ridiculous tragedy in her life. She thought her Prince Charming gave her a big surprise. She also flaunted in front of the family people to be proud of. She also hit Xia Mohan painfully, but in the end, everything is all for nothing. She became a complete joke. How can Xia Ziran bear this? Before she, how much scenery. Now she, how desperate. She said in a disembodied manner. Let's say this first. After saying that, she hung up the phone. As soon as the phone hung up, the entire Qingfeng Jai lobby fell into an eerie silence. Those Xia family members who were collectively crusading against Wu Baiti were all like dead people at this moment. No sound at all. After a long time, only then did someone gradually come back to their senses and let out a puzzled voice. What the hell It really wasn't Duke Kai who arranged all this This doesn't make sense. Besides Duke Kai, who else would lift up our Xia family like this? Could it be that it's really Wu Baiyu? With that said, everyone turned their gazes towards Wu Baisher. Greeting the gazes of all of them, Wu Baisher spoke solemnly. I didn't do all of this in order to brighten up the face of your Xia family. I just want you all to know that Xia Mohan's husband is not a cutie pie. Her husband is an existence that all of you must look up to. Wu Baiyu's voice, deafening, his aura, breaking out of his body, shook the entire Xia family. At this moment, the Wu Baiyu in their eyes seemed to be 100 times taller. He looked no longer like that little cutie who was spurned by 10,000 people anymore. Those who firmly did not believe in Wu Baiti could not help but be shaken, especially Xia Mohan. Her heart all rippled. Her husband Wu Baiti showed an unprecedented manliness, like a hero of the world. Such a Wu Baitu, in line with all her fantasies about men. Xia Mohan genuinely rejoiced, and at the same time touched beyond measure. However, the whole world is shaken. Xia Zishuan is not likely to be shaken. He absolutely does not believe that little cutie for his pleasure, Wu Baiyu, would be some kind of marvelous big shot. He faced Wu Baiyu straight on and sternly questioned, even if this has nothing to do with Duke Kai, on what basis do you say that this is what this little cutie, did this? Xia Zishuan was already upset that he hadn't dipped into Kai Xinlei's favor, and if this was still related to Wu Baiti, then he would really be pissed off. Wu Baiyu slowly stood up from his seat as he sternly scanned the room and spoke arrogantly. Isn't this obvious enough? As the words fell, his hands abruptly spread out. Instantly, an aura of a monarch over the world emanated from him. He didn't explain any nonsense, and only used his actions to show that as long as you all have eyes, you can see that he, Wu Baisher, is the main character of today. At this instant, all the Xia family members were dumbfounded, because, leaving aside the preconceived notions, today's Wu Baiti is indeed dazzling, extraordinary. Only, Wu Baiti is a little cutie. The fact that Wu Baiti was a cutie has been deeply rooted in everyone's heart, which caused the Xia family to turn a blind eye to many of the established facts that happened today, and also unwilling to believe that Wu Baiti would transform into an existence that they could look up to. A few moments later, Xia Ziran's mother Xiong Yuzhen suddenly opened her mouth. She shouted at Wu Baisher stifled, packed Qingfeng Zhai, renting so many luxury cars and drivers, make such a big battle, at least have to spend a few million. You're a little cutie. Where did you get so much money? Xiong Yuzhen is really unwilling. She originally thought, today she will become the most scenic mother-in-law in West Plain City, but who knows? All the light is Wu Baisher, this little cutie. Xiong Yuzhen did not want to accept this fact. She did not want to admit that Wu Baisher was some kind of rich and powerful person. She would rather think that it was Wu Baisher who spent money to rent it, although she also did not know how this money came. As soon as they heard this, those stubborn people who didn't want to admit the truth instantly got energized. They immediately echoed Xiong Yuzhen's words and let out a vocal question. Right, how did your family have so much money when you rely on Xia Mohan to work alone? It really doesn't make sense. They say that the little cutie, good luck, did she win the lottery? Winning a few $1 million in the lottery would have been on the news long ago. Besides, how would Wu Baiyu know to buy a lottery ticket? That's right, there's definitely something wrong with this anyway. All kinds of questioning sounds, an endless stream, the large Qingfeng Zhai lobby. The clamor is not only. Right at this moment, a Hadong lion roar-like shout rang out violently. All shut up. This was Huang Guilan's roar, and she almost used her life's strength to roar out this voice. The voice shook the sky and moved the earth. At once, everyone shut up, and the entire room was silent. You fools who cover your ears. It's so obvious. And you still don't admit that my son-in-law is very capable? Do you guys think that this matter today is something that can be fixed by casually having a few dollars? Can a rich man make the Qingfeng Zhai clean up? This is something that even Duke Kai couldn't do. But my son-in-law did it. Doesn't that speak volumes? Huang Guilan's words were resounding and powerful, and they were so reasonable that one could no longer refute them. After the roar, Huang Guilan's heart can be happy. Let these dog-eyed guys look down on her son-in-law. She is now going to get back for her son-in-law. She would like to let the whole world know. She Huang Guilan is the most fortunate mother-in-law. In fact, for everything that happened today, Huang Guilan was really too shocked. She simply couldn't imagine that the little cutie who was beaten by herself and scolded by herself, son-in-law, was actually such a powerful golden son-in-law. However, it was the fact that it was unbelievable again. Huang Guilan was also 10,000 times willing to accept this kind of fact. She wouldn't deceive herself like other people. Seeing the entire audience was shocked by their own speechless. Huang Guilan's bottom line is more sufficient. She can be regarded as a snow former shame. Raised eyebrows. With this full confidence, Huang Guilan held her head high and walked to the old lady in front of her, and righteously said, "Old lady, haven't you ever wondered why the old master had to let Xioma marry Wu Baiti? You have to know. The old master is the one who loves little Foam the most. It's obvious that Wu Baiti is not an ordinary person. Why do you keep forcing little Foam to divorce Baiti? You are really confused." After saying the old lady, Huang Guilan went to Xiong Yujin and said, "Yujin, your daughter is just dating Mr. Kai. It's not sure if she can get married in the future. Look at you. You are so proud of yourself. Your nose is sticking up to the sky, and you are still sarcastic to me. You are so good at it. I'm so ashamed for you." After scolding Xiong Yujin, Huang Guilan immediately walked over to Xia Zishuan and rebuked him loudly. "You little brat. Baisi is at least your brother-in-law. May I ask, have you ever respected your elders? You just know how to bully him. Do you really think 100 years is easy to bully? He just doesn't want to generalize with you. Really uneducated." Immediately after that, Huang Guilan came back to Xia Ziren and criticized at her. "At a young age, you are so snobbish and have no one in your sight. Even if you married Duke Kai, so what? Ask yourself, is Duke Kai as handsome as my son-in-law? Why are you looking down on little Foam and my son-in-law? Where did you get the nerve?" Huang Guilan was like a judge, criticizing and accusing the people she didn't like one by one. After criticizing, she felt relieved. There was only one word for it, and that was, cool. After she was done, Huang Guilan came to the front of Wu Baiyu, and said softly to Wu Baiyu, "Baiyu, in fact, I already knew that you are the dragon among people. Before I criticized you, it was all to inspire you. I swear to God, I am absolutely for your own good. Look at these 3 years. I did laundry and cooked for you. I worked so hard. You shouldn't blame me, right?" Wu Baisher saw such Huang Guilan. The whole thing felt uncomfortable. This strange mother-in-law, changing her face faster than the sky, but she could teach those stubborn Xia family members a lesson. Wu Baisher also felt quite good. So, he spoke back to Huang Guilan, "No blame." Huang Guilan immediately revealed an excited smile. "My good son-in-law, can you tell me how much money you actually have?" Huang Guilan didn't care about anything else. She cared about money. Her favorite thing was money, so she couldn't wait to ask this question. Wu Baiyu frankly returned, "My money, you can't estimate it." A few short words, but with a 10,000% vigor. Huang Guilan heard, are dumbfounded. Her heartbeat accelerated. Breathing is almost not smooth. There is such a son-in-law. Huang Guilan really picked up the treasure, dreaming to wake up with a smile. It's still immeasurable. What are you bragging about? How much money can you have? Are you still the richest man in the Western Plains? Xia Zishuan was dead set against believing that little cutie. Wu Baiyu will turn over in the Jedi. Especially when he heard Wu Baiyu this awesome blowing so much. Xia Zishuan couldn't help but retort. Chapter 25, Wu Baitai's property. Xia Zishuan's words asked the heart of the entire audience. Immediately, all the Xia family members, all of them threw their gazes at Wu Baiti. Wu Baisui met the gazes of the entire audience and said in a loud voice, "What is the richest man in the Western Plains? The combined property of everyone in the Western Plains city is far inferior to me. Wu Baitai's real assets, that is the Wu family, were not clear. This was a huge secret." When Wu Baiti said this, there wasn't any element of exaggeration. He really did have untold wealth. Only, to other people's ears, this was just too unrealistic. As soon as Xia Zishuan heard Wu Baitai's words, his eyes abruptly let out light. He finally saw that familiar little cutie. Wu Baiti, his confidence was back. Immediately, Xia Zishuan mocked at Wu Baiti. "Ha ha, you little cutie. Do you know how many people are in our West Plains city? Do you know how much property the big families in Shiyuan City have? Do you know what kind of astronomical figure all of them's properties add up to? If you hadn't said that, I would have believed you, but now I realize you're still a cutie. You're just here today to make a pretense." The more he said, the more excited he got. The resentment that Xia Zishuan was holding in his heart was now swept away. And Huang Guilan, who was still smiling just now, her smile also froze. She just spoke her mind, swore with conviction, and firmly believed that Wu Baiti was the treasure son-in-law. But at this instant, she also had to admit that what Wu Baiti said was indeed too exaggerated. Huang Guilan was a bit scared, afraid that all this beauty was just a dream. The other Xia family members also snapped back to their senses. Just now, Huang Guilan's words indeed shocked everyone to the point that they couldn't refute. But now, Wu Baitai's one sentence seemed to have exposed that he was still a little cutie. The fact that he was still little cutie. So the group came to their senses and started mocking Wu Baisher. "Damn, I almost believed it at first, but I didn't expect this little cutie is still bragging." "Yeah, little cutie. It's just the little cutie. You see that bragging is all serious and decent. It seems that this time, it's not this little cutie. Manipulated. Anyway, I don't believe him anymore. Before, everyone really couldn't find a reason to refute Wu Baiti. They all had to face the reality that they didn't want to accept. But now, everyone would rather believe that this matter had another reason. And they definitely wouldn't believe Wu Baiti anymore. Not to mention the others. Even Xia Mohan was awakened by Wu Baiti's silly words. Just now, she had been immersed in a beautiful fantasy. She felt that she was the happiest woman in the world, because her husband was a heavenly man who was like a worldly hero. But now, coming to her senses and thinking carefully, all of this was indeed too unrealistic. Wu Baiyu, a little cutie. How did he suddenly transform? How did he do all this? Some things in detail simply cannot be explained. Xia Mohan also a little panicked, afraid of Wu Baiyu again become the original little cute. She hurriedly pulled Wu Baita's clothes, whispered persuasively, "Speak properly." Wu Baitu indifferently swept the whole scene. Austere shouted, "Today, let you see." Boom! Before the words were finished, Wu Baishu's throat seemed to be blocked by something, and his voice ended abruptly. His head, without any warning, suddenly became an excruciating pain, as if there were countless termites gnawing and devouring his brain, and as if there was a blazing fire burning in his brain. He was in agony, uncomfortable, burning, and frenzied. He couldn't take it anymore. His whole person suddenly rushed out like an arrow off the string. He rushed to the side of the big fish tank in the lobby, and then violently planted his head into it. He took his entire head and dipped it into the water of the fish tank. "Ha ha, everyone, look, Wu Baiyu has gone crazy again." Xia Zishuan gloated and shouted loudly. Accompanied by Xia Zishuan's shout, the entire Qingfengjai lobby instantly boiled over, and many people couldn't help but scream out in shock. What is he doing? Does he want to eat raw fish or drink water? I feel like he's trying to wash his hair. Oh my god, this little cutie, isn't he too scary when he's sick? It's too scary. Last time he got sick and hit his head against the wall. This time he got sick and soaked his head in the fish tank. He can really do anything. Qingfengjai. The commotion was endless. 20 minutes later, Wu Baiti was forcibly taken away by the psychiatric hospital's car. Together with it, Xia Mohan's hope was taken away. Xia Mohan in this instant, completely desperate. How beautiful the dream. Broken. How cruel. If Xia Mohan had not been hopeful about Wu Baisu, she would not be in such a difficult situation now. But damn, Xia Mohan just believe in Wu Baiyu. She thought, her husband finally no longer a little cute. She thought, her husband turned into a perfect and flawless man. She thought, she gained the greatest happiness in this life. However, how could she have predicted that it was all an illusion? All an illusion? The god of fortune turned out not to favor her at all. The reality in front of her right now is, her husband, Wu Baishu, is a little cute. He's a cutie who only talks big and makes jokes. He is a little cutie who is capable of doing crazy and stupid things. This reality, a huge contrast, hit Xia Mohan almost shaking. She looked at the densely packed people in front of her with a hollow gaze, her heart as if it was dead. I'm sorry everyone, this little cutie Wu Baiyu really is too much of a misbehavior. This time, I'm going to keep him locked up in the mental hospital all the time, not letting him come out and cause trouble again. The person who spoke was Huang Guilan. At this moment, the person who was even more devastated than Xia Mohan was her. Huang Guilan. Huang Guilan's current mood, no one could understand. She just had a big dream of a luxurious family, and it was shattered in an instant, which was the first big blow. What's even more ed up is that just now, she didn't hesitate to stand on Wu Baitai's side, bad-mouthing and cursing at everyone in the Xia family. She even accused the old lady in public. She had committed a mortal sin. Huang Guilan was terrified and regretful, but she couldn't take back what she had cursed out, so she could only hurry to change her attitude and apologize to the Xia family in a low voice. The Xia family, all of them, were surprised by the speed of Huang Guilan's change of face. However, no one would accept her apology. Pa! The old lady walked up to Huang Guilan, nonchalantly slapped her, and angrily scolded. Waste thing, wifey, I may be old, but my eyes aren't blurred. I'm still very accurate in reading people. Wu Baisui is a useless little cutie. I don't believe in him from the bottom of my heart. You're good. You still think your son-in-law has made a leap into a dragon, and you don't even put me in your eyes anymore. It's a good thing you don't have any money. If you really get rich in the future, are you going to hit me? The old lady moved to great anger. She was really angry this time. For one thing, Wu Baisu tossed around here, making many people look at the joke. For another, Huang Guilan had the audacity to blatantly accuse her in front of everyone in the Xia family, causing her majesty to be greatly damaged. How could this not make the old lady furious? Huang Guilan's legs softened, kneeling in front of the old lady, choking. I was wrong, old lady, I was momentarily obsessed and said the wrong thing. I didn't mean it, please don't mind. This moment's Huang Guilan, humble and pitiful. But no one would sympathize with her. She didn't just offend the old lady alone today, she was offending a large group of people from the Xia family. Xia family's anger, collective outburst, after Huang Guilan kneeled down, countless spittle sprayed towards her. Huang Guilan is a wealth junkie. This kind of person sees money in the eyes of the eye, with money can disown anyone, but also dared to contradict the old lady in public. Really ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Yes, you really think you can pick up a golden son-in-law? Even if your son-in-law is bullish, you can't turn the other cheek. This is a thing that eats and crawls. This kind of person doesn't deserve to stay in our Xia family. In an instant, it was as if Huang Guilan had become a 1,000-year-old sinner, attacked and abused by everyone in the Xia family. Xia Mohan, who had already lost her soul, suddenly saw her mother kneeling on the ground being scolded by so many people. She immediately panicked. She hurriedly got up and ran to the old lady, pleading with the old lady, "Grandma, my mom has this kind of temperament, but she really didn't mean any harm. Please don't blame her." The old lady glared at Xia Mohan and rebuked bitterly, "You still have the face to speak, a little cutie. You can't even discipline him well. Look what he's caused again. Why do you keep making people look at our Xia family's jokes? Today is the day of glory for the Xia family." The Xia family in the Western Plains is finally a complete scenery, but halfway suddenly by the Wu Baisher this little cutie, stirring up a flurry of nonsense, stirring up the old lady's irritability. Her fire soared. Sorry, Xia Mohan's heart, more bitter than anyone else, but who cares about her feelings? She held back her tears and apologized to the old lady. The old lady's anger was hard to get rid of for a while. She wanted to teach this mother and daughter a hard lesson again, but seeing that every table's imperial banquet had been served in full, and the waiters were all standing to the side watching, the old lady held back again. She didn't want to keep letting people look at her as a joke, so she frowned at Huang Guilan and said, "Get up, go back to the family and then deal with your business." After saying that, the old lady yelled to the entire audience, all on the table. Although, so far, the real mystery hadn't been solved, and everyone didn't know who actually arranged all of this, but no matter who it was, whoever was able to create such a shocking row, that person's identity must be honorable. And of course the old lady wouldn't whisk away this kind of character's face. This meal, their Xia family must enjoy it. Upon hearing the old lady's words, the Xia family members present have taken their seats. Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan, also with a bitter face, silently found a seat and sat down. After sitting down, everyone still didn't stop talking, still sneering at mother and daughter. Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan, their hearts sank to the bottom. Just at this moment, the welcome guest at the door suddenly respectfully shouted, "Feng Shangli, the boss of Royal Court Group, arrives. Su Wenk, president of Huafeng Technology Limited, here. Zhao Tianlong, chairman of Eurowing Media Group, here. Pang Ruwenji, boss of Wanshou Financial Company, here. Jiang Xuemin, chairman of Kongtai Pharmaceutical Company, here. Vice president of Prosperity Group, Yang Jianye, here. Qin Susu, the big boss of Qingfeng Zhai, here." Chapter 26 Cleaning Up the House. Resounding big names were reported one after another, one louder than the other. 7 big names, all appearing at the same time. The entire sky of West Plains City seemed to be lit up by them. These 7 people, each one of them was enough to hold up half of the Western Plains. Now, they were all gathered together in the Qingfeng Zhai. What kind of spectacle was this? A hall of Xia family members, almost deafened by these thunderous names, all of them at the same moment, looked toward the entrance of Qingfeng Zhai. When they saw several big names step through the door one by one, they were even more jaw-dropped and their souls trembled. For the Xia family, having the honor to see one of the big shots is a great honor. But now, they are seeing these 7 big shots that have shaken the Western Plains at the same time. This kind of scenario, how can they dare to believe? The hearts of the Xia family all trembled violently. Of course, these 7 big shots didn't pay attention to the Xia family's reaction. They only came for Wu Baiti today. Yang Jianye, needless to say, he was specially called by Li Changshang as the general manager of Changsheng Group in West Plains City. Yang Jianye's identity is naturally extraordinary. Feng Shengli and the other 5, they were the 6 people who gathered at the Imperial Court Hotel last time. When Feng Shengli fought with Wu Baiti, the other 5 were on the side to witness Wu Baiti's style. This time, Wu Baiti planned to show his extraordinary in front of the Xia family, so he definitely needed the support of certain special characters. And Feng Shengli, a few people, were willing to set off Wu Baiti, allowing Wu Baiti to bloom in the most splendid light. These big shots, one more shrewd than the other. They all knew that befriending Wu Baiti would be beneficial without any drawbacks. So today, they each prepared a big gift for Wu Baiti. After entering the Qingfeng Zhai, several big shots immediately scanned for Wu Baiti's figure in the crowd that filled the hall with crowds. However, after scanning around, they unexpectedly did not scan for today's protagonist, Wu Baiti, which left several people in the clouds, determining that Wu Baiti was not present. Qin Susu, the big boss of Qing Fengjai, immediately inclined her head and asked Cheng Yong, the manager who was waiting at the door, "Where is Mr. Wu?" Cheng Yong was confused. "Which Mr. Wu?" Yang Jianye, who was standing next to Qin Susu, interjected, "The one who came in the Maybach at the end. The matter of the car, basically is Yang Jianye contact. He naturally knows what kind of car Wu Baiyu sat." It was only when Cheng Yong said this that he realized, and he hurriedly explained, "Mr. Wu seems to have suddenly suffered some kind of stimulation, and has just been sent to the mental hospital." Hearing this, a few big shots instantly changed their face. This situation, completely out of their expectation, they purposely rushed here in order to elevate Wu Baisu. They also thought to take the opportunity to show themselves in front of Wu Baisu. But who knew that this protagonist, Wu Baisu, had suddenly been sent to the psychiatric hospital? It seems that the situation has changed. Go to the hospital and see what's going on. Yang Jianye frowned and said. Several other people agreed. The immediate priority was to find Wu Baiyu. However, just like this straight away, it was also a bit too much to give face to the Xia family. Although the Xia family was only a second-rate family, but they had a son-in-law as strong as Wu Baishu. This was adding an infinite halo to their Xia family. Such a family, everyone would not be offended since. So, Qin Susu walked up and opened her mouth to the Xia family. Everyone eat and drink well. If there is a place where the hospitality is not good, I hope to apologize. Qin Susu is the big boss of Qing Fengjai. This store can endure. The status is extraordinary, enough to prove Qin Susu's ability. She is the first strong woman in the Western Plains, very good at socializing. In the black and white in the Western Plains city, she is very well eaten. So although she is a woman, but the Western Plains city really do not have a few people dare to offend her. At the beginning, 7 big names stood at the door, and Cheng Yong muttered. The Xia family did not know what they said, also do not know each other over the intention of why. So everyone is very nervous. And now see Qin Susu came up to say so polite words. The Xia family immediately excited miserable. Words cannot say out. Still the old lady's mentality is quite strong. She was the first to react, and quickly stood up. Responding to Qin Susu, Boss Qin is polite. Yang Jianya Feng Shengli several, also came over to politely greet her. The old lady had never received this kind of treatment before, and she was all smiles. The rest of the Xia family were also ecstatic and flattered. After exchanging greetings, a few big names left in a hurry, leaving behind a hall full of Xia family members, dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Someone finally couldn't help it and asked. After the old lady pondered for a moment, she suddenly opened her lips and let out a cryptic voice. I see. It's definitely the old man's reason. Last time at the Imperial Court Hotel, when Boss Feng was so giving face to our Xia family, I guess that the old man was definitely not simple. And today, so many big shots came and were still so polite to me. Obviously, this honor and surprise for the Xia family today was specially prepared for us by these big shots. From this, it can be seen that the old man is truly extraordinary in that circle of theirs. Previously, the old lady had never been able to figure out who had this ability to allow the Xia family to have such distinctive treatment, adding glory to their ancestry. Now, after seeing Boss Feng appear, it finally dawned on the old lady that, originally, all of this was the work of her own master. The old lady also finally understood why the Prosperity Group would cooperate with their Xia family. It must also be because of the old master's face. Although the old master is dead, but he is to the descendants left a valuable wealth. This honor is endless wealth. The other members of the Xia family, once they heard the old lady's words, combined with the reaction of those bigwigs just now, they also finally understood. So, the Xia family can have today's treatment. All rely on their own old master's residual power. These bigwigs, just for the old master's face, deliberately used this way to give the Xia family face. This is a big gift they gave to the Xia family. This imperial banquet, the Xia family ate cheerfully. In the end, in the exuberant atmosphere, this luxurious luncheon came to a complete end. This meal made the Xia family famous in West Plains City. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia family's big villa, hall. The Xia family returned from the Qing Fengjai, gathered here. The old lady sat in the main seat, in front of the whole family, the face of the trial of Huang Guilan and Xia Mohan. All along, the old lady is very dislike this pair of mother and daughter. She feels, his son is by Huang Guilan this husband's woman to the death, and Xia Mohan, and a little cute, married, and difficult to separate, causing the Xia family to be disturbed, and a great loss of reputation. Now, seeing that the Xia family is about to rise again, of course the old lady will not leave these two stumbling blocks. She was going to clean up the house today. After discussing with a few family elders, the old lady immediately decided, I announce that from today onwards, Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan will be expelled from the Xia family, and Xia Mohan will also leave from Anjuluo company and never be hired. Upon hearing this, Xia Mohan's entire body was dazzled. Fortunes come in twos, and misfortunes come in twos. Today's matter of Wu Baiyu had already caused Xia Mohan to experience the huge blow of falling from heaven to hell. Unexpectedly, the most terrible is still behind. Grandma was so unforgiving, directly want to expel herself and her mother from the family, kicked out of the company. This let Xia Mohan how to bear it. With reddened eyes, she stared at the old lady and asked deeply in return, "Grandma, this punishment of yours is a bit too heavy, isn't it?" "Yes, old lady, even if I'm wrong, I'm not guilty of this." Huang Guilan also looked like she had suffered a heavenly strike as she stifled a cry. The old lady did not change her face and said, "This is an order. There is no discussion. You guys go." The old lady had long wanted to drive this family of calamities away, just suffering from not being able to find too good an excuse. It just so happened that this time, Huang Guilan offended the entire family at once. The old lady of course took the opportunity to cut off the roots. A few mouse droppings spoiled the whole pot of porridge. "You guys better leave. You will only bring shame to the family if you continue to stay in the Xia family." "Yes, our Xia family is not a charity organization. If you guys want to screw people over, go somewhere else. Hurry up and go and be with that little cutie of yours. Live your life and stop dragging our family down." The rest of the Xia family, echoed, every loved one, at this moment, turned into a ruthless evictor. Xia Mohan's heart was like a knife. The tears she had held back for too long, finally came out of her eyes. She cried and begged the old lady, "Grandma, please, don't be like this. Life has pushed her to the brink of extinction. She does not want to lose her last resort. She does not want to suffer such a cruel betrayal of family." The old lady turned a blind eye to Xia Mohan's tears. She directly coldly shouted, "Get out!" One word, cold and loud, shattered Xia Mohan's last hope. She fixed, body and expression are fixed, only the tears in her eyes, rolling downward. What human feelings, what affection, all became ruthless. Xia Mohan can no longer feel a trace of warmth. Her heart, completely cold. Drying her tears, Xia Mohan said to Huang Guilan, "Let's go." After saying that, she turned around and left, her back, lonely and sad. Huang Guilan followed beside Xia Mohan, her footsteps heavy as she walked outside. Every step, she walked with difficulty. At this moment, she hated the heartless Xia family. She also hated Wu Baisu. It was this little cutie, to cause Xia Mohan to be sad. It was this little cutie, harm herself offended the entire family, so that even Xia Mohan was expelled. Mother and daughter, carrying heavy shackles, under the indifferent gaze of the entire audience, silently left. Wait, right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The desperate Xia Mohan instantly stopped her steps and turned back to look behind. She saw that Xia Zishuan walked towards her. "You still owe Z Rant's boyfriend $90,000. Now that you've left the clan, isn't it time to return this money?" Xia Zishuan hated Wu Baiyu, and also disliked Xia Mohan. He couldn't wait for this family to be as miserable as possible. Many people would send carbon in the snow, letting people in desperate situations see new hope. However, this kind of fortunate event would not happen to Xia Mohan. The Xia family where she is, there is no one on her side. There is no one to defend her and retain her. There is only Xia Zishuan. This kind of snow adds to the villain. Xia Mohan see through, the heart more and more cold. She was all out of ideas, despair. She took out her car keys from her bag, and faintly said, "My car is worth at least $100,000. You take it." After saying that, she threw the car keys to Xia Zishuan and left absolutely, out of the villa. Huang Guilan turned to Xia Mohan and said painfully, "Xiao Mo, how can you give the car to Xia Zishuan? Without a car what can we do later?" Huang Guilan almost cried out. Their mother and daughter, this is too miserable. The future days feel as a dark Xia Mohan did not want to speak. She just gave a simple explanation to Huang Guilan, "You take a taxi home. I'll walk alone." Without waiting for Huang Guilan to reply, Xia Mohan accelerated her steps and left. She walked very fast, using all her strength. After walking for a long time, she slowed down and walked slowly. She was aimless, like a lonely soul, wandering in the streets of this western plains. The city hustle and bustle. The sun shines brightly, but cannot give Xia Mohan a trace of warmth. This world is very big and very cold. Gradually, the sun sets, the day passes, the night falls. Xia Mohan wearing high heels. From day to night, her feet are blisters, but she still cannot stop. It seems, only this endless walk, she can feel alive. However, living is a kind of pain. Xia Mohan self-confessed, her life frank, did not do anything against conscience. She also has been trying to live, treat others well. However, life gave her tribulations everywhere, and even made her end up in such a situation. God, Why are you doing this to me? Xia Mohan's heart was crying. Just at this time, when Xia Mohan came to a secluded path, suddenly a van came flying and stopped beside Xia Mohan, not waiting for Xia Mohan to have any reaction. With a stabbing sound, the car door opened and two people quickly rushed down, slapped Xia Mohan unconscious and brought her into the car. 1 hour later, outside, a small villa, bedroom, Xia Mohan slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she woke up, she realized that she was lying on a big bed. After a while of slowing down, she suddenly recalled that she seemed to have been suddenly knocked out. Thinking of this, Xia Mohan immediately sat up alertly. But, just as she sat up, the bedroom door was opened, and Wang Shihao walked in with large strides. I heard that you were expelled from the Xia family. Wang Shihao stared at Xia Mohan, playing with the flavor. Seeing Wang Shihao, a strong feeling of disgust instantly arose in Xia Mohan's heart. The last time, it had already made Xia Mohan's impression of Wang Shihao so bad that she didn't expect Wang Shihao to intensify this time and even kidnapped herself. Xia Mohan was so angry that her body trembled. She immediately said indignantly to Wang Shihao, "Even if I am homeless, I will not be with you. You die of this heart." Wang Shihao bristled and said sarcastically, "Who wants to be with you? I lied to you when I said I wanted to marry you. How could I possibly marry a married woman? My purpose is purely to sleep with you." At this moment, Wang Shihao exposed his evil nature. When Xia Mohan heard this, her heart shivered violently. She looked at Wang Shihao, who was like a vicious wolf in front of her, and spoke with incomparable fear. "What do you want?" Wang Shihao quickly pulled out his belt. He pinched it and said to Xia Mohan menacingly, "Take off your clothes." Chapter 27 Angry Roar. At this moment, Wang Shihao had already transformed into a demon. Xia Mohan suffered enough blows today. She had already fallen into the lowest valley of her life. Who knows, God can even arrange deeper robberies for her. Such Wang Shihao, too horrible, too scary for her. Her body and heart were shaking. She curled up at the bedside, and prayed to Wang Shihao. "Wang Shihao, please don't be like this." Wang Shihao coldly grunted. "Now you know to beg me? Weren't you high and mighty in the past? Damn, you even caused me to be beaten by a little cutie. Gave a beating. This debt, you must come to repay." Wang Shihao is a famous womanizer. However, the women who follow him are all voluntary. He generally will not use such extreme means to dominate a woman. But Xia Mohan is the exception. This woman not only let image cannot be obtained, and even, she little cute. Hubby Wu Baiyu also beat himself twice. The second time even let him directly sent to the hospital. Wang Shihao however suffered this kind of crime. This one shame, but also his life will not forget. Wang Shihao kept this hatred in mind. However, he knew that Wu Baiti was very capable of fighting, so he didn't think of seeking revenge on Wu Baiti first. He first took care of Xia Mohan today, which was also a relief to himself. Help! Xia Mohan really had no way out. She knew that she couldn't convince Wang Shihao. She was really afraid that Wang Shihao would mess up. She was too helpless and terrified. She could only send out desperate cries for help. Wang Shihao did not think. "You call. This is my villa in the suburbs. The ghosts around do not exist. You screamed, your voice is useless. This villa is Wang Shihao specially bought for himself. The use is that he can hide his daughter in a golden house. Even if he gets married in the future, this place can be his secret base for raising canaries." Hearing Wang Shihao's words, Xia Mohan became even more desperate. "Hurry up and take off your clothes." Wang Shihao's patience had run out. He swung the belt in his hand hard and threatened Xia Mohan. "Don't!" Xia Mohan curled up at the head of the bed, hugging her knees with a deadly grip, choking and sobbing. Snap! Wang Shihao threw the belt, fiercely, onto the ground with a sharp crunch. Then, he turned to Xia Mohan and said loudly and threateningly, "I'm a person who doesn't have any mercy. You'd better be obedient. Don't force me to be rough." Xia Mohan's face was white with fear. She was scared and terrified. Her heart, completely swept away by fear. Her lips kept trembling. She opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but her throat was so dry that her voice couldn't even come out. "Since you don't know what to do, then don't blame me for not being polite." Wang Shihao quickly rushed next to Xia Mohan, raised his belt and was about to whip her. Suddenly, Wang Shihao's cell phone rang. Wang Shihao frowned, took out his cell phone impatiently, and was about to hang up, but saw that the caller ID was his father, Wang Zhengcheng. He could only resentfully walk to the side and pick up the phone. "Dad, what is it?" Immediately, Wang Zhengcheng's roar of fire came out. "Rebellious son, did you arrest Xia Mohan?" Wang Shihao's ears were almost shaken through. He could deeply feel his father's endless anger through the phone. Today this matter, he did it very secretly. However, the person who was sent to catch Xia Mohan was a family member. Obviously, someone's mouth was not strict, and passed this matter to his father. Wang Shihao knew that he couldn't hide it, and could only honestly return. "Right." Wang Zhengcheng was extremely annoyed and said, "Hurry up and release the person." Wang Shihao was unconvinced. Why? She is now a lost dog. Why do you still care about her? Wang Shihao really don't understand. Why his father care about a Xia Mohan? Before his father warned himself not to hit Xia Mohan's idea. At that time, Wang Shihao thought it was because the family felt that Xia Mohan, a married woman, would taint the reputation of the Wang family, and that's why he stopped himself. But he did not expect. He is now secretly possessing Xia Mohan. His father is not allowed, but also so angry, which makes Wang Shihao really cannot figure out. Wang Zhengcheng was really going to be angry by this rebellious son. He cared about Xia Mohan only because of the last phone call from Li Changsheng. At that time, Li Changsheng asked him to cancel the marriage proposal to the Xia family, and also warned him that he should never hit Xia Mohan's idea. Wang Zhengcheng can become the chairman of the Wang group, naturally have some skills. He knows that Xia Mohan must have a hidden background. He must not provoke, but now it's good. Wang Shihao even kidnapped Xia Mohan. This can make Wang Zhengcheng angry. He into the phone. Angry roar, release Xia Mohan, give me a roll home. If Xia Mohan missing a hair, I break your legs. Wang Shihao was dumbfounded. He knew how capable his father was. He also knew that his father favored him. Usually no matter how big a deal he caused, his father was able to fix it. But now, his father was so concerned about this matter, and exploded with unprecedented anger, which made Wang Shihao a little scared. Although Wang Shihao was bold, but still did not dare to disobey his father's will. When he hung up the phone, he said to Xia Mohan, count yourself lucky. I'll let you off the hook today, but our business isn't over. Afterwards, Wang Shihao had someone send Xia Mohan away. As for himself, he rushed towards his home. Xia Mohan was thrown on a deserted road. Although out of Wang Shihao's clutches, she was still extremely scared. She walked to the main road as fast as she could, then stopped a taxi and sat on it. Sitting in the car, Xia Mohan only feel relived, but the feeling of despair and fear, still lingering, her body and heart, still trembling, her face, still pale. She almost suffered Wang Shihao vicious destruction. This one fear, really difficult to eliminate. Her body, counted to save, but her mind, is a huge trauma. Xia Mohan for a long time to slow down. Today's wave after wave of blows, really let her cannot withstand. She originally thought that she was very strong, able to carry more than enough pressure, but she was only at this time to profoundly found that she is only a woman. A very small woman, who can step on her foot, who are able to bully her, but she is powerless to resist. All of her faith and confidence had been shattered. She was so tired, so tired. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xia Mohan returned to the neighborhood. She paid the little change in her bag to the driver, then got out of the car, dragging her tired body, walking slowly towards home, came to the bottom of the cell building. Xia Mohan saw at a glance. His mother is sitting alone on the flower bed. She is alone, only a pile of luggage and home objects accompanied by the left and right. Seeing this scene, Xia Mohan has just settled down the heart, and violently trembled. She did not care about tiredness and emaciation. Immediately walked to the front of Huang Guilan, anxiously asked, Mom, what's going on? Huang Guilan raised her head, looked at Xia Mohan, her voice hoarse. The house was repossessed by the Xia family. The house was repossessed? This is another bomb thrown in Xia Mohan's heart of 1,000 holes. Xia Mohan rounded her eyes and said incredulously, isn't this the house that Dad left us? Huang Guilan red eyes, painfully said, it is your father's house, but your father also inherited the family. Now we were expelled from the family. This house we have no inheritance rights. The Xia family has the right to take back the house. After hearing this, Xia Mohan's body shook violently. She could barely stand still. She knew that those relatives of hers, cold and heartless, without conscience, but she also didn't expect them to be able to be ruthless to such a point. Even the only house where they mother and daughter could settle down was to be taken away. This was forcing them to live on the streets. Wu Baiyu has caused our family too much misery. Huang Guilan finally couldn't help herself and cried out. This time, Huang Guilan really broke down completely and utterly. She was too hard and unbearable. She hated the culprit Wu Baiti even more. If Wu Baiti stood in front of her right now, she would really be so angry that she would kill Wu Baiti. Mom, I'm sorry. Xia Mohan's heart is exhausted. The pain is unbearable. God wants to torture her alone. She endured, but even her mom, now also follow the suffering. She knows, all this really and Wu Baiti can't get out of the relationship. Her heart also blames herself. Huang Guilan choked. Apologize now, what is the use of early let you divorce. You just refuse to leave, and now we have nothing. How to live in the future said. She let go of her voice, cried. She felt that she is the world's most miserable people. So miserable that she has lost confidence in the future. She now does not care what face is not face. She just wanna cry. In the neighborhood, there are people walking around. See Huang Guilan sitting here crying. Everyone cannot help but stop and watch, pointing. Sia Mohan also want to cry, but she knows, she cannot cry. Her mother, like a child, still need her to take care of. She must hold herself together, when her mother's only dependence. So, without delay, she immediately walked to her mom's side, helped her mom to get up, at the same time persuaded, well, don't cry, let's find a hotel to stay first. Huang Guilan also can't really live on the street. She wiped her tears, cleaned up her mood, and Sia Mohan carrying a big bag, in other people's strange eyes, together left the neighborhood. Just out of the neighborhood, suddenly, a group of people came to the front. The leader of the group, dyed a head of yellow hair, walking in a powerful manner, at a glance is a gangster. This person, named Lu San, is a famous gangster in this area. As soon as Lu San came over, he mumbled at Huang Guilan, "What? You still want to escape?" Sia Mohan does not know Lu San, but Huang Guilan clear. This Lu San, is the casino is responsible for collecting arrears of people. Huang Guilan see him, like a mouse see a cat. She immediately panicked. She looked at Lu San, resentful openings, three brother misunderstanding, how can I possibly run away? Just tonight the family is more people. I go to live in the hotel with my daughter it. Lu San snorted coldly and said, "Humph, you think I don't know ah? You've already been swept away by the Xia family. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and pay back the money." When Sia Mohan heard this, she finally just roughly understood what was going on with this another heavenly calamity. She immediately turned back to Huang Guilan and asked, "You still owe money outside?" Huang Guilan vainly said, not much, not much." Huang Guilan good gambling. These 2 years playing cards, she actually lost a lot of money one after another. Sia Mohan gave her, simply not enough. She can only borrow money. Lu San played with the flavor. "Oh, $100,000 is not much for you? That's fine. Hurry up and pay it back." Huang Guilan is very afraid of Lu San. She hurriedly took out the bank card that Sia Mohan gave last night, and said, "I only have $20,000 on me right now. The rest, I'll pay it back after a while, okay?" Lu San did not hesitate to say, "No, in the past, I was willing to lend you money because of the face of the Xia family, but now I have heard that you have been evicted by the Xia family, and your house has been confiscated. Do you think that you still have the qualification to owe money? Hurry up and pay back the money. Don't force me to get rough." Huang Guilan all wanna cry. How people fall on bad luck. What woes are looking for ah? Really a tiger is bullied by the dog. Pluck the hair of the phoenix is not as good as a chicken. She looked at Lu San aggrieved, very helplessly said, "I really only have 20,000 yuan. You force me also useless ah?" Lu San swept his eyes to Sia Mohan, grinned and said, "See you also can't get so much money, but your daughter has a good posture. It can be worth a little bit of money, like this. You let your daughter come with me. $100,000 I'll give you a waiver." Huang Guilan heard, immediately startled. She of course clear Lu San is a kind of person, forcing good for prostitution. This guy cannot do less. Sia Mohan to fall in his hands, this life will be ruined. Thinking of this, Huang Guilan immediately blocked in front of Sia Mohan. To Lu San called, "The money is I borrowed. With my daughter has nothing to do. What you have to charge me. Asterisk 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 Q." Lu San slapped Huang Guilan's face, directly slapped Huang Guilan to the ground. Chapter 28 Kongtai Psychiatric Hospital. Seeing her mother being knocked to the ground, Sia Mohan's heart twitched. She called out with red eyes, "Mom!" With that, she put down the luggage in her hands and pounced to Huang Guilan's side, helping her up from the ground. Then, she hissed at Lu San, "What gives you the right to hit people?" Sia Mohan was in too much pain. Why did she need such people? Her relatives were all cold and ruthless, showing no mercy. Bastard Wang Shihao took advantage of her expulsion from the Xia family to kidnap her and even almost violated her. Now a ruffian, Lu San, was also taking advantage of the fire and bullying their orphans and widows. What's wrong with this world? Lu San heard Sia Mohan's questioning and directly said brashly, "Do I still need a reason to hit someone? Just hit her. What can you do?" After Sia Mohan heard this, a breath was blocked in her chest, unable to go up or down, making it difficult for her to breathe and painful to the extreme. She wanted to hit back, but, what can she do? This Lu San, obviously is an unreasonable asshole, obviously is to bully their helpless mother and daughter. If they fall out with each other, the end will only be worse. She no longer hate, no longer reasonable, but can only endure. Even Huang Guilan, now also wilted. She did not dare to anger Lu San, did not dare to argue, even if she was beaten. She could only swallow her bitterness. Seeing that the two did not speak, Lu San pulled Sia Mohan's arm and shouted angrily at Huang Guilan, "If you don't pay back the money, I'll take the person away." Today, Lu San will never return empty-handed. If Huang Guilan doesn't have the money to pay back, he will take Sia Mohan away. In his opinion, Xia Mohan's posture is definitely worth $100,000. Huang Guilan saw the situation, did not dare to delay. She quickly took off her wristwatch, handed over to Lu San, and said sincerely, "This watch you see, bought more than 200,000. I wore not a few days, or very new, now at least is worth more than 100,000. I'm going to give it to you to offset the debt, right?" Huang Guilan loved money as a life. This watch is Wang sure how that sent, but Huang Guilan still regarded it as a treasure. Every day wear in the hand to show off. She is really like this piece of table, but now her daughter are in danger. She is no longer reluctant, but also have to take it out to offset the debt. Lu San let go of Xia Mohan, took over Huang Guilan's watch and looked at it. He is also a person who knows the goods. At once he knew that this is the real thing, so he put away the watch, and said to Huang Guilan, "Count your sense of humor." After saying that, Lu San led the people and left arrogantly. Seeing those people walking away, Xia Mohan was slightly relieved. Only, the depression that was blocking her chest could not be eliminated. She was still having a hard time. After a moment's reprieve, she opened her mouth and said to Huang Guilan, "Mom, can you stop playing cards in the future?" Huang Guilan belonged to the type that lost 9 out of 10 bets. Xia Mohan's big expenses in these years had nothing to do with this. Now that Xia Mohan didn't have money to lose for her mom, she was even more afraid of getting into trouble like today. I know. Huang Guilan was a keen gambler. Asking her to quit gambling was harder than asking her to break her hand, but she also knew that she was no longer qualified to gamble in the future. She could no longer afford to lose. Xia Mohan looked at Huang Guilan's face that was beaten until it was red and swollen. Her heart ached again. She didn't pursue the matter of losing money. She only gently said, "Let's go." After that, the two of them carried their luggage and found an express hotel nearby and opened a double room to stay. The conditions of the hotel were very average. Huang Guilan couldn't stand it once she came in. She couldn't help but complain. "Can this place be inhabited? It's dirty." "Xia Mo, let's change to another hotel?" Xia Mohan returned breathlessly. "Don't pick now. Just have something to live in." After saying that, Xia Mohan directly collapsed on the bed. She hadn't eaten for a day, and had gone through several levels of physical and mental destruction, and now she was already completely off her feet, and was dizzy. She was in great need of rest. As soon as she got into bed, she closed her eyes. However, she couldn't sleep and rest well. "Foamy, are you cold? Why do you keep shivering?" Looking at Xia Mohan lying on the bed and shivering all the time, Huang Guilan was anxious in her heart. She touched Xia Mohan's forehead and asked with concern, "I'm scared." Xia Mohan, with a sobbing voice, opened her mouth and said back, her heart, very cold, very fearful. All along, she had been a woman with a strong heart, but everything today had destroyed the fortress in her heart, completely. The higher you stand, the heavier you fall. Today's Xia Mohan, who believed in Wu Bai Ti, was also held up to the highest place by Wu Bai Ti, allowing her to feel what a happiest woman should feel. But it was precisely because of this that she fell to pieces when she returned to reality. Her disappointment in Wu Bai Su, also to the extreme. The desperation of her relatives was the second blow suffered by Xia Mohan. At the time of her heartbreak, her relatives did not give her warmth, but instead gave her the most merciless expulsion, causing her to lose her family's reliance, her job, and even the house she settled in. After she lost everything, there was Wang Shihao kidnapping and bullying herself, and there were also gangsters coming to her door to collect debts. This horrible reality really made Xia Mohan desperate and scared. She was now like a scared bird, trembling. "Don't be afraid, there's Mom. Mom will protect you." Huang Guilan had always treated her daughter as a pillar, but at this moment, she knew that her daughter had fallen, and she had to comfort her. Xia Mohan didn't eliminate her fear because of Huang Guilan's comfort, because she knew too well that her mom couldn't protect herself and couldn't support this family. Her body still could not stop trembling. "Xia Ma, why don't we leave Shi Yuan? This city has brought them too much harm. Huang Guilan doesn't want to stay here, and she doesn't have the face to stay here." She was also clear that her daughter would have a psychological shadow if she continued to stay here. They had to change the environment and start over. Good. Xia Mohan agreed to Huang Guilan's proposal. To Xia Mohan, Shi Yuan city had become a devil's den. Leaving was perhaps the best choice. The next day, early in the morning, the two of them packed their bags, checked out of the hotel. They stood on the curb outside the hotel, waiting for a cab. At this time, a Porsche convertible suddenly stopped in front of the two of them. Xia Ziran stretched her head out. She first looked at the luggage beside Xia Mohan, then looked at the hotel behind them, and then said, "You're not going to tell me that the two of you slept in such a Thai hotel last night, right?" After yesterday's Qing Feng Jai incident, many people in the outside world were rumoring that the Xia family had dipped into the Kai family's light to be so powerful. But the Kai family themselves know that this has nothing to do with the Kai family, and their Kai family does not have that ability to help the Xia family. someone else. That is to say, the inconspicuous Xiao family may be hidden a huge dragon. Therefore, the Kai family strictly ordered Kai Xinlei to make sure to have a good relationship with Xia Ziren. Even if they get married, the Kai family will not oppose. Kai Xinlei was already very fond of Xia Ziren, and now with the family's consent, he was of course overjoyed. Yesterday, he made all sorts of amends to Xia Ziren and even gave her a Porsche sports car, which finally comforted Xia Ziren. With a luxury car, Xia Ziren was even more arrogant. This is not. Early in the morning, she drove out for a drive. Xia Mohan on the Summer family has been disappointed. Although Xia Ziren was Xia Mohan's good sister, but in front of the reality, all the feelings are worthless. Yesterday they were expelled. Xia Ziren cold eyes. Today encounter. Xia Ziren not only did not have sympathy, but also exported with a taste of irony. Xia Mohan is very sour. She did not want to take care of Xia Ziran, also did not speak. Seeing Xia Mohan ignored herself, Xia Ziran was very upset and said, "Yo, also give me a face to set up a face. You yourself want to take a little cute, as a baby, and even thought that Wu Baiyu, this little cutie, would be some hidden tycoon. Don't you think you're too delusional? You and your mom are completely to blame for what happened to you." As soon as she remembered that she was almost robbed of the limelight by Xia Mohan yesterday, Xia Ziran was not happy. She also endured a major blow yesterday. Fortunately, Wu Baiyu was still a sizable cutie after all. If Xia Mohan really rolled over, she would probably be pissed off. In normal times, when Xia Ziran was so arrogant, Huang Guilan must have disliked her. But now, Huang Guilan didn't have the courage or the heart to dislike anyone. She was also tired. Xia Mohan is even less in the mood to speak. Simply continue to be silent. Xia Ziran show off, also needs someone to cooperate. Huang Guilan mother and daughter have not been talking. She is also very boring. She said to Xia Mohan finally said, "All day just know to put a stink face. You are doomed to never have a head day." After saying that, Xia Ziran started the car and took off, leaving behind a burst of car exhaust, making Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan gray. Huang Guilan frowned at the direction Xia Ziran left and lamented. People are more angry than people. Xia Mohan was already in the deepest desperation. Xia Ziran's fall from grace was just poking another hole in her wounds all over her body, and she was almost in pain to the point where she didn't have much of a sense of it either. She calmly looked at the road, a dead silence in her heart. A few moments later, a cab came. Xia Mohan stopped the car, and Huang Guilan moved the luggage. They sat together. After getting into the car, Xia Mohan said to the driver, "Go to Kangtai Psychiatric Hospital." Upon hearing Xia Mohan's words, Huang Guilan immediately became anxious. She immediately called out to Xia Mohan, "Xiao Mo, you won't still be able to let go of that little cutie? Still want to take him along with you?" Huang Guilan hated Wu Baishir. If she took this plague god with her, she would rather die. Xia Mohan returned. "The hospital card has not much money. He can't stay 2 days, will definitely be kicked out. I'll go to charge him some money in." There is another reason Xia Mohan didn't say. That is, she wants to take a last look at Wu Baishir before she leaves. When Huang Guilan heard this, she was even more speechless. She was very dissatisfied with Xia Mohan. "We are now a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. It's hard to protect ourselves. Why do you still want to care about his death or life? What's more, we have this end. Can be all his harm why you still cannot let go of him Huang Guilan really want to die of anger. Her stupid daughter is too kind-hearted. Even if the whole world betrayed her, she cannot bear to hurt others. Xia Mohan closed her eyes. Pathos, we are, after all, a husband and wife. Huang Guilan heard, immediately said, "You do not say I have forgotten. Wait for the past. Hurry and he divorced, to break a clean break." Xia Mohan did not agree, nor did she deny. She was just silent. Her face was like dead water. Half an hour later, the cab came to Kangtai Psychiatric Hospital. After Xia Mohan paid the money, she and Huang Guilan got out of the car with their luggage. With that, the two of them walked together towards the inside of the hospital in silence. Chapter 29 Amazing scene. Before even arriving at the hospital's main entrance, Xia Mohan noticed that the guards of the psychiatric hospital had surprisingly become very strict. Not only was the outside of the hospital filled with uniformed security personnel, but the inside of the hospital, there were also a lot of security personnel in suits patrolling. Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan just approached over. A security guard stopped them and said seriously, "Today our hospital is closed. No one can go in or out." Xia Mohan was puzzled. "Why?" The security guard said expressionlessly, "Emergency notification from above." "I don't know," Xia Mohan immediately said, "but my husband is inside. I came over to charge the hospital card." The security guard continued indifferently, "That doesn't work either. The hospital has entered a state of total closure. You can't do business even if you go in." Xia Mohan is really speechless. A mental hospital, even will make such a thing. Is not she now comes with unlucky body? Wherever she goes will bump into the wall. Xia Mohan frowned, was about to open her mouth again. At this time, the security chief came over to Xia Mohan squarely said, "This lady, you don't want to make things difficult for us here. I won't hide it from you." The hospital came to the big man. "Now anyone can't get in. You'd better go back." His meaning is very obvious. This big person's identity is honorable, not allowing outsiders to contact and approach. Xia Mohan did not have the right to enter, nor could she beg for accommodation. "Xia Ma, don't you realize? This is the will of heaven. God doesn't let you control that little cutie. Now, why do you still care about him? Let's go." Huang Guilan, who was on the side, persuaded Xia Mohan. Is it really God's will? Xia Mohan looked deeply at the mental hospital in front of her, and finally turned around helplessly, saying, "Let's go." The two of them left the mental hospital, took another cab, and went straight to the Shiyuan railway station. "Little Foam, why don't we go to Jiangzhou? Your grandfather just happens to be celebrating his 70th birthday in 2 days, so we'll go there and stay temporarily." Sitting in the car, Huang Guilan thought over and over again, and ultimately felt that returning to her mother's home was the most prudent. Whatever. Xia Mohan closed her eyes and gently spat out 2 words. For the current Xia Mohan, where to go is the same. As long as you leave this nightmarish Shiyuan city, on the line. Jiangzhou is also a prefecture-level city in Jiangdong province. The economic strength is not worse than Shiyuan. Huang Guilan's family in Jiangzhou is an old family. This many years, the Huang family has experienced ups and downs, several times the rise and fall of the turnover. When Huang Guilan married, it is the Huang family's most declining time, so Huang Guilan married to the Xia family in the Western Plains. She immediately had a sense of honor to fly on the branch to become a phoenix. Huang Guilan enjoyed the feeling of becoming a rich man's wife. She also became arrogant, do not even bother to have dealings with the poor family of her mother. So at first she went back to her mother's home a very small number of times, a few times to go back, but also in order to show off in front of the family of his mother. How do you know that the wind in water turns? Huang Guilan's fate, the worse it gets. Her husband died early. She became a widow. Her daughter suddenly married, but married a little cute. The old man of the Xia family, who supported the two of them, died again, and the Xia family gradually declined. Huang Guilan went from being a pampered rich woman to a housewife with a cute little son-in-law. The housewife with a little cute son-in-law. Her mother's family, the Huang family, in recent years is excellent luck, rapid development, and finally became prosperous. Now it has become a prestigious family in Jiangzhou city. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Huang Guilan looked down on her mother's family, and then it was her turn to live a miserable life. She naturally did not have the face to see her mother's family. Her relationship with her mother's family became more and more distant. Now, Huang Guilan was driven to desperation, which licked her face, ready to return to her mother's family. At noon, the two arrived at the Huang family residence in Jiangzhou city. The Huang family mansion was a very old mansion. The mansion was old but large. The whole mansion was ancient but also looked grand and solemn. Obviously, the family that can live here has some heritage. Standing at the entrance of the mansion, Huang Guilan straightened her clothes before knocking on the door of the mansion. Not long after, the door opened, and the Huang family's guard came out. He knew Huang Guilan, so without saying much, he let Huang Guilan and Xia Mohan through. Huang Guilan and Xia Mohan, carrying their luggage, crossed the courtyard and arrived in front of the main house. "Yo, isn't this Guilan? Rare guest." A fashionably dressed middle-aged woman walked out from the main house and said to Huang Guilan in a conspiratorial manner. As soon as Huang Guilan saw this person, she immediately smiled and said, "Hello sister-in-law." The fashionable woman was Huang Guilan's sister-in-law, Luo Ping. In the past, Huang Guilan did not think much of Luo Ping, but times are different now. Now that the Huang family is developed, her own brother is capable, and she has come to defect to her mother's family. Huang Guilan's attitude towards Luo Ping has naturally changed 180 degrees. Only, Luo Ping did not appreciate Huang Guilan's feelings. She said coldly to Huang Guilan, "Don't call me so affectionately. When have you ever taken me as your sister-in-law?" With that, she glanced at the luggage in Huang Guilan's hands and mockingly said, "Why did you bring so much luggage here? Do you think my Huang family is a shelter?" Luo Ping's words were extremely unpleasant, not giving Huang Guilan any mercy. Huang Guilan knew that it was useless to be nice. She simply had a thick skin and contradicted. "Can't I just come to my own mother's house to stay?" Luo Ping said indifferently. "No, after you got married. When have you ever considered this place as your home? And now that you're down and out, you're thinking of going home? Dream on." Huang Guilan wasn't a patient person. She was sarcastically challenged by Luo Ping. Her anger also came up. She directly said in a bad mood, "I want to go in. I want to see my dad. What do you care?" With that, Huang Guilan rushed towards the main house with her luggage. Luo Ping immediately stopped Huang Guilan and said seriously, "You're not allowed to go in. The old master is meeting with honored guests inside. You can't disturb." Just as the two were entangled, a stern voice suddenly sounded. "What's the noise?" As soon as the voice fell, inside the main house, a group of people came out, the leader of which was an old man with a head full of white hair. He was Huang Guilan's father, Huang Pingan. As soon as Huang Pingan saw Xia Mohan and Huang Guilan, his face instantly showed a displeased color, and with a cold voice, he asked the two of them, "Why are you here?" His tone was detached and full of rejection, as if he had no feelings for this daughter and granddaughter. Huang Guilan looked at Huang Pingan and timidly said, "Dad, aren't you about to celebrate your 70th birthday? So I came over to see you, and to wish you well." Huang Pingan said nonchalantly, "I can't afford your blessing," a sentence with a huff. Obviously, Huang Pingan had a big opinion about Huang Guilan, his daughter. This Guilan, eyes above the top, rich, never thought of going home, now down and out before thinking of coming back. Who cares? Yes, she's a snob, it's disgusting, and her daughter, married a little cutie, surely not a good thing either. These two are bad luck at first glance, isn't that so? You see, as soon as Guilan left, our family began to prosper. As soon as she went to the Xia family began to decline. This is a spoilsport. The Huang family members who had gathered around, you spoke and I spoke, all venting their dissatisfaction towards Huang Guilan. Huang Guilan was cursed dumbfounded. Yesterday in the Xia family lost face, today ran to her mother's family and was attacked by the group. Her heart is bitter, but she knows, this is all her own fault. Her mother's family blamed her is also no excuse. Xia Mohan listening to these voices is also very bad. She is a bit suffocated, and would like to escape from this space, but just at this time, a person suddenly walked out from the main house, stared at Xia Mohan, and asked, "This girl looks really watery. May I ask what is your name?" The person who spoke was the honored guest that the Huang family had invited over today, named Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming is the general manager of Jiangdong Bank Jiangzhou branch. In Jiangzhou is also considered a character. Many big company bosses have to get on the pole to please him. The Huang family is no exception. Now the Huang family's company, the more they do more and more, the funds are a little turnover. The Huang family wants to get a high loan, can only find Zhang Jingming help. Huang Pingan has spent a lot of effort to Zhang Jingming invited to the home. Only, he said, exhausted all kinds of methods. The final approval of the loan, the amount is still not much. Huang Pingan was worried about how to impress Zhang Jingming. Did not expect. Zhang Jingming himself revealed the cracks. Huang Pingan is a well-read old fox. He saw Zhang Jingming's mind at a glance, so he hurriedly picked up. "This is my granddaughter, Xia Mohan, who purposely came to see me from the west." Zhang Jingming nodded and appreciated. "Not bad, really good. Little girl, you just came to Jiangzhou, right? In this way, uncle will be the host and treat you to a meal, okay?" Xia Mohan did not think twice and flatly refused. "Sorry, I've eaten." Xia Mohan is not a person who judges people by their appearance. Zhang Jingming, this middle-aged uncle, bald top, beer belly, this is nothing, but he has been looking at himself with colorful eyes, which makes Xia Mohan very disgusted. She could not possibly accompany this kind of people to eat. When Pingan Huang saw Xia Mohan rebuffing, he immediately persuaded her with kind words. "Mohan, Mr. Zhang is an honored guest of our family. Good boy, listen to grandpa, go and accompany Mr. Zhang out for a meal." To Huang Pingan, the current Xia Mohan was a treasure that could please Zhang Jingming. "I don't want to eat." Xia Mohan rarely came to grandpa's house, and the relatives here were not close at all. She came here, completely because of Huang Guilan's intention. How could she go to accompany a greasy uncle to eat because of grandpa's words? Now, Huang Pingan was not happy either. He said angrily to Xia Mohan, "You," not waiting for Huang Pingan to finish. Zhang Jingming suddenly interrupted him. "Don't be like this, we are all family. Don't hurt the peace. It's not easy for the little girl to make a special trip, so treat them well." As he spoke, Zhang Jingming also gently patted Huang Pingan's shoulder, and when he finished, he left straight away. After Zhang Jingming left such a sentence, the Huang family members naturally would not slow down Huang Guilan's mother and daughter any longer, and they really did entertain the two of them according to what Zhang Jingming said. Huang Guilan saw her family change their attitude. She finally felt better in her heart, although this was completely for Zhang Jingming's face, but Huang Guilan didn't care. For her, as long as she could stay, it was better than anything else. Xia Mohan can't feel any sincerity here, but at least everyone on the surface to do it warmly. Xia Mohan is not good to give people a face. In the evening, the Huang family set up a few tables of wine, hospitality Huang Guilan and Xia Mohan. On the table, the yellow family people are all smiling and happy. The atmosphere is very good. Xia Mohan can't resist the enthusiasm of the Huang family, drank a few glasses of beer, but her drinking capacity is too small. Just a few glasses of beer let her face red, dizzy. After the meal, Xia Mohan didn't stay long and immediately greeted everyone and said, "I have a bit of a headache. I'll go back to bed first." Luo Ping hurriedly got up and said, "I'll see you off." Then, Luo Ping personally helped Xia Mohan to a side room in the old mansion. This side room in the Huang family mansion is not bad. Living room, bedroom and bathroom are complete. The decoration is also quite stylish. Usually only VIPs can live here. Xia Mohan's treatment can be seen. After sending Xia Mohan into the house, Luo Ping said, "Good night, have a good rest." After saying that, she helped close the door of the room, and Luo Ping secretly locked the door outside. Xia Mohan pinched her forehead and walked to the bedroom in the side room. She took off her jacket on the bed. Then from the suitcase, she took out her change of clothes. Then, she went to the bathroom, ready to take a shower. But, just as she reached the door, the bathroom door suddenly opened. A man wearing pants that were still a bit wet walked out from inside. This man was Zhang Jingming. Chapter 30. Xia Mohan committed suicide. At this time, this kind of image, Zhang Jingming who appeared in the bathroom. For Xia Mohan, it was like a beast with its bloody mouth open. Xia Mohan was instantly so scared that she lost her voice and screamed. The change of clothes in her hand, all of them fell to the ground by mistake. Xia Mohan was really scared. Her eyes were full of panic. While backing up, she said to Zhang Jingming vigilantly, "Why are you here?" Zhang Jingming said in his usual tone, "I've been waiting for you here, and seeing that you never came, I took a shower first." Zhang Jingming said it as a matter of course, as if he and Xia Mohan were an ordinary couple. This was a husband waiting for his wife to return. But when Xia Mohan heard this, she only felt chilled, a fierce chill seeping behind her. She frowned tightly and said to Zhang Jingming squarely, "What do you mean?" Zhang Jingming spread his hands and said, "Isn't it simple? It's obvious that the Huang family sold you out." Zhang Jingming is a very capable person. Otherwise he could not do the position of general manager of Jiangzhou branch. But, even more powerful people, there are shortcomings, such as Zhang Jingming, is horny. You really want to take him. Send money to send gifts are useless. But if you send a woman to make him satisfied, he will have no way to refuse. Xia Mohan is just right for Zhang Jingming's appetite. So after leaving the Huang family, he secretly contacted Huang Pingan. Huang Pingan didn't have much affection for Xia Mohan himself. Plus, he desperately needed to climb the tree of Zhang Jingming. So naturally, he didn't reject Zhang Jingming. Tonight's matter was what Zhang Jingming and the Huang family had agreed upon. When Xia Mohan heard this, her face became even more ugly. She couldn't believe it. Impossible. After saying this, she rushed to the door and opened it to try to escape. But the door of this side room could not be opened at all. Xia Mohan realized at once that the outside of the door was locked. Now, Xia Mohan's fear deeper. At the same time, her heart also cooled through. She really did not think his grandfather family will do this kind of thing. This is beasts or worse than beasts will still care about love. Grandpa's family how will personally send themselves to the mouth of the tiger and the wolf. Just don't struggle. Tonight you belong to me. Zhang Jingming's tone is very flat, and in the flatness there is the certainty of a must-have. For him, Xia Mohan has already become his bag of tricks. I already have a husband. Don't mess around. Even if Xia Mohan didn't want to believe it, she had to admit that this old mansion, the so-called grandpa's home, the place where she originally thought she could temporarily settle down, had now become a wolf's den. She was definitely begging for help with no help, and she could only use this argument to dissuade Zhang Jingming. Only, Zhang Jingming was completely unmoved. He grinned and said wickedly, "It doesn't matter. I don't care about all this. What I like is just you as a person. Since you've already been taken in by me, you don't want to escape from me. If you dare to mess around, I will fight you." Xia Mohan was desperate to the extreme. Moreover, she knew that she had no way to escape, but she would never fold her hands either. She quickly ran to the sofa cabinet, copied a table lamp and threatened Zhang Jingming. How would Zhang Jingming care about the threat of a weak little girl? He laughed coldly, and then approached towards Xia Mohan while saying, "If you are from me, you will be able to suffer less, but if you don't listen, I will make you suffer a lot of pain." After the words, Zhang Jingming had already arrived in front of Xia Mohan. He slowly stretched out his hand, wanting to take off the table lamp in Xia Mohan's hand. Bang! Xia Mohan moved quickly. She didn't hesitate. She directly took the table lamp and smashed it heavily towards Zhang Jingming's bald spot. Ah! Zhang Jingming screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Zhang Jingming probably never dreamed that the gentle and lovely-looking Xia Mohan would be so violent that she actually dared to hit him. Outside, Luo Ping had been guarding the corridor outside the side room, waiting for Zhang Jingming to finish his business so that she could open the door for him. However, After waiting for a few minutes, she was surprised to hear Zhang Jingming's screams. If it was Xia Mohan's screams that she heard, Luo Ping would not be surprised, but to hear Zhang Jingming's screams, this was truly abnormal. Immediately, Luo Ping ran to the door and listened with her ears, and this time, she was sure that it was really Zhang Jingming who was wailing inside. Luo Ping did not dare to delay any longer, hurriedly took out the key and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Luo Ping immediately scared white face. She saw, Zhang Jingming had broken blood, very miserable, fell to the ground. No good. Something big has happened. Luo Ping ran out of the side room and shouted. Not long after, a group of people from the Huang family hurried over. Seeing that Zhang Jingming was injured, the Huang family were all shocked, especially Huang Pingan, a handful of years old. He was so shocked and furious that he could hardly breathe. He died and gasped for a few moments. Then he shouted angrily at Xia Mohan, "What are you doing? Are you going to rebel?" At this moment, Xia Mohan's eyes were cold and her face was expressionless. This was the first time she hit someone with her hands, and her hands were still very heavy, but she wasn't afraid at all. Her heart, cold and hardened. She looked at her so-called grandpa and questioned with a cry, "I should be the one to ask you what you want? I am your own granddaughter. Why are you locking me in the house? Why did you give me to such an old man?" A series of questions were asked, blocking Huang Pingan for a moment, not knowing how to reply. At this time, Luo Ping's husband, that is, Xia Mohan's uncle, Huang Yi, walked out. With a face full of anger, he said indignantly to Xia Mohan, "Do you know what kind of status Mr. Zhang has? How can you hit him?" Xia Mohan contradicted, "If I don't hit him, my innocence will be gone." Splat! Huang Yi directly slapped Xia Mohan's face and scolded her angrily. "What is your innocence? It's your great honor that General Manager Zhang can favor you." Yes, this Xia Mohan, why is she so ungrateful? Really, not just a good-looking face. What's so arrogant about it? That's right, even a little cutie. Are willing to marry. She even talks about innocence here. Humph, if Mr. Zhang can see her, I really don't know how many lifetimes she's been blessed with, and she still doesn't know how to cherish it. To even dare to hit General Manager Zhang, she is truly crazy. The Huang family and Zhang Jingming are working together to trap Xia Mohan in deep water. They have done something worse than beasts, but they are still justified, as if they are the messenger of justice, collectively criticizing Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan looked at this face wearing human skin. Her eyes became colder and colder, so cold that there was not even a trace of temperature. Her heart, too, froze. "Hurry up and send me to the hospital." Zhang Jingming, who was on the ground, couldn't take it anymore and shouted. It was only then that the Huang family snapped out of it, and immediately, they swarmed over to Zhang Jingming's side. While everyone's attention was on Zhang Jingming, Xia Mohan silently walked out of the side room. Outside the side room, Huang Guilan was standing there. Xia Mohan walked up to Huang Guilan and said, "Mom, let's go." This place, it was even more horrible than the Western Plains. Xia Mohan couldn't stay for a moment. Huang Guilan sighed and said sorrowfully, "Alas, you shouldn't have hit Mr. Zhang. Now you've caused a big trouble." Hearing this, Xia Mohan fixed. She originally thought, her heart has died, can no longer stir up half a wave, because she had already despaired to the extreme. Nothing in this world could make her more desperate. But this instant, her heart still beat violently, at the same time as if there are 10,000 needles piercing into pain her heart and bones. She red eyes, looked deeply at her mother, word by word asked, "Tonight's matter, are you already know?" According to Huang Guilan's character, knowing that her daughter was being bullied like this, she must be the first to find someone to theorize and defend her daughter. But now, not only did she not defend Xia Mohan, she was even blaming Xia Mohan, which made Xia Mohan instantly realize that her mother, the last thing she relied on, had also become an accomplice in betraying herself. When Huang Guilan heard this, she immediately revealed a guilty look. She explained in a very bottomless manner, "It is your grandfather who has been begging me, saying that as long as you accompany Mr. Zhang for one night, he will buy us a big house in Jiangzhou, and he will also find us a very good job in Jiangzhou. In this way, we mother and daughter will be able to feed and clothe ourselves in the future, and we won't have to look at people's faces anymore." After hearing this, Xia Mohan's tears were like a spring. Her mother, the mother who had been with her for so many years, the mother who was the closest and dearest to her in this world, the only mother she could still rely on, was the one who had stabbed her deeply in the time of her greatest despair. She cried out, tearing her heart out to Huang Guilan, "I hate you." After yelling, she ran away without looking back. 10 o'clock at night, Jiangzhou, the rooftop of a 17-story building. Xia Mohan stood at the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the entire Jiangzhou city. Her tears had dried up and her heart, too, was completely empty. At this moment, she no longer had any emotions, even fear, she didn't know anymore. Once she, is very afraid of heights. Roller coasters she did not dare to sit. But now, standing in such a high place, under the feet is a piece of empty, she was not afraid at all. Perhaps, this is the real despair. From Wu Baiyu will hold her to the top of the happiness, and then let her fall down. She is destined to go against happiness. Luck is far away from her. Bad luck comes one after another blow, will hit her to the skin. She thought that after escaping from the West Plains, she would be able to make a fresh start, but she didn't expect to fall into an even more horrific abyss. The cruelty of her grandfather's family hurt her deeply, but she didn't fall because she decided that at least she still had her mother, who would be able to walk with her all the way, and that they could go to some other place and continue to rely on each other. However, God is the last trace of her faith also destroyed. Her mom, even bear to sell themselves. How ridiculous. How sad. This is the reality. Horrible reality. This world really did not leave her a trace of love. All the people, to her, are so cruel. She has no more love for this world. Darkness shrouded the entire city, also shrouded the Xiaomohan whole heart. She stood alone in this boundless black night. Her figure is so lonely, desolate. The rooftop is silent. No sound. Xiaomohan closed her eyes. The vast emptiness of silence. A bell rang. The sound is very close, and seems to be very far away. Xiaomohan opened her eyes, picked up her cell phone and looked at the shiny caller ID on it. Mom. She stared at those two words for a long time, and finally, she murmured deeply, goodbye. As soon as the words fell, Xiaomohan leapt, and the whole person jumped from the top of the tall building. Down. Chapter 31, Wu Baiyou's anger. In front of this 17-story building, was a spacious street. At this time, although it was already more than 10 o'clock at night, but the city nightlife was strong. The street was still full of cars and people. Not good. Someone jumped off the building. When Xiaomohan jumped down the moment, the crowd suddenly had a voice screamed. This shout resounded through the entire area in front of the high-rise. At once, the people nearby all looked up to the high-rise above. Everyone only saw a figure falling rapidly. This instant, watching the people, the heart all raised in the throat, nervous to almost lose their voices. But it was at this instant, on the flat ground, there was suddenly a black shadow that leapt up. His entire body leapt to a height of 3 or 4 meters at once. Bang! With a dull impact, this black shadow that leapt up firmly caught the figure that fell from the rooftop, and immediately afterward, that black shadow hugged the person, and fell back to the ground in a very magnificent pose. The onlookers, seeing this scene, instantly eyeballs protruding, shocked to the extreme. The group's hearts, which were originally nervous, were now beating like a drum, roaring. I'll go. Isn't this Superman? Someone let out an unbelievable cry of shock. This Superman-like black shadow was no one else but Wu Baiyu. Xiaomohan's falling speed was too fast. The gravity was too strong. Even though Wu Baiyu bounced up in the air to cushion a great impact, in the end, Xiaomohan was still shaken to the point that she spat out blood from her mouth and fainted. And Wu Baisho, arm also almost shocked numb, but he did not care. His pair of eyes just gazed at the embrace of Xiaomohan, heart like steel. This moment, his eyes were also misty with tears. He hoarsely deeply said, how can you be so stupid? Wu Baisho's voice sank in pain. His heart was even more viciously stabbed. What kind of pain did Xiaomohan suffer before she was driven to the extent of suicide? Thinking about the depths, Wu Baisho's eyes could not help but become red. A wave of anger, from which spewed out. He hated himself for not guarding Xiaomohan. More than anything, he wanted those who had forced her, one by one, to pay the price. 1 hour later, Zhangzhou City People's Hospital. Senior ward. Xiaomohan was lying quietly on the snow-white hospital bed. Wu Baisu stood at one side, looking deeply at her. This stand is a night. The next morning, Xiaomohan on the hospital bed slowly opened her eyes. At the first glance, she saw Wu Baitu standing beside her. Xiaomohan's eyes were empty. Her head was blank. She looked at Wu Baisheng, and was dumbfounded for a long time. Only after a long time did she softly open her mouth and asked, why didn't I die? Wu Baisho simply replied, you have a big life. If he had answered that he had caught her with his bare hands, she would have thought that she was committing an illness again. She had just woken up, and Wu Baisho did not want to irritate her. Xiaomohan felt unbelievable, but she really felt alive again. Wu Baiti, this person, is also alive, standing in front of her. Everything will not be false. Everything, and difficult to explain. Perhaps, she really should not be destined to die. After slowing down for a while, Xiaomohan only opened her voice again, and asked Wu Baisher, aren't you in a mental hospital? How did you come out? Wu Baiti explained, I'm fully cured. I'm a normal person now. The current Wu Baisho was truly cured. Some time ago, he had only regained his memory. However, there was still residual poison in his body. The day before in Chengfeng Zhai, the poison suddenly attacked and almost killed Wu Baiti. After 3 years, the side effects of the poison were still so overbearing, something that Wu Baiti had not even expected. However, under this misadventure, Wu Baiti broke through the bottleneck that he had not broken through for many years in terms of martial arts, meaning that the current Wu Baiti was nearly invincible. After the breakthrough, Wu Baiti used his extraordinary internal force to force out all the remaining poison in his body. He was finally completely cured. In the past, when she heard that Wu Baiti had become normal, Xia Mohan would have been pleasantly surprised. But now, she has no fluctuation. She remembered the consequences of her own trust in Wu Baiti. Every time she believed, in exchange for disappointment, she was afraid. She didn't dare to believe in Wu Baiti anymore. Or rather, she didn't dare to easily believe in the people and things in this world. Thinking about it, Xia Mohan again thought of the coldness of this world, the ruthlessness of all people. Thus, she fell into deep despair again. She closed her eyes, not wanting to say half a word again. Seeing this, Wu Baisho suddenly went forward, held Xia Mohan's hand, and deeply said, "In the future, I will always be with you." This sentence, he said incomparably solemn and extremely affectionate. The temperature and power of his hand also transmitted to Xia Mohan's hand. Xia Mohan and Wu Baitu husband and wife for 3 years, but the name is not real. The two of them, almost nothing skin-to-skin touch. Now, the hand was suddenly held by Wu Baitu. Xia Mohan coldly produced a kind of electric shock feeling. Her dead heart, caught off guard and jumped. Xia Mohan drew back her hand in a panic and said, "Don't touch me," saying this with her mouth, but in her heart, she was actually not repulsed by this behavior of Wu Baisher. Wu Baisher helplessly straightened up. After a moment's pause, he spoke again. "Are you hungry? I'll go buy you breakfast." When Xia Mohan heard this, her eyes abruptly opened. She realized that Wu Baisher was changed. He became no longer like a cutie pie, but rather like a husband who knew how to care for his wife. Good. In the face of such Wu Baitu, Xia Mohan couldn't say no. 20 minutes later, Wu Baitu bought a bowl of white porridge and came back. Xia Mohan sat up and subconsciously wanted to take the kanji and eat it herself. But Wu Baisho said, "Let me feed you," a sentence that was incredibly gentle and considerate. When Xia Mohan heard this, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. For 3 years, Wu Baiyu had never been a cutie who needed to be taken care of by others. But today, he turned into a man who knew how to take the initiative to take care of Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan was very uncomfortable with this kind of Wu Baitu, but at the bottom of her heart, she longed for a husband who took care of her. Therefore, she nodded her head and agreed to Wu Baisheng feeding herself kanji. Wu Baitu's movements were clumsy, but very careful, slowly feeding the porridge to Xia Mohan one mouthful at a time. Xia Mohan was silent, enjoying Wu Baitu's caring service. This bowl of white porridge, very sweet. At noon, the doctor did a comprehensive physical examination of Xia Mohan. There is no problem. The doctor notified can be discharged. Wu Baitu handled the discharge formalities and left the hospital with Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan let Wu Baitu dominate everything, only silently follow him. Out of the hospital, Wu Baitu brought Xia Mohan to a nearby Chinese restaurant. The seats were chosen by Wu Baitu. The dishes were also ordered by Wu Baitu. And he ordered all the dishes that Xia Mohan usually loves to eat. Xia Mohan ate these dishes. The ice in her heart gradually began to melt. It is Wu Baitu brought her warmth. Let her feel. This world there are people care about themselves. In the past, Wu Baiyu stupid, often caused Xia Mohan sad and angry, also caused shame to Xia Mohan, brought a lot of trouble. But Xia Mohan knew that no matter what stupid things Wu Baiti did or what stupid words he said, he had always been good to himself. Every time he said something big, it was almost always to defend himself. Only at first, Xia Mohan was all angered by the disgrace of his big words, thus ignoring Wu Baiti's original intention of saying those words. Now, Wu Baisheng has changed. He didn't say any unrealistic big words. He just silently accompanied himself, did everything for himself, and took care of himself in every way. This kind of Wu Baisho, ordinary, but appear great, because he in Xia Mohan's most vulnerable time, gives Xia Mohan support. Xia Mohan does not ask for much, just hope that there is a person to treat themselves sincerely. There is a shoulder to rely on. Even if the whole world is dark, she has a person she can rely on, and she has the courage to go on. In the past, I wasn't called 100 years old. This is the name I changed myself. I hope I live past 100 years old. Since I was a child, I don't fight. I'm careful and cautious. I'm on guard against anything that can threaten me. I can't allow myself to have a little slip, because I understand one thing, life is priceless. Living is better than anything else. So Mohan, promise me, no matter what, don't do anything stupid in the future, okay? At the dinner table, Wu Baiti suddenly opened his mouth and said this. All along, Wu Baiti was a quiet person. This time, however, he said a lot to Xia Mohan, only because Xia Mohan's behavior of jumping off the building really scared him. If he didn't let Li Changsheng locate Xia Mohan's exact location and arrived at the scene in time, Xia Mohan really would have been lifeless. When Xia Mohan suddenly heard this, her entire body froze, her heart, unable to help but speed up its beating. For the first time, she heard Wu Baiti say such a long speech to herself. For the first time, Wu Baiti had bared his heart to her. From these words, she truly felt that Wu Baiti was like a normal person, felt Wu Baiti's fellowship with herself, and her deepest care. At this moment, Xia Mohan was almost certain that Wu Baiti really wasn't stupid. She nodded at Wu Baiti. Then, she looked deeply at Wu Baiti, and incomparably solemnly confirmed, "Your illness, is it really healed?" Wu Baiti was equally solemn, and seriously returned, "It's better." 2 words, full of infinite sincerity. After Xia Mohan heard this, the haze in her heart steeply dispersed. Finally, her little cutie husband is not stupid. Finally, she is able to have a normal husband. Finally, she doesn't have to despair anymore. A great disaster must be a blessing. Wu Baiyu recovered from his illness. This was the best gift from God to her. Xia Mohan, her life, finally, had a new hope. This meal, she ate with great flavor. After the meal, Wu Baiyu's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Li Changsheng who sent a text message, which recorded in detail what Xia Mohan had experienced in the past 2 days. Having seen Xia Mohan commit suicide with his own eyes last night, Wu Baitu knew that Xia Mohan must have endured great suffering in the past 2 days to be forced to commit suicide. Of course he wants to dig out the facts clearly. So last night, he asked Li Changsheng to make sure to find out what happened. Li Changsheng did not dare to be slow. He used all his contacts, Sky network cameras, cell phone GPS mobile track, detectives secretly in plain sight, only to find out the detailed experience of Xia Mohan in the past 2 days. The day before yesterday, Xia Mohan left the Qingfeng Jai, first by the Xia family expelled from the family, after that, a person wandering the streets, and then kidnapped by Wang Shihao. Back home, the family house was confiscated, the door of the neighborhood. Xia Mohan's mother, Huang Guilan, was beaten by Lu San. Yesterday, the mother and daughter met Xia Ziran in front of the hotel, and then the two went to the Kangtai Psychiatric Hospital, but they were blocked and did not get in. Then, the two came directly to Jiangzhou to join the Huang family. When Xia Mohan arrived at the Huang family, Zhang Jingming happened to be there, but Zhang Jingming left not long afterward, and in the evening, Zhang Jingming returned to the Huang family mansion, and more than an hour after he entered the Huang family, Xia Mohan injured Zhang Jingming to the point that Zhang Jingming was sent to the hospital to be bandaged. It was also during that time period that Xia Mohan left the Huang family home and chose to commit suicide by jumping off a building. Wu Baiyu stared at the text in the SMS, thinking of this heavy calamity that Xia Mohan had suffered. His heart, like a knife twisting, fate imposed on Xia Mohan too cruel torture, forcing her to commit suicide. Wu Baita's eyes, gradually turning red, he looked at Xia Mohan, deeply said, "I'm sorry, I let you suffer." Xia Mohan suddenly heard Wu Baiyu apologized. She couldn't help but be surprised and touched, but at the same time, she suddenly remembered that she broke into trouble yesterday, so she immediately said to Wu Baiyu, "I hit someone last night. That person is still very important in Jiangzhou. This matter must be a big deal. Why don't we hurry up and leave Jiangzhou? I don't want to stay here anymore." Wu Baiyu leisurely stood up and said in a deep voice, "Escaping won't solve the problem. Let's go." "Baiyu, what are you doing?" Xia Mohan asked doubtfully. Wu Baitu walked to Xia Mohan's side, looked at her and said word by word, "Since this world is unfair to you, then I will change this world for you." After saying that, Wu Baisho took Xia Mohan's hand and left in large strides. Chapter 32 Supreme Black Card. "Since this world has treated you unfairly, I will change this world for you." These words were deeply burned into Xia Mohan's heart. Xia Mohan was touched, even if this sentence was unrealistic, but it was proof that Wu Baisu really and truly had been thinking about himself, and his care and love was genuine. Xia Mohan had a trace of trance. She let Wu Baisheng hold her, and walked out of the Chinese restaurant. When she arrived outside, a gust of wind blew in her face, which caused Xia Mohan to snap out of it. She immediately drew back her hand that was being held by Wu Baisho and said to him seriously, "You don't even know what happened to me. Don't fool around, ah?" Although Xia Mohan believed that Wu Baitu was changing back to normal, she realized that Wu Baitu's problem of talking big could not be changed for a while. Wu Baisher said succinctly, "I know all about you. I've come to help you get justice. Those who bullied Xia Mohan, Wu Baitu will not let go of one." After hearing this, Xia Mohan quickly said, "If you really want to help me, take me to buy some clothes. My clothes are too dirty." He had beaten Zhang Jingming. This matter must have become a big deal. It was not strange that Wu Baiyu could know, but if Wu Baiyu acted impulsively, it would only make the consequences more serious. Xia Mohan now had Wu Baiti by her side. she was already satisfied. She didn't want to mess with those who shouldn't be messed with. For her, the more urgent thing right now was to hurry up and change out of the dirty and even bloodstained clothes on her body. Okay. Wu Baiyu looked at the clothes on Xia Mohan's body and agreed. In the past, when Xia Mohan and Wu Baitu were together, Xia Mohan dominated everything, and Wu Baitu was like Xia Mohan's stupid son, listening to follow Xia Mohan in everything. Today, the relationship is reversed. Everything is dominated by Wu Baitu. Xia Mohan seems to have become a little birdie little woman, only need to follow Wu Baitu on the line. Wu Baitu brought Xia Mohan to the nearby Chongqing department store. Women are born to like shopping malls. Xia Mohan is no exception. She grew up as a kind of brocade. When her grandfather did not die, she was still single. She often shopped in the mall, buy their favorite things. Later married to Wu Baisu. The days are tight. She rarely shop at the mall, not to mention in Wu Baisu shopping together. Today this is the first time. Xia Mohan's mood was quite novel. Shopping at the mall with her husband who had returned to normal. The feeling was very subtle. She all but briefly forgot the sores in her heart, and only immersed herself in this novel feeling. She walked slowly, admiring all the items in the mall. Each store, a wide range of clothes, bags, shoes. Xia Mohan will take a look. Even if she did not go in to try on, she felt that it is quite good to look outside. When she walked to the second floor Gucci brand store, she saw a dress through the glass counter. This dress seems to have a unique attraction to Xia Mohan, so that she couldn't help but stop and look at a few more eyes. On the side, Wu Baiyu said, "Do you like it? Go in and buy it if you like it." Xia Mohan shook her head and said, "Forget it, it's too expensive. Go look somewhere else." For the current Xia Mohan, this brand of clothes is heavenly price. She can't even dare to think about it. Just take a look to solve the craving. After saying that, she was about to leave. Wu Baiyu stopped her and said to her, "It's okay, I have money." As soon as the words fell, Wu Baiyu walked into the specialty store. Xia Mohan knew that Wu Baishi did have a little bit of money now. The hospital expenses, the meal expenses, all of them were paid by Wu Baishi. But she was afraid that Wu Baishi didn't even know how high the consumption of this Gucci store was. However, Wu Baishi had already entered the store without a head. She could only gather the courage to follow in. As soon as Wu Baitu entered inside, a shopper in the store came over and asked Wu Baitu, "Hello sir, may I ask what you need to buy?" Wu Baitu pointed at Xia Mohan and said, "Ask her." Saying that, Wu Baiyu took a seat on the stool. Once the guide heard, she immediately received Xia Mohan. Although Xia Mohan people came in, but the bottom is very insufficient. She hesitated for 2 seconds, and then pointed to the dress she just looked at, and asked, "May I try this dress?" The clothes in this store, also divided into 2 levels. One is the ordinary shelves, one is the counter. The clothes above the ordinary shelves can be tried on, but the clothes on the counter are not allowed to try on. This is the rules of this store, but also the general guests know the common sense. Guide C. Xia Mohan even this do not know. Obviously the other party has not been into this kind of high-class store before. At once, the guide's enthusiasm dropped by half. She faintly back, "Our counter clothes are not allowed to try on." Xia Mohan was disappointed and said, "Okay." After a pause, she opened her mouth again and asked, "Then how much does this dress cost?" Above every piece of clothing, there is a clear price tag. Xia Mohan still asked this kind of ignorant question. The guide was even more impatient. She was very disdainful back. "Isn't there a price on that?" 68,000. Once she heard this, Xia Mohan couldn't help but suck in a breath. Just now she was focusing on the style of the clothes, really didn't pay attention to the price. Who knows? This price has far exceeded her expectations. She knows that Gucci clothes are expensive, but there are small expensive and big expensive. This 68,000 is big expensive. In an instant, Xia Mohan had no intention to stay any longer. She immediately said to Wu Baiyu, "Let's go." Xia Mohan? Before Wu Baiyu could say anything, a male voice suddenly sounded. Xia Mohan turned around and realized that the person coming was her college classmate, Zhu Fuguwei. In the university, Xia Mohan is the high cold school flower. Like Xia Mohan's boys have a lot, but Zhu Fuguwei is the most special one. This person was born in the countryside, dressed in old-fashioned, looks also shabby, completely is a pair of bumpkin image, but he has no self-awareness. On this condition, he also in front of the whole class, took the initiative to send love letters to Xia Mohan. His behavior, the perfect interpretation of what is called toad want to eat swan meat. Because of him, Xia Mohan became the center of discussion in school. Because of this, Xia Mohan has a deep impression of Zhu Fuguwei. Of course, this is not a good impression. Xia Mohan does not like Zhu Fuguwei, not only because Zhu Fuguwei sends love letters to her trouble, but also because he is too strange. He belongs to the type of blind arrogance. Obviously conditions are not very good, but he thinks he is a buried gold, that he is very good. The future will certainly shine. Now re-encountering this person, Xia Mohan also just politely returned. Long time no see. I heard that you were expelled from the Xia family. Is this true? As the saying goes, good things don't come out of the door. Bad things spread 1,000 miles. Xia Mohan was kicked out by the Xia family. In the West Plains are spread. Someone also deliberately sent this matter to the classmate group. Shu Fuguei is in the group to get this news. Xia Mohan was not easy to briefly forget this scar. Zhu Fuguei suddenly put this matter stabbed out. Xia Mohan's heart suddenly sank again. Her face also become ugly. See, Xia Mohan did not speak. Shu Fuguei opened his mouth again. Look at you now. Want to buy a piece of Gucci clothes cannot afford. What kind of life is this? If you chose to be with me, why would you be in such a bad situation? Look at me. I'm the manager of this store. I earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. I have a house and a car. If you follow me, even if you don't work, you can enjoy the happiness. When he said this, Shu Fuguei exuded a strong sense of superiority, as if he was the boss of a listed company. Hearing this, Xia Mohan only noticed that the once rustic Shu Fuguei was now dressed like a man. Only, his condition changed even better. His character was still so annoying. Xia Mohan didn't want to talk more with him, directly turned his head, once again said to Wu Baiyu, let's go. 100 years old? Hearing this name, Shu Fuguei immediately looked like he had discovered a new continent, his eyes quickly locking onto Wu Baiyu. Today's Wu Baiyu, dressed in ordinary clothes, his radiance was hidden early. The way Shu Fuguei looked at Wu Baisho, of course, was to look at a little cutie's eyes. He was very speechless and mocked at Xia Mohan. This is your little cutie, hubby Wu Baiyu, right? As expected, it's just like the legend. Xia Mohan, is there something wrong with your eyes? You rejected me in the first place, and in the end, you are looking for such a little cutie. What's wrong with him? Where is he better than me? Xia Mohan listened to these harsh words, the heart even more annoyed. A lot of people in this world like to compare. Xia Mohan no, even if Wu Baiyu is not stupid now, certain conditions are really also far less than Zhu Fuguei. But to Xia Mohan choose, she would rather choose the ordinary conditions of Wu Baiyu. Also will not choose this ugly face heart more ugly Zhu Fuguei. When Xia Mohan was in a knot, Wu Baisho silently got up, came to her side and said, the quality of the staff in this store is a bit lacking. Let's go. Let's buy in another store. Xia Mohan nodded, and left with Wu Baisho. But where could Zhu Fuguei stand it? He didn't expect that Wu Baitu, a little cutie, would even be sarcastic. The head of this store of his own, is it not a little cutie? He was not expecting Wu Baiyu to be sarcastic, but he did not think that Wu Baiyu would be sarcastic. Immediately, Shu Fuguei walked to the front of the two people. Blocked, come to all come. Do not buy a piece of clothing just like this to go. For the sake of old classmates, I can give you a discount. Today, he is going to let this little cutie make a good fool of herself and make Xia Mohan regret that she didn't choose herself. Store manager, look at the two of them. A poor look, like people who have money to buy Gucci clothes? You just didn't see. When I said a price, people's faces were scared white. The female shopper who received Xia Mohan at the beginning saw that Zhu Fuguei and the other party were not on good terms, and deliberately picked up the conversation. Yeah, I think these two people just came to the mall to rub the air conditioner. Look at their hands, they didn't buy anything. Another male shopper, who also looked unhappy with Wu Baiyu and Xia Mohan, couldn't help but interject. Don't talk nonsense, this old classmate of mine, but a rich man. People don't even put me in their eyes. How can they be so poor that they can't afford to buy a single piece of clothing? Besides, if people can't afford the clothes here, why would they come in? It's not like she's a cutie like her husband. After saying that, Shu Fuguei also asked Xia Mohan, right, old classmate? Xia Mohan's heart was very suffocating. Her face was burning. Really, it's hard to walk without money. Some people just like to take advantage of your downtrodden times to fall on the well, just to bully you with no money and no power. Xia Mohan was unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She was really riding a tiger now. At this time, Wu Baisho suddenly spoke up. Wife, look at this old classmate of yours. His mouth is dry for the sake of a bit of commission. Why don't we just buy that dress for the sake of his pity? Saying that, Wu Baitu then pointed at the dress that Xia Mohan was looking at, and faintly said, wrap this dress up for me. Wu Baisho originally did not intend to entangle with an insignificant mole cricket, but he realized that his silence would only cause Xia Mohan to be hurt. For the sake of Xia Mohan, he was changing. The female shopper turned to Wu Baiyu with a puzzled face and asked, are you sure? This dress is $68,000. Wu Baiyu urged, cut the crap and pack it up. Xia Mohan slowed down, quickly persuaded Wu Baitu, don't buy it. I haven't tried it yet. I don't even know if it fits. Xia Mohan was really afraid that Wu Baisho's problem of talking big would lead to an even more embarrassing ending. Even if he wasn't stupid anymore, even if he was trying to defend himself, There were some things that still had to be measured. Wu Baiyu said indifferently. It's fine, just throw it away if it doesn't fit. Hearing this, Shu Fuguei couldn't help but be amused. He said sarcastically to Wu Baishu, you little cutie, do you think I don't know you? No use at all. You just know how to talk big and brag. You're even pretending to be a pussy in front of me now. May I ask if you have money? Can you afford such expensive clothes? Wu Baiyu looked at Zhu Fuguei and asked back, what if I can afford it? This little cutie. If you want to have money, even an iron tree can blossom. How could Zhu Fuguei believe Wu Baishu's big words? He didn't hesitate to say, if you can afford it, I'll kneel down for you. Without saying a word, Wu Baishu pulled out his supreme black card, flung it in front of Zhu Fuguei and said indifferently, come, swipe the card. Chapter 33, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. Jiangdong Bank. Supreme Black Card. This was the top card that only those with considerable funds were worthy of. This kind of card, extremely rare. In which city are rare? The average person is naturally unfamiliar with the Supreme Black Card, and an ordinary person would never have the chance to see this kind of card. Like Zhu Fuguei, he had never seen the Jiangdong Bank Supreme Black Card, so as soon as Wu Baishu's black card was thrown out, Zhu Fuguei couldn't help but snort and laugh out. He scoffed at Wu Baishu with a face full of disdain. When did Jiangdong Bank come out with a black card? How come I didn't know? With that, he smiled at the others and asked, may I ask if you've seen it before? At this moment, inside the Gucci store, several shopping guides had all gathered here to watch. In the face of Zhu Fuguei's question, everyone said that they had never heard of a black card from Jiangdong Bank. And even more so, they had never seen one. Zhu Fuguei once again looked at Wu Baishu, and very breathlessly despised. Nowadays, everything is pirated. I didn't expect the bank card to be pirated by someone. You little cutie. I didn't expect that someone would make a fake bank card too. You little cutie. Not to mention other people, even Xia Mohan, felt that this card was fake. The highest level card she had seen from Jiangdong Bank was the platinum card. As for a black card, she had never heard of it. So, she hurriedly said to Wu Baiyu, stop it. Xia Mohan had managed to build up trust in Wu Baishu, believing that Wu Baishu had already recovered from his illness. She really didn't want to. Wu Baishu still had the possibility of committing another illness. She was afraid of making a fool out of herself again. She was afraid of disappointment. She was afraid that Wu Baishu would be knocked back into his original form once again. She couldn't bear such a blow anymore. Wu Baishu turned his head, gave Xia Mohan a firm look. Then, he said to Zhu Fuguei in a cold voice, don't give me crap. Whether it's a real card or not, you'll know when you swipe it. Zhu Fuguei really convinced this little cutie. Now, after all this, he still dares to act like a pussy. He really doesn't want to see the coffin. Immediately, Zhu Fuguei took the black card in Wu Baishu's hand and called out, bring the card swiping machine. Upon hearing this, the front desk cashier immediately brought the card swiping machine over. Zhu Fuguei took the card swiping machine, entered the consumption numbers on it, and then scratched the black card against the card slot. Then, he handed the card swiping machine to Wu Baiyu, and said irritably, come on, enter your password. Don't tell me that you don't remember the password? Whether or not the card could be swiped successfully was at stake. At this moment, all the clerks in the store stared at Wu Baishu. Xia Mohan was even more nervous and incomparable as she looked at Wu Baishu, her eyes not daring to blink. In the gaze of the entire crowd, Wu Baitu calmly reached out and pressed the password. Ding dong, the payment was successful. Instantly, the whole place was dumbfounded. A few sales clerks, jaws agape, could not believe it. Zhu Fuguei's face was even as ugly as if he had eaten. It felt as if he had been slapped by a cutie in public. He was slapped hard. His face was disgraced, and his heart was stifled. He had a lifetime of wisdom, but today he was ruined in the hands of a little cutie. How can he be willing to do this? He stifled his red face and shouted defiantly at Wu Baiyu, even if you have money, it must have been given to you by Xia Mohan. What qualifications do you have to pretend to be a bully? Although, Zhu Fuguei didn't know why this kind of black card would be swiped successfully, but no matter what, it was by no means cutie pie, Wu Baiyu's money. He would rather believe that this was Xia Mohan's money. After all, although Xia Mohan was expelled from the family, but at least in the past, she was also the daughter of the Xia family, so a little bit of savings would make sense. Wu Baiyu took the card back from Zhu Fuguei's hands, and said to him lightly, this has nothing to do with you. You just need to honor your promise now. Obviously, he was asking Zhu Fuguei to kneel down. Just with you also want me to kneel? You little cutie. Worthy? Zhu Fuguei's tone was still haughty, no matter where this money of Wu Baiyu's came from. In short, little cutie. It doesn't matter where Wu Baitai's money came from. In any case, this little cutie is a cutie. This fact can't be changed. Zhu Fuguei despises this little cutie. He hates him even more for possessing the goddess he once adored. He wants to give himself to this kind of cutie. Kneel down. How is it possible? Wu Baiyu asked in a cold voice, do you want to back out? As he said this, Wu Baisho's eyes turned cold. However, this could not scare Zhu Fuguei. Zhu Fuguei would not be afraid of a little cutie. What's more, this is his territory. He is the store manager. A few male shoppers in this store will listen to him. He has enough backbone. In the face of Wu Baishi's hidden threat, he is still tough and said, you do not think you buy a piece of clothing. You really take yourself as a grandfather. I will not kneel. You can put me how? He is still very strong. That's right, not just a few tens of thousands of dollars, like who does not have, but also want to let our store manager kneel. What a thing. Right. What qualifications do you have to make the store manager kneel? Are you worthy? A little cutie. Still dare to presume to make the store manager kneel to him. Really funny. A few male guides in the store also supported Zhu Fuguei unconditionally. While they spoke, they stood behind Zhu Fuguei, cheering and supporting him. Wu Baiyu looked at Zhu Fuguei and slowly spoke. A man should be true to his word. As he spoke, Wu Baisho reached out and gently patted Zhu Fuguei's shoulder twice. This action was very unusual. However, Zhu Fuguei was as if he had suffered a Tarzan-like pressure. When Wu Baio's hand was taken away, his legs bent down without listening to the call. He knelt down in front of Wu Baiyu. This scene, caught off guard, left the entire crowd stunned and confused. Who would have thought that Zhu Fuguei, who had just been arrogant and disdainful, would suddenly become a grandson and kneel down for Wu Baiti? What kind of unexpected reversal was this? Xia Mohan also suddenly froze. Wu Baiti, that a bank card similar to a fake card, easily swiped out 68,000. Wu Baio's casual words really let the heart than the sky-high Zhu Fuguei kneel down? This made Xia Mohan incredulous. Wu Baisho looked down at Zhu Fuguei and said in a deep voice, next time, don't be a dog-eyed man. Wu Baiyu didn't care what Zhu Fuguei said about himself, but he wouldn't allow Zhu Fuguei to insult Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan had already endured too much. He wouldn't let this woman suffer half a bit more. Zhu Fuguei stared at Wu Baisho. His eyes red. His heart is even more inexplicable. He is clearly good. Why suddenly kneel down? This kneeling can kneel off the infinite self-esteem of Zhu Fuguei, especially in front of Xia Mohan today to show off their own. His purpose is to let Xia Mohan see clearly. He Zhu Fuguei and Wu Baisu. There is a world of difference in the gap. He wants to let Xia Mohan regret that year didn't choose their own. But how could he have thought that he would end up giving a little cutie kneeling down? What kind of shame is this? Zhu Fuguei's resentment was hard to dispel. After a while of slowing down, he stood up from the ground. He angrily glared at Wu Baishu and furiously shouted, I didn't sleep well last night, and my feet are a little bit shaky today. Otherwise, how could I possibly give this little cutie to you? Kneeling? What the do you still think you are? Do you want to kneel again? Wu Baitai's voice was icy cold and his eyes were chilling. A look from Wu Baisi, as if it carried a raging murderous aura, making Zhu Fuguei shudder. Zhu Fuguei remembered his inexplicable kneeling just now. It seemed this was really Wu Baisi's trick. He didn't want to make a fool out of himself in public again, so he warned to Wu Baisi, I'll remember you, just wait for me. After saying these words, Zhu Fuguei walked to the bar and sat down. However, his eyes kept staring at Wu Baishu. That look, really want to eat Wu Baishu. Not long after, the shopping guide packed the clothes and sent them to Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan slowed down, immediately reached out and took the bag. Looking at the dress inside, the ripples in her heart couldn't help but fluctuate. She really liked this dress. Before she was unable to buy it because she didn't have the money to buy it and couldn't afford to buy it. Now since she had already purchased it, of course, she was rejoicing. Immediately, she said to Wu Baiyu, wait for me here for a moment. I'll go change my clothes. Xia Mohan didn't want to wear dirty clothes anymore and couldn't wait to put on her beloved dress. Wu Baiyu nodded. Xia Mohan immediately ran to the changing room to change her clothes. 5 minutes later, Xia Mohan walked out of the changing room. It was said that people depended on their clothes, and once Xia Mohan's clothes were changed, the whole thing changed from Cinderella to Snow White. Princess appeared, suddenly radiant. A group of shoppers in the store cannot help but look dumbfounded. And Zhu Fuguei, once he saw this kind of Xia Mohan, what emotions are forgotten? Eyes only eye-catching Xia Mohan. Sure Mohan, our old classmates is not easy to meet once. Let me invite you to have a meal. This moment of Xia Mohan seems to have magic power. Let Zhu Fuguei cannot help but thump his heart. He found the feeling of youth, so he immediately came to Xia Mohan's side, issued a sincere invitation to her. Xia Mohan looked at him and said indifferently, can you have some face? Don't you see that my husband is here? Zhu Fuguei said indifferently, isn't he just a cutie? What does it matter? Xia Mohan didn't even bother to take care of people like Zhu Fuguei. She directly ignored Zhu Fuguei and walked right up to Wu Baiti, and asked to Wu Baiti, does it look good? Wu Baisho stared at Xia Mohan and said in a serious manner, it looks good. This wave of maneuvering between the two made even Zhu Fugui's eyes red with jealousy, and he was about to open his mouth to speak again, when suddenly, there were several people, domineeringly walking into the store. The man at the head of them had an icy cold face, and a deep scar on one of his faces. Scarred man named Jiang Yu. This is his own cut can still chase people a few streets of ruthless people. In this neighborhood, Jiang Yu's reputation is very loud. Almost no one dares to mess with. When Zhu Fugui saw Jiang Yu, he immediately changed his demeanor. He carefully ran in front of Jiang Yu and groveled. Welcome brother Yu to the small store. To Zhu Fugui, Jiang Yu was the grandpa. Jiang Yu pushed away Zhu Fugui and walked straight to Xiaomohan. He stared at Xiaomohan for a couple of moments, then took out his cell phone and used the photo on it to carefully compare it with Xiaomohan, then spoke in a cold voice. You are Xiaomohan, right? Xiaomohan was Jiang Yu's aura to scare the back of the cold. This person face a scar, like a hideous centipede, and then with his cold eyes, let his whole hostile. Xiaomohan is very afraid of this kind of people. She is very nervous and asked, what for? Jiang Yu coldly said, you hit Mr. Zhang, think you can escape? Hurry up and go with my old man. Chapter 34, Great Show of Strength. Jiang Yu's tone was strong and unquestionable. Zhang Jingming is what kind of person? Xiaomohan hit him. How can this matter be easily let go? The Huang family was looking for Xiaomohan, and Zhang Jingming even swore to get Xiaomohan back. For this reason, he contacted many friends in Jiangzhou to help. The entire Jiangzhou city of multiple forces are currently looking for Xiaomohan. Jiang Yu is one of them. Today, Xiaomohan blatantly appeared in the shopping mall and was immediately targeted. When Jiang Yu got the news, he immediately brought people to look for her. Once Xiaomohan heard Jiang Yu's words, her face was white with fear. She hit Zhang Jingming. This is a big deal. She has always been also worried about Zhang Jingming's retaliation, but she did not expect the other side so quickly to find Xiaomohan was scared. Her heart was incomparably panicked. She didn't even know what to do. The general manager Zhang in your mouth is Zhang Jingming, right? At this moment, Wu Baiyu, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. Jiang Yu only stared at Xiaomohan, and didn't care about Wu Baisher at all. Only when he heard Wu Baisher speak, did Jiang Yu turn his gaze over and said unhappily, who are you? Is Mr. Zhang's name something you can call out? Without waiting for Wu Baiti to reply, Zhu Fugui immediately came over and explained to Jiang Yu, brother Yu, this person is Xiaomohan's husband, a tiger-headed cutie. If you want to take Xiaomohan away, you should have cleaned him up first. Zhu Fugui hated Wu Baisher before he wanted to beat this cutie pie to death. Now it's just right. Jiang Yu is here. Zhu Fugui won't let go of such a good opportunity. Hearing Zhu Fugui's words, Xiaomohan quickly voiced, the one who hit is me. It has nothing to do with my husband. Although, Xiaomohan was scared in her heart, but she would not involve Wu Baisheng anymore. She didn't want Wu Baishan to follow and suffer. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang's meaning, as long as you, others have nothing to do with me, well, hurry up and follow me. Jiang Yu coldly opened his mouth. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Xiaomohan. Xiaomohan knew that she couldn't escape this today, and it was impossible for her to resist in the face of someone as terrifying as Jiang Yu. No matter how scared she was, she could only fold her hands. With a heart like going to her death, she allowed Jiang Yu to grab at her. However, before Jiang Yu's hand touched Xiaomohan, Wu Baiyu suddenly grabbed Jiang Yu's wrist in a flash of lightning and said in a deep voice, go back and tell Zhang Jingming that I will find him soon. Tell him to wait for me. How had Jiang Yu ever been treated like this? In an instant, he was enraged. He yelled at Wu Baisher, what the are you? You're worthy of meddling in my affairs? As he spoke, Jiang Yu wanted to draw out his hand to beat up Wu Baiti, but he violently realized that his hand seemed to be imprisoned. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Jiang Yu could fight and was very brute force. Ordinary people could not take a punch from him. However, this Wu Baiti was able to grab his right hand, so that he was not allowed to move, which really shook Jiang Yu to the core. Now, Jiang Yu realized that the person in front of him has some skills. Brother, practiced no wonder you dared to get in front of me. Jiang Yu could not help but open his mouth. Wu Baiyu said indifferently, if you are obedient, I cannot hurt you. Jiang Yu in his own acre of land is still considered some fame. Wu Baisheng grabbed his hand, already let him upset. Now this guy even threatened him. This more he shocked. He exploded all of a sudden. He with skyrocketing fury. To Wu Baisheng manic yell, I'll get you killed today. After the words, Jiang Yu clenched his left hand and his fist slammed into Wu Baiti. This punch gathered all of Jiang Yu's strength. He did not hold back, and punched straight at Wu Baiti's facade. Watch out! Xiaomohan, who was on the side, screamed out in shock. Wu Baisho did not dodge. His hand that was pinching Jiang Yu's wrist slightly exerted a little force. Jiang Yu ate the pain. His body instantly went limp. his fists stopped in the air, and his feet, both of which seemed to be unable to exert any force, slowly fell to his knees. Cold sweat kept flowing out from Jiang Yu's face. It hurts. Gently, gently. Jiang Yu was also considered to be a tough man. He could continue to fight when his face was cut off. But now, it was as if he was being pinched by someone's lifeblood, making the pain too much for him to bear. The sound of his voice as he spoke, all trembled. The crowd present, seeing this scene, were all shocked to the point of having their mouths open. Who was Jiang Yu, the little bully of this area? Wu Baiyu, a little cutie. How could it not shock people that he had easily subdued Jiang Yu? What Wu Baiyu wanted to deal with were those who had bullied Xia Mohan. As for these little minions in front of him, he didn't care. After giving Jiang Yu a little bit of bitterness, he shrugged off Jiang Yu, and indifferently opened his mouth. Roll back and tell Zhang Jingming to wait for me. Jiang Yu sat paralyzed on the ground, sweating and gasping for air, saying that he was in a sorry state. Boss. The 4 juniors who accompanied Jiang Yu over, reacted from the shock and rushed forward, helping Jiang Yu up from the ground. Asterisk him to death for me. Jiang Yu was a master who would definitely retaliate when he suffered a loss. How could he possibly hold back his anger after suffering such a big loss at the hands of Wu Baisu? 4 of Jiang Yu's minions immediately pounced on Wu Baishu. Wu Baishu's body moved and directly met the edge. Since the other party was going to stalk him, there was no need for him to be polite. Bang bang! Almost in 3 punches and 2 kicks, Wu Baishu knocked down Jiang Yu's 4 juniors. Jiang Yu, who was standing on the side, was already dumbfounded, and at the same time, his heart panicked. The kung fu shown by Wu Baishu was really greatly out of Jiang Yu's expectation. With his years of experience in fighting, he knew that this was definitely not a cutie who only knows brute force, but rather an expert. After resolving the 4 little minions, Wu Baiyu took a step forward and approached Jiang Yu step by step. Don't you mess around. For such a terrifying expert, Jiang Yu was afraid. His heart was filled with fear, and when he saw Wu Baiyu approaching, his body shivered a little. Wu Baishan walked to him and coldly uttered, I told you to listen, but you refused to listen. Now you don't have a chance. Saying that, Wu Baishu kicked out. There was a clanging sound. Jiang Yu was kicked flying as a whole, and eventually smashed hard on the glass counter of the store. The glass all became shattered under this huge impact. The huge commotion attracted many onlookers. A number of spectators were gathered outside the store. Everyone was stunned and confused by Wu Baiyu's violence. The people in the store, even more stunned, dazed. What kind of bizarre picture is this? That inconspicuous little cutie, Wu Baishu, unexpectedly so brave. This area's well-known gangster Jiang Yu. To him, it was simply unbearable. He fought with 1 against 4, also completely without a problem. What kind of superb kung fu was he displaying? Xia Mohan was also dumbfounded. She suddenly felt that the Wu Bai Ti in front of her, very strange. This man, is with an impenetrable light, returned. Once upon a time, Wu Baishu was a pure cutie. Xia Mohan clear. Wu Baiyu man stupid, can be strong? He hit the wall with his head, can hit the wall crack. He launched wild, smashing things, also is not light and heavy. However, he is only strong. And now, Wu Baiyu is not stupid, normal. Suddenly he is rich, by a few tens of thousands of clothes without blinking. Suddenly he can also fight, not just strong, but very powerful. Xia Mohan although do not know kung fu, but also can see Wu Baiyu fight Super Bull. Xia Mohan felt that she no longer understood Wu Baiti. As a normal person, Wu Baiti seemed to be hiding a lot of secrets. While Xia Mohan was fuming, Wu Baitu came to her side and said softly, let's go. Only when she heard Wu Baiyu's voice did Xia Mohan wake up as if from a dream. She returned to her senses and immediately followed Wu Baiyu towards the outside of the store. You guys are not allowed to leave. Xu Fugue also suddenly woke up. He hurriedly ran over and blocked Wu Baishu and Xia Mohan's way. Today's Xu Fugue, his outlook on life was turned upside down, and he was overwhelmed by this little cutie. Surprised wave after wave. Surprised until now, he felt like he was doubting his life. He originally thought that the little cutie's black card was fake. Who knew that it could be swiped? He thought that little cutie was going to be beaten up by Jiang Yu. Who knew that in the end it was Jiang Yu and a few others who were beaten up by little cutie? He thought that Xia Mohan had married a good-for-nothing little cutie. He thought that Xia Mohan had married a useless little cutie. There is such an amazing side to it. Xu Fugue was truly afraid of Wu Baishi's force, but he wouldn't let Wu Baishi go because Wu Baishi had beaten up people here, and had also broken the glass and damaged the clothes in his store. If he let the person go, he would be the one to suffer. Wu Baiti stared coldly at Xu Fugue and spoke. I've been tolerating you because you're Fo Han's old classmate. Don't force me to take action against you. Of course Xu Fugue was afraid of Wu Baiti's mess. He was panicking in his heart, but he still gathered his courage and said, the clothes in my store, as long as they are a little bit dirty, the customers won't want them. you have now messed up our store. Even the counter is broken. Do you know how big this loss is? You have to compensate this money. Hearing this, Xia Mohan suddenly noticed that the whole Gucci store was already in a mess. Because of the fight between Wu Baiyu and a few people, a large portion of the clothes on the shelves here had fallen to the ground, and the clothes on the counters, because the counters were broken, the clothes all landed on the ground, and even some of the clothes were still stained with blood. This brand of clothes, not allowed to have a slightest defect, so the store got like this. Really want to pay up? That is a huge sum of money. Xia Mohan couldn't help but get nervous. She didn't know how to end it at all. Her heart, full of worry. Wu Baisher naturally does not care about this money. However, he does not intend to pay. For one thing, this Xu Fugue is too annoying. For another, this is Jiang Yu initiative to find things. He is only self-defense. The responsibility is not his. So, he turned to Xu Fugue and asked back blandly, "What if I don't pay for it?" Xu Fugue snorted coldly and arrogantly said, "No compensation? Let me tell you, our store is a cell-phone store of the mall. If you don't pay up, you won't be able to walk out of this mall." Xu Fugue's words just fell. Suddenly, the mall's manager Jia Junming, with more than 20 mall security guards, rushed through the crowd of onlookers and broke into the Gucci store. In this prosperity department store, Jia Junming was the highest manager, and his position here was just like an emperor. Seeing him, no matter if it was the employees in the Gucci store or the crowd of onlookers outside the store, all of them unanimously revealed a look of admiration. At the same time, everyone also thought that Wu Baisher was going to be finished, especially Xu Fugue. Once he saw that Jia Junming had brought people, he immediately became bottomless. He immediately ran to Jia Junming's side, pointed at Wu Baisher and said, "Manager, this little cutie beat up someone in our store and also damaged and messed up our store clothes. Now he wants to run away without paying for it." Snap! As soon as Xu Fugue's words were finished, Jia Junming slapped him in the face and cursed at him. "I'm going to you. You're fired. Get the hell out of here." Chapter 35, Revenge on Zhang Jingming. This slap from Jia Junming was so hard that it instantly knocked Xu Fugue out of his senses. Xu Fugue covered his face, depressed and aggrieved, and said to Jia Junming, "Manager, it's not my business. It's that little cutie fighting in the store. I couldn't even stop it." Jia Junming didn't want to listen to Xu Fugue's nonsense. He once again slapped at Xu Fugue and coldly drank. "I repeat, you are fired. Hurry up and get out. If you don't get out, I'll let someone throw you out." Although Xu Fugue thinks highly of himself, but his ass-kissing skill has always been okay. Before Jia Junming are very eat him this set. He and Jia Junming relationship is also quite good, but where did he think? Today Jia Junming even uncharacteristically slapped him twice in public, but also resolutely want to fire him. This really makes Xu Fugue very inexplicable. He cannot understand, but he also knows that Jia Junming's temperament, which can never be disobeyed by the Lord. Xu Fugue, even if there are more aggrieved, can only be held back. He lowered his head and silently walked out of the Gucci store, but he didn't go far. Instead, he mixed in the crowd outside to watch, because he knew that Jia Junming was angry, and Wu Baisheng's fate would definitely be worse than his own, and he wanted to see Wu Baisheng suffer with his own eyes. After Xu Fugue went out, Jiang Yu, who was extremely injured, held himself up and sat on the ground, and then weakly opened his voice to Jia Junming. "Manager Jia, I was beaten up in your store. You have to give a statement about this." Jia Junming heard, immediately aggressively walked to the front of Jiang Yu, without saying a word, a foot to Jiang Yu and kicked over. Kicked. He also cursed, ********. You mess things up. Even messed up my mall to come. You really think they are something, ah? Jiang Yu was kicked back to the ground. His heart was shocked. He could not believe Jia Junming would treat himself like this. The onlookers were also all surprised. What was going on? Xu Fugue was also shocked. He originally thought that today, Jia Junming so angry, maybe because Jiang Yu was beaten, did not expect. Now Jia Junming even Jiang Yu also beat. This makes Xu Fugue even more inexplicable. He completely cannot figure out why all this is. As for Xia Mohan, she was so scared that she didn't dare to breathe a breath. This Jia Junming, his identity seemed to be very bullish, but he was too violent, and he hit people when he saw them, and Xia Mohan was a little bit baffled. After teaching Xu Fugue and Jiang Yu a lesson, Jia Junming walked to Wu Baiyu and said with an apologetic face, "Sir, I'm really sorry for letting you be frightened. Our shopping mall security measures were not done properly. It's my fault." Jia Junming's status was extraordinary. In Jiangzhou City, he was considered a dignified figure. Such a figure would not easily show his face, and small disputes like the shopping mall, there was no need for him to come out in person at all. But today, he came out, simply because Li Changsheng knows that Wu Baiti is in Jiangzhou. More clearly, Wu Baiti has anger in his heart. So Li Changxing to all the senior personnel of the Changsheng Group's industry in Jiangzhou, sent Wu Baitai's photo, strictly ordering everyone not to offend him, and if Wu Baitai has any request, fully satisfy it. Jia Junming is not stupid. He knows that Wu Baitai is a person that big bosses are afraid of. Of course he does not dare to offend. Therefore, when Wu Baitai had a conflict with someone here, Jia Junming came over to settle it at the first opportunity. Xu Fu Gue, who was hiding outside the store, saw that instead of dealing with Wu Baitai, Jia Junming even apologized to Wu Baitai, which depressed Xu Fu Gue. He couldn't hold it in. Immediately, he rushed back to the store, pointing at Wu Baitai and shouting to Jia Junming, "Manager, he's just a little cutie. Why are you apologizing to a cutie? Apologize, ah?" Xu Fugue's words completely pissed off Jia Junming, who pointed at Xu Fugue and ordered in a stern voice, "Men, give him a severe beating and throw him out of the mall." The mall security guards got the order and immediately swarmed up, punching and kicking Xu Fugue. The beating caused Xu Fugue to wail and scream. Jia Junming glared at the beaten Xu Fugue, and immediately said to Wu Baiyu again in shame, "I'm sorry, the quality of our staff here is too poor. In the future, when recruiting people, I'll make sure to keep a good grip on this aspect of quality." Wu Baiyu slightly nodded his head, did not say anything more. He just in everyone's attention full of doubts, took Xia Mohan to leave. Until she walked out of the prosperity department store, Xia Mohan was still in a daze. What happened just now? The impact on her was really very great. She originally thought, today's matter is not good to end, but did not expect that shopping mall manager Jia Junming, although very violent, but very sensible himself and Wu Baishu this time can be thrilled to get away, completely because of Jia Junming this person integrity, not shortcoming, respect for customers. After a long while, Xia Mohan finally slowed down. Then, she turned to Wu Baiyu and asked seriously, "How are you so able to fight?" In Xia Mohan's opinion, it was a great thing for a man to be powerful enough to protect his woman. And just now, Wu Baitu did shock her mind. Wu Baishu simply explained, "In order to protect myself, I have practiced specially." Xia Mohan had heard Wu Baishu mention before that he was very life-thirsty. Practicing martial arts for self-preservation could be justified. In this way, it seems that for the former Wu Baishu, Xia Mohan really has too many unknowns. After thinking about it, she asked Wu Baitu solemnly again, "Where did you get so much money?" Xia Mohan was sure that in the past, when Wu Baitu was still stupid, he did not have any money, but now that he has returned to normal, he suddenly has money. Today's expenses is not a small amount of money. Xia Mohan simply did not know where exactly Wu Baitu got the money. Wu Baishu continued to explain, the legacy left by the family. Wu Baishu told a small lie, because he and Xia Mohan, there is a world of difference in identity. His truth, in Xia Mohan's ears, may be crazy talk. After the previous section of the lesson, Wu Baitao also know, some things, cannot be rushed, can only come step by step. He wants to let Xia Mohan, slowly see him, know what kind of existence he is. Xia Mohan heard this, finally sort of understand. After all, Wu Baiyu can't be a stone out of the cracks. He must have a home before, since now the disease, he remembered the money left at home, is also very normal. Up to this point, Xia Mohan is completely convinced that Wu Baitu is cured. Although for Wu Baitu's past, Xia Mohan still doesn't understand, but she knows that Wu Baitu, who is a normal person, is worthy of her reliance. Let's go and settle Zhang Jingming's matter. Seeing that Xia Mohan didn't say anything, Wu Baitu faintly spoke. Xia Mohan was stunned. "You're really going to take the initiative to find him?" Wu Baishu frankly said. "Of course, this matter, there has to be an end to it." Xia Mohan sorrowfully said, "You just saw. Zhang Jingming can find me casually. His power in Jiangzhou is really big. We can't afford to mess with him. Even if you can fight, it's useless. Besides, nowadays is a legalized society. Fighting won't solve the problem." Wu Bastard knew Xia Mohan's concern. He looked at Xia Mohan seriously and explained softly, "Don't worry, I will solve it. It won't bring any trouble." Xia Mohan saw the color of firmness in Wu Baishu's eyes, and her heart, too, seemed to have firm strength. In the past, to Xia Mohan, Wu Baisu was a child who would only cause trouble. But now, Wu Baisu has grown up. He is already a mature and independent man, and he has started to shield himself from the wind and rain. Aha! Xia Mohan bit her lips and nodded. Although she didn't have much in her heart, she still chose to believe in Wu Baishu. Wu Baitu immediately took Xia Mohan away. Half an hour later, Jiangdong Bank, Jiangzhou Branch Building, General Manager's Office. Zhang Jingming answered a phone call. After the call, Zhang Jingming's face turned red with anger. He slammed his cell phone onto his desk and cursed. "Wastes? What a bunch of wastes. Can't catch a single woman." Zhang Jingming was really pissed off. He found a lot of connections and cast his net everywhere. but he still couldn't catch a Xia Mohan. What was even more infuriating was that Zhang Yu had found Xia Mohan, but in the end, she even ran away, which made Zhang Jingming very grumpy. The phone call just now was made by Zhang Yu, but he only said that he was run away by Xia Mohan, and didn't tell Zhang Jingming about his being beaten, because he couldn't afford to lose this person. Seeing Zhang Jingming's anger, Zhang Jingming's secretary, Song Shanshan, hurriedly poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Zhang Jingming, and softly said, "Mr. Zhang, your head injury is not yet healed, don't get angry." Song Shanshan was a college student who had just graduated not long ago, with a delicate look and graceful figure, and a set of professional clothes set her off in an alluring manner. Zhang Jingming took the water and put it on the table. Then, he hugged Song Shanshan and let her sit on his lap. He praised Song Shanshan. "You are still good. You won't make me angry. I like you like this." Song Shanshan beamed and said back, "You like people just because I won't make you angry? Isn't it because I'm pretty?" Zhang Jingming smiled and said, "Pretty, pretty." Bang bang bang. Just as the two were flirting, the office door was suddenly knocked on. "Didn't I say no one is allowed to disturb me?" Zhang Jingming hated it when people ruined his good deed, and he shouted irritably. Bang bang bang. Zhang Jingming's words didn't seem to have any effect as the knocking continued. "Get the hell out of here." Zhang Jingming's fire completely exploded as he yelled out. Bang bang bang. The knocking sound continued to linger like a magic sound. Zhang Jingming was about to collapse with anger, and he could only say to Song Shanshan, "You go open the door." Song Shanshan obediently got up, went to the door, and opened it. As soon as the door opened, Wu Baisher brought Xia Mohan with him and walked in. Zhang Jingming, who was sitting on the office chair, the moment he saw Xia Mohan, his eyes instantly widened. His eyes were full of shock. How could he have thought that Xia Mohan, who he was searching so hard for, would come to the door by herself? This was unbelievable to him. He immediately stood up, and said to Xia Mohan in a furious rage, "Xia Mohan, you stinking, you still dare to come to the door." At this moment, Zhang Jingming was like an angry lion. When Xia Mohan saw him, she was unconsciously scared. She immediately stopped her steps and shrank behind Wu Baiyu. Zhang Jingming had focused his attention on Xia Mohan at the beginning, completely not paying attention to this inconspicuous person. Now seeing Xia Mohan hiding behind this person, only then did Zhang Jingming fix his eyes on Wu Baisher and asked, "Who are you?" Wu Baisher faintly returned, "I'm Xia Mohan's husband." Zhang Jingming raised his eyebrows and asked, "I heard that Xia Mohan has a little cutie. Hubby, it wouldn't be you, would it?" Wu Baisher admitted, "That's right, it's me." Zhang Jingming laughed dryly and then said, "Your wife smashed my head with a table lamp. Tell me, what should I do about this?" Zhang Jingming is rich and powerful, and he has a network of relationships all over the city. The entire Zhengzhou, there are not many people who can let him in his eyes. Of course he does not care about Wu Baiyu such a little cute. Wu Baisher said expressionlessly, "This is good, you use it, smash my head." As he spoke, Wu Baiyu had already walked over to Zhang Jingming's side, and moved the desk lamp on the desk, in front of Zhang Jingming. This is really a cutie. Wu Baisher's behavior made Song Shanshan on the side couldn't help but say sarcastically. Zhang Jingming was even more offended. "I'm beating you up for being such a cutie. What's the point? I want your wife." Wu Baisher stared at Zhang Jingming with a vicious gaze and said in a cold voice, "Since you're not smashing, this matter will be revealed. Next, count the fact that you bullied my wife." Zhang Jingming teased, "You little cutie, it's to be funny, isn't it? You still dare to settle the score with me? How do you want to settle it?" As soon as his words fell, Wu Baiyu lashed out and kicked Zhang Jingming's desk with a loud bang. Clang! There was a loud bang. The large desk, just like growing legs, moved directly behind the office door, solidly blocking it. At the same time, the office exploded with the earth-shattering voice of Wu Baiyu, "Kneel down." Chapter 36 The Domineering and Extraordinary Wu Baiyu. Zhang Jingming's desk is specially customized high-grade table. The material is solid wood. The weight is extremely heavy. A person simply cannot move. However, Wu Baitai's gentle kick, but can kick this solid wood table so far away. This can be. Zhang Jingming and his secretary Song Shanshan gave a big shock. At the beginning, Zhang Jingming didn't care about Wu Baisher at all, and only thought that this was just a little cutie. And now, Zhang Jingming sort of knew that this little cutie still had a brute force. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. "Making me kneel down? Do you think you have this qualification? Do you know the status of Laozi in Zhengzhou? Nowadays, money and power are supreme. Only brute force is useless." What kind of person is Zhang Jingming? How could he be afraid of Wu Baisher? Slap! Wu Baiyu gave a slap, heavily hitting Zhang Jingming's face. Instantly, Zhang Jingming's face puffed up, and blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. "Kneel down." After the beating, Wu Baiyu continued in a cold voice. Zhang Jingming's entire body was dumbfounded by the beating, and only after slowing down for a while did he incredulously open his mouth to Wu Baisho. You dare to hit me? With Zhang Jingming's status in Zhangzhou, not many people really dared to touch him. Now it's good. Yesterday Xia Mohan broke his head. This gauze has not even been removed yet. Today Xia Mohan's little cute hubby came to beat him again. Zhang Jingming was really shocked and stunned. Slap. Another slap from Wu Baiyu went over, this time with more force. Zhang Jingming's teeth, all of them were knocked out. One. Kneel down. Wu Baiyu spoke again. Zhang Jingming simply collapsed. Where had he ever encountered such an unreasonable person? He didn't care about the pain. He immediately pulled out his cell phone and threatened Wu Baiyu. Just wait, I'm going to let someone get you killed. Slap. Wu Baiyu slapped him again and Zhang Jingming's cell phone was knocked off and his face swelled into a pig's head. Kneel down. Wu Baiyu coldly said. Wu Baiyu slapped 3 times in a row. How can Zhang Jingming withstand it? He has been beaten to the dizzy eyes. His fat guts that has never been afraid of anything, this time also almost scared to break, because this Wu Baiyu really is a complete madman. Reasoning with him is useless. Intimidation is even more useless. There was no way. In order to avoid being beaten to death by this madman, he could only open his mouth and explain. I didn't bully your wife. I didn't even move a hair on her head. Due to his face being completely swollen, his speech was slurred. Slap. Wu Baiyu whistled over with another slap, and this slap made Zhang Jingming's body spin around twice. And if it wasn't for Song Shanshan beside him holding him up, he would have collapsed on the ground. Now, Zhang Jingming's psychological defense completely collapsed. In front of absolute violence, everything was nothing. He didn't dare to say anything else. He abandoned his pride and face. He abandoned his status and position. His legs bent and he knelt on the ground. He succumbed. The towering Zhang Jingming became a dog swollen into a pig's head, paralyzed and kneeling in front of Wu Baisho. Wu Baisho looked down at Zhang Jingming, reached out his hand and pointed to Xia Mohan, who was standing by the side, and coldly said, kowtow to my wife to make amends. At this moment, Xia Mohan's mood was very complicated. On the one hand, she was painfully happy because Zhang Jingming, this person, was too hateful and detestable, and after Wu Baiyu had taught Zhang Jingming a lesson, Xia Mohan felt that she had gotten out of her breath. But, on the other hand, she was worried. Wu Baiyu had beaten Zhang Jingming so badly, and even made the unstoppable Zhang Jingming kneel. Now he even wanted Zhang Jingming to kowtow and make amends. This would be a bit too much. Xia Mohan didn't dare to bear it. She hurriedly persuaded Wu Baiyu, let it go. In fact, he didn't do anything to me. Wu Baiyu said back very seriously. The fact that he could force you to hit him out of hand means that he has committed an unforgivable sin. For the details of what happened between Xia Mohan and Zhang Jingming, Wu Baitao didn't know. But as far as his understanding of Xia Mohan is not even able to step on an ant, and to be able to force her to hit someone, proves that Zhang Jingming must have had a misdemeanor attempts and behaviors, and more importantly, Xia Mohan's suicide has a connection with this person, and naturally, Wu Baitao wants to give him a hard lesson. After explaining to Xia Mohan, Wu Baiyu immediately scolded Zhang Jingming again. Hurry up! 2 words, overbearing and powerful. Shaking Zhang Jingming's heart trembled a little. He was really scared by Wu Baiyu. This madman was too scary. He didn't dare to disobey again. Or rather, under Wu Baitai's unreasonable violence, he conceded. Anyway, his face was already gone. In order to avoid being beaten again, he could only obey obediently. Gritting his teeth, he aimed at Xia Mohan, bent his waist, kowtowed on the ground, and confessed, Ms. Xia, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have thought of you. Zhang Jingming, who was used to standing on high and looking down on all living beings, kowtowed his head to the ground for the first time, and this was really the biggest shame in his life for him. Song Shanshan on the side was dumbfounded. How could she have imagined that Zhang Jingming, who was magnificent and incomparable in her mind, would turn out to be like this now? Xia Mohan also stayed. Zhang Jingming such a big man, so humble to kneel and kowtow to himself. This is really Xia Mohan think all dare not think of things, but now cut real happened. Xia Mohan shocked, but also panicked. She is a powerless person. How can afford this kind of apology? She already did not know how to react. Wu Baisho's purpose was accomplished, so he stopped talking nonsense. He slightly bent down, grabbed Zhang Jingming's hair and whispered in his ear, you are definitely not willing. It doesn't matter. I will appear at the Huang family mansion at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, and I am looking forward to your retaliation. Wu Batu of course clear. Zhang Jingming today suffered this crime, will be thinking of doubling their own repayment. Wu Batu was not afraid of his retaliation, but also did not even think of this matter as so over. He knows, Zhang Jingming dared to the Huang family on the Xia Mohan misbehavior, indicating that the Huang family has an inescapable responsibility, or rather, the Huang family, to be held responsible for the greater responsibility. Wu Baiti wanted to settle all the scores together. After saying that, Wu Baisi straightened up and came to the office door. He reached out and grabbed the desk and gently flung it. At once, the desk was restored to its original position. To him, the desk seemed as light as a feather. Wife, let's go. Wu Baiyu looked at Xia Mohan and said softly. Facing Xia Mohan, he shed his domineering color and became extraordinarily gentle. Xia Mohan snapped back to her senses and immediately followed Wu Baishu away. You beat Zhang Jingming like that and forced him to kneel and kowtow. He definitely won't let this go. Have you thought about the consequences? Walking on the street, Xia Mohan couldn't help but open her mouth and asked worriedly to Wu Baishu. With me here, you don't have to worry about anything. Wu Baishu lightly said back, as if to him, what happened just now? That was not even called a matter. Xia Mohan had a great deal of trust in her heart for the current Wu Baishu. She felt that Wu Baishu had truly become a man of the heavens and could give her a full sense of security. But this world, not everything can be solved by violence. Wu Baisu can fight again. In the end, is only a person. He has no background, no backing, no power. If Zhang Jingming really want to retaliate, Wu Baisu with his own strength, and how can resist? Xia Mohan couldn't help but worry. She frowned slightly and continued. I also want to relax, but Zhang Jingming is a man with money and power. He will definitely try to retaliate against us by all means. Wu Baiyu sniffed and suddenly said meaningfully, go, I'll take you to a place. With that, he stopped a cab and got into it with Xia Mohan to leave. 20 minutes later, Wulong Mountain Villa. The cab stopped in the parking lot in front of the mountain villa, and Wu Baiyu and Xia Mohan walked down from the car. As soon as the two of them stepped out of the car, a mocking voice sounded. Strange news in the world. There are still people who take taxis to come to Wulong Mountain Villa. It's normal. Every day there are country bumpkins who come outside the mountain villa to admire the elegance of Wulong Mountain Villa. After all, this place, for them, is considered heaven on earth. That's right. I'm afraid this kind of people can't enter the Wulong Mountain Villa in their whole life. They can only watch and observe from outside. On the side of the Ferrari sports car, a man and a woman came down. The man's name was Han Fei and the woman's name was Dong Xiaoyu. Both of them were considered to be members of Jiangzhou's high society, and they couldn't help but come up with a mockery when they saw the odd pair of Wu Baiyu and Xia Mohan who came to the mountain villa in a taxi. Crouching Dragon Villa. Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon hides a huge dark force inside. It was rumored that its big boss was a powerful figure. On the surface, Wulong Villa is a national chain of entertainment venues, but it is different from ordinary entertainment venues. This place has extremely high specifications. As the saying goes, where there is a Wulong Villa, it means that where there is good development. West Plains City, there is no Wulong Villa. Jiangzhou City, the reason why there, on the one hand, because it belongs to the second-tier cities, the economy is not bad, and the other main reason is that Jiangzhou has a unique landscape. Wulong Villa was built in the western outskirts of Jiangzhou, a place by the water, where the mountains and water, the strange stones, the scenery is very beautiful. The villa is located here. It really is just like a small royal palace compound. Powerful people want to come to the most, is such a place. However, the general rich people, not qualified to come in. You want to enter the Wulong Mountain Villa, you must apply for the Wulong Mountain Villa VIP card. VIP card also has a grade. They are silver card, gold card, platinum card, diamond card. The different levels of the card represent the different treatment you enjoy inside. The lowest grade of silver card requires a minimum recharge of $1 million. Under such high specifications, the business of Wulong Villa was still hot and abnormal. So it was evident that this Wulong Villa was the dreamland of how many rich people. Its status, too, was unrivaled. Xia Mohan came from the Xia family and was not a completely unseen bumpkin. She had also heard of the Wulong Villa and had yearned for this place. It was only a pity that the VIP system here had deterred her. She hadn't expected that Wu Baiti would bring her to such a place. Being mocked unabashedly, Xia Mohan's face also burned. She bit her lip and asked Wu Baiti, you need a VIP card to enter this place. Do you have a VIP card for the mountain villa? Wu Baishu returned. No. Ha ha, look at this shabby person. Does he look like he has a VIP card? Besides, if he could afford a VIP card here, how could he not afford a car? Who would have the face to come in a cab? Dong Xiaoyu couldn't help but mock again. Alright, don't bother with them, let's go in. Han Fei was very disdainful of Wu Baiyu. He didn't want to waste time, and after saying so, he walked towards the mountain villa with Dong Xiaoyu. Xia Mohan deflated his mouth and said to Wu Baiyu with a bit of speechlessness, why did you bring me here without a card? It's not like you can see anything outside. Xia Mohan was not thick-skinned. She didn't want to be a joke to others. Wu Baiyu held Xia Mohan's hand and said deeply, you come with me. After saying that, he led Xia Mohan straight towards Wulong Villa. At the entrance of the Wulong Mountain Villa, many security checkers were arranged. Every guest who wanted to enter the mountain villa needed to go through a complete security check, whether it was luggage or bags, as well as every part of their body. They all had to go through a strict inspection. However, there was an exclusive passageway right in the middle of the gate, where there would be no need for security checks and no staff to gatekeep. This was a fully automated channel that relied on face recognition, a special channel that was only open for one person. Wu Baiyu brought Xia Mohan and walked towards the special channel. Seeing this, Dong Xiaoyu, who was still waiting in line to go through the security check, immediately exclaimed, "How did these two dirtbags who came in a taxi come over here? They won't be thinking of sneaking around and mixing in, right?" Han Fei also couldn't help but wonder. "I've come to Wulong Villa many times, but this fully automated channel, I've never seen anyone else walk through, not to mention you. I've been working here for a few years, and I've never seen anyone walk through this channel." The staff in charge of the security check on the side couldn't help but chime in. The other people at the scene also had their attention attracted. Everyone unconsciously looked at Wu Baiyu and Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan's heart was thumping. This feeling of being stared at by people, it was really bad. She felt that she was going to lose her big face again, soon. Amidst the attention of the entire audience, Wu Baisho brought Xia Mohan and arrived at the barrier of the special passageway. As soon as the two of them arrived here, the fully automated door of the passageway suddenly opened, and at the same time, a clear and pleasant machine voice suddenly rang out. "Welcome." Chapter 37, A Powerful Character. Welcome. For simple words, but it penetrated the hearts of the entire audience. In an instant, all of them were stunned and dumbfounded. Xia Mohan also had a boom in her chest. An unspeakable strange feeling attacked her whole body. She was in a million shocks. Being held by Wu Baio's hand, she walked into this special passageway which was even more splendid than the red carpet. Seeing that the two of them walked into the exclusive passage, Dong Xiaoyu, who was queuing outside, almost dropped her eyes in shock. She felt that her worldview was about to collapse. What in the world is this situation? Dong Xiaoyu was unwilling, very unwilling. She huffed and puffed, pointing at the back of the two Wu Baisher and Xia Mohan, questioning the staff. "Why don't the two of them queue up? Don't want to go in without the security check, ah?" The staff member shook his head, with a confused look on his face. "I'm not sure about this. It's a special passageway. We have it in every branch, but I'm not sure exactly how to get in," Dong Xiaoyu said unconvincingly. "Those two are just bumpkins who came in a taxi. If they can get in, I can definitely get in too." Saying that, Dong Xiaoyu pulled Han Fei along with her, giving up on queuing up and taking that special passage in the very center, with the predictable result that they ate a huge closed door. The whole scene, speechless. Xia Mohan, like a dream, followed Wu Baiyu into the Crouching Dragon Villa with his footsteps floating in the air. Crouching Dragon Villa covers a huge area, courtyard and pavilions, landscape, flowers and trees, everything. The environment here is excellent. Beautiful architecture, carved beams and painted buildings, winding paths, some scenery, a unique heaven. Here, it is like a piece of paradise in this city. Only, the people in this paradise, either rich or noble, can come here to enjoy, are the real celebrities. Xia Mohan was really hard to imagine that he would one day be able to enter such a place. "I see others with VIP cards are lining up. Why do we have no card and can come in directly?" Xia Mohan's brain was a muddle, completely unaware of what was going on. Wu Baiyu said in a faint voice, "If I say that that door is only open for me alone, do you believe me?" Xia Mohan seriously said, "Stop joking, quickly tell me what's going on." Obviously, Xia Mohan couldn't accept this fact that was like a heavenly fantasy. Wu Baisher could only make up a reason casually. "The Mountain Villa held a lottery. I am the lucky audience. I can go that special channel, and I am also qualified to visit this Mountain Villa for free." After hearing this, Xia Mohan's heart was instantly soothed. She also felt very lucky that she could enter such a paradise for free. She was content. After thinking about it, she then instructed Wu Baiyu, "Well, but I heard that any consumption here is super high. A meal that doesn't move costs tens of thousands of dollars. Let's just take a look here. But don't go spending money." Wu Baiyu frankly said, "It's fine, I have money." Xia Mohan believed that Wu Baiyu has money, but he is an ordinary person's money. In this place simply can't top what use. They live in the future husband and wife have to calculate according to their own situation to spend money. Can't be swollen face to fill up the fat. Xia Mohan can't afford to waste a dime here. So she continued to instruct, money can't be spent indiscriminately. Do you know? Wu Baiyu nodded helplessly. Next, the two of them were in the huge Wulong Mountain Resort, slowly wandering around. The setting sun hanging in the sky, the red light haloed the clouds, also gave Wulong Mountain Resort added a different hazy beauty. This place, compared to the general tourist attractions, to be a lot of magnificent. The air is also particularly fresh. Xia Mohan walk here, cannot help but be relaxed and happy. these days entangled in the knot in her heart, but also gradually dissipated a lot. She briefly forget all the troubles, only immersed in this beautiful. The previous Xia Mohan, not much envy of the rich, and today, saw another side of the world. As if coming to another world, Xia Mohan only suddenly feel, rich, really quite good. Mohan, why are you here? Just when Xia Mohan was oblivious, a voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Xia Mohan immediately returned to her senses, turned her head to look, and she saw that there was a person who came to her side. This person was her best friend Chen Yuhan. Chen Yuhan was sweet-looking and cheerful, like a blooming iris. Xia Mohan not many friends, but Chen Yuhan definitely counts one. The two of them, from elementary school to high school, are classmates. The family also rely on together, usually up and down to school. The two are inseparable. The relationship is very close. Until later, the two went to different universities. Chen Yuhan's family also moved to Jiangzhou. The two have much less contact. After Xia Mohan and Wu Baisher got married, her relationship with Chen Yuhan became even more distant, mainly because Chen Yuhan very much disliked Wu Baisher as a cutie. She was holding out for Xia Mohan and felt that her marrying a cutie pie is to ruin her life, so she has always advised Xia Mohan to divorce, but Xia Mohan never agreed. Slowly, Chen Yuhan was too lazy to mind her own business. In these last 2 years, the two of them had almost no contact anymore. Now, suddenly seeing Chen Yuhan, Xia Mohan was surprised and a bit excited. Her eyes brightly looked at Chen Yuhan and opened her mouth. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Chen Yuhan patted Xia Mohan, surprised. Line you are willing to spend money for Wulong Villa's VIP card, is not rich ah? Chen Yuhan impression of Xia Mohan has been quite thrifty. Money also cannot afford to spend the kind. She can come here, really let Chen Yuhan surprised. Xia Mohan moment also do not know how to face Chen Yuhan, to be put in the previous two people relationship close time. She cannot say anything. In front of the sister is not afraid of losing face. But now, she and Chen Yuhan 2 years did not contact. The relationship is not the same as before. She is embarrassed to say that she does not have a VIP card. Want to lie about it? She cannot open this mouth. Seeing Xia Mohan stammering, Chen Yuhan immediately said, I know, it's someone else who brought you in, right? In this villa, people with VIP cards are allowed to bring their companions in, and since Xia Mohan couldn't open her mouth, Chen Yuhan naturally thought that it was someone else who brought Xia Mohan in. Xia Mohan heard this and was busy explaining. No, I came with my husband. Saying that, Xia Mohan also pointed to Wu Baisher who was on the side. Just now, Chen Yuhan didn't even notice Wu Bai too. Now by Xia Mohan's finger, Chen Yuhan only noticed that the little cutie, Wu Bai too, was standing not far from Xia Mohan. Fo Han, what do you think? Why are you still bringing this little cutie? Brought to Wulong Villa ah? You know what kind of place this is, right? It's not a place where you can joke around. If he makes a fool of himself and causes something to happen, things will be huge. Chen Yuhan asked with a puzzled face. Xia Mohan softly explained, he's healed. Well, the doctor said that? Chen Yuhan was obviously not convinced. Xia Mohan shook her head and said, no, he said it himself. However, I can feel that he is truly well. Chen Yuhan sighed and said, alas, why are you so stupid? Even if he's well, he's still a good-for-nothing man. Someone like that doesn't deserve to come to Crouching Dragon Villa. No matter how long time flowed, Chen Yuhan's dislike for Wu Baisher would not decrease by half. She always believed that it was Wu Baisu who delayed Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan was about to open her mouth and explain. At this time, a male voice suddenly sounded. Yu Han, what are you chatting about? It's time to go eat. As the words fell, a middle-aged man in a suit with a good appearance walked over. This man, Chen Yuhan's fiancé, named Yu Ziyuan. In his 40s, widowed early in life. Before dating Chen Yuhan, he was also considered a single nobleman. He was a typical successful person, and had founded a building materials company in Jiangzhou, which was very large and well-developed, and was now a big boss worth billions of dollars. I met my former bestie Xia Mohan, and the couple also happened to be playing here. Chen Yuhan explained to Yu Ziyuan. Yu Ziyuan gentlemanly greeted Wu Baiyu and Xia Mohan. Hello, I'm Yuhan's fiancé, Yu Ziyuan. Xia Mohan knew that Chen Yuhan had always hated young fresh meat and liked the middle-aged uncle type. When she was a teenager, she often fantasized about finding a mature and classy man in the future. Xia Mohan did not expect. She finally really found a fiancé so old. However, Chen Yuhan of course, Xia Mohan is not good to say anything. She just replied politely to Yu Ziyuan. Hello, I'm Xia Mohan. Saying that, Xia Mohan then pointed to Wu Baisher and introduced. This is my husband Wu Baisher. Ziyuan. Our girlfriends haven't seen each other for a long time. Why don't we invite them to have dinner together? Chen Yuhan proposed to Yu Ziyuan. Yu Ziyuan did not hesitate and directly nodded his head. Good. For Wu Baiyu and Xia Mohan, Yu Ziyuan was a complete stranger. However, since the couple could come to Wulong Villa, it proved that they must be upper-class figures. One more friend, one more way. Yu Ziyuan naturally would not refuse. After hearing this, Chun Yuhan immediately pulled Xia Mohan's arm and said, "Mohan, we haven't eaten together for a long time. You won't reject me, right?" Xia Mohan wasn't someone who liked to dally, but Chen Yuhan had said so of course she couldn't refute it. Plus, she and Chen Yuhan grew up together. She understood Chen Yuhan. This was a friend who was definitely worth socializing with. Thus, Xia Mohan finally nodded her head and agreed. Immediately afterward, the group of people went to the mountain restaurant's box number 8. When several people arrived, the number 8 box dining table has been seated people. This is 2 pairs of couples, and our old husband with young wife. It seems that their circle, the popular old cow eat young grass. Yu Ziyuan and the 2 couples are friends. A few people get together for dinner today. The table talk about business. Talking about it, Yu Ziyuan suddenly asked to Wu Baiti, who had been silent, "May I ask Mr. Wu, what kind of work do you do?" Wu Baiyu returned while eating, "I don't have a job." Upon hearing this, several people on the table, their faces changed. The feeling that this is a soft-eating white boy. Yu Ziyuan looked at Wu Baishi's eyes and immediately added a few more points of contempt. After a pause, he then asked Xia Mohan, "What kind of work does Miss Xia do?" Xia Mohan lowered her head, embarrassed. "I don't have a job right now either." Yu Ziyuan also thought that this couple, there is always one who has some ability, but as a result, both of them are unemployed. This is a complete waste of his expression. His face instantly sank. "Look at all lazy to look at these 2 people again. Ziyuan, isn't your company short of people? Why don't you help them arrange a position?" Chen Yuhan saw Xia Mohan's dilemma, so she wanted Yu Ziyuan to help. Yu Ziyuan sank his face and said, "My company isn't a shelter. Any person can be stuffed into it." He did not turn his face to drive the 2 out now as good. After all, a meal is still quite expensive. Let the 2 of them eat here. It is simply a waste. He is have to help, the meaning is not there. "Yu Han, you are also really. Make friends also need to look at the person. Don't make all kinds of friends. Yes, this kind of friend will only drag your feet. You don't look at what kind of status your family man has. If you make this kind of friend, it will only make him lose face. What I hate the most is this kind of people who dabble in food." The other few people at the dinner table also did not hide their disdain for Wu Baisher and Xia Mohan, and spoke out sarcastically. Xia Mohan almost buried her head into the bowl. She was so ashamed and embarrassed. This meal she ate was like chewing wax, like sitting on pins and needles. Wu Baisho could see Xia Mohan's embarrassment. His gaze flinched as he stared at the jabbering people and coldly said, "It is your honor for my wife to eat with you." A single sentence instantly attracted infinite firepower. A table of people were on fire. Yu Ziyuan even dropped his chopsticks, ready to be furious. But at this time, there was suddenly a person who opened the door and walked into the box. Seeing this, Yu Ziyuan, as well as the other 2 bosses' friends, immediately extinguished the fire. They hurriedly got up and respectfully called out, "Master Jin." The person who came was none other than Jiangzhou City's reigning figure, Jin Rong. Jin Rong was only in his early 50s this year, but when everyone saw him, they would politely call out, "Master Jin," because Jin Rong's status in the underground world of Jiangzhou City was very high. He looked amiable and had a very kind look, but in reality, he was ruthless and acted venomously. Those who offended him definitely did not end well. This was a rather terrifying character. Yu Ziyuan's few people, naturally, knew Jin Rong, so as soon as Jin Rong arrived, they rose respectfully. Jin Rong looked at Yu Ziyuan's several people and faintly said, "I've asked a few old friends to get together here for dinner. I always like to sit in box number 8. Can you guys eat somewhere else?" With these words, Jin Rong appeared to be discussing, but in reality, his tone was simply irrefutable. He was basically ordering everyone. Yu Ziyuan hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Of course." For Jin Rong's request, Yu Ziyuan didn't dare to hesitate for a second. He was doing business in Jiangzhou. If he offended Jin Rong, then he didn't want to open his company. The others also nimbly picked up their things and prepared to leave. However, the table of Wu Baisi is not the intention to leave at all. He is still eating his own food. Xia Mohan secretly patted Wu Baitu and said nervously, "Stop eating. Hurry up and leave." Wu Baitu said back to Xia Mohan, "Just eat here. Don't toss and turn. I have to take you to a place later." Wu Baiyu didn't want to delay and change around. It was too troublesome. Yu Ziyuan, a few people, when they heard this, their faces turned white with fear, especially Yu Ziyuan. He really had 10,000 grass mud horses racing through his heart. Immediately, he explained to Jin Rong, "Master Jin, this is also the first time I met this kid. I just took pity on him and invited him to have a meal. We are not a gang." "Yes, Master Jin." we don't know this person at all. He's just a dabbler. The other few people also scrambled to clear their relationship with Wu Baiyu. Jin Rong's face was grim. In the large Jiangzhou, not many people dared not give him Jin Rong face. Wu Baiti was an exception. Jin Rong ignored the crowd. He directly stepped away and slowly came next to Wu Baiti, and opened his mouth to threaten Wu Baiti. Young man, are you sure you don't want to give me Jin a face? Wu Baiti inclined his head towards Jin Rong and said in a cold voice, who are you? Why should I give you face? Chapter 38, The Reveling Xiaomohan. Wu Baio's voice was very cold. He was not putting Jin Rong in his eyes at all. In the entire Jiangzhou city, there were only a handful of people who dared to talk to Jin Rong like this, and a young rube like Wu Baiyu was even more unqualified. Bang! Jin Rong slapped his palm, ruthlessly slapping on the dining table. He angrily glared at Wu Baishu, sternly rebuking, do you not know how to write the word death? Jin Rong had been in the Jianghu for so many years, and had long developed the habit of not showing his anger and joy. He was a pure old fox, and his emotions were never easily revealed. But today, he was so despised by a youngster, which made him unable to bear it anymore. I'm sorry, Master Jin. My husband has just been discharged from the psychiatric hospital, so don't be general with him. Xiaomohan is really flustered, although she does not know Jin Rong, but from Yu Zhiyuan several of their attitude can also be seen. This Jin master is absolutely high power, not to be messed with. Wu Baiyu, but in this Taiyu Ho Ho, Xiaomohan can only with Jin Rong, so explain. Here's Xiaomohan's explanation. Yu Zhiyuan several people's face more white. Mess around. Wu Baiyu original is a psychopath. They even eat with a psychopath. This let them think about it all feel hairy. Yu Zhiyuan couldn't help but glare at Chen Yuhan. Chen Yuhan was very aggrieved. She also really hated Wu Baiti. But before, when she heard Xiaomohan say that Wu Baiti had returned to normal, Chen Yuhan thought that Wu Baiti would not be sick again, but she did not expect that this little cutie. Surprisingly, she really messed up right here in this place. Jin Rong sized up Wu Baiti for a few moments and hissed, I don't see him as a psychopath. Even if he is a psychopath in front of me, then he has to shrink for me. A single sentence, domineering and overbearing, shook all the people present with an inner tremor. This Jin Rong was truly terrifying. On the scene, everyone was filled with fear. Only Wu Baiti, calm and collected, remained. While he clamped the food, he coldly spoke. You have two choices, either go out and queue up, wait for us to finish eating slowly, or get lost. Wu Baishu's words were unforgiving. Yu Ziyuan several people, again as if struck by lightning. Crazy. This little cutie is really crazy. A few of them are also almost driven crazy. Xiaomohan also anxious. She knows that Wu Baiyu said big words of the problem for a moment cannot change, but this big words also have to be divided into occasions. How what people can be so dislike it. Xiaomohan really is speechless. Good. Jin Rong said 3 good words in a row. After saying that, Jin Rong said word for word to Wu Baishu, it seems that you know the rules of the mountain villa, so you dare to be so unimpressive. However, don't forget, you always have a time to go out. Wulong Villa, never allow fighting and trouble. This was the hard rules of the villa. Everyone who came here should know that no matter who they were, no matter what grudges they had, as long as they were in Wulong Villa, they had to be honest. Even if Jin Rong has powerful black forces in Jiangzhou, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in Wulong Villa. No one dared to violate the rules of Wulong Villa. My name is Wu Baiyu. Wu Baishu didn't talk nonsense. He declared his name, which showed that he cared very little about Jin Rong. Alright, I'll remember you. Jin Rong looked deeply at Wu Baiyu for a few moments and finally left with monstrous anger. Master Jin, I really don't know this person well. Don't misunderstand me. Yu Ziyuan was afraid that he would be implicated and shouted at Jin Rong's back. After saying that, Yu Ziyuan also accused Chen Yuhan. It's all you're doing. You're trying to get me killed. Chen Yuhan was also very suffocated. She was kindly trying to invite Xiaomohan for dinner. How did she know that it would lead to something like this, which she didn't want to see? So, she walked to Xiaomohan's side and said not too happily, didn't you say that this little cutie's illness is healed? How come I looked worse? Xiaomohan was very apologetic as she spoke to Chen Yuhan. He really has gotten better, but I don't know why he's like this. Then, she complained to Wu Baiyu. What's wrong with you? Wu Baishu said frankly, we were having a good meal and he came to kick him out. I didn't throw him out. I was already polite. When Yu Ziyuan heard this, he was so angry that he glared at him. He indignantly muttered, nervous, really a nervous wreck. The others also complained. What bad luck, to be with a cutie, eating together. This is going to be laughed off when it gets out. Yeah, thought it was a low-key rich second generation. Didn't expect it to be a cutie. Alas, I hope that Master Jin won't take it out on us. Otherwise we won't have a good time. This meal, unhappily dispersed. After leaving the restaurant, Xia Mohan's entire body was suffocating. She turned to Wu Baisha and said in annoyance, Zhang Jingming's matter, we still haven't resolved it, and you've come to offend a Master Gene. What can we do now? Wu Baisha said with a straight face, don't you understand now? The more you tolerate, the more others bully you. It's useless to tolerate. Tolerance is useless. This word at once poked Xia Mohan's heart. She has lived for so many years, asked herself to do anything with a clear conscience. She also did not take the initiative to target anyone. However, in the end, how did others treat her? Loved ones ruthlessly expelled her, betrayed her, outsiders randomly bullied her. She was forced to the end of the road. This is the reality of society. Seeing Xia Mohan's silence, Wu Baiyu spoke again. I will pave the road for you. You just need to keep moving forward. A sentence, full of infectious power, made Xia Mohan deeply moved, and at the same time, it also gave her a sense of security. Yes, no matter how the road ahead, at least now, she is not alone. She has Wu Baiyu by her side. Now Wu Baiyu became her only reliance and support. She besides believe, is to believe. Since Wu Baiyu already said so, she also no need to worry all the time. After a moment of silence, Xia Mohan finally returned. Okay, you just said there is something else after dinner. What is it? Wu Baiyu softly said. The auction is auctioning the Guardian Heart tonight. Let's go and take a look. This matter, Xia Mohan has also heard about it. The Guardian Heart is a necklace. However, this is not an ordinary necklace, but a unique special diamond necklace. It comes from the hand of an art master. Exquisite workmanship, special symbolism. As soon as it came out, it caused a huge repercussion in the upper-class circle in Jiangzhou. Today, many people came to Wulong Villa. All of them came for the Guardian Heart. As Xia Mohan walked in the mountain villa, everywhere she could hear, there were girls talking about the Guardian Heart. Even her best friend, Chen Yuhan, had talked about this when they were having dinner earlier. And today, Chen Yuhan and her fiancé came to Wulong Villa with the purpose of photographing the Guardian Heart. I heard that Yu Ziyuan was planning to use the Guardian Heart as a proposal gift for Chen Yuhan. Guardian Heart, a woman's yearning. Xia Mohan was also a woman. Of course she also wanted to see this thing with her own eyes. Was this something she could see? After hesitating for a moment, Xia Mohan couldn't help but ask Wu Baisu, can we get into the auction? Wu Baishu solemnly said, we can enter. Xia Mohan said joyfully, really? Wu Baiyu nodded and said, well, we are lucky spectators. We can enter any place in the mountain villa. Let's go. After saying that, Wu Baishu brought Xia Mohan and walked towards the auction venue in the mountain villa. Arriving at the entrance of the auction venue, suddenly, a girl popped out and blocked Wu Baiyu's path. This girl was Dong Xiaoyu. Dong Xiaoyu sized up Wu Baiti before frowning. Dirtbag, can you tell me how you passed through that special passageway and why I can't just come in? Wu Baishu returned in a serious manner. Because I'm handsome. A passerby. Wu Baiyu didn't want to take care of. He casually made a perfunctory remark. Dong Xiaoyu said breathlessly, Shay, don't talk about it, you don't even have a VIP card. The most you can do is to take a look at the scenery in the mountain villa. Places like the auction, you definitely can't enter. After saying that, Dong Xiaoyu took Han Fei's hand and together they went to the artificial channel of the auction to line up to enter. Tonight's Wulong Villa was exceptionally lively, and a large part of that was attributed to the Guardian Heart, whose popularity was unrivaled. Many people, even if they knew that they wouldn't be able to win the auction, wanted to see this unique and profoundly valuable necklace with their own eyes. The auction was about to begin, and the crowd had basically gathered here. At the entrance of the passageway of the auction venue, there was already a long queue. Wu Baiyu didn't walk into the queue. He brought Xia Mohan and walked straight towards the employees-only channel of the auction. Dirtbag, that's the staff passageway. When Dong Xiaoyu saw that Wu Baishu was going to walk through the staff passageway, she couldn't hold her tongue again and opened her mouth to taunt. When she called out like this, she instantly made Wu Baishu and Xia Mohan the center of attention. And many people in the queue couldn't help but look towards Wu Baishu and Xia Mohan. Among them, Yu Ziyuan and Chen Yuhan were included. This little cutie really can do anything. Yu Ziyuan couldn't help but taunt the more he looked at Wu Baishu. Chen Yuhan glanced at Xia Mohan with hatred, feeling that Xia Mohan was really dragged down by Wu Baishu. Wu Baishu didn't care about other people's gazes and taunts. He continued to bring Xia Mohan forward. Walking to the doorway of the staff passage, a staff member wearing a suit immediately made an inviting gesture to Wu Baishu. Sir, please follow me. Seeing this, the entire room was dumbfounded. In the midst of everyone's jaw-dropping, Wu Baishu and Xia Mohan walked into the auction venue unhindered. Dong Xiaoyu, who was in the queue, was once again shaken out of her soul. What the hell is this? Yu Ziyuan and Chen Yuhan were also shocked. They simply didn't expect that the two could actually enter from the employee channel. How can your best friend go through the employee passage? Does she work in this place? Yu Ziyuan couldn't help but ask. Chen Yuhan said blankly, I'm not sure. Xia Mohan clearly said that she didn't have a job. Could it be that she lied? With an incomparably peculiar mood, Xia Mohan followed Wu Baitu in confusion and entered inside the auction house venue. The entire venue was huge and luxurious. There were many seats inside, but the seats were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, where the best position was the box on the second floor. The entire auction house venue, there were only 8 boxes, which could be seen as an extraordinary status. Generally speaking, it was the big shots with diamond VIP cards that could sit in the boxes. How could Xia Mohan think that he could not only smoothly enter the auction venue, but even sat in the special box? All of this was really a bit of a dream. What's going on? Why are we qualified to sit in the box? After closing the door, Xia Mohan couldn't help but wonder to Wu Baishu. Wu Baiyu explained, lucky audience. Of course it's a bit different. Maybe this is the privilege of winning the lottery. Other than this, Xia Mohan really couldn't think of any other reason. The auction venue was crowded and bustling. One after another people entered the venue, and when it was almost 7 o'clock, the venue was basically packed. Yu Ziyuan and Chen Yuhan had also entered the venue and found a good seat. The two of them were sitting in the lobby, but the location was quite good. After entering the venue, Chen Yuhan looked around, trying to find Xia Mohan, but because the venue was too many people, she looked around and didn't find it, so she gave up. After sitting down, Chen Yuhan pampered Yu Ziyuan. Hubby, you must shoot the guardian heart for me. Chen Yuhan was wearing a very sexy dress today. When she was pampered, the average man couldn't handle it. Yu Ziyuan touched Chen Yuhan's head and said with confidence, don't worry, I'm determined to win this necklace. Having agreed to use the guardian heart as a proposal gift, Yu Ziyuan definitely could not back out. Chen Yuhan wrinkled her nose and said, Humph, you said it. If you don't get it, I won't marry you. Yu Ziyuan asked back, who will you marry if you don't marry me? Chen Yuhan said seriously, I will marry whoever photographs this guardian heart. Yu Ziyuan smiled and did not say anything, because to him, this necklace was not his. In the midst of everyone's chatter, the auction officially began. The guardian heart belonged to tonight's finale auction. The things auctioned in the front are some small objects. Most of them are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. The highest is not more than $3 million. This kind of money, for the people here, are nothing. We are all small. Just play. The auction lasted for an hour. And finally, the grand finale, the guardian heart, was sent to the stage. When the auctioneer on the stage opened the box, revealing the guardian heart inside, the girls in the room unanimously let out a gasp, because this necklace was just too beautiful. Under the light, the guardian heart flashed out the most charming light, white chain, all fine white small diamonds, the center of the pendant, but also by the sparkling scene of the ruby inlaid, tiny diamonds wrapped around the red gemstone. On behalf of wholehearted guardianship, ruby light, flashing light and shadow of the everlasting charm, tantalizing the hearts of the people. This necklace is the crystal of the soul, cohesion of radiance, crystal, translucent. Xia Mohan, who was in the box, couldn't help but exclaim out in astonishment. It's really too beautiful. I don't know who will have the honor of obtaining it. Wu Baiyu opened his mouth and asked, do you like it? Xia Mohan nodded and said deeply, aha. As she spoke, Xia Mohan's gaze didn't even leave the guardian heart. Such a necklace. I'm afraid that if it was a woman, she wouldn't be able to refuse it. Xia Mohan was no exception. She was intoxicated. Wu Baiyu looked at her and said with deep emotion, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Chapter 39 100 million. Xia Mohan's mind was immersed in the beautiful guardian heart. When she suddenly heard these words from Wu Baishu, she instantly woke up. Immediately, she turned her head to look at Wu Baishu and said, don't joke around. Do you have any idea how much this necklace costs? For Xia Mohan, being able to witness the guardian heart with her own eyes, she was satisfied. As for obtaining it, she had never dared to fantasize about it. Xia Mohan is very clear. In this auction, all of Jiangzhou City's celebrities and tycoons, a lot of people are specially come to bid on the guardian heart. Some people have even been on it for sure. As for Wu Baici, with his family's little inheritance, how can he compete with others? Seeing Xia Mohan reacting so strongly, Wu Baishu pursed his lips and said nothing more. However, his heart had already determined that this guardian heart was only worthy to be worn by Xia Mohan. The dazzling of the guardian heart not only attracted the attention of the woman, but also let the men present have heart. Even some originally did not want to bid on the big man. All moved. After all, this was the best gift for a woman. In the crowd's exclamation of surprise, the auctioneer raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The entire room was immediately silent. And the auctioneer immediately began to introduce this guardian heart that had made countless people go crazy, and he explained the designer of the necklace. the appearance and manufacture of the necklace, and the symbolism of the necklace, roughly all of which were explained once. After the introduction, the auctioneer loudly announced, the starting price of the Guardian Heart, 1 million. Each round of increase will be no less than $100,000. Bidding begins. 1,100,000, 1,200,000, 1,300,000. As soon as the bidding began, the competition was incredibly fierce. The tycoons present, all like chicken blood, frantically bidding. The entire auction house instantly became a hot mess. Yu Ziyuan did not bid, he just closed his eyes, sitting on the seat calmly resting. Chen Yuhan is not the same. She is very anxious inside. When she saw the Guardian Heart of the first eye, she fell in love. She stared at the eye-catching ruby. Eyes are followed by red. This necklace is too beautiful and too shocking. Chen Yuhan is really very much. She heard so many people in the bidding. She felt panicked, as if as soon as the auction, the necklace will be taken by someone else. So, she pulled Yu Ziyuan's clothes and said eagerly, "Hubby, hurry up and call the price. Don't let anyone snatch it away." Yu Ziyuan spoke faintly. "Do you think that this bidding is whoever calls louder is the one who owns it? That's to see who bids high. The current price is too low. Let them shout first. After all, it's not easy for everyone. It's only good to let everyone have a sense of participation." Yu Ziyuan seemed to be treating himself as a person on the clouds, speaking in a seemingly flat tone, but in fact, he was arrogant to the extreme. He was just letting the others play around first. Anyway, in the end, this thing would all be collected in his bag. He was so confident. Hearing Yu Ziyuan's words, Chen Yuhan's heart only slightly calmed down a bit. 10 minutes later, the bidding for the Guardian Heart had reached $5 million. The bidding was getting closer and closer to white hot. A lot of people who were short of funds had already stopped shouting. After all, 5 million was already considered a not so small amount. The most critical thing is, if you are successful in bidding, you have to settle on the spot. This huge amount of liquidity let many people shy away. $10 million. After the voices of the bidding slowly became scarce, Yu Ziyuan suddenly opened his mouth and shouted out a double figure. With a single word, the four seats were shocked. The entire room clamored. At once, all eyes, through to Yu Ziyuan. This calm and relaxed boss instantly became the focus of the scene. What does it mean to throw away money? This is it. Quite a few of the little girls who followed their rich male companions all cast favored gazes at Yu Ziyuan. Yu Ziyuan quite enjoyed this feeling. Even Chen Yuhan beside him sat up straight, a look of pride radiating from her face. A woman's pride. It was as simple as that. 11 million. After a short pause in the bidding, there was suddenly a person who opened his mouth to raise the price. This person was Han Fei. Han Fei's visit to Wulong Villa today was also aimed at the Guardian Heart, and for this necklace, he was equally determined to get it. 12 million. Yu Ziyuan wasn't surprised that someone had raised the price. After all, this necklace was definitely more than $10 million, and it made sense that someone would raise the price. So he opened his mouth to call the price again. Han Fei in the rich second generation in Jiangzhou is the leader. His family is not much else. Is more money. See someone bidding with him. He seems to have found a confidant in general. The enthusiasm is up. 13 million. Han Fei raised the price again. 14 million. Yu Ziyuan was not willing to show weakness. Next, the entire auction seemed to become a duel between Han Fei and Yu Ziyuan, one of them at a time. You and I, constantly raising the price. The people on the scene, as bystanders, all felt their blood boiling. Little murmurs also began to float around the scene. Interesting, one is a big boss, one is a rich second generation. I really want to know which one of them will win. I think it's Boss Yu. I can hear that Boss Yu's assets are over $1 billion. Auctioning off this necklace is completely out of the question. I don't think so. You have to know that the Han family's assets are more than $1 billion. Han Fei is the only son of the Han family, the only heir of the Han family. If he really wants to auction it, I'm afraid that Boss Yu isn't his match. Just as everyone was talking, Yu Ziyuan gritted his teeth and called out, $30 million. At this time, Yu Ziyuan was no longer calm. He didn't have the patience to play anymore. He wanted to get the Guardian Heart earlier. Therefore, he directly raised the price by a whole $10 million. A necklace. $30 million. This is a heavenly price for any Jiangzhou people. Crowd has begun to stir. The sound of discussion intensified. The large scene, almost everyone's attention, are focused on Yu Ziyuan's body. This big boss, really rich and generous, even willing to spend so much money. Shoot a necklace. Even Xia Mohan in the box, all stared at Yu Ziyuan. She murmured with some excitement, it seems that this Yu boss is still a good person. For Yu Han to spend so much money, Yu Han is considered to have found happiness. Sitting next to Yu Ziyuan, Chen Yuhan was moved to tears. She knew that this necklace was going to be auctioned off. It must be worth a lot of money, but she didn't expect that it would be so expensive. Yu Ziyuan was willing to spend such a huge amount of money on himself. How could Chen Yuhan not be touched to the point that her heart blossomed with joy? $31 million. Chen Yuhan hadn't been moved for 2 seconds. Han Fei raised the price again, and when Han Fei called out this price, Dong Xiaoyu beside him even threw a demonstrative look at Chen Yuhan. Chen Yuhan's good mood immediately destroyed. She really hated these two people, because not they compete with their own. I'm afraid Yu Ziyuan has long been the necklace to auction. Their husband will not spend more money. $30 million is Yu Ziyuan's maximum expectation, more than 30 million for Yu Ziyuan to cut meat. However, he has promised Chen Yuhan, and before is so sworn, this time to back out, his face will be lost. What's more, the current situation, equivalent to countless people watching him in Han Fei competition, he Hall Big Boss, no longer have the reason to take the initiative to admit defeat. There was no way around it, he just had to call it down. 32 million. Yu Ziyuan gritted his teeth and shouted. Han Fei's face now, also not very beautiful, such a high price. In fact, also a little beyond the expectations of Han Fei, although his family is very rich, but this money is not at his disposal. He can move the money, is limited. He has to come up with more than 30 million liquidity. It is really a little tough. However, he didn't want to lose to Yu Ziyuan from the bottom of his heart, so he also continued to shout. 33 million. Buy now. This was no longer just a matter of necklaces. This was a matter of face. Just as the two men were hardening their heads and calling out the price, the stereo on the outside of the 8th box on the 2nd floor, a voice suddenly rang out. $50 million. This voice, a little mute, a little heavy, but full of vigor, so that the fierce competition Yu Ziyuan and Han Fei instantly laid down. The two hearts are like a mirror. Can sit in the auction box. Must have diamond VIP card is a big shot. And 8, is Jin Rong's favorite number? Just now the voice, is Jin Rong issued. The side of the box facing the venue, is a glass window. However, this kind of glass, can see the outside from the inside, but the outside cannot see the inside. So the people in the box, belongs to the hidden existence. But Jin Rong, this person, famous Jiang Zhou, and his voice is too characteristic, extremely easy to recognize. Plus, the 8th box is almost his exclusive position. Therefore, as soon as he shouted, those present basically knew that Jin Rong had struck. Yu Ziyuan and Han Fei, how could they dare to bid against Jin Rong? Besides, the price of $50 million was far beyond their plans. It was impossible for them to raise the price again. Thus, both of them gave up. $50 million once. Seeing that no one spoke, the auctioneer shouted. Chen Yuhan was afraid that the guardian heart would be snatched away by someone else. She hurriedly begged Yu Ziyuan, hubby, just call the price again. I'll satisfy you with whatever you say in the future. Yu Ziyuan frowned. Are you crazy? $50 million is too high. Also, do you want me to offend Master Jin? Hearing this, Chen Yuhan was about to cry out. Her beloved necklace, it really has no chance with her. A joy is empty. How happy she was before. How sad she is now. She is too hard to bear. 51 million. Just when everyone thought that the guardian heart was going to be returned to Jin Rong, the sound of box number 6, a voice came out. 52 million. The sound of box number 3, also rang out. It seemed that the big shots in the box were all interested in the guardian heart. Now, the people present at the auction venue, all boiled over. No way. I thought the bigwigs weren't interested in jewelry, but I didn't expect that the bigwigs were all so competitive for the guardian heart. Yes, it seems that the true value of this guardian heart is far from what we thought. It's really getting interesting. A necklace with a base price of $1 million. Through the auction, it was all fired up to a sky-high price of more than $50 million. How incredible is this? Those who wanted to compete for the guardian heart at the beginning of a few $100 million couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. The women at the scene also finally understood that this necklace, for them, could only be viewed from afar, but not owned. 54 million. Jin Rong called out the price again. He knew very well that in the top circle of Jiangzhou, there were several people who had their eyes on this guardian heart, and everyone wanted to auction it. So Jin Rong wasn't surprised that several other boxes had people raising their prices. Now, all they had to fight for was who was bold and who had more money to move around in their hands. 55 million. 56 million. The bigwigs from the other boxes also participated in the bidding. This auction had evolved into a battle between the bigwigs in the boxes. The atmosphere at the scene, in an instant, reached its peak. People's hearts were thrilled, just as the guardian heart was shouted at $60 million. Wu Baiti, who was sitting in the number 1 box, finally moved. He reached out and pressed the microphone button in front of him. Immediately afterward, Wu Baiyu turned to the microphone and faintly spat out 3 words. $100 million. Chapter 40, The Attention of All. 100 million. Wu Baitai's voice, through the stereo, echoed throughout the auction house hall. The lingering sound shocked the entire venue. The large venue, abruptly, was dead silent. All the people, abruptly silent. Countless gazes, instantly threw themselves in unison towards the number 1 box. All the people, shocked and curious. This big shot who called for $100 million. Who would it be? Xia Mohan, who was in the box, was also shocked by this sudden $100 million from Wu Baiyu. Immediately, she turned off Wu Baishi's microphone and anxiously said to Wu Baishi, "Are you crazy? What do you want?" Wu Bastian returned in a serious manner. "Didn't I say, I want to give this necklace to you?" Xia Mohan panicked. "Give what away? I don't want it. Do you know what $100 million is? Can you have that much money in your card? Do you know what will happen if you can't pay for the auction? Why are you shouting nonsense?" The more Xia Mohan spoke, the more anxious she became, so anxious that she was about to cry out. She was really panicked and scared. Wu Baishi was also shocked by Xia Mohan's reaction. Today he brought Xia Mohan here because he wanted to reveal the tip of his iceberg to Xia Mohan. He wanted to take one step at a time, slowly unveil himself, and finally let Xia Mohan wholeheartedly accept his true identity. However, Wu Baiyu did not expect in any case. This is only 100 million only. Xia Mohan already appeared such a drastic reaction. He really overestimated Xia Mohan's ability to accept. There was no way. He could only explain to Xia Mohan, "Don't worry, the guardian heart itself is worth more than 100 million. There will definitely be someone else to raise the price." Sure enough, when Wu Baiyu finished speaking, Jin Rong opened his mouth to bid. $110 million. Jin Rong had been in the society for many years. His vision was sharper than anything else. He could certainly see that the value of this guardian heart was more than 100 million. He didn't lack this 100 million. More importantly, he really wanted to get the guardian heart. Hearing someone raise the price, Xia Mohan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, she didn't let go of her heart. She immediately warned Wu Baiyu sternly again. "You're not allowed to call out anymore, or I'm really going to get angry." Seeing that Xia Mohan was so serious, Wu Baishi couldn't afford to go against her. He could only reply, "Aha." As soon as Jin Rong raised the price, the silent scene suddenly boiled again, and the hearts of the group surged more and more. Auction worth over $100 million. This in the entire Jiangzhou, are rarely seen. Now have the honor to meet such a. Everyone really is the heart surge. Almost everyone are shaking the spirit, excited to enjoy this world war. $120 million. This voice came from box number 6. The person in this box, as if he had identified Jin Rong, and had to go against Jin Rong. As soon as Jin Rong called out the price, he raised it. $130 million. Jin Rong continued to call out. $140 million. The person in box number 6, not willing to show weakness, spoke again. Jin Rong fought for so many years, saved a lot of money. For him, money is not more important than life. Anyway, money this thing, life does not bring, death does not take away. Life can enjoy to enjoy. The most important thing is to be happy. This necklace, he is very satisfied. He made up his mind. He wants to give this thing to his own wife as a gift. He must take it. $150 million. Jin Rong sank his face and continued to speak. The battle intensified. The people on the scene getting more and more excited. 200 million. Just when everyone thought that box 6 was going to shout the price again, all of a sudden, in the ordinary seats in the hall, there was a man wearing a mask who took everyone by surprise and shouted out $200 million. Auction house, there will often be some malicious competition, and even bidding to the end, but also because of the bidding to engage in conflict. So the auction site, many people will wear a mask to hide their identity, which is in line with the rules. Of course, there are some. Is the auction house insiders? They must ensure that the bidding items will not lose money. Therefore, they will be in the appropriate time to call the price. This is the so-called childcare. At this moment, this masked man who had called for $200 million was precisely an insider of the auction house. However, he wasn't a trustee. He didn't come here to raise the price. He was rushing to this necklace, just because Wu Baiti called the price. Just now, Wu Baiti called for $100 million. The general manager of Crouching Dragon Villa immediately knew that Wu Baiti wanted this guardian heart. In that case, the general manager would guarantee that this necklace would be delivered to Wu Baitai's hands in the end. No matter what, Wulong Villa is spread all over the country. Each branch has a general manager. Each general manager. The first guideline is, if the villa appeared to brush the face of the success of the people into the field, they must be up to 1,200,000 spirit, full hospitality to this person, as far as possible to meet all the requirements of this person. Today, Jianzhou Wulong Villa. For the first time, there was a person who had successfully swiped his face, which obviously shook the entire Wulong Villa. On the surface, today's Wulong Villa was more or less the same as usual, but in reality, the employees of Wulong Villa, up and down, had almost all entered a state of emergency preparedness, especially the general manager, who was practically walking on thin ice, scared to death. The big boss of Wulong Villa was already on his way to Jianzhou, and if there was any mistake on his side, it would be over. Therefore, today's general manager really is all the time, 360 degrees without dead angle, all-round attention to Wu Baiti. What Wu Baiti needs, he will fulfill. The auction site, once again, was in an uproar. An ordinary seat person, bidding for $200 million. This is a strange anomaly. The group was deeply shocked. The murmur suddenly resounded. What is the situation? Ordinary seat, there is someone shouting $200 million? Sitting here. It cannot be a big shot. Could it be a trustee? It's possible. Otherwise, how could someone offer $200 million for a necklace? Not necessarily. Maybe it is a big shot. Called people to shoot. They did not even come to the scene. All kinds of comments. Endless. For this scene, everyone is really surprised and inexplicable. Even the big shots in the box were shocked by the $200 million. All the major boxes. Collective silence. Jin Rong in box number 8. His face also became iron blue. Before during dinner, he was pissed off by Wu Baishi's rashness, and his heart was extremely unhappy. He didn't expect that now at the auction, he could even encounter a rashness? 200 million once. The auctioneer saw that no one raised the price, and could only open his mouth. A few boxes. Still silent. 200 million twice. The auctioneer continued to shout. $211 million. After a long period of silence, Jinrong finally opened his mouth. To be honest, $200 million. For Jinrong, it was all a hemorrhage. But it couldn't be helped. He wasn't a person who easily gave in. Even if the masked man was a trust, he still admitted it. 300 million. The masked man spoke again. Decisive and sharp. Not dragging his feet at all. The general manager of Wulong Villa had already given a death order. This guardian heart absolutely cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. $300 million a necklace. This set out. I'm afraid to shake the whole city. The crowd at the scene was all shaken and surprised. Can enter to the Wulong Villa auction people? Absolutely not. Idle generation. But 300 million necklaces, or beyond the imagination of all people. At the same time, everyone has also been able to determine. This masked man is not too. If it is Toto, will never report this kind of price? This is to force others do not dare to call a higher price. In the large venue, no one dared to raise the price again. Seasoned as Jin Rong, this time has also beat the drum. He is not unable to take 300 million. Just this deal is too worthless, completely unnecessary. In the end, the heart of the guardian, with a transaction price of 300 million, was auctioned off. As for who actually won it, who the masked man was, or rather, who the big shot behind him was, everyone was unknown. The auction was dissolved, and everyone was speculating about what kind of mysterious person had bought a necklace at a price of $300 million. Even Xia Mohan was filled with wonder inside. Oh my god, $300 million, it's really hard to imagine. This necklace actually costs $300 million. In the end, who is so fortunate to be able to wear $300 million on their necks? Her tone, full of yearning and longing, as if that fortunate person is a goddess far away in the heavenly palace. Only Wu Baiyu knew that this lucky goddess in her mouth was herself. Wu Baisher knows very well that the person who auctioned this necklace must be an insider of the auction house. That is to say, this guardian heart, in the end, will still return to his hands. Seeing Xia Mohan like this necklace so much, Wu Baitu's heart is also pleased. He is more sure. This is the best gift for Xia Mohan. The auction ended. Some people left Wulong Villa to go home, while some chose to stay at Wulong Villa to stay. Wulong Villa was very large, and there was a building within it that was specialized for accommodation. This building, named Wulong Building, the appearance of the Wulong Building was very distinctive. It was a fusion of Western modern architecture and elements of ancient architecture in China, both ancient classic and gorgeous, but also modern broad and majestic, both traditional and fashionable. The building as a whole is similar to a pyramid. The higher you go, the smaller the floors and the fewer the rooms. On the highest top floor, there was only one room, named the Heavenly Room. The Wulong Building had a total of 21 floors, and according to the rules, those who stayed in this Wulong Building were divided according to the level of the VIP card, with the silver card staying on floors 1 to 5, the gold card staying on floors 6 to 10, the platinum card staying on floors 11 to 15, and the diamond card staying on floors 16 to 20. Generally speaking, those who could live on the 20th floor were big shots with supreme status. However, since the opening of Wulong Villa, no one had ever stayed in the 21st floor's heavenly room, not a single one. This room, in general, was shaped like a void. Let's go and stay at the Crouching Dragon Mansion. After leaving the auction venue, Wu Baiyu said to Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan hurriedly said, "No need. Accommodation here is frighteningly expensive. Don't waste this money." Although he knew that Wu Baitu had some money, Xia Mohan didn't want to waste it. Wu Baitu knew that Xia Mohan was heartbroken about the money, so he explained, "It's okay, this is a benefit for the lucky viewers. We can stay for free." Upon hearing this, Xia Mohan immediately rejoiced. "Really?" Wu Baiyu nodded, and with that, the two of them strolled away. Right at this moment, the lights lit up in the Crouching Dragon building's heavenly character room. The heavenly room had no walls, and all four sides were transparent glass, and once the room lights were on, all of a sudden, the whole thing looked as if it was a huge shining night pearl, hanging at the top of the Wulong building, illuminating the whole place. The heavenly room, since the opening, the first time the light was lit up. In other words, the heavenly room was going to be inhabited. The night pearl lit up the entire night sky, and sensationalized the entire mountain villa. For a time, almost all of the guests of Wulong Villa ran outside the Wulong building to observe this magnificent scene. "Grandpa, it's only a person living in the heavenly character room. What's so strange? Why is everyone so excited to spectate?" Next to the Wulong building, on top of a tea house, there was a 17 or 18-year-old little girl with a lollipop in her mouth, who could not help but let out a curious query when she saw the crowd in front of the Wulong building stirring. Opposite the little girl, there sat an old man with white hair. The white-haired old man was a patriarchal figure who had seen great storms, but at this moment, his heart was also quite agitated, and hearing his granddaughter's question, he couldn't help but marvel. All of Wulong Mountain Villa's outlets, the heavenly character room hasn't been inhabited, and with the lights turned on in the heavenly character room tonight, it must be ready to be inhabited. Crouching Dragon. It seems that tonight, the true dragon is going to appear. Shao Chang, take a good look at who's staying in this room. It's someone our family has to look up to. The crowd outside grew larger and larger. Han Fei Dong Xiaoyu, Yu Zi Yuan Chen Yuhan, all of them also came under the Crouching Dragon building. Countless gazes were fixed on the heavenly room on the top floor of the Wulong building. Everyone wanted to know which immortal was staying in the heavenly room. In the midst of all the attention, Wu Baisher and Xia Mohan, riding on an exclusive cable car, towards the heavenly room, slowly drifted away. Chapter 41 Mr. Wu, I'm sorry, the heavenly character room, located at the very top of the Wulong building. The elevator couldn't reach it directly and there was no staircase to go up. The only way to access to the heavenly character room was to take an exclusive heavenly character cable car. This exclusive cable car goes straight to the sky garden of the heavenly character room. Everyone, look, the main man is here. Someone pointed at the cable car in the air and shouted out excitedly. Immediately, everyone outside the Wulong building raised their heads and looked up at the cable car that was like a spaceship. Look, there are two people sitting on it. Yes, it seems to be a man and a woman. Gosh, too romantic. What kind of character can enjoy this kind of treatment? If I could stay in a heavenly room for one night in my life, I would have no regrets in death. I'm really envious. Envy boiled over the entire Crouching Dragon Villa. Everyone was looking up with longing in their hearts. Ugh, when will you be able to take me to live in a heavenly room? Dong Xiaoyu looked up at the cable car overhead and asked with an envious face. Han Fei said deeply, it's impossible now. When I struggle for a few more decades, maybe there's still a tiny bit of hope. Hubby, the person on the cable car, does she look like my best friend Xia Mohan? Chen Yuhan was listless after coming out from the auction. The necklace was not obtained. She had no mind for anything, but when she saw the silhouette on the cable car in the air, she still couldn't help but open her mouth. Yu Ziyuan said in a cold voice, what are you thinking? This cable car is a direct line to the heavenly room. The person who can live in this room must be a big person with all the power. Do you think that your best friend and her little cute hubby are qualified? Also, Chen Yuhan smothered her head and didn't say anything else. The location where the cable car was located was very high, and the people at the bottom, at most, could see the silhouettes of the people above them, and couldn't see their looks at all. However, some of the big shots who paid special attention, knowing the route of the cable car, had long ago found the best position to watch. Surprisingly, it's him? Jin Rong sat in the room on the 20th floor of the Crouching Dragon building. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could clearly see the two people on the cable car. Seeing that it was Wu Baisher, Jin Rong's complexion changed abruptly, and he exclaimed out in shock with a face full of disbelief. Next to Jin Rong, there were also a few Jiangzhou bigwigs sitting next to him. After hearing Jin Rong's words, someone couldn't help but ask, you know him? Jin Rong stared at the cable car and said word for word, his name is Wu Baiyu. He's the guy I told you guys about. The one who refused to change his compartment. No wonder. It seems that this person isn't not giving you face, but simply doesn't care about you at all. Someone spoke from the bottom of his heart. Jean Rome also recognized this statement as he nodded, his heart palpitating. I almost caused a big trouble. Grandpa, this man looks quite ordinary. On the top floor of the tea house, the little girl waited for half a day and finally saw Wu Baiyu make his appearance. However, this man was very different from what she was expecting. She was rather disappointed. No, you're wrong. He's not ordinary at all. Your grandfather me. I've read countless people in my life. What kind of people? I can see through them at a glance. But this person, I can't see through him at all. He is that true dragon without a doubt. It's just a pity that he already has a woman by his side. Otherwise, if you can become his woman, Grandpa will have no regrets in his life. The white-haired old man lamented. The little girl wrinkled her nose. Humph, not special at all. I'm not going to marry him. Wu Baiyu and Xia Mohan had already become the center of attention. However, Xia Mohan on the cable car, completely unaware that she has become the envy of 10,000 people in the center of attention. She is only immersed in this unparalleled alternative enjoyment. At this moment, she is in the air, looking at the dense crowd below, as well as Wulong Mountain Villa beautiful night. The whole person is relaxed, as if she really has flown up, traveling in the vast sky. This feeling was simply fantastic. Ah, Xia Mohan really couldn't help herself and let out an unrestrained cry. The depression and unhappiness in her heart, at this moment, all of it was released. On her face, a happy smile appeared. You look good when you smile. Wu Baiyu, who was on the side, coldly came out with this sentence. Xia Mohan suddenly sniffed. Her heartbeat violently accelerated. This is as a normal person. Wu Bai too, to her praise, but also a man. To the woman's praise, Xia Mohan liked to hear Wu Bai too say such words, but also a little bit of excitement. This feeling, a little strange. Unconsciously, the cable car reached the sky garden of the heavenly room. Walking down the cable car, being in the sky room, looking at this gorgeous night sky outside the four sides of the glass, as well as the room's fantastic and wonderful decorations, Xia Mohan was like being in a fairyland. She asked incredulously, are we staying here tonight? Wu Baiyu nodded and said, yes. Xia Mohan really couldn't believe her eyes. She took a good look and deeply said, no way, we can live in such a luxurious room ah? Previously, the most luxurious place that Xia Mohan had lived in was the Xia family villa, but the Xia family's villa, when compared to this heavenly glass room, was simply like a thatched hut in the countryside. Wu Baiyu explained with the same reason, lucky audience. Of course it should be a bit special. Xia Mohan murmured, it's incredible. Next, Xia Mohan was like a bird released, in the whole 21 layers, roaming around to her heart's content, visiting everywhere, this layer, just this one room, belonging to their private space, and at the very top, the feeling was really very marvelous and incomparably refreshing. After she had wandered around the entire heavenly room, she sat down on the leather sofa in the room, and lay flat on her back. It's so comfortable and enjoyable. Xia Mohan let out the truest exclamation from the depths of her heart. She had indeed enjoyed herself freely. After resting for a moment, Xia Mohan suddenly stood up, overlooking the splendid night view of Wulong Villa, and opened her mouth. 100 years old. I'm not dreaming, am I? Today's various things, too many unthinkable things, gave Xia Mohan an illusory feeling of ascending from hell to heaven. In the morning, she woke up from her coma, and at that moment, she was still in the despairing state of mind of committing suicide. But Wu Baiti, reverted to a normal human being, did his best, melted the ice in her heart, and let her feel warmth, and also had a solid dependence. Not only that, Wu Baiyu also bought her beloved dress, taught her a lesson about Zhang Jingming, and even brought her to this heavenly Wulong mountain resort, letting her see a lot, and moreover experience the wonderfulness of the fairyland on earth. She has seen the beautiful and precious guardian heart necklace, rode the unique cable car of the heavenly room, and lived in this luxurious glass room like a pavilion in the sky. Everything seemed unreal, like a dream, like a fantasy. This is not a dream. Wu Baiyu looked at Xia Mohan and said seriously. Xia Mohan lamented, in the past, I often dreamed that I was in danger, and you always appeared to help me at the most critical moment. In the dream, you were especially manly, but every time I woke up, I was angry when I saw you being silly, so I was really afraid that this time, it was a dream again. Wu Baiyu returned very seriously. Your dream has come true now. Xia Mohan's eyes shone brightly and the corners of her mouth curved up, revealing a sweet smile as she said with incomparable happiness, although I know that this happiness is short-lived, I've enjoyed it and I'm content. Being contented and always happy. This was Xia Mohan's life motto. She had always been a woman who was easily contented. Wu Baiyu looked at her silently, didn't say anything on his mouth, but in his heart, he was secretly saying, this is just the beginning. In the future I will make you millions of times happier than you are now. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Mohan took a shower and came out from the bathroom. Seeing Wu Baiyu standing alone and motionless in the sky garden outside the room, Mohan couldn't help but walk over to Wu Baiyu and asked, "What are you looking at?" Wu Baisho replied, "Fireworks." Mohan said breathlessly, "Where are the fireworks?" The place where Wu Baisho's eyes were gazing at was completely dark. Wu Baisho blandly said, "Immediately." As soon as the words fell, suddenly, only crackling sounds could be heard, exploding in the air. At the same time, countless brilliant fireworks thumped into bloom high in the sky. These bursting fireworks were like colorful lights, causing the entire dark night sky to bloom with infinite brilliance. Just the height of the fireworks, and the 21st floor of the sky garden flush. Mohan is in this position. See the fireworks, is completely close at hand, the effect to be countless times better. That eye-catching beauty, all in her eyes, and even directly to her heart. Mohan never so close to appreciate the fireworks. She is very excited, heart-pounding. This fireworks feast, in Wulong Mountain Resort, was really the first of its kind. Countless tourists were mesmerized. It's too beautiful. This was everyone's thought. As the fireworks feast neared its end, suddenly, the brilliant sparks in the air formed a line of fonts. "Hold on to your son's hand. Grow old with your son." These 8 dazzling and eye-catching fonts were placed right in front of Mohan's eyes, as if these were the words spoken to Mohan. Surprise plus romance. Let Mohan's eyes are moist. Only after a long time did Mohan come to her senses. She looked at Wu Baisho in a daze and asked, "How did you know to set off fireworks?" Wu Baisho explained, "I saw someone setting off fireworks below." When Mohan heard this, her eyes slightly darkened. She thought that Wu Baisho knew something inside. She didn't realize that it was for this reason. She skimmed her mouth and went back to her room. Wu Baiyu also followed along and went in, closing the automatic curtains and preparing to sleep. Mohan realized that the huge room, there was only one bed. Mohan couldn't help but look at Wu Bastion and opened her mouth to ask, "Where do you sleep?" Wu Baitu frankly said, "I sleep on the sofa on the line." Saying that, Wu Baitu himself went to the cabinet, took out the spare quilt and spread it on the sofa. Mohan saw this, her heart could not help but be touched. When Wu Baiyu was still a little cute, when Mohan was still a little cutie, Mohan was very relieved that Wu Baitu, because little cutie, Wu Baitu, would not have any attempts on himself, and now, Wu Bitu returned to normal. Mohan thought, he more or less will move some crooked thoughts, did not expect. Wu Bitu actually did not say anything, consciously sleep on the sofa. He really is a true gentleman. Mohan on Wu Bitu cannot help but look high for a few more points. A night without words. The next morning, after getting up and washing up, Wu Baiyu and Mohan took the cable car and left the heavenly character room. Looking at the fading away of the heavenly character room, Mohan couldn't help but give birth to the feeling of reluctance. This is a dreamlike place. For her, this kind of place, it may be difficult to have a second time in this life. After getting off the cable car, Wu Baiyu said to Mohan, "Go, let's go eat breakfast." Mohan asked, "Ah, eat here?" Wu Baiyu knew that Mohan was again distressed about money, so he explained, "Well, breakfast is not expensive." Mohan hesitated for a small moment before accepting. "Okay, then." Wu Baiyu and Mohan together walked towards the restaurant of the mountain villa. Walking on the road, just happened to meet Yu Ziyuan, Chen Yuhan and the other 2 couples. These 6 people, that is, last night and Wu Baiyu together in the restaurant 8-box dinner. They are now holding luggage. Obviously, they are ready to leave Wulong Villa. Chen Yuhan, due to not shoot the necklace, has been until now are sullen, coupled with Yu Ziyuan instructions. Let her not and Mohan to come and go. Therefore, she did not have the good sense to call Mohan, only rushed to Mohan, nodded down, is considered to say hello. However, Yu Ziyuan was the one who stopped Wu Baishu and warned in a stern voice, "Kid, let me tell you, if you go out of the mountain villa, and Master Jean finds you in trouble, you'd better make it clear to Master Jean that you don't have anything to do with us." A few others quickly chimed in. "Yeah, if you're a psychopath looking for death, don't drag us into it. If we had known that you were a psychopath, we wouldn't have been able to eat with you." Hearing this, Mohan's heart suddenly thumped. Last night stayed overnight in the sky room. She all temporarily forgot about those troubles and grudges, now suddenly brought up. Mohan realized that outside waiting for herself and Wu Baishu is a violent storm. Mohan cannot help but grabbed her heart again, full of worry, but she also knew that Chen Yuhan and these people are innocent. Indeed, it is also Wu Baiyu who caused them trouble, so she immediately turned to Yu Ziyuan, Chen Yuhan and the others and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Yu Ziyuan did not accept Mohan's apology. His attitude was cold. "What's the use of apologizing to us? What you want is Master Jin's forgiveness." Master Jean is here. Yu Ziyuan had just finished speaking when his friends suddenly called out, only to see that Master Jean brought 2 of his bodyguards with him, striding over towards Wu Baiou's side. Master Jean! Master Jean! Seeing Jean Rong, Yu Ziyuan's few people immediately came up and respectfully said. Jean Rong simply ignored them as he walked straight and quickly in front of Wu Baiti. Under the gazes of the crowd, Jean Rong actually bowed deeply to Wu Baiti and said with all sincerity, Mr. Wu, I'm sorry for offending you so much yesterday. I'm here to make amends to you. Chapter 42, Big Boss has an invitation. The old geezer Jean Rong, this time a rare sincere once, he removed the disguise, put down the stature, sincerely, to apologize to Wu Baiti, because, he is very clear in his heart, this Wu Baiti, is a he. Jean Rong cannot provoke the existence. Last night, Jean Rong personally saw Wu Baiti living in the heavenly room. This fact, let his heart is very unsettled. He could not sit still, immediately went to find the general manager of the Crouching Dragon Villa, He Rusong. He Rusong's status in Jiangzhou is transcendent. He is in charge of the Jiangzhou Wulong Villa branch, which has established his extraordinary status in Jiangzhou. No matter what kind of big shots, to the Wulong Villa, all have to be honest. No one dared to make trouble at Wulong Villa, and naturally, they would not disobey the manager, He Rusong. Although Jean Rong was also a big shot in Jiangzhou, however, for He Rusong, he had a lot of respect. Similarly, since Jean Rong was the diamond-level VIP of Wulong Villa, He Rusong was more polite to Jean Rong, and the two of them usually had a good relationship. This time, Jean Rong asked He Rusong about Wu Baisu. He Rusong didn't say much because he himself didn't understand Wu Baisu. He only gave Jean Rong an opinion, don't offend Wu Baisu. Jean Rong, the old fox, naturally understood He Rusong's meaning and knew that Wu Baiti was an untouchable being. Yesterday night Jean Rong did not sleep well. Early this morning, he guarded Wu Baiti, specially came to apologize. Yu Ziyuan and other people, see this scene, has been shocked silly eyes. They thought, Jean Rong must be over to find Wu Baiti's stubble. Who knows, Jean Rong actually apologized to Wu Baiti. Looking at the entire city of Jiangzhou, there are a few people who can make Jean Rong bow and bend his head, but this Wu Baiti did. Yu Ziyuan several people only felt that hailstones were falling from the sky, smashing them into a dizzy spell. This amazing reversal, what was going on? Xia Mohan, who was beside Wu Baiti, was also completely stunned. She was just worried about Jean Rong's retaliation, especially when she saw Jean Rong walking over. She was so scared that she didn't even dare to move. But how could she have imagined that Jean Rong would even take the initiative to bow and apologize? At the scene, the only one who remained calm was Wu Baiyu, an ancient well. His face did not change color in the slightest. His gaze was light as he looked at Jean Rong and said, you don't need to apologize to me. I don't even have you in my sights. Saying that, he pointed at Yu Ziyuan. Several people coldly said, you should apologize to them. Several of them seemed to be frightened by you yesterday, and have been blaming me for offending you. Being pointed at by Wu Baiyu like this, and then swept over by Jean Rong's gaze, Yu Ziyuan. Several people were immediately scared and their faces turned pale. Cold sweat came out. It's not like Mr. Wu did anything wrong. Why are you guys blaming Mr. Wu? Jean Rong asked indifferently to Yu Ziyuan. Several people. Yes, that's right. We're the ones who are overly concerned. Yu Ziyuan. Several people, all terrified, hurriedly said. Their hearts were simply like an earthquake. The fluctuations were too great. Wu Baishu was too lazy to bother with this group of people. He directly left with the dumbfounded Xia Mohanling. Watching Wu Baishu leave, Jean Rong sighed in chagrin and also left. Yu Ziyuan. Several people stayed where they were, faces like bitter gourds, hearts beating wildly. To know, Jean Rong hasn't offended Wu Baiti much, but it's the few of them, they can offend Wu Baiti miserably. From last night's dinner to this morning, they have been mocking Wu Baiti. On the contrary, Wu Baiti was also a person who made even Jean Rong bend over and apologize. Yu Ziyuan looked at Wu Baiti's back and muttered, do you all remember that Wu Baiti said yesterday that it was our honor for his wife to dine with us? Everyone nodded their heads. Someone chimed in, could it be that he's really a big shot who doesn't show his face? Yu Ziyuan couldn't care too much anymore. He hurriedly said to Chen Yuhan, you must strike a good relationship with this bosom friend. Quickly follow me. Saying that, Yu Ziyuan. Several people immediately chased after him towards Wu Baishu. Wu Baiyu just walked to the entrance of the restaurant. Yu Ziyuan. Several people rushed over. Chen Yuhan even directly wrapped Xia Mohan's hand. Intimate, Mohan, we just didn't eat breakfast. Why don't we eat together? In fact, Chen Yuhan. Several people have already eaten breakfast. She was listening to Yu Ziyuan's command. In order to repair the relationship, deliberately said so. For Chen Yuhan's request, of course, Xia Mohan is not good to refuse. So several people went to the restaurant, opened the box. In the box, Yu Ziyuan opened his mouth very boldly. My treat. Everyone don't be polite. Feel free to order. Wu Baiyu glanced at him and asked, don't you guys think that with me? This little cutie. Eating is embarrassing? Why are you still inviting me and my wife to dinner? Pa! These words were simply like a loud slap that ruthlessly hit Yu Ziyuan and the others in the face. A few old faces, all of a sudden, glowed. How could Yu Ziyuan not know that Wu Baitai was mocking them back? Their words mocking Wu Baitai's husband and wife must have already been memorized in Wu Baitai's heart. Yu Ziyuan's heart panicked. Immediately, Yu Ziyuan apologized with a false sense of humor. Mr. Wu is joking. Before it was us who had eyes but no pearls. Mr. Wu is a talented and handsome man. How could he be a little cutie? We are the cuties. What about? It's our honor to dine with Mr. Wu. Right. It's our honor to dine with Mr. Wu as a couple. Several other people, one after another, clapped their horses and agreed. Wu Baiyu did not have a good impression of people like Yu Ziyuan. However, he also knew that Xia Mohan and Chen Yuhan had a good relationship. Just because of this, Wu Baiyu did not make things too difficult for the other party. He just took the menu and ordered a whole lot of things very nonchalantly. At the dinner table, Yu Ziyuan several people. To Wu Baitai all sorts of offerings. Their ass patting is very loud. Simply to Wu Baitai as a god to worship. However, Wu Baitai didn't pay attention to them. He just ate by himself. Chen Yuhan, on the other hand, has been chatting with Xia Mohan, to say for the fact that Wu Baitai's identity change. Who shook the biggest? Then it is not Chen Yuhan. Ah, all along, she is extremely hate Wu Baitai. Think it is this little cute, dragged Xia Mohan, but did not expect. Wu Baiyu real identity seems to be very uncomplicated. This really let Chen Yuhan's soul are shaken. After chatting for a few moments, Chen Yuhan whispered to Xia Mohan, Mohan, what kind of person is your husband? Why was he able to make Master Jean apologize to him? Faced with this question, Xia Mohan was also confused. In fact, to say the least, she was even more surprised than Chen Yuhan. To this day, she hadn't slowed down. She had absolutely no idea what was going on. She shook her head, and blankly replied back, I'm not sure. Chen Yuhan puzzled, it can't be. He is your husband. Ah, you don't know the situation at all? Xia Mohan honestly said, I don't know. I'm also wondering why Master Jean suddenly apologized. Chen Yuhan asked this word. Are you Ziyuan's meaning? Yu Ziyuan has been perking up his ears to eavesdrop, but Xia Mohan's answer, but let Yu Ziyuan heart a little cold. In accordance with the reasoning, the husband has the ability, the wife is surely aware of. Xia Mohan actually do not know a little, which is obviously a problem. After a pause, Yu Ziyuan still can't help. To Wu Baisher opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Wu, can you tell me, why would Master Jean apologize to you? Ah? Upon hearing this, everyone at the dinner table perked up their ears and waited for Wu Baitai's answer. Just in time, Wu Baisher was also full. He put down his chopsticks and casually explained, it's not illegal for a psychopath to kill someone. He's probably afraid that I'll take his life. To this group of snobs, Wu Baisher naturally would not tell the truth. He was also too lazy to explain too much, so he casually perfunctory sentence. When Yu Ziyuan heard this, his face collapsed. He frowned and said incredulously, didn't he already know about this yesterday? Wu Baisher babbled, maybe now he's figured it out. This time, Yu Ziyuan's face completely blackened. He invited Wu Baitai for dinner this morning because he wanted to figure out Wu Baitai's identity. Just now, when Wu Baitai was eating, he had been carefully observing Wu Baitai, but after looking around, he couldn't see any special colorful places on Wu Baitai. Plus, Xia Mohan was also unaware of what his husband was capable of. And now, hearing Wu Baitai's answer, Yu Ziyuan seems to be enlightened all of a sudden. Indeed, Jean Rong what identity? Ah, he wants to get killed Wu Baitai. He also spread a human life. But, if he is killed by Wu Baitai the psychopath is still not a crime, which is completely more than worth the loss. Thinking about it, this was the only reason that made the most sense. Asterisk. Again by this little cutie. Gay fooled. Yu Ziyuan slapped the table and said angrily, alas, letting him cheat another meal. Sinning. The others, too, were indignant. This breakfast, again so unhappy. Coming out from the box, Yu Ziyuan also pointed at Wu Baisher and Xia Mohan, and said sternly to Chen Yuhan, these two are the masters of cheating and cheating. Next time you are not allowed to socialize with these two people. Do you hear me? Yo, boss you're such a smart person, but you're still fooled by these two bumpkins? Before Chen Yuhan could respond, Han Fei suddenly walked over and said with a smile at Yu Ziyuan. Hearing Han Fei's words, Yu Ziyuan couldn't help but ask, Young Han knows him? Han Fei nodded and said, I've met him twice. They came to Wulong Villa as a cab. It made a deep impression on me. After Han Fei finished speaking, Dong Xiaoyu beside him immediately chimed in. These two bumpkins are people who don't even have a VIP card. I don't know how in the world they managed to blend into Wulong Villa. Hearing this, Xiaomohan hated to have a crack in the ground can be drilled. This breakfast, eat to the back. This is eaten very embarrassing. Now, Hanfei and Dong Xiaoyuan ran to their own no VIP card thing revealed. This will let Yu Ziyuan Chen Yuan they think they are cheating food and drink. Xiaomohan really is ashamed of it. Yu Ziyuan several people. After hearing the words of Hanfei and Dong Xiaoyu, the expression also became more and more ugly. One by one, all of them, as if they had eaten, a face of stifled. Especially Yu Ziyuan. Veins are exposed. He really is encountered two liars. Actually put him completely pit. Remembered that he just fawned to please Wu Baiti. He cannot help but a burst of chills. He gritted his teeth. To Wu Baiti angrily said, "You a little cute. What you ate from me, I will make you spit it out sooner or later." As soon as Yu Ziyuan's words fell, suddenly, in the restaurant hall, a large group of people walked in. The person at the head was none other than the general manager of Jiangzhou Wulong Villa, He Rusong. Crouching Dragon Villa is a luxurious sanctuary. To be able to become the general manager of this branch is definitely a party hegemony. He Rusong's strength, extraordinary. In Jiangzhou, He Rusong has always been a low-profile and mysterious big shot. In general, people rarely see him. Company owners like Yu Ziyuan and young masters like Han Fei were not qualified to talk to He Rusong directly. Seeing He Rusong leading people, walking with the vigor of a rainbow, Yu Ziyuan, Han Fei and the others, hurriedly pranced out of the way. In the end, He Rusong and his group arrived in front of Wu Baiti in the eyes of the entire hall. Immediately, He Rusong bowed slightly, and in an incomparably respectful manner, spoke to Wu Baiti. "Hello, Mr. Wu, our big boss has an invitation." Chapter 43, Wu Baio's friend. The guests in the Wulong Villa were all rich people. Among them, there were some honored bigwigs from Jiangzhou, and even bigwigs from other cities, who would come here to play. But every single one of them, here in the Wulong Villa, would follow the rules and be peaceful. Because, the general manager of the lodge is He Rusong. His name was in existence that people did not dare to blaspheme. It was even clearer to everyone that the Wulong Villa's power was horrifyingly extraordinary. So even if you were a dilettante, you couldn't be disrespectful to He Rusong. No matter if you are a dragon or a tiger, when you arrive at Wulong Villa, you have to keep a low profile. In Jiangzhou Crouching Dragon Villa, He Rusong is the sky. However, it was such a heavenly figure that groveled before Wu Baiti and respected him to the core. Even, the highest authority of Wulong Villa's head office, Wulong Villa's big boss, descended to Jiangzhou City to personally receive Wu Baiti. This Wu Baiti, what kind of monster was he? This scene, literally stunned the entire audience, especially Yu Ziyuan, Han Fei and others. Simply like an atomic bomb blast, as if the soul has been scattered, they completely and utterly frozen. Xiaomohan had also been like a rock. His body was fixed and his brain was blank. Only Wu Baisher, as if everything is in his expectation, he is light and calm. In the shocked eyes of the whole scene, he said to He Rusong faintly, "Lead the way." He Rusong group of people, immediately set up a star-arching posture. Will Wu Baiti and Xiaomohan, respectfully sent away. Although Wu Baisher's people had already left, the shock he left behind was long-lasting in the hearts of the crowd. Yu Ziyuan and Han Fei gang, heartbeat is still like a beating drum. Intense emotions slowed down. Did I offend a big man? After a long time, Han Fei opened his mouth in a wooden voice and murmured blankly. No wonder they were able to take the special passage. It seems that they really do have a special identity. Dong Xiaoyu also couldn't help but open her mouth, and at this moment, she most deeply realized what it meant that people couldn't look at each other. Yu Han, you must make good relations with Xiaomohan. Never let Wu Baiyu hold a grudge against us. Yu Ziyuan was shocked. He said to Chen Yuhan very worriedly. Chen Yuhan is now very angry. She from a very early time, she preferred mature and stable uncle type of man. Yu Ziyuan and her expected perfect man is very close. In her heart, Yu Ziyuan omnipotent, the top of the sky, is a real man. No matter what she wants, Yu Ziyuan can satisfy. However, this time came to Wulong Villa. Chen Yuhan is really disappointed. Not to mention the guardian heart she fancy did not get. On the Yu Ziyuan this person. Not. He changed his face became too fast. Chen Yuhan was almost forced to collapse by him. She really couldn't take it anymore. She directly shouted at Yu Ziyuan. One moment you tell me to stay away from her. The other moment you tell me to please her. What exactly do you want? Yu Ziyuan was also ashamed. He explained to Chen Yuhan. Yuhan, I'm sorry, it's my eyes that are clumsy. A few of Yu Ziyuan's friends also persuaded Chen Yuhan to calm down. 10 minutes later, under the leadership of He Rusong, Wu Baisher and Xiaomohan arrived at the office building of Wulong Villa. At the door of the general manager's office, He Rusong opened the door and made a pleased gesture to Wu Baitu. Wu Baiyu asked Xiaomohan, do you want to go in? Xia Mohan shook her head and said, "People want to see you, not me. I'd better wait for you outside." Saying that, Xia Mohan walked straight to the side of the resting sofa and sat down. Wu Baiyu didn't say anything more. He directly stepped into the office. He Rusong closed the door and retreated. Inside the office, there stood a man in his 30s. His name was Gu Ziyan, a demonic-level character. Gu Ziyan's appearance was very clean-cut. At first glance he looked like a white boy. However, the pair of eyes on his clean-cut face seemed to be full of vicissitudes of life. Drenched in infinite wind and frost, his bangs were very long and covered his eyebrows, making him appear deep and mysterious. He was like a scholar, but in reality, he was a devil king who killed without blinking an eye. He was the big boss of Wulong Villa, a godlike existence. Third young master. Seeing Wu Baisher enter, Gu Ziyan immediately opened his mouth. Wu Baisher looked at him and said in a faint voice, "You don't seem to be surprised that I didn't die?" Gu Ziyan explained, "Although the outside world is rumoring that you are dead, I don't believe that third young master would die, and have never believed it. In this world, other than Wu Baiyu, there was no other person who could convince Gu Ziyan." In Gu Ziyan's heart, Wu Baiyu was the real god. He always did not believe that Wu Baiyu would die so easily. Wu Baiyu walked to the desk, reached out and took out the guardian heart from the box, which was placed on the desk. Wu Baisho looked at the necklace and spoke in a tight-lipped manner. "Outsiders call you a butcher, with courage but no strategy, but I think you are actually very smart." Wu Baiti rarely complimented others. Upon hearing this compliment, Gu Ziyan's heart couldn't help but tremble. He immediately asked Wu Baiti, "Third young master wouldn't be suspecting me?" Wu Baiti put away the necklace and said seriously to Gu Ziyan, "No, I am appreciating you. There are not many people who can make me trust absolutely now. You count as one." This was Wu Baiyu's sincere words. For Gu Ziyan as a person, Wu Baiyu was 100% trusting. Back then, it was Wu Baiti who saved Gu Ziyan from death row, giving Gu Ziyan a chance to be reborn. Later, Gu Ziyan's forces developed rapidly and were as powerful as a tiger, and Crouching Dragon Villa rose to prominence in the country. Gu Ziyan to Wu Baiti, absolutely no half of the descent. After hearing this from Wu Baiti, he also put down his heart. After a pause, he then asked Wu Baiti, "Third young master appeared in Wulong Mountain Villa today. Is there something?" Wu Baisher said in a cold voice, "This Jiangzhou, there is a family that insulted my wife." Gu Ziyan immediately said, "That's not easy. I'll make this family disappear today." Wu Baisher waved his hand and said, "No, this is my wife's grandfather's family. The crime is not to death. I only need them to be taught a painful lesson and make them regret what they have done." Gu Ziyan understood what Wu Baisho meant. He immediately spoke again. "Then I will bring people to accompany you in this matter." Wu Baiti deeply said, "No need for you. In this place of Jiangzhou, you are not famous. Your manager is better than you. Just let him out. As for you, there are more important things to do." Gu Zi said, and immediately said seriously, "What is it?" Wu Baitai's complexion also changed vaguely. His eyes became deep. In Gu Ziyan's place, he didn't hide anything. He told all about what happened to him 3 years ago in the Wu family. In the end, Wu Baiyu told Gu Ziyan that the originator of all this was Wu Tian. After Gu Ziyan heard this, his killing aura was revealed as he said fiercely, "Then what are you waiting for? Third young master, let's just directly kill over there." Wu Baiyu said in a deep voice, "It's not that simple. My father is definitely under house arrest by Wu Tian, so I can't act rashly for the time being. What I want you to do now is to go to Yanjing and find out the exact location of where my father is." Gu Ziyan nodded and said, "This is no problem." Wu Baiyu patted Gu Ziyan's shoulder and urged, "You must be careful. Wu Tian is more powerful than imagined. If you are caught by him, you will definitely die." To Wu Baisho, Gu Ziyan was his right-hand man and his friend. He didn't want Gu Ziyan to have an accident. Half an hour later, Wu Baisho walked out from the office. Xia Mohan sat on the sofa outside, quietly fuming alone. She was eased for a long time before her head regained the ability to think. Today's events really let Xia Mohan cannot understand. First is Jinrong good reason to Wu Baitu apologized. This fact and too strange, although Wu Baitu explained the reason. But Xia Mohan at that time did not fully believe. Feel things are not as simple as he said. Now, it is the big boss of Wulong Villa personally received. Wulong Villa is what kind of place? That is she felt in the heavenly realm of an unattainable place. So the boss of the villa, naturally, is extraordinary. Xia Mohan really can't figure out, this kind of big boss, how to meet Wu Baiyu, and why he wants to meet Wu Baiyu. The more Xia Mohan thought about it, the more confused she became. How could she not sort this out? "Go!" Wu Bastard interrupted Xia Mohan's thoughts and opened his mouth. Xia Mohan was startled. She looked up at Wu Baisho before she said indistinctly, "You came out." As she spoke, she got up and followed Wu Baiyu out. Only after leaving the office building did Xia Mohan stop in her tracks. She turned around, looked at Wu Baiyu. and asked with incomparable seriousness, "What the hell is going on here? Don't tell me this is another lucky viewer's benefit?" Wu Baisho casually replied, "Yes, the lucky audience. The boss shall not dip into my joy?" Xia Mohan beeped. She obviously do not believe this reason. This statement, perfunctory too obvious. Xia Mohan solemnly looked at Wu Baiyu, very seriously opened his mouth to ask, "What kind of a person you used to be in the end?" The Wu Baitu that Xia Mohan understood was the Wu Baitu that he became a little cutie. The Wu Baiyu of those 3 years. Other than those 3 years, for the past Wu Baiyu, Xia Mohan knew nothing. And the current Wu Baiyu, rich, powerful and mysterious. Xia Mohan felt that she could not see through him more and more. Wu Bastard knew that Xia Mohan was able to see her own unusual. From now on, she should also slowly accept her own unusual. So Wu Bastard, the same seriousness to Xia Mohan back. "You will slowly understand." Xia Mohan pursed her lips, and finally did not ask more questions. Wu Baisho looked at her and said deeply, "Well, it's getting late. Go to your grandpa's house." Xia Mohan froze, puzzled. "Ah, go there for what?" Wu Baiyu explained. "Isn't your grandpa's 70th birthday today? Shouldn't you go to congratulate him?" Hearing this, Xia Mohan's complexion immediately sank. If her grandpa's family was a normal family, and her grandpa was a normal grandpa who loved his granddaughter, Xia Mohan was of course very willing to go and congratulate her grandpa on his birthday. But on the contrary, her grandfather's family is a tiger's den. Her grandfather's family, all inhuman beasts. Xia Mohan no longer want to see those people. So, she directly refused to say, "I don't want to go. There is no one there to look up to me. They just take me as a tool to use." Wu Baiyu said in a serious manner, "It's because of that, so it's even more necessary to go. I want to make those people who look down on you, all look up to you. Let's go. I have prepared a big gift for your grandfather." After saying that, Wu Baiti brought Xia Mohan and stepped away. Chapter 40 For the miserable Huang Guilun. 11 o'clock in the morning. The Huang family mansion. Today, this old mansion was particularly bustling, and the old sluggishness had disappeared. The Huang family has developed, and the mansion has been renovated and remodeled. The entire mansion has become grand and prosperous. A glory, the Huang family prospered. The people also became prosperous. Even the former not much involved in the distant relatives, are now close. The Huang family has now become a huge family. Huang Pingan, as the head of the Huang family, could not be faulted, and it could even be said that it was he who led the heirs and single-handedly developed the Huang family. As the Huang family watched the family go from decline to prosperity, their hearts were filled with gratitude and even more admiration for the old master. Today, the old man's 70th birthday, the Huang family from the importance of the most, which for them, is a big day, but also highlights the prosperity of the Huang family's good day. The entire Huang family, all up and down, are going all out to make preparations. The Huang family house is decorated with lights and colors, hanging birthday characters everywhere, personnel running around busy, not to mention, the house is filled with festive and lively. On such a day, almost none of the Huang family's children were absent. No matter where they worked or lived, they all rushed over early today. Huang Pingan, the birthday boy, is the biggest protagonist today. He is wearing a red tang suit, hale and hearty, full of joy. Inside the inner room, Huang Pingan's 3 sons are accompanying him on his side. Xia Mohan still no news at all? Huang Pingan wore a festive and competent outfit, but his face was joyless and full of sternness. This is a very important day for him. He should have enjoyed himself and fully scenery, but because of Xia Mohan's matter, he always has a thorn in his heart. He really hated this granddaughter. It is Xia Mohan. Let him not only did not please Zhang Jingming, but offended Zhang Jingming. This time, not to mention get a huge loan. I'm afraid to find Xia Mohan. Zhang Jingming will find his Huang family to settle the score. Hearing Huang Pingan's words, Huang Yi stood out. He reported back to Huang Pingan, "There is no news yet. I've already asked people to search around. That is, the Western Plains side. I've gone to inquire, but there is no news of her, and I don't know where she fled to." Huang Yi was Huang Pingan's eldest son, also considered the heir of the Huang family. Huang Pingan was old. Many things were handled by Huang Yi. Huang Pingan said angrily, "This unfilial daughter is really a sweeping star." Huang Pingan's second son, Huang Yan, also had a displeased look on his face. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "If I find her, I'll have to beat her to death." Huang Yan, this person, had no other skills, but when it came to fighting, he was a good hand, and he was known as a reckless man. "Alright Dad, today is your birthday. It's a happy day. There's no need to keep frowning over this. There are still a lot of relatives out there that we need to entertain." Huang Pingan's third son, Huang Jian, spoke up and advised. Huang Pingan nodded and solemnly said, "Alright, all cheer up. Go and organize this birthday banquet well." After the words, several people went out of the inner room together. Huang Pingan came to the main house banquet parlor. The Huang family's sons and daughters have gathered around to congratulate. Huang Pingan was full of spring, and the Huang family's sons and daughters greeted. Has my little foam come? Who has seen my little foam? Just when the atmosphere was peaceful, there was suddenly a cloaked woman who rushed to the banquet parlor and asked when she saw someone. This woman was Huang Guilan. Huang Guilan has not closed her eyes for 2 days. She regretted. From Xia Mohan cried and ran out of the Huang family. Huang Guilan began to regret. Xia Mohan is her own daughter, is the only person she can rely on in this life. These years, Xia Mohan alone to support a family. Hard work, to their own mom. She is also very tolerant. Even if they play cards all day long and lose all day long, she has no complaints. She is really a good daughter. However, he himself, the ghost, is obsessed. Under the father's coercion, in order to the so-called mother and daughter's future, even agreed to sell their own daughter. Huang Guilan can think of. Xia Mohan will have how disappointed. It is she, forced Xia Mohan desperate to leave. Huang Guilan really regret and fear. Xia Mohan left the phone and cannot be reached. She was anxious, looking around, Jiangzhou, West Plains. She ran both places, but cannot find Xia Mohan traces. She went to report the case, but Xia Mohan missing did not reach 48 hours. The case is not admissible. Huang Guilan is really no way to help. She was full of panic, almost collapse. She was really afraid of Xia Mohan. Have a long and short. She was afraid of losing the only daughter. She was like crazy, shouting, screaming everywhere, can't find outside. She returned to the yellow family to look for. At this moment Huang Guilan, no longer from the former noblewoman's posture. Her whole image is miserable, especially like the street wandering beggars. Her body, but also filled with a subtle odor. People in the Huang family house, once they see this image of Huang Guilan, immediately retreat, away from her, far away, for fear of touching her bad luck. Nonsense! Who told you to make noise here? Huang Pingan stared at Huang Guilan and said in a cold tone. Huang Pingan's words instantly jolted the almost insane Huang Guilan awake. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and quickly ran to Huang Pingan, painfully supplicating, Dad, I don't want the house. I don't want you to find a job. Can you give me back my little foam? I want my daughter. Snap! Huang Pingan slapped, heavily hitting Huang Guilan's face. After hitting, he also rushed at Huang Guilan, angrily scolded. What are you mad at me for? If I knew where your daughter was, I would have already kidnapped her and given her to Mr. Zhang. With a plop, Huang Guilan knelt down in front of Huang Pingan and hissed and cried, Dad, Xiaoma is my only dependence. She can't be in trouble. She's also your own granddaughter. Can you ask General Manager Zhang if he grabbed Xiaoma? Zhang Jingning was beaten by Wu Baiti, even forced to kneel down and kowtow. This is a strange shame for Zhang Jingning. Of course he can't talk about this kind of thing to outsiders, and the Huang family will be completely unaware of it. In the Huang family's opinion, Zhang Jingming is still remembering the revenge of being smashed by Xia Mohan. Huang Pingan was already annoyed by this matter, and now after hearing Huang Guilan's words, he became even more furious. He was so angry that he kicked at Huang Guilan and loudly rebuked. Do you know how much trouble Xia Mohan has caused me? She hit General Manager Zhang, but she has dragged my entire family into it. She is not my granddaughter at all. My Huang family does not have such an unfilial descendant. Even if she dies outside, it has nothing to do with me. Dad, don't talk nonsense with her. There will be guests coming soon. This image of her staying here is simply a disgrace to our Huang family. Quickly blow her out. Huang Yi on the side, really can't stand to watch this big day. Huang Guilan in this mess. Messed up his heart. He just want Huang Guilan to hurry up and disappear. Yes, look at her. She's like a madwoman. She's going crazy here. Others will laugh at our Huang family. Right, later on the guests will think we have a barker in our house. This Huang Guilan is a disaster. Nothing good happens when she comes here. Hurry up and tell her to get lost. She's an eyesore. The rest of the Huang family also opened their mouths to rebuke Huang Guilan. Everyone treated Huang Guilan as a plague and just wanted to stay away. To Huang Pingan, the face of the family was more important than anything else, especially on this special day. He would never want Huang Guilan to bring shame to his Huang family. Before the guests arrived, of course he had to clear out Huang Guilan, so he had no qualms about it, and coldly droned at Huang Guilan. Get out! Huang Guilan shook her head and insisted. I'm not leaving. I'm going to wait here for my daughter. She knows I'm here. She'll definitely come back for me. Seeing Huang Guilan being so shrewd, Huang Pingan became even more annoyed. He was worried that even if he kicked Huang Guilan out, if she were to start going crazy, she would definitely be stalking here, and by then, she would really disturb the guests who had come to the birthday banquet. Thinking of this, Huang Pingan immediately ordered, Come on people, put Guilan in the firewood room for me. The Huang family mansion is an old mansion. There is a small firewood room in the backyard. only now it doesn't burn firewood. The firewood room is also deserted. The Huang family didn't remodel the firewood room, so they treat it as a prison, and the subordinate who made a mistake will often be locked in to be punished. In Huang Pinggan's eyes, the current Huang Guilan was not even as good as an underling, and he did not treat this crazy daughter with any politeness at all. I don't want it. I don't want it. I'm going to wait here for my daughter. Huang Guilan was desperate. She didn't want to be kicked out or locked up. However, who in the Huang family would listen to Huang Guilan's words? As soon as Huang Pinggan gave the order, two men immediately came over, disregarding Huang Guilan's struggles and resistance, pinning up Huang Guilan with one left and one right and leaving. It's finally clear. Seeing Huang Guilan being racked away, Huang Guilan's sister-in-law, Lu Oping, comfortably said, all right, everyone get ready for the guests. Huang Pinggan spoke seriously. Then, as if he were an emperor, Huang Pinggan took the main seat. The others also took action. Boss of the Five Fortunes jewelry store, Jiang Man has come to celebrate his birthday. The welcome guest in the courtyard, who specialized in receiving guests, shouted. Five Fortunes Jewelry had opened quite a few branches in Zhengzhou, and Jiang Man, as the owner of Five Fortunes Jewelry, was definitely a solid female rich woman. Jiang Man and the Huang family usually have dealings. Friendship is still there, so this time, Huang's grandfather's birthday, Jiang Man brought her little boyfriend Zhu Fugue, specially came over to wish him a happy birthday. Zhu Fugue is more than 10 years younger than Jiang Man. However, he does not care a bit, because Jiang Man has money, and he just happens to like money and power. In his concept, relying on women to get to the top is also a skill. He likes to stay in the upper class, enjoy the feeling of wealth. Today, to participate in the Huang family birthday banquet, he made elaborate dressed very decent. A little bit cannot see as a young man from the countryside. Zhu Fugue followed Jiang Man and came to the Huang family's banquet parlor together. Elder Huang, I wish you good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like South Mountain. Jiang Man walked to Huang Pinggan and presented his congratulatory gift. Huang Pinggan smiled and narrowed his eyes. Thank you, Boss Jiang is kind. The glorious moment came, and following Jiang Man, one after the other, an endless stream of distinguished guests came one after the other. These honored guests were either business elites or company bosses. Worth millions were considered very common. Among them, there was no lack of bosses with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. The Huang family had been in decline for many years, but now that they had turned around, the treatment they enjoyed was really a world of difference from the past. Huang family children, who have never seen such a grand situation, one by one, all of them, all smiles, happy and proud. The fact that so many people had come to pay their respects to the old master on his birthday was enough to show that the Huang family had already reached the point where it was as good as new. Happy birthday to the old master. I wish the old master a long life. I wish the old master good health. All sorts of blessings resounded in the banquet hall. When Huang Pinggan saw one boss after another arrive, he was also all smiles and joyful. He knew that today's birthday banquet, there would definitely be many guests, but the number of noble guests that arrived today was still beyond his expectations. This is already a surprise for him. 12 o'clock at noon, the guests basically arrived. The large banquet parlor, really full of guests, joyful. Seeing this scene, Huang Pinggan was really cheerful to the extreme. The Huang family, under his leadership, had finally come to its most glorious moment. 100-years-old Wu Xiaomohan, come to celebrate his birthday. While the Huang family was rejoicing, the welcome guest in the courtyard suddenly shouted. Chapter 45, making a scene in the Huang family. The atmosphere of the Huang family was at the peak of celebration. Xiaomohan, Wu Baiyu, these two names, to the Huang family, were tantamount to a bolt from the blue. At that instant, the springy crowd of Huang family members abruptly changed their faces. All the Huang family members were shocked and puzzled. How could Xiaomohan automatically come to the door at such a time, and even brought her little cutie with her? Hubby came? No one dared to believe it. Everyone was as if they had lost their souls, staring blankly at the entrance of the banquet parlor, only to see Wu Baisher hand-holding Xiaomohan, stepped into the banquet parlor. Really saw Xiaomohan with their own eyes. The Huang family's face is even more colorful. Everyone's eyes, all now appear the color of disgust. Wu Baiyu came to the banquet parlor. Seeing the silence in the room, the whole group was fixed. He couldn't help but open his mouth and said faintly, everyone doesn't seem to be too welcoming to us. Huang Pinggan, who was on the main seat, saw that these two bogeymen had come, and a flame of anger was born in his heart. However, the guests were all there, so he didn't have a fit on the spot. He just gritted his teeth with a cold face, and said to Xiaomohan and Wu Baisho, what are the two of you doing here? Wu Baisher's gaze went to Huang Pinggan, and he said in a nonchalant manner, isn't today your 70th birthday? As your granddaughter, Mohan is of course here to wish you a happy birthday. Holding back his spewing anger, Huang Pingan stared at Wu Baisha and said in a single word, "I don't need your blessings. You guys please go back." Huang Pingan maintained his composure and did not show too much emotion, but in reality, if it were not for the fact that there was a hall full of distinguished guests here, Huang Pingan would have had someone arrest Xia Mohan long ago, in order to take care of his face, in order for his birthday not to be spoiled by that little cutie Wu Baiyu, in order to save face, and to prevent his birthday from being ruined by that little cutie Wu bastard. Huang Pingan deliberately held back. He planned to invite Wu bastard and Xia Mohan first, and then ordered people to capture Xia Mohan outside. Wu bastard looked straight at Huang Pingan, full of deep meaning. "How can this be? We are all very filial, and I have specially prepared a big gift for you. You will definitely like it." Huang Pingan disliked Xia Mohan, and was even more annoyed with this little cutie Wu Baiyu. He was really afraid that this little cutie would come up with something ridiculous that would damage his Huang family's face. Therefore, he endured again and continued to speak calmly. "I don't want your gifts. Get out of here." As he said this, Huang Pingan's teeth were almost crushed. He only wanted these two plagues to hurry up and disappear from in front of him. Huang Yi, who was on the side, was also seething with anger inside. After Huang Pingan finished speaking, he quickly walked towards Wu Baisha and Xia Mohan, and said to the two of them in a deep voice, "You are not welcome here. Get out." Huang Yi naturally couldn't wait to tie these two up on the spot, but right now, the old man's birthday banquet was the most important. He couldn't let these two mess up this birthday banquet. He couldn't let the guests look at the jokes. He could only bring the two out first before arresting them. Wu Baiyo's gaze glanced at Huang Yi and returned. "What kind of a thing are you?" Huang Yi was holding back his anger, but the moment he heard Wu Baisha belittling himself so much, he instantly couldn't hold back. He directly rushed to Wu Baisha and lashed out. "You dare to talk to me like that?" The Huang Yi who initiated his anger was very scary. Xia Mohan was especially afraid of this uncle. The last time he was slapped by him, Xia Mohan had palpitations until now. At this moment, once he saw Huang Yi was angry, Xia Mohan couldn't help but cower for a moment. Sensing Xia Mohan's fear, Wu Baiyo's gaze changed as he glared at Huang Yi, sternly scolding, "Scram!" The sudden shocking shout made Huang Yi's heart shudder. He was really going to faint with anger, but with such an unreasonable cutie, he couldn't do it the hard way. The guests were all watching. He really wasn't good at exploding, but if he didn't explode out, he was suffocating. He is now like a balloon full of gas, to burst or not, unbearable to the extreme. The rest of the Huang family, also like constipation. Want to have a seizure cannot have a seizure. We all hate to cut Wu Baisha this little cute, but no one dares to ruin the old man's birthday banquet. Dare not let the guests know. Wu Baisha is a little cute. Good for you, a little cutie. Ran to my store to cause trouble, causing me to lose my job. And now you're running to stir up people's birthday banquet. You're really not a thing, are you? Just when the Huang family didn't know how to deal with Wu Baisha, Xu Fuguei suddenly appeared and shouted loudly. Xu Fuguei could be said to hate Wu Baiti to death. As soon as he saw Wu Baiti and Xia Mohan appear just now, his eyes reddened and his heart was on fire. Only that at first he didn't know the situation and didn't casually say anything. But now, he knew that although Xia Mohan was a relative of the Huang family, the Huang family didn't welcome them at all. So Xu Fuguei was no longer polite and immediately spoke out to insult Wu Baisha. As soon as Jiang Man heard Xu Fuguei's words, he immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Is he the one who caused you to be expelled?" Xu Fuguei indignantly said, "Yes, it's him. This Wu Baiti is a well-known little cutie in Shiyuan City. Flunky who often does some extreme stupid things." Xu Fuguei's voice was loud. He just wanted the whole world to know that Wu Baiti was a little cutie. He wanted to make a fool out of Wu Baisha, and he hated stomping on Wu Baisha even more. The guests present, when they heard Xu Fuguei's words, they were instantly enlightened, and the large banquet parlor was immediately in an uproar. So it's a little cutie. Ah, no wonder it dares to be so arrogant. Yeah, do you see that he looks like he came in good faith to give a gift? Both of them came empty-handed. This little cutie is deliberately coming to be funny, right? All kinds of mocking sounds came and went. The jokes that should have been made had finally been made. The Huang family's people, now they hated Wu Baisha and Xia Mohan even more. Their faces, one by one, were more ugly than the other. Huang Pingan had been holding back just now, holding back from exploding. He just didn't want people to know that Wu Baisha was a cutie, not wanting to make people look at him as a joke. But in the end, Wu Baisha's identity was still exposed, which made Huang Pingan's old face burn. He was furious and bellowed out explosively, "Men, bring them down." Obviously, Huang Pingan was going to use force, and if Wu Baisha and Xia Mohan dared to disobey again, they would naturally have to be racked out. Wait. At this time, Jiang Man suddenly stood out and spoke. Huang Pingan looked at Jiang Man and asked, "What does Boss Jiang mean by this?" Jiang Man explained, "This Wu Baiyu caused my man to be beaten and lose his job. I need a statement on this matter. Jiang Man is a strong woman. To her, Xu Fuguei needs her protection. The day before yesterday, Xu Fuguei was bullied. Jiang Man said at that time, when she finds someone, she will definitely avenge Xu Fuguei. Now since Wu Baisheng appeared, how can she let it go? Hearing Jiang Man's words, Huang Pingan frankly said, this little cutie has nothing to do with our Huang family at all. Boss Jiang can handle it however she wants. Huang Pingan was very clear. Although Jiang Man was a woman, but she was in Jiangzhou, there is still a certain amount of power. She wants to clean up Wu Baisher, just so he does not need to do it himself. This is certainly a good thing for Huang Pingan. Jiang Man domineeringly walked to the front of Wu Baiti, full of stern eyes. I heard that you bought a piece of raggedy clothes. You think you are very great. Just such tens of thousands of dollars of clothes on your wife. My mother does not care to wear it on her body. You really take tens of thousands of dollars seriously, but also made a mess of my man was expelled. What do you say about this? Wu Baiyu stared at Jiang Man, faintly said, what do you want to do? Jiang Man spoke proudly. Very simple. Kneel down and kowtow to make amends. At this moment, Jiang Man was like a queen, towering above the rest. Hearing Jiang Man's words, Xu Fuguei immediately rushed up, standing tall and proud in front of Wu Baishou, and arrogantly said, right, kowtow to me to make amends. Kowtow until I am satisfied. With Jiang Man by his side, Xu Fuguei's bottom line was very strong. He was infinitely arrogant and blatantly rode on Wu Baitai's head. Bang! Just as Xu Fuguei finished his words, Wu Baiti kicked out violently. Instantly, Xu Fuguei was like a sandbag, being kicked backwards and finally smashed heavily on the ground. Are you satisfied with this statement? Wu Baiyu looked at Jiang Man and said flatly. Jiang Man's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to hit my people? The other people present were all shocked as well, especially the Huang family. They were shocked and angry, their faces unbelievable. Huang Pingan even directly stood up from his seat as he shouted at Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan, did you deliberately bring this little cutie? Bring it here to cause trouble? Are you trying to get back at me? Huang Pingan's voice was loud and furious. Xia Mohan had beaten Zhang Jingming. He hadn't even looked for Xia Mohan to settle this account, and now Xia Mohan had even brought a little cutie to make a fuss, stirring up his birthday banquet. Huang Pingan really hate to beat Xia Mohan to death. Xia Mohan also did not expect, in such a big occasion, Wu Baitu will hit people. But now, Xia Mohan will not think Wu Baitu is sick. She believed Wu Baitu, no matter what Wu Baitu do, are for her good. In this world, there is only Wu Baitu worthy of her trust. What she had to do at the moment was to follow Wu Baitai's steps and would never stand in his way. Therefore, in the face of Huang Pingan's questioning, Xia Mohan did not take heed. Instead, Wu Baishou opened his mouth. He turned to Huang Pingan and resoundingly replied, that's right, I'm here to seek justice for my wife. Now, Huang Pingan directly exploded with anger. Gasping for air, he pointed at Wu Baisher and shouted, come on people, take this little cutie, arrest him for me. Immediately, two underlings from the Huang family mansion quickly rushed to Wu Baisher's side, with one on the left and one on the right. They grabbed onto Wu Baishou, wanting to take him away. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move Wu Baishou in the slightest. Just when the two of them were astonished and puzzled, Wu Baishou's body gently flung himself. At that moment, a powerful force erupted from within Wu Baitai's body. The two subordinates who were holding onto Wu Baiti were flicked off with a loud bang and fell to the ground. The entire scene, stunned. No one had thought that this little cutie actually had this kind of ability. Crazy, really crazy. Huang Pingan was so angry that his body shivered. This little cutie committed an illness. It was too rampant. Huang Pingan was really going to be pissed off alive. Finally, Huang Pingan's second son, Huang Yan, walked out. As he walked, he said to Xia Mohan, no wonder you dared to come back on your own initiative. So you, this little cutie, hubby, is still quite powerful. But, do you really think that my Huang family is a place where you can be wild? As the words fell, Huang Yan's aura, too, unfolded with a bang, and he seemed like a giant, domineering and incomparable. Huang Yan's status in the Huang family was also very high. This was mainly because he could fight. A lot of things that the Huang family couldn't solve, Huang Yan was able to rely on force to solve them, and under his fists, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. The moment they saw Huang Yan come out, those Huang family members who were stunned by Wu Baiyu, immediately all came back to their senses. Their bottom spirit instantly returned to the furnace. To their Huang family members, Huang Yan was the god of war. Thus, the crowd of Huang family members clamored, this time, little cutie, it's going to be over. Xia Mohan wouldn't think that a little cutie can be invincible, right? She definitely doesn't know the power of second uncle. Yes, the second brother is from the martial arts school, often in the underground boxing gym boxing black boxing. Wu Baiyu so a little cute. I don't think he can resist a single punch from second brother, right? Even the guests at the scene couldn't help but open their mouths. Huang Yan is really capable of fighting. I've seen his power at the boxing gym. In the midst of all the boasting, Huang Yan strutted with his head held high and arrived in front of Wu Baiyu. Huang Yan was in his 40s, but he appeared young. His face was tight with horizontal meat. His body was strong and sturdy, very tough at a glance. He looked out of the corner of his eye coldly at Wu Baiyu. His eyes were full of contempt, as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Only after a pause, Huang Yan arrogantly opened his mouth. Today is the old man's birthday banquet. I don't want to see blood. If you want to kneel down and kowtow and apologize, I can consider a lighter hand. Bang! As soon as Huang Yan's words fell, Wu Baiyu threw a punch over. With just one punch, Huang Yan, who had an invincible aura just a moment ago, smashed to the ground and fainted. The crowd, abruptly silenced. The scene, a dead silence. Chapter 46, Xia Mohan Outbreak. Looking at the motionless Huang Yan on the ground, the people present were all shocked to the point where their jaws dropped and they were dumbfounded. What kind of person is Huang Yan? He is the Huang family's force-bearer, absolutely able to fight. The most important thing is, Huang Yan physical quality is too hard. Resistance to blows is very strong, but this kind of him, surprisingly, by Wu Baiyu a punch, was given to unconsciousness. This is how unimaginable things. This West Plains city-size cute. He was also a little too fierce. The people present were truly shocked. Even Xia Mohan, who knew that Wu Baitai's fights were powerful, was stunned, because she also knew that her second uncle Huang Yan was equally capable of fighting, but Wu Baiyu even easily killed his second uncle. What kind of magic is this? Xia Mohan couldn't help but feel a huge wave in her heart. The whole group was fixed. No one moved. After a while, Huang Yi snapped back to his senses. He ran over to check on Huang Yan's condition, then stared at Xia Mohan, bursting into a rage. Xia Mohan, do you really want to rebel? Huang Yi knew that even though the one who hit the man was Wu Baiyu, but with Wu Baiyu, a little cutie, it's useless to say anything. Such a little cutie. Reasoning also does not make sense. Huang Yi also determined that Wu Baisheng to come here is Xia Mohan's intention, so he will point the spearhead directly to Xia Mohan. The other Huang family members, after hearing Huang Yi's words, also reacted at once, so they all agreed. Xia Mohan, you're also considered a member of our Huang family. How can you stir up your grandfather's birthday banquet like this? Yeah, this is simply white-eyed wolf behavior on your part. It's so unbecoming. Even laying such a heavy hand on your own second uncle, this is worse than a beast. If you're still a human being, kneel down and apologize to everyone. The Huang family unanimously reprimanded Xia Mohan. Everything that Wu Baisheng had gotten up to today had shocked and angered the Huang family even more. They all decided that it was Xia Mohan's fault. The old birthday boy, Huang Pingan, was even more furious, cursing at Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan, you beat up Mr. Zhang. You have already dragged our Huang family into trouble. Now you are still bringing Wu Baiyu to beat up people. Stirring up my birthday. Do you want to be angry with me and destroy my family? Xia Mohan instantly became the target of the crowd. The Huang family turned all their guns on her, as if all the mistakes were caused by her. She was the worst offender. Guests heard the Huang family this accusation, also can't help but cast a different look at Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan didn't say a word throughout the whole process. At this moment, she stood out. She faced the entire Huang family directly, word by word, righteously and sternly. Ling Lan shouted, you people, for the sake of the family's interests, you sold me to an old man. May I ask if you have ever treated me as a member of the Huang family? My mother and I came to join you. If you didn't welcome me, you could have just kicked me out. But why did you hypocritically welcome me, and then give me to another man that night? Don't you know that I'm the one who has a husband? Don't you know that I have a husband? Don't your conscience hurt when you use such tactics to make such a dirty deal? Do you deserve to be human beings? So what if I beat up Zhang Jingming? He tried to cheat on me. Shouldn't I beat him up? Even if something happened, it's still your own fault. You deserved it. You were born as human beings, but you don't even have the most basic affection and benevolence as human beings. What qualifications do you have to stand on the moral high ground and talk about others? Xia Mohan spoke out indignantly, saying a lot in one breath, giving vent to all those grievances and hatred held in her heart. In the past, Xia Mohan was not relied on. She had no way to resist. Now, there is a man. Stand up for her. She does not need to be afraid of anything anymore. She will rely on Wu Baiyu. Boldly dislike this group of shameless Huang family. The large banquet parlor instantly became silent. The hordes of Huang family members were suddenly dumbfounded. The guests who filled the room were abruptly shocked inwardly. After listening to Xia Mohan's words, They were able to understand the beginning and end of the matter and the original reason. In fact, people want to survive, much care about the interests, in order to benefit, will inevitably make some subterfuge transactions, but like the Huang family, sell their granddaughter in exchange for benefits, or relatively rare. Huang Pinggan is a person whose reputation in Jianzhou has always been good, and it is precisely because people trust him as a person that they are willing to cooperate with him. However, no one expected that Huang Pinggan's nature was so bad. Xia Mohan's revelation of this matter really shocked the guests who came to celebrate the birthday as well as the Huang family's distant relatives. After a short period of silence, murmurs gradually resounded. It can't be. Master Huang betrayed his granddaughter to Zhang Jingming? I've heard of this person Zhang. He's the general manager of the Jiangzhou branch. He's a very capable person, but he's just horny. It's said that it's useless to send anything to him, he only accepts it if he sends a woman. It's not necessary to send a woman to send one's granddaughter. This is too much. These voices were all directed at Huang Pinggan. Huang Pinggan's behavior was indeed disgraceful. Huang Pinggan today is considered to be the old face lost. His hatred for Xia Mohan, but also to the extreme. This granddaughter, really his great nemesis, his big day. By Xia Mohan to make it almost become a big day of mourning. Huang Pinggan almost a breath of air did not slow down, so angry that the pigtail. Xia Mohan, I'm your own grandfather you usually don't come to see me even if. Why do you still want to slander me like this? Huang Pinggan coughed while shouting at Xia Mohan, the Huang family members who were speechless just now. As soon as they heard Huang Pinggan's words, they immediately followed and retorted. Yes, Xia Mohan, you're too bloodthirsty. Right, it's obvious that it's you mother and daughter who have come to defect to the family, and we're kind enough to take you in. So how can you turn around and bite us? Yes, we have good intentions. Xia Mohan even slandered us. Too much. It was you yourself who drank too much wine, went crazy and hit Mr. Zhang, and now you're blaming others. It's really outrageous. It was as if the Huang family had scuttled together, colluding to beat up on Xia Mohan. They all told lies as if they were true, even so justified. Xia Mohan only had one mouth. Where could she argue with so many Huang family members? She also didn't want to argue with these people. She was disappointed in this family, to the core. Bai Yu, the people here are hopeless, let's go. Xia Mohan looked at Wu Baitu and said softly. Wu Baisho said with a straight face, I'm not here to save them. I'm here to make them realize how big of a mistake they've made. Saying that, Wu Baisho coldly swept his eyes towards the Huang clan's crowd and continued to speak. The reason why they are now obsessed with the truth is merely that they owe it to themselves to clean up their act. A single sentence brought out Wu Baitai's endless aura, and at this moment, his aura clouded the sky. Wu Baitai, you are too rampant. Do you really think that there is no one in my Huang family to let you run wild? Huang Pinggan did not deny that Wu Baisher was very capable of fighting. However, he was no more than a little cutie. This little cutie, to belittle the Huang family in such a way, this was something that Huang Pinggan could never tolerate. Right now, he wanted to squash Wu Baisher's sharpness. When the crowd heard this, their gazes all turned to Pinggan Huang. Huang Pinggan raised his eyebrows and bellowed. Where are the Huang family guards? The Huang family was growing better and better, and was bound to attract enemies as well. In order to ensure the safety of the family members, the Huang family had hired 10 well-trained security personnel to shake the mansion. These 10 guards, on the ability to fight alone, is definitely not as good as Huang Yan, but, when they 10 people together, they definitely have not bad fighting power, which is not comparable to a Huang Yan. In the Huang family, these 10 guards were equivalent to guardian gods. As soon as Huang Pinggan shouted, immediately, there were 10 people dressed in black attire and holding clubs, breaking into the banquet parlor. Seeing this, the guests retreated and the Huang family stood aside. Wu Baisher and Xia Mohan were, at once, isolated. In a matter of moments, the Huang family's 10 guards surrounded Wu Baitu. Seeing that Wu Baitu was surrounded by the Huang family guards, the Huang family's backbone immediately returned, and they weren't afraid of dying again as they taunted Wu Baitu. Humph, a little cutie, only a better fighter. Still really thinking of making a scene in my Huang family. Yes, too arrogant. Actually so not put my Huang family in my eyes. This little cutie. He was able to easily defeat brother Huang Yan purely because of his strength and was taken by surprise. Our Huang family guards are all carefully selected fighters by the old master. Beating this little cutie. Isn't it just like beating a dog? Yes, even if he is strong alone, can he beat so many people? All kinds of arrogant voices rose and fell. Looking at these people's ugly faces, Wu Baisho was speechless and said, still really stubborn. After the words, Wu Baisho struck out. Bang bang bang. Wu Baisho didn't have any fancy moves. He punched one by one, and almost in the blink of an eye, he knocked 10 Huang family guards, all of them lying on the ground. Such a scene was too bizarre. In a flash, the entire crowd was dumbfounded. Every face was filled with infinite shock. The Huang family, in particular, was so shocked that their faces were bloodless and their eyes and mouths were wide open. This little cutie. What kind of freak is this? The Huang family guards, but Huang Pingan spent a large sum of money to hire a fighter. But this group of them, in the hands of Wu Baiyu, was so unbearable. Such a fact, who could accept? However, everyone has to admit, Wu Baisu won against 10, completely effortless, which is only strong. This is clearly a strong martial arts. The Huang family's faces couldn't help but turn pale, and their hearts were instantly ashen. Especially Huang Pingan. Just now he was still winning, but now, he was like a deflated ball. The whole thing wilted. He collapsed on the seat, and muttered feebly, "Sins? Really sins? Do you guys still want to make mistakes again and again?" Wu Baio's cold voice resounded through the banquet hall. None of the Huang family dared to respond. Granted, Wu Baiyu was nothing more than a little cutie in West Plain City. A little cutie that everyone laughs at. But, this little cutie's force value was indeed amazing. At least in this Huang family, no one could subdue him. When encountering such a madman who could fight, no one could do anything about it. Huang Pingan looked at Wu Baishu with vicissitudes in his eyes and said painfully, "What exactly do you want?" Wu Baishu said nonchalantly, "You'll know later." Just as he finished speaking, all of a sudden, the Huang family's doorman hurriedly ran into the banquet parlor and said excitedly to Huang Pingan, "Master, General Manager Zhang Jingming Zhang is here, and he has brought a lot of people with him." Chapter 47, The Real Master. Zhang Jingming, as the general manager of the Jiangzhou branch, had a place in Jiangzhou. Many company owners would flatter him, and all industries were more or less involved with him. Because of this, Zhang Jingming's network is extremely wide. He greeted, a lot of underground people will flock to do him a favor. Relying on this, Zhang Jingming had always been a bully in Jiangzhou, doing whatever he wanted. Not many people dared to offend him in the large Jiangzhou. Hearing that Zhang Jingming brought people here, Huang Pingan suddenly came to the spirit of his heart is very excited, but mixed feelings. Happy is, Zhang Jingming came, is equivalent to the savior came. He will not have to worry about Wu Baisu to the Huang family to the situation out of hand. But what made Huang Pingan worried was that he was afraid that Zhang Jingming would be furious, and his own family would also be affected. After a 2-second pause, Huang Pingan immediately got up and said loudly, "Accompany me to greet General Manager Zhang." After saying that, Huang Pingan led a group of Huang family members and walked out of the banquet parlor. As soon as they came out, they saw that Zhang Jingming was leading a large group of people, aggressively intruding into the mansion's courtyard, and each of them was holding a weapon in their hands, which appeared to be coming from a bad place. And the leader of Zhang Jingming, the image is very miserable. He not only has a bandage on his head, and even the whole face is swollen. Obviously, he is not lightly injured. This injury, resulting in his anger eruption, he is full of ferocious eyes. The momentum rolled. It was as if whoever approached him was going to be burned by him. Huang Pingan felt that the Zhang Jingming at this moment was exceptionally terrifying, and his heart, too, was very tense. But he still gathered courage and came to Zhang Jingming's side, complaining to him, "Mr. Zhang, Xia Mohan brought her little cutie today. Hubby came to attend my birthday banquet. I wanted to grab her to make amends to you, but nah, that little cutie from Wu Baiyu, it's too powerful. My son, my home guards were all injured. I really can't help him." Zhang Jingming stared at the main house banquet parlor in front of him and said, "I know, I'm here today to settle the score with Wu Baishu." After saying that, Zhang Jingming steeply increased the volume of his voice and shouted furiously at the banquet parlor, "Wu Bai Ti, I'm here, get the hell out of here." Zhang Jingming's voice was as loud as a bell, so loud and abnormal that the entire Huang family compound seemed to be shaken. "Zhang Jingming is here, what should we do?" Hearing that Zhang Jingming had brought many people, Xia Mohan couldn't help but panic in her heart. She was still fearful of Zhang Jingming as a person. Wu Baiyu calmly said, "It's fine, I'm here." In everyone's attention, Wu Baishu brought Xia Mohan and walked out of the main house. The other guests also followed out. This hilarious scene, they were going to see it through to the end. As soon as Xia Mohan arrived at the courtyard, he saw Zhang Jingming behind a large group of people. The number, at least 200. Xia Mohan's face suddenly white, also trembled inwardly. And Wu Baiyu, the face did not change color. He was calm. With Xia Mohan, walked straight to Zhang Jingming's near. Before stopping the step, Zhang Jingming narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing that Wu Baishu only brought Xia Mohan, he couldn't help but show a surprised look. Immediately, he opened his mouth to Huang Pingan beside him and asked, "They only came in twos?" Huang Pingan nodded. "Yes, just 2 people." Hearing this, the corners of Zhang Jingming's mouth couldn't help but grin, revealing a hint of a sarcastic smile as he looked at Wu Baishu with a look of disdain. "It seems like you're really a cutie pie." "Ah, You should have run as far away as you can after beating me, but you don't go where there's a road to heaven, and you barge in where there's no door to hell. You little cutie, to actually come here to wait for my revenge. You are indeed the most ignorant person I have ever seen. Zhang Jingming's words made all the people at the scene shocked. Not only Xia Mo Han hid Zhang Jingming, but Wu Baiyu also hid Zhang Jingming? Mr. Zhang, you're a little too cautious. Right, just such a little cutie who looks like the wind blows. You even called us all over. Isn't this a big deal? The person who spoke was named Pan Hu. Pan Hu was also famous in Jiangzhou. He was considered a small bully in the underground world of Jiangzhou, raising a bunch of brothers under his hand. Today, he was looking at Zhang Jingming's face, specially came to help. But how could he have thought that the person he was going to deal with was just a little cutie? Pan Hu couldn't help but be a little bummed out. Don't underestimate him. This little cutie is still very powerful. Scarred man Jiang Yu returned. Jiang Yu was also considered a small leader. Fighting is also quite fierce, but he suffered a big loss in the hands of Wu Baiyu. So for Wu Baiyu, he seems to be more important. Pan Hu is completely unimpressed. In terms of fighting, Pan Hu has never wimped out. He can mix to today's achievements, but also rely on their own fists to fight out. In terms of Wu Baiyu, such a little cute, he said. To him, what is enough to worry about? He is still full of confidence. He is incomparably contemptuous voice. A little cute, how powerful can it be? I can handle him alone. Saying that, he immediately stepped forward, clasped his hand into a claw, and grabbed at Wu Baiyu. Bang! Pan Hu's movements were fast, but Wu Baishu's movements were faster. Before Pan Hu's hand touched Wu Baishu in the slightest, Wu Baishu's foot kicked Pan Hu's chest. Instantly, the arrogant Pan Hu flew out backwards with a loud bang and smashed on the ground. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu helplessly shook his head. Obviously, this result was expected by him, but Pan Hu's group of brothers was shocked and confused. Their big brother fighting is a good hand, but in the hands of this little cutie, he couldn't carry a single move. How could they believe it? The Huang family and the guests present, also deeply shocked. They are not surprised by the force of Wu Baisui, but Wu Baisui actually in the case of the enemy, without fear of hurting people. This is really too crazy. Discussions, once again, resounded in droves. This Wu Baisui doesn't look at the situation. He doesn't think that he, alone, can fight more than 200 of them, right? That's why he's a little cutie. Well, look at him. He doesn't look scared at all. A little cutie. That's it. He's not afraid of anything. To be honest, this little cutie, fighting is indeed quite good, but he's going to be planted here today. People acknowledged that Wu Baishu could fight, yet they also decided that Wu Baishu was indeed stupid. In everyone's opinion, this awesome little cutie was doomed today. Wu Bai, at this point, do you still want to do ignorant resistance? As if he was a god. Zhang Jingming coldly looked disdainfully at Wu Bai and spoke in a displeased manner. Wu Baishu looked at Zhang Jingming and faintly said, "Do you know why I asked you to come here?" This question made Zhang Jingming couldn't help but stare. He had just thought that Wu Baishu was a veritable cutie pie before he would do such a self-seeking foolishness, but now that he heard that there seemed to be other reasons behind it, Zhang Jingming came to be a bit more interested and couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Wu Bai said word for word, "Because I want you to see with your own eyes that what you have offended is an existence that is absolutely untouchable." This sentence was quite domineering, but to outsiders, it was a joke. Many of the people present couldn't help but laugh. Huang Yi even directly mocked out loud, "You little cutie, aren't you just good at fighting? You really think you're a god? In this society, is it useful to rely on solo fighting? How many can you fight alone? Don't you open your eyes and see how many people Mr. Zhang has brought with him?" With such a strong backing as Zhang Jingming, Huang Yi's bottom line became strong, and he was no longer afraid of this raging cutie Wu Baiyu. He boldly spoke his heart. Snap! As soon as Huang Yi's words were finished, Wu Baitian suddenly flashed in front of Huang Yi and slapped him across the face. This slap, Wu Baitai's hand was not light, hitting Huang Yi's eyes and ears, tinnitus and brain pain. Huang Yi's body was almost unsteady, and in his heart, he was also shaken. He could hardly believe that Wu Baitai dared to hit him. Luo Ping saw the situation, immediately flew over. She heartbreakingly looked at Two Eyes Huang Yi, and then angrily cursed at Wu Baitai. "How do you hit people indiscriminately? Do you know, he is your great uncle, are you?" Snap! A merciless slap hit Luo Ping's face, treating these inhumane so-called relatives. Wu Baiyu was not polite at all. Luo Ping had always been spirited, but at this moment, she was also dumbfounded. She glared at Wu Baitai in death, angry and anxious, but she froze and couldn't say anything. Those Huang family members who were still ready to taunt Wu Baitai were also instantly silenced in fear. No one dared to open their mouths again because this little cutie, when it was truly unapproachable and lawless. Huang Pingan, who was standing beside Zhang Jingming, was so angry that his old face swelled red. He huffed and puffed for a few breaths before pointing at Wu Baiti and said to Zhang Jingming, "Mr. Zhang, get this little cutie." Zhang Jingming had already hated Wu Baishi, and now that he saw Wu Baishi so rampant, under this desperate situation, this little cutie, surprisingly, he was still able to hit people recklessly, completely disregarding himself, even saying something about how he had offended the untouchable. This had already made Zhang Jingming unable to tolerate anymore. As he stared at Wu Baiti, letting out an extremely grim voice, "Wu Baiti, it seems that you really don't know how to write the word death." When Wu Baisho heard this, he did not hesitate and took a step towards Zhang Jingming. At this moment, Wu Baisho's eyes were like bottomless cold pools, carrying an intimidating chill and oozing hostility. Zhang Jingming's heart couldn't help but tremble when he touched Wu Baisho's eyes, and unconsciously, Zhang Jingming took 2 steps backwards. "General Manager Zhang, with me here, what are you afraid of?" At this moment, there was a voice that rang out coldly. Immediately afterward, from the large group behind Zhang Jingming, there was a person, who stepped out and stood fixedly in front of Zhang Jingming, facing Wu Baiyu directly. This person, small in size, dressed in black, with light steps, was playing with a sharp knife in his hand. He was the famous executioner of Jiangzhou City, Blade. Blade's fame is loud, is a frightening existence. In Jiangzhou, he is the representative of terror. He a small knife, make out of the gods, is the most appalling weapon. This person, and the general public is not the same. He does not strike then, a shot will see blood. His hands have been out of several people's lives, but he is still a little thing. Get away with it. Huang Yan is the Huang family's most capable fighter, but his level, in the whole Jiangzhou, is nothing. But Blade is different. He is a real expert. Before, there was a small boss in the underground world of Jiangzhou, who messed with Blade. As a result, Blade, with a dagger, killed the other's base camp, and directly wasted that boss, and Blade became famous in the battle because of this. Blade has always been a god. Usually, he does not participate in fighting and killing. You want him to make a move. Very difficult. This time, Zhang Jingming was able to ask Blade to come out, firstly, by face, and secondly, by offering enough money. Due to the big loss he suffered in the office last time, Zhang Jingming didn't dare to take Wu Baisi lightly. He was all worried that Wu Baisi would have an ambush in the old Huang family mansion, so he called all the people he could. And he also invited Blade to be his personal bodyguard. He had to ensure his safety. When Blade came out, who would compete with him? The people at the scene. As soon as they saw Blade appear, they immediately became agitated. Wow, I didn't expect that Mr. Zhang had invited Blade here. Yeah, I heard that Blade is a professional killer. Messing with him is equivalent to messing with the Grim Reaper. This time, Wu Baisher will surely die. The crowd went crazy because of Blade. However, Blade didn't care about this. People who mixed to his level, long ago didn't care about these nebulous things. His complexion, as always, was ice cold. Seeing Blade blocking in front of him, Zhang Jingming was then relieved, because he knew that Blade had absolute strength. Dealing with a mere Wu Baiyu was absolutely no big deal. Thus, he immediately instructed Blade, "Blade, waste Wu bastard for me." Blade nodded, and in the next instant, he moved his body, squeezed his dagger, and attacked Wu Baiti. Chapter 48, Wu Baiyu. Really not simple. Blade was as his name suggested. His body was as sharp as a blade, with a piercing murderous aura. He was like a killing god. When such a person moved, it was like the flash of a sword, and the crowd immediately retreated and dispersed in all directions in shock. However, just as the blade was approaching Wu Baisho, Xia Mohan suddenly spoke out, shouting, "Stop!" 2 words, very sudden, broke through the heavy murmurs and vibrated in the sky above the compound. When Blade heard this, he unconsciously stopped and looked at Xia Mohan. Other people, also inexplicably stared at Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan's stance was straight, with a look of death. She looked at Zhang Jingming and spoke incomparably solemnly. "Mr. Zhang, things were caused by me, and it was also me who brought 100 years of age to retaliate against you. All of this was my doing. I am willing to go with you and punish you as you wish. Can you spare 100 years of age?" Xia Mohan went out on a limb, defying everything. Things have developed to this point. She does not regret. She is very clear. Wu Baiti did all this for her. Wu Baiti taught these people a lesson for her. She is also pleased. She knew that Wu Baiti was capable and confident, and she had planned to follow Wu Baiti's footsteps to the end. However, now the situation is completely out of Xia Mohan's expectation. Zhang Jingming suddenly came, even brought more than 200 people over. They are still holding weapons in their hands. Even if Wu Baiti has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will definitely not be able to solve this. Xia Mohan don't want to be involved in Wu Baiyu. Even if Wu Baiyu would like to pay all for her, She doesn't want to see Wu Baiyu hurt and suffer. She would rather bear the burden by herself, but also want to protect Wu Bai's safety. Now you know you are afraid? Weren't you wild just now? Letting your little cute hubby to be wild here? Yes, you little cutie. Hubby is like a mad dog. He beats up everyone and does whatever he wants. Do you think he can still get away with it? Mustn't let this little cutie go. Must abolish him. The Huang family's people rose again. They couldn't tolerate Xia Mohan, and even more so, they couldn't stand Wu Baishi. They all wanted Wu Baishi to be scrapped. Zhang Jingming coldly looked at Xia Mohan and said in a deep voice, "Both of you, none of you will try to escape today." Xia Mohan, he naturally had to get it, but Wu Baishi must also pay a heavy price. After saying that, Zhang Jingming pointed at Xia Mohan and ordered the people behind him, "Bring her over to me." Hearing Zhang Jingming's words, there were immediately two tall and strong men who quickly walked over towards Xia Mohan. As soon as the two men got close to Xia Mohan, suddenly, a figure quickly flashed out, and with two thuds, the two tall and strong men flew backwards to the ground. This silhouette that flashed out was clearly Wu Baitu. Wu Baisher looked at Xia Mohan, who was obviously scared but pretended to be strong, and said with heartache, "Didn't I say, I can shelter you from the wind and the rain, even if the sky collapses, I can help you back up. With me here, you don't have to worry about anything." To Wu Baiyu, everything is not a matter. When Xia Mohan heard this, her heart was deeply touched. She knows, since Wu Baisu recovered to normal, the big words he said, basically are no longer empty words. He really like a changed person, seems to be able to carry a piece of heaven. Xia Mohan does not know how Wu Baisu has this kind of confidence, does not know how Wu Baisu can deal with more than 200 people of Zhang Jingming. But, things have come to this point, Xia Mohan can only choose to believe in Wu Baitu, even if she still has lingering fear and anxiety in her heart. However, Xia Mohan believed in Wu Baitu, but other people did not believe in it. In their ears, "This is an idiot who said big words. You can top the sky when it collapses. Are you still able to make a fuss about the heavenly palace? This little cutie, it's too stupid. Right, he can do some martial arts, so he really takes himself as the Monkey King? Ah, yes, too ridiculous. Such a little cutie, really is a rare sight in 100 years. All sorts of voices, all of them mocking Wu Baiti. People only felt that Wu Baiti was very sick. Zhang Jingming was also enraged. This Wu Baiti, on the verge of death, he is still here beating people and pretending to be a bully. Zhang Jingming was so angry that his teeth were about to be clenched. He once again called out to Blade, "Blade, quick, waste Wu Baiti for me. I want him to lie in bed for the rest of his life." Blade's eyes turned cold. He twirled his dagger twice. Then, his entire body was like a cheetah, pouncing on Wu Baiti. As a professional assassin, one's movements had to be fast, vicious, and unexpected. When Blade made his move, he did not intend to give Wu Baiti any chance. In the blink of an eye, Blade arrived beside Wu Baiti, and his dagger, with a dazzling light, slashed towards Wu Baiti. Wu Bastard's eyes had been staring at Xia Mohan, and did not look at the blade at all, but where Xia Mohan was located, she could completely notice the blade. She saw the blade stabbing and pulling over with the dagger, and instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and she snapped out of her mouth, and yelled, "Bastard, be careful." At this instant, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Blade, because if Blade didn't strike, then he would, and when he did, he would see blood. This was bound to be a battle filled with blood, so at this moment, the entire crowd couldn't help but hold their breath, lifting up a heart, their eyes staring at the scene for an instant. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes. The little cutie. What kind of a downfall would Wu Baiyu be? Bang! Blade's dagger was ruthless and fast enough, but before it could touch Wu Baisher's body, Wu Baisher's palm, however, had already slapped on Blade's chest, a palm that was infinitely powerful. In Blade's mouth, a large mouthful of blood immediately spurted out, and his person, too, flew backwards, his dagger falling off. In the eyes of the entire crowd, Blade fell heavily to the ground and fainted. From the time Wu Baiyu made his move, to the time Blade fell to the ground and fainted, he did not even look at Blade, as if to him, Blade was a mosquito that he could slap to death with his eyes closed. Now, the people present really were completely and utterly dumbfounded. Everyone was waiting to see the end of Wu Baisu. Who knows? See is the end of Blade. As if the god of killing Blade, but also as other weak people, was Wu Baisu a move to the second. This scene, who dares to believe? The courtyard is full of people. All is petrified. In the sky above the courtyard, there was silence. Only the birds issued a burst of soft cries. The picture seems to be fixed. Standing in front of Wu Baiyu Sayamohan, also completely frozen. She does not know the blade, but heard everyone's discussion, and saw the blade holding a dagger. Killing look. She knew that this person is not simple, but such an uncomplicated person. But but by the Wu Baiyu slap a palm at random on the knockout. This has really shocked Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan's eyes are bubbling with stars. She really found that the man in front of her, extraordinary. His image became more and more tall and magnificent. In a piece of silence, Wu Baiyu leisurely turned around. His gaze sternly swept the group of ignorant people who were dumbfounded, and let out a voice like swallowing mountains and rivers. Have you not realized that I am the person you can't afford to mess with? Wu Baitai's body displayed an air of egotism. Such a Wu Baitu really didn't look like a little cutie. Instead, it was like an undefeated king. The people present were also truly shocked by Wu Baishu's force and aura. However, Zhang Jingming was unconvinced and unafraid. In his eyes, Wu Baishu was his heavenly enemy, this little cutie who had made him endure extreme shame. No matter how powerful, no matter how terrifying, Zhang Jingming was not afraid. He had to avenge him no matter what. Thus, he no longer hesitated, ripped his voice, and bellowed out in a blatant manner, "Can't afford to mess with your mom. You're a powerless person, and you're still pretending to be a bully in front of me. Even if you can fight, can you beat so many of my people? Today, I must waste you." Zhang Jingming's words had just fallen, when suddenly, the welcome guest at the door shouted, "Dai Kong, the owner of Wanlita Foods Limited, has come to celebrate his birthday." Dai Kong is a friend who traveled with Yu Ziyuan in Wulong Villa. He is also considered a big boss in Jiangzhou, worth a few $100 million. It can be said that all these guests coming from the Huang family today are not as good as him. His reputation is still relatively loud. Upon hearing that Dai Kong had come to celebrate his birthday, the entire room was instantly stunned. The entire crowd, all of them, couldn't help but freeze. Dai Kong brought the congratulatory gifts and walked into the courtyard. He had a smile on his face, but when he walked into the courtyard and saw the mess all over the ground, and several hundred people holding their weapons, his smile couldn't help but stiffen. However, he quickly cleaned up his complexion and calmly walked over to Pingon Huang, presented the congratulatory gift and congratulated Elder Huang. "Happy birthday." Huang Pingon had the congratulatory gift accepted. Then, with a puzzled face, he asked Dai Kong, "Boss Dai, what are you doing?" Dai Kong, this person, Huang Pingon also knew, but he and Dai Kang's company did not have any interactions, and the two of them were not familiar with each other. He simply did not know why Dai Kong came to congratulate him on his birthday. Dai Kong walked close to Wu Baishu and explained to Huang Pingon, "I have a bit of friendship with Mr. Wu, and I heard that you are his wife's grandfather, so I naturally want to come to congratulate him on his birthday." The shock that Wu Baiti brought to Dai Kong this morning had been in Dai Kang's heart that he couldn't let go of. He was really afraid that Wu Baiti would blame him. Therefore, he specially came over to curry favor with Wu Baiti and pray for forgiveness. Hearing this, the whole room was again fiercely shocked. A big boss worth hundreds of millions of dollars, rushing towards Wu Baiti, and also calling Wu Baiti a little cutie. As Mr. Wu, what kind of situation was this? Just when everyone was in the clouds, the welcome guest suddenly reported again. Tao Hongwen, chairman of Senyuan Advertising Limited, has come to celebrate his birthday. Tao Hongwen is another friend of Crouching Dragon Villa and Yu Ziyuan together. His value, compared to Dai Kong, is only higher. He is also very powerful big boss. His purpose, and Dai Kong is the same. He also specially came to give a gift to Huang Pingon to congratulate his birthday, in order to curry favor with Mr. Wu Baiti. When it was known that Tao Hongwen also came for Wu Baiti, the people present, once again staggered, and the doubts in everyone's heart, also deepened. When everyone hadn't finished digesting, the welcome guest suddenly shouted again. Yu Ziyuan, chairman of Yu's Building Material Group, along with his wife, Chen Yuhan, have come to congratulate him on his birthday. Yu Ziyuan, that is worth more than $1 billion big boss. In front of Yu Ziyuan, the Huang family are nothing. Huang Pingon previously just want to get on the line with Yu Ziyuan. Yu Ziyuan do not take care, however, such a big boss, but now personally visit the Huang family residence, which makes Huang Pingon are excited bad. When he saw Yu Ziyuan and Chen Yuhan coming over, he hurriedly greeted them and asked in amazement, "Why is boss Yu here?" Yu Ziyuan sent his own expensive congratulatory gift and said with a smile, "Yuhan and your granddaughter Xia Mohan are bosom friends, and Mr. Wu and I also have a bit of friendship, so I've come to wish you a happy birthday today." Obviously, Yu Ziyuan had also come to curry favor with Wu Baiti. Hearing this, Huang Pingon stiffened, and the others froze. This wave of shock after wave of shock made many people's brains unable to react, taking the liberty of asking, "What exactly is your relationship with Wu Baiyu?" Finally, Huang Pingon couldn't help himself and asked the doubt in his heart. For this, Yu Ziyuan was not in a good position to lie. He honestly replied, "We have had 2 meals with Mr. Wu. We all appreciate Mr. Wu and would like to become friends with him. We are afraid that Mr. Wu will not be willing." Yu Ziyuan's attitude was humble and his words were sincere. He was truly afraid that Mr. Wu Baiyu would not forgive him. However, the other people heard Yu Ziyuan's words, but they were more and more shocked. A big boss like Yu Ziyuan was so desperate to be with a little cutie like Wu Baiyu. Becoming friends, this point, was truly unimaginable. However, the fact in front of the eyes is, Yu Ziyuan 3 people, to Wu Baiti respect. And, we have to admit that Wu Baiti force is extraordinary. Such Wu Baiti, really will be a little cute. The people present, couldn't help but cast deep gazes at Wu Baiti. This person, perhaps really not simple In particular, the Huang clan's group of people were stunned, their faces as colorful as earth, worried, but Zhang Jingming wouldn't care that much. He purposely brought so many people to seek revenge today, and now that the revenge has not been avenged, and there are still several people on his side who have been injured by Wu Baiti, Zhang Jingming would not let it go, and even if Wu Baiti is not as simple as he seems to be, there is no way that he can call it quits, and so, he directly yelled at Wu Baiti, "Wu Baiti, you think that if you look for a few bosses to back up your actions, you can scare me? Let me tell you, it's useless, no one can save you today." Zhang Jingming was outnumbered and full of energy. He still didn't put Wu Baiti in his eyes. After listening to Zhang Jingming's words and looking at the gang of strong men holding guys behind Zhang Jingming, Yu Ziyuan already understood that there was an unresolved feud between Zhang Jingming and Wu Baiti. According to reason, Yu Ziyuan, a businessman, should not be involved in this kind of strife, but Yu Ziyuan clear. Wu Baiti is a person who is never simple. If he can help Wu Baiti's favor this time, then, he and Wu Baiti's relationship, I am afraid that the relationship can be greatly closer. Thinking of this, Yu Ziyuan immediately spoke solemnly to Zhang Jingming. "General Manager Zhang, can you sell me a face? This time the matter is settled. You will definitely remember you a big favor." The big boss, Yu Ziyuan, personally begged for mercy for Wu Baiti. Everyone couldn't help but want to see if Zhang Jingming would sell Yu Ziyuan a face. After all, Yu Ziyuan had quite a status and position in Zhangzhou. Selling him a favor would definitely be a huge benefit. At this moment, the entire audience, all of them cast their eyes towards Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming was forced to kneel and even kowtow by Wu Baiti. His face was also swollen by Wu Baiti. This hatred has been firmly rooted in his heart. He will never put it down. For Yu Ziyuan's plea for leniency, he didn't consider it in the slightest, and directly rejected it. "No way. Today it is the King of Heaven that will come. I will also waste Wu Baiti." Zhang Jingming's words were very wild. However, as soon as his words fell, suddenly, a voice exploded violently. "What a big mouth!" Immediately afterward, a person, with an overbearing aura, barged into the compound. Chapter 49, Shocking the World and Crying the Devil. This person who appeared out of nowhere is no one else, but the famous big brother in Jiangzhou, Jin Rong. Jin Rong in Jiangzhou, the status is extraordinary, at least can rank on the first few, and even said, he can be regarded as the representative of the underground world of Jiangzhou. Although, today's Jin Rong, success and fame, seldom participate in fighting and killing disputes, but, as long as the social mixing, no one will not give Jin Rong 3 thin face. The moment Jin Rong arrived, the whole room was in an uproar. "Master Jin! Master Jin! Master Jin!" The courtyard was filled with shouts of respect to Jin Rong. Everyone present was respectful to Jin Rong. This was the front. Even just now also rampant limitless Zhang Jingming, our violently changed face, the momentum of a drop. He cannot care about Yu Ziyuan, these businessmen, but he cannot care about Jin Rong, this kind of big brother. Usually he has nothing to do with Jin Rong, but, he is also clear, Jin Rong is a horrible person, which is to kill the bloodless ruthless role. Is he cannot afford to mess with the person? Zhang Jingming, a face no longer wild color, he converged the sharpness. After Jin Rong approached, he opened his mouth slightly cautiously and asked, "Master Jin, why are you here?" Jin Rong sank his face and said, "I heard that you sent people to besiege Mr. Wu, so I purposely came over to take a look." What kind of character was Jin Rong? Zhang Jingming had gathered more than 200 underground people at once. How could this be hidden from Jin Rong? If Zhang Jingming was dealing with ordinary people, Jin Rong naturally would not intervene. But on the contrary, Zhang Jingming wanted to deal with Wu Baiti. This Jin Rong would not sit back and watch. Jin Rong's conflict with Wu Baiti at Wulong Mountain Villa had caused him to be anxious, and even after apologizing to Wu Baiti, he still had palpitations in his heart, worrying that Wu Baiti would hold a grudge against him. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity, Jin Rong was bound to come over. Firstly, he could help solve Wu Baiti's trouble, and secondly, he could also make a good acquaintance with Wu Baiti through this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingming was in a sweat as he said in disbelief, "Master Jin is also acquainted with Centurion Wu?" Jin Rong seriously replied back, I can't talk about knowing each other, but I admire Mr. Wu. I want to become friends with him. I'm just worried that Mr. Wu won't be willing. See, this is simply the same as Yu Zi Yuan. The scene of the people were shocked to the five-body tremor. How is this possible? How can even Jin Rong, such a big brother, are licking their faces, want to befriend Wu Baiti? This Wu Baiti, in the end, what kind of existence? Many people are beginning to panic, especially the mouth called Wu Baiti is a little cute. At this moment, they all wished that they could be invisible. Huang family people has long lost the ability to think. The development of things has completely deviated from their expectations. They do not dare to think. The next situation will develop into what? Zhang Jingming this time is also worried to the heart. The whole person is very irritable, very unpleasant. He originally thought that Wu Baisher was just a little cutie with empty brute strength. He had thought that Wu Baiti was an empty brute strength cutie, was an absolute breeze. But slowly, he realized, Wu Baisheng is not simple, and not generally not simple. Zhang Jingming cannot see through him, just feel that he kicked a piece of iron plate. However, even so, there is no turning back. If he now beat the drum, how can he be willing? His face and how to survive. In the future he and Jiang Zhou can still raise his head again? The more he thought about it, the more unwilling Zhang Jingming became. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said to Jin Rong, Master Jin, this Wu Baisui has a very great hatred with me. He gave me a disgrace that is hard to erase in my life. So this revenge, I must obviously. Zhang Jingming did not sell Jin Rong's face. Looking at the entire Zhou, no matter who, no matter what status, more or less will give Jin Rong a little face. But this Zhang Jingming became an exception. After Jin Rong heard this, his face did not look good anymore. He coldly said to Zhang Jingming word by word, is Mr. Zhang not even prepared to give me face? Jin Rong's tone had already taken on a threatening meaning. Zhang Jingming again crazy, also dare not against Jin Rong, but he this revenge, and must be reported. He is a dilemma, riding a tiger difficult. At this time, Jiang Yu ran out, whispered in Zhang Jingming's ear, we are all Master Jin's juniors. If you really fall out with Master Jin, there are not many people here who can really help you. Jiang Yu's meaning was obvious. If they were to deal with a single Wu Baisher alone, everyone would probably do their best. But, to go against Master Jin, unless you don't want to mix in Jiangzhou anymore. In other words, the more than 200 people behind Zhang Jingming right now would not all listen to Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming's face sank horribly, and he held his tongue for a long time before he spoke out. Alright, I'll give Master Jin face and release Wu Baisher. With these words, Zhang Jingming spoke with great difficulty, but there was no choice but to finally speak out. After saying that, Zhang Jingming didn't want to stay here anymore. He directly ordered, withdraw. Who allowed you to leave? While Zhang Jingming was about to withdraw, Wu Baisher suddenly opened his mouth and coldly spoke. Zhang Jingming looked at Wu Baisher and asked irritably, I've already left you alone for the sake of Master Jin. Are you still not finished? Wu Baisher faintly returned. You don't bother with me, but I'm going to bother with you. You brought so many people here. You're so aggressive. You scared my wife. You're just going to let this go? Wu Baisher's voice was very light, but his tone was strong, and his words carried an air of arrogance that could not be refuted. The people at the scene were all stunned by Wu Baisher's words. To know, Zhang Jingming was willing to release Wu Baishi for Jin Rong's sake. This is such a rare thing. At such a time, shouldn't Wu Baishi breathe a sigh of relief? But who would have expected that not only was Wu Baiti not glad that he was spared, he even turned around and grabbed Zhang Jingming and did not let go, and his tone was so arrogant. This was really too unconventional. Then what do you want? Zhang Jingming stared fiercely at Wu Baisho and said with incomparable indignation. Wu Baisho stood with his hands behind his back and said in a domineering manner, I want you to kneel here and swear to the heavens that from now on, you won't victimize any woman. People like Zhang Jingming cared the most about face, and Wu Baiti wanted him to kneel down in public and swear to heaven. He wanted Zhang Jingming to remember this lesson today for the rest of his life, and not to wreak havoc on people for the rest of his life. The words are not shocking. Wu Baiti's words were truly shocking. The people present all cast a strange look at Wu Baiti. To know what he said is not to give an inch so simple. This is simply whimsical, excessive to the extreme. Although Wu Baiti was able to make Master Jin plead for mercy, but the current situation, after all, was Zhang Jingming's dominance. Zhang Jingming was able to retreat in this situation, which was already a great concession. How could Wu Baiti still think of letting such a character as Zhang Jingming kneel down in public? All of them were unable to understand. Even Jin Rong was a bit speechless. If he didn't know that Wu Baiti had an unusual identity, he would have thought that this person was having a nervous attack. Feeling, this Wu Baiti, really crazy to the limit, completely do not understand to see the good to end. After a short pause, Jin Rong then walked to Wu Baiti's front, and persuaded Wu Baiti. Mr. Wu, Zhang Jingming is also a man of honor in Jiangzhou. He has already looked at my face and is willing to reconcile, or else this matter, let it go like this? Jin Rong's words were very sincere, and precisely poked at the hearts of the entire crowd. However, Wu Baisho did not appreciate it. He looked at Jin Rong with cold eyes and said in a faint voice, "Don't mind your own business." Obviously, Wu Baisho did not put Jin Rong in his eyes at all. This attitude caused the crowd in the arena to be ruthlessly shocked again. Wu Baisho was even so nonchalant towards even Jin Rong? Jin Rong's face abruptly stiffened. He kindly begged for leniency, thought that Wu Baiti would appreciate his own feelings, but did not expect he came to save the scene, but it was superfluous, since Wu Baiyu had told him to mind his own business. Of course he wouldn't get involved anymore. He sighed softly and silently retreated to the side. Master Jin, see, Wu Baiti is just a little cutie. He completely took your kindness for a donkey's liver and lungs. I originally let him off for your sake, but he doesn't know what's good for him and is still being aggressive, so you can't blame me for not being polite. Zhang Jingming, who was suffocating, suddenly roared. Just now, when Zhang Jingming was forced to retreat, he was really upset and suffocated, and the person was almost ready to explode. And now, seeing this little cutie Wu Baiyu, even Jin Rong didn't even put it in his eyes and didn't appreciate Jin Rong's love at all. In this way, Jin Rong definitely couldn't possibly protect Wu Baiyu anymore. So of course, Zhang Jingming had nothing to worry about. Yes, this Wu Baiti is also too rampant. We let you off. You don't give thanks even if you don't, but even want Mr. Zhang to kneel down and swear. It's really crazy. I can't stand it anymore. We must give him some color. Let him know that we are not to be messed with. Get him killed. Not to mention Zhang Jingming, even the more than 200 strong men who followed Zhang Jingming over here, also broke out their own blood. They were not used to seeing Wu Baisui's crazy energy against the sky. The reason why they chose to bear with it was all because they were looking at Jin Rong's face. But Wu Baisui is so ungrateful, bullying too much. They as the bloodthirsty men in the underground world, which cannot tolerate someone to be so belittled. They are not going to be polite anymore. Groups of angry. The scene is about to get out of control. But Wu Baishu still do not care. He not only did not retreat, but stride forward. To Zhang Jingming issued a resounding voice. Zhang Jingming, if you honestly follow what I say, I can forgive you. But if, however, you are insensitive, your consequences will be tragic. Wu Baiu's body carried a stern aura. Zhang Jingming naturally knew clearly that Wu Baisu was very capable of fighting. At least those present, no one was his opponent. Zhang Jingming lost Blade as his personal bodyguard, and would be worried about Wu Baisu capturing a thief. So, he immediately retreated quickly to the crowd behind him. Then, he shouted arrogantly at Wu Baishu, I don't need your forgiveness. You think you can be lawless because you're good at fighting alone? What's the use of being good at fighting? Nowadays, society fights for power. Old me is outnumbered. Can you do anything about me? Is it about comparing the number of people? Zhang Jingming had just finished speaking when suddenly, He Rusong, the general manager of Wulong Villa, walked into the compound and let out a domineering chorus. As soon as He Rusong entered, he was closely followed by countless people, who barged into the Huang family mansion. Chapter 50, A Great Gift. He Rusong, the leader of Jiangzhou's high society, was a figure that was like the sky in the eyes of ordinary people. Wulong Villa is a sacred place that is untouchable by ordinary people. He Rusong can sit on the position of general manager of Jiangzhou Wulong Villa. Enough to see his ability is extraordinary. He walks here. His body has its own aura, as if the king of the world. He is a more intimidating than Master Jin. He Rusong brought people, is also extraordinary. They have a total of more than 400 or 500 people, and everyone has a strong posture. The aura of frenzy. Their clothing is uniform. Each person is wearing a black power suit, the top of the clothes, but also printed with a dragon character. Obviously, they are not ordinary underground people. All of them are Crouching Dragon Villa secret cultivation of fighters. Is Crouching Dragon Villa Dragon Guards, referred to as Dragon Guard. The might of the Dragon Guards is invincible, and the Dragon Guards are responsible for Wulong Villa's ability to stabilize all forces at the local level. Every warrior of the Dragon Guard is well trained, and their overall power is even more intimidating. Such a team is far from being comparable to those assholes brought by Zhang Jingming. In front of the Dragon Guards, Zhang Jingming's men were as if they were shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He Rusong openly led the Dragon Guards to come. This one battle, just like the Emperor personally led the Imperial Guards to descend. The crowd at the scene, all shocked to the point that their eyes were rounded, and their souls were trembling. About the Dragon Guard, almost no one knows. Even people who have not been to Wulong Villa, also know the existence of the Dragon Guard, which is the guard of Wulong Villa, is an extremely strong fighting black forces. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon Guards will not come out of the villa, because in the local area, no one will mess with the people of the Wulong Villa, and today, the general manager of the Wulong Villa led a large number of dragon guards to go out. This is how shocking and rare scene. After the crowd froze, they suddenly erupted in incredulous gasps. Manager he of Wulong Villa is here. What the hell is going on here? Yes, he even brought out all the dragon guards from the villa. This is going against the heavens. Manager he is a godlike existence in Jiangzhou. Who can invite him? Today's events are really getting more and more bizarre. The crowd present, frantically agitated. The profound words could not even describe their mood at this moment. He Rusong ignored everyone and came right in front of Wu Baisher. In the attention of the entire crowd, he turned to Wu Baisher and respectfully shouted, Mr. Wu. This Mr. Wu revealed the identity of Wu Baitai, perfectly accentuating it. Wu Baitai's image instantly became incomparably tall, just like a big tree in the sky. Countless people were blinded. Although, before, there was first Yu Ziyuan's 3 people currying favor with Wu Baitai, and then there was Jin Rong making friends with Wu Baitai, making everyone realize that Wu Baitai was not simple. However, this was not enough to make the crowd fear Wu Baitai and truly look up to him. But this time was different. This moment, it was he Rusong who personally led the dragon guards and came for Wu Baitai. And what's more, he Rusong treated Wu Baitai with such respect as if he was just one of Wu Baitai's attendants. This instantly made Wu Baitai become radiant and top-heavy. Wu Baitai, just what kind of big shot is he? This was the heartbeat of everyone present. Even Jin Rong and Yu Ziyuan and the others, who had seen the extraordinary nature of Wu Baisu in Wulong Villa, were shocked at this moment. They originally only knew that Wu Baisu had a friendship with the big boss of Wulong Villa, but they didn't know that the friendship was to such an extent that they were able to make He Rusong personally lead the dragon guards to help. Xia Mohan is also the same as Jin Rong and others, only know that Wu Baisu and Wulong Villa big boss have friendship, but did not expect Wu Baisu can make the other party so big. No wonder, from beginning to end, Wu Baitai was strategizing and had a plan in mind, and did not fear Zhang Jingming, so, he really had the bottom line. Xia Mohan suddenly felt herself wrapped in a strong sense of security. This husband of hers, really worth her unconditional trust, and the Huang family a crowd, all like being cast to fixation, frozen on the spot. Wu Baisher, this a little cute, flunky son-in-law, seems to be transformed into a person that everyone looks up to less than. This instant, the Huang family's heart, all have a kind of feeling of military chaos. Arrogant Zhang Jingming is like a poked ball, instantly deflated, his heart shocked, more terrified. He is a VIP of Wulong Villa. Wulong Villa is naturally not a stranger. He is more clear about He Rusong. This person's unusual. This is the existence of no one dares to mess with in Jiangzhou, is the object of his Zhang Jingming are going to look up to. However, the person who made him look up to him like this was looking up to Wu Baitai. This had already fully demonstrated that everything Wu Baitai had said before was not a big lie. He really was an existence that no one could afford to mess with. This one fact really made Zhang Jingming despair to the extreme. In an instant, he fell into an abyss. All thoughts were lost. The hearts of everyone present seemed to have risen in shocking waves. Only Wu Baisher, whose heart was like still water, only slightly nodded to He Rusong. And then, he looked towards Zhang Jingming and contemptuously spoke. What else do you want to compete with me now? For those minions brought by Zhang Jingming. Of course, Wu Baisho didn't care at all. He could handle it alone. The main reason why he called He Rusong here was because he felt that the conquest of force would only stay on the surface, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The conquest of power can only reach the depths of a person's heart. The only way to make people completely convinced is to make them look up to you. In Jiangzhou, He Rusong could do just that. Faced with Wu Baiyo's questioning, Zhang Jingming was already speechless. Spelling force, he couldn't spell Wu Baiyu. Spelling power, he couldn't spell Wu Baiyu. Spelling power, he couldn't spell Wu Baiyu. If he still thought of going against Wu Baiyu, then the end was really unimaginable. He will not go to seek his own death. A great man can bend and stretch. Zhang Jingming hurriedly stood out and said to Wu Baitai in fear and trepidation, Mr. Wu, I'm sorry, it's me who has no eyes. I shouldn't have offended you, not to mention that I shouldn't go against you. Zhang Jingming's attitude changed 180 degrees. Even his address to Wu Baitai changed. Now, he was truly afraid of Wu Baitai. The people present, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The hallowed Zhang Jingming finally also folded his arms and gave in. Do you think that apologizing will make things simple? Wu Baiyu stared at Zhang Jingming with an icy gaze and asked in a deep voice. Plop! Without hesitation, Zhang Jingming bent his knees and fell to the ground. Kneeling in front of Wu Baisho, he raised his right hand and solemnly swore, I swear, from now on, I will be a good human being, and I will never have any improper thoughts about any woman again. Life and death. In order to save this body, Zhang Jingming were still care about what face. He gave up, disgrace to grandmother's house. He also recognized the scene of the crowd. The heart is again a tremor. Jiang Jingming, Jiangzhou City, a big man with a big name. At this moment, but as a grandson, to Wu Baiti kneeled and swore. And even, the scene there are so many onlookers. This scene, how incredible. The group's mind, no words to express. However, Wu Baisho, after all, did not stop yet. With an expressionless face, Wu Baisho looked down at Jiang Jingming and said in a cold voice, I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it. You should now pay the price for your behavior. As soon as the words fell, without saying a word, Wu Baisho kicked Jiang Jingming down, and in the next instant, Wu Baisho showed no mercy at all, and kicked down at Jiang Jingming's crotch with a huff. Ah! Ear-piercing screams resounded through the Huang family mansion. Jiang Jingming screamed 10,000 times, and everyone could feel Jiang Jingming's pain just by listening to the sound. At the same time, everyone's heart also shook hard. This kick is ruined Jiang Jingming, this cool love harassment of women's colorful ghost. The rest of his life, I'm afraid it is a eunuch. Wu Baiti, decisive and ruthless to this point, really is chilling. Those underground people who followed Jiang Jingming, seeing Jiang Jingming being wasted, not only did they not dare to help, but they were scared to death and their legs were weak. The entire crowd was silenced. Jiang Jingming admitted his mistake and paid the price. Do you still want to continue to be obstinate? Wu Baiyu swept his eyes at the Huang family's crowd and said coldly, a voice that was like the sound of hell, shaking the hearts of the Huang family with a violent shiver. Facing this devil like Wu Baiti, the Huang family members, their hearts were terrified. One by one, they could not help but lower their heads, not daring to say another word. The atmosphere of the scene was plunged into a freeze. In a matter of moments, Huang Pingan moved. He moved his feet with some difficulty, and walked forward. Then, he faced Wu Baiti straight on, and righteously said, Wu Baiti, I admit that you are very capable, and I also admit that I am blind, and I have looked down on you, but I am Xia Mohan's own grandfather, and even if I have done something wrong, then it is still a family matter of my Huang family, and you are nothing but a descendant. Are you in any way qualified to teach me a lesson? If you're really treasonous, then you can just beat me to death. Anyway, my old man has already lived enough. I'm not afraid of a death. Huang Pingan's voice, strong and tiger-like, echoed in the sky above the compound. The Huang family, whose hearts were as dead as ashes. Once they heard this, their hearts instantly pulsed again. Huang Yi was the first to rush up, shouting at Wu Baiti, my father can be considered your grandfather. You can't be disloyal and unfilial to your grandfather, right? After Huang Yi finished speaking, another Huang family member opened his mouth and shouted, right, the old man is over 70 years old. Even if he's not related to you, you can't lay your hands on an old man? The Huang family's backbone seemed to have a tendency to come back. They all took Huang Pingan as a powerful shield, as if, with Huang Pingan around, Wu Baiti would have scruples and wouldn't dare to wantonly retaliate against them. Wu Baisho's face was ice cold as he gently took a step and arrived in front of Pingan Huang. At that moment, the Huang family's mouths, which were open and closed, suddenly closed. At the scene, silence was restored. All of them fixed their gazes firmly on Wu Baiti. Huang Pingan also looked straight at Wu Baisho with his head held high. He was panicked in his heart, but his old body, but straight, he gave himself enough gas, a posture of going out. He did not believe it. Wu Baisho really dared to beat him as an old man. Wu Baiti stared at Huang Pingan for a few seconds. Then, the corner of his lips moved and he spoke. I came to celebrate your birthday. How could I possibly hit you? I've also specially prepared a big gift for you when I came today. After saying that, Wu Baiyu took out his cell phone and dialed the phone. He said in a faint voice to the other end of the phone, have someone send the gift in. Chapter 51, Huang Guilan is dead. A great gift. Hearing these words, Huang Pingan's heart couldn't help but jolt twice. A bad premonition struck him. If he hadn't offended Wu Baiti, then when Wu Baiti said that he was sending a big gift, Huang Pingan would have been excitedly looking forward to it. However, Wu Baiti, who came with the purpose of revenge, his big gift, naturally, would not be something good. Huang Pingan had thought that Wu Baiti was just a violent and reckless man, and as long as he relied on his old age and was sure that Wu Baiti wouldn't beat himself up, it would be easy to get rid of this matter. But now, it seems that Wu Baiti is not a brainless reckless man. Huang Pingan still underestimated him. After a pause, Huang Pingan then cautiously asked Wu Baiti with a nervous and apprehensive heart, what big gift are you going to give me? As soon as Pingan Huang's words fell, a man in a suit suddenly walked into the courtyard, came to the side of Centurion Wu, and handed Centurion Wu a letter. Wu Baisho took the letter and handed it over to Pingan Huang and said in a cold voice, this is my gift to you, I hope you like it. Huang Pingan tremblingly stretched out his hand and took the letter. A thin piece of paper? which fell into Huang Pinggan's hands at the moment, made him feel as if it weighed 1,000 pieces of gold, and he tried his best to calm his heart and soul as he slowly opened the letter. At that moment, the words on the letter clearly and unparalleledly reflected into Huang Pinggan's eyes. After reading the contents, Huang Pinggan's blood rushed up, and his entire body fell backwards. Huang Ye's quick eyes and hands supported the old man, which allowed Huang Pinggan to stabilize his body and not fall to the ground. Huang Pinggan's chest was depressed, his head was clogged, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he shook his head numbly and muttered, "This is impossible. This is impossible." Clearly, Huang Pinggan had been dealt a great blow. Seeing this, Huang Yi knew that something bad had happened and hurriedly took the letter from Huang Pinggan's hands to take a look. After reading it, Huang Yi's complexion also became extremely horrified, his eyes almost bulging out, filled with disbelief. However, the letter clearly states that all the companies and stores under the Huang family, due to tax evasion and other illegal behaviors, from today onwards, all of them will be shut down. This is a document issued by the city itself, with a seal on it. Huang Yi had no way to accept this fact. He glared at Wu Baisu with his eyes wide open, gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you fooling here with a fake document? Our Huang family's industry. Is it something you conceal just because you say so? The Huang family can develop to today's achievements. Not overnight. This is poured into the Huang family of all the blood, step by step to get up the foundation. Today's Huang family industry, as an impregnable building, is by no means the general force can be destroyed at will." Huang Yi did not believe that Wu Baiti had such an ability. Even if Wu Baiti had such a backer as he Rusong, he only had black power at most, and to make the Huang family's many years of accumulated industry collapse overnight, this is by no means a simple black background can be accomplished. Huang Yi did not believe that Wu Baiti could do it no matter what. However, just as Huang Yi finished saying this, his cell phone suddenly rang. After picking up the phone, Huang Yi listened to it and his face instantly changed color. His face was as withered. Almost at the same time, the other members of the Huang family also received a call with the same content, and every one of them, after listening to the call, revealed a look of utter despair, because the news they received was that their respective stores and companies had been seized by law enforcement officers. This fact, like a huge thunder, split the Yellow family soul. They cannot withstand such a blow. This business, they have been struggling for many years, pouring all their money down the Huang family, so not easy from decline to glory. How can one night back to the liberation of the former it? This is a nightmare, an absurd nightmare. None of the Huang family, none of them could accept it. Wu Baiyu, you can't do this to my Huang family. Huang Pinggan regained his breath and immediately screamed at Wu Baiti. If he was given a choice, he would rather be beaten up by Wu Baiti than stand the destruction of his lifelong foundation. Wu Baiti coldly said, "I didn't do anything. It's your own industry that is not clean, doing some unseemly deeds. This is what you deserve." When Huang Pinggan heard this, his face became more and more ugly. His heart was trembling. Of course he knew clearly that his own Huang family's industry was not completely bright and clean. There were always some things that were not allowed to see the light of day in it. But the Huang family had already made connections, and in general there would never be an accident. But all of a sudden, the Yellow family industry is fully seized, which is obviously Wu Baiti from the foot. Wu Baiti's ability can be seen up to this point, Huang Pinggan only suddenly awake. Wu Baiti is really he cannot afford to mess with the big man. He no longer have the dependence in Wu Baiti against. He must not stand by and watch the Huang family's foundation collapse. Finally, Huang Pinggan softened. With a supplicating tone, he pleaded to Wu Baiti, "I am Mo Han's grandfather. Can you look at Mo Han's face and give us a break?" Wu Baiti's eyes were still ice cold as he grimaced and asked Huang Pinggan rhetorically, "Now that you know that you're Mo Han's grandfather?" The simple sentence was filled with sarcasm. When Pinggan Huang heard this, his body couldn't help but sway. His brain hurt, and the panic in his heart was even greater. He realized that this person, Baitu Wu, wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy, and no matter how much he prayed, he would never be able to impress Baitu Wu's iron heart. Therefore, Huang Pinggan shifted the goal. He immediately spoke to Xia Emohan, "My granddaughter, your grandfather also hugged you when you were a child. Huang family are your relatives. You should not bear to see the family downfall, right?" Xia Emohan Heartgood cannot bear to hurt anyone, but she will never be blindly kind. The Yellow family of this group of people really let her disappointment to the top. If said, "Today he came," the Yellow family can change their mistakes, properly apologize to himself. Xia Mohan may choose to forgive, but the Yellow family is wrong again and again, do not know how to repent, and even in turn to defame their own, which let the Xia Mohan heart of the little bit of kinship left are annihilated. She will no longer take this group of people as relatives. In the face of Huang Pinggan's words, Xia Mohan did not have a soft heart. She returned very seriously, "This is what you deserve. Huang Pingan could not imagine that Xia Mohan would be so heartless. He was so furious that he almost collapsed. He tightly covered his chest and angrily accused Xia Mohan. Xia Mohan, we are at least a family. How can you be so heartless? The other Huang family members also abruptly returned to their senses. Indignant, they opened their mouths one after another, cursing at Xia Mohan with hatred and anger. You heartless, even if you've flown the coop, you can't forget your roots. How can you make us lose our family's money? Yes, even if we are at fault, we are not guilty of this. How can you let all the Huang family's properties be seized? What do you have to gain from our Huang family being down and out? Are you trying to force us to die? You're practically killing people. If the Huang family is finished, you, Xia Mohan, are the Huang family's eternal sinner. The resentment and anger of the Huang family people. At this moment, all of them vented out. Let the Huang family foundation destroyed. This is for the Huang family people. Is the disaster of extinction? No one can bear such a result. They all think that this is caused by Xia Mohan. It is Xia Mohan is too cruel. Extinction of humanity. They rebuked Xia Mohan, hoping that Xia Mohan would find a trace of conscience. Leave a thread of being a human being. Don't push people too far. Sealing people's industry is equal to cutting off people's way of life. This punishment is indeed excessive. Yes, they are all family. This is really quite desperate. There were rustling sounds of emotion from all the onlookers. If you do something wrong, you should bear the consequences. No one is an exception. Just as everyone was gushing, Wu Baitai suddenly spoke out and bellowed. Wu Baitai's voice was deafening, and Wu Baitai's aura was even more intimidating. Those chattering Huang family members instantly shut their mouths. Their hearts were filled with resentment, but they didn't dare to be too reckless in the face of the terrifying Wu Baitai. The other onlookers were also subdued by Wu Baitai's aura. All of them were silenced and stood still with their nerves tensed. Huang Pingan lived to this age, experienced countless waves. He knew that this was the biggest robbery of the Huang family, but he would not resign himself to this. After a moment of silence, he reopened his mouth and said sternly to Wu Baitai, since this is the case, then I'll be honest with you. The main responsibility for Mr. Zhang's matter is not my Huang family. It's Xia Mohan's mother, Huang Guilan. She's the one that is obsessed with money, wanting a house, wanting me to help find a job, and she's the one that is responsible. House and wanted my help to find a job. She was the one who first planned to betray Xia Mohan. I just helped her. Huang Pingan's sentence instantly woke up the Huang family members. Immediately, the Huang family members who had just extinguished the fire were violently enraged again. They followed and loudly agreed. Yes, all of this was requested by Huang Guilan. It's none of our business. Wu Baiyu, didn't you say that anyone who makes a mistake has to pay the price? You go deal with Huang Guilan. Right, it's not us who are at fault. It's Huang Guilan. We just saw her as poor and wanted to help her. What's wrong with us? If you guys only punish us and not Huang Guilan, we're not convinced. Once again, the Huang family members were in collusion, opening their eyes, putting the main responsibility of this matter all on Huang Guilan. Anyway, they all knew that Huang Guilan was locked up, and there was no way for her to come out and testify against herself. The Huang family also justifiably shirked their responsibilities and reversed black and white. They said that Huang Guilan was the main culprit, and they themselves were accomplices. In this way, the Huang family and Huang Guilan were completely bound together. The Huang family don't believe it. Wu Baisu can be selfless to his own mother-in-law. Even if Wu Baisu is heartless, Xia Mohan can still ignore his own mother? Xia Mohan heard these words, heart instantly a dull pain. She will not believe the Yellow family said this kind of words. That day her mom personally told her, is Yellow peace beg her? And with the housework tempt her. She agreed. So Xia Mohan believed their own mother is not the mastermind, but she clearly know their mother is really involved in this matter. It is because of this, Xia Mohan will be desperate to suicide. Therefore, if you really want to pursue up, his mother absolutely has an unshirkable responsibility. If the Huang family to pay such a big price, his mother cannot be alone. Xia Mohan to the Huang family people do not have much feelings, but for Mom Huang Guilan, she has a very deep feelings. That is her mother, is born her raise her people, is and her life together, even if she is disappointed in her mother, cannot do harm to her mother's things. At this moment, Xia Mohan became incomparably entangled. Her heart also hurt, she simply did not know how to be good. After what seemed like a long time, Xia Mohan finally lifted her head and looked at Wu Baiyu, her voice hoarse. Baiyu. Everything Wu Baitu did was for Xia Mohan. Seeing Xia Mohan's face entangled, he immediately said, whatever you want, I'll follow you. Xia Mohan was about to open her mouth. Suddenly, the Huang family's subordinate ran over with a face full of panic, while running also shouted, Master, it's bad, Huang Guilan died.